liar. The Joker is my man. His face paint is in my hand.
Which means that he's very, very deep inside the catacombs. So basically he's filming what he's seeing very deep inside the catacombs, other than the point of view shots or pictures of human bones. The catacombs for centuries. So it is possible with these paintings that we may be able to retrace his itinerary to some extent. After about 4, we hear his breathing get louder and louder. As though something was scaring him. He's frightened, he's frightened. Occasionally he stops, perhaps to try to decide which way to run among all the many different corridors. He's running faster and faster and faster, deeper and deeper into the catacombs. And all of a sudden, we hear his breathing get louder and louder, as though something was scaring him. He's frightened, he's frightened. Occasionally he stops, perhaps to try to decide which way to run among all the many different corridors. He's running faster and faster and faster, deeper and deeper into the catacombs. And all of a sudden, this video camera
The Puritans found religious freedom in the New World. The colonies, and even Europe, experimented in religious tolerance. The Puritans...
From your mouth has come heresy. From your acts, sedition. Your property is forfeit. From here and forever you are banished. If you set foot again in Salem village, you will be hanged. Our Lord Christ has spoken. He who is not with us is against us.
It is the year of our Lord, 1692. The faithful are shaken by famine, disease, Indian raids. The dictatorship is crumbling. The Puritans now face even greater terror. Their royal charter, the authority by which they govern themselves, has been revoked. To the Puritans, who see God's design in every act, it is divine punishment for their sins. Out of fear and guilt, called Salem, that will break the power of the Puritans forever.
Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, I will bring evil upon this place, and has not evil visited upon us? The earth is made barren, our children are taken from us by disease, and have not Indians, the devil's own savages, killed half our numbers in the late wars. Let the scales fall from our eyes as they fell from Paul's. Let us see full clear God's anger at what we have become. Look to ye merchants, and ye profiteers. You place golden candlesticks above his holy word. And so the Lord God sends upon us the sorest of afflictions, brings chaos where we have made order. Our charter is revoked. The document by which we rule ourselves is no more. Massachusetts Bay Colony will have a new governor appointed by the King of England. We no longer have title to the land that is ours. So hear ye the words of the Lord. I will break this people and this city as one that breaketh a potter's vessel that cannot be made whole again.
Oh, Will. Be off with you, William Barker, before you give my place a bad name.
Oh, Bridget, my love, just one more mug of ale.
You've had enough.
No, not without a kiss.
Oh, Will, you are the great fool.
Disgraceful harlot. It's not enough you wear the devil's trimmings. You practice lechery in the streets.
I do not practice, Goody Hobbs. I do it quite well. Master Hobbs, I've not seen you in my alehouse of late. Perhaps deliverance keeps the leash too tight.
God's blessing on you, Goody Hobbs. Master Hobbs, a tuppence for a poor old woman with no one to care for her.
Care for yourself, Sarah Good. There be no sin in honest labor.
I cook in your kitchen. I'll clean your house.
You clean. You're the devil's own sloth. The smallpox follows wherever you go.
Hypocrite becoming church. Hypocrite. Milk-faced hypocrites! Sporting a starving old woman with no one to care for her! Damn ye all to hell!
She's a witch, I'm sure.
What do you know about witches?
Plenty. My uncle has a book he keeps hidden. Tells all about witches. I've read it, and Betty's read it too.
If my father ever finds out...
And who's going to tell him? Memorable Providences relating to witchcraft and possession by Cotton Mather. I read from it all the time. It's about this witch in Boston who puts spells on 4 young girls. She makes them to lose their speech and make sounds like animal sounds, like dogs.
No, child, no. Teacher, but don't talk to the dead. Oh, me no have no truck with the dead.
Abby, you said she could conjure up spirits.
She can. If she wants to.
Make her conjure. She's your slave.
I am Reverend Paris' slave. And if he find out you're here, I get the whipping.
If he finds out, we all get the whipping.
He won't find out. He's at Ingersoll.
Please, Tituba, speak to my dead sisters.
Ann Putnam, you're as morbid as your mother. Never mind about the dead. Let's hear about the living. Tell my fortune.
Mistress Mary, this is a nice, soft, pretty hand, and it don't make to do hard work.
Do you see anything?
Well, I see. I think I see a
Man? Is it a man?
Yeah. I see a man. I see a big, strong man.
It wouldn't be John Proctor, would it?
Sarah Churchill, shut your mouth. Tituba, give Mary a charm to put in John Proctor's soup. Then maybe he'll forget about his wife and notice her.
Don't sport that way. Tituba makes strong charms and puts spells on people. She's even seen the devil.
In Barbados on some hot night, some certain hot night when there is no wind, but underneath your skin you can feel yourself burning like fire. There is a place, and he come, the dark one. But before he come, there's the rats, the red rats, squealing and hollering and covering the ground, all squirming like a river of blood.
No more, please. Don't tell any more.
Hush, Betty.
We'll be damned, Abby. We'll be damned to hell.
Well, Tituba, go on.
Then he come, the dark one, and all them that sold themselves to him gather around him in a circle, and he give them blood to drink.
Blood of dead babies.
Chicken blood. And then he make them one after the other put their mouth on him. And then they take to the hollering and making sound like wild animal and dancing one with the other.
The men and the women dance together?
Yeah. They loosen up their clothes and take one another in the dancing and hollering and Then they begin to roll on the ground, and they're just rolling and dancing and screaming and making sounds like you never heard before.
We'll be damned, I tell you we're damned!
The eyes of the Lord are every place, beholding the evil and the good.
And he that hateth reproof shall die. Betty? Betty, your text?
What's the matter with you, girl? Name your text. Read. Read. Hey. Read. Read. Hell and destruction are before the Lord. Leave her be. Betty, pray with me. Pray with me. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come.
No!
Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our debts.
As we forgive our
They're
debtors.
bewitched. The devil is here with us, I know it.
This is the minister's house. It isn't possible.
4 years ago in Boston, the same thing. Well-behaved girls of God-fearing families.
Amen.
It'll be the end of us all. God has left us, John.
Good Lord, you make more sense when you're drunk.
No, they've got devils in them. It's a sign.
It's a sign of their age. A good whipping will take the devils out of them.
Pray, John. Stay here with us and pray for their souls.
Pray for the new governor, that he's not a puppet of England. Pray for the charter, that it doesn't take our property away from us. God protect us from nonsense. They're cows to be milked.
Everything I know of medicine, I've tried. The evil hand is on.
The devil hath descended upon this village and my house. Lord God, turn not your holy face from these your chosen people. If it be our trial to do battle with the powers of darkness, give us your strength.
I am weary with my groaning. I water my couch with my tears.
Mine eye is consumed because of grief.
It waxes old.
Reverend Hale comes to us from Beverly. He has wisdom in these matters.
And a fine lot of God-fearing children they seem to be.
This is Betty, my daughter. She's not spoken in 2 days.
Let us pray together, so that God might show us what is wrong here. O Lord, our Lord, how excellent is thy name in all the earth. Who has set thy glory above the heavens. Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings hast thou ordained strength. A little lower than the angels. Thou hast made him a little lower than the angels. O Lord, our Lord. Child, tell me, what do you see? Tell me what you see. What shape is it? Is it a woman? Who is she? Does she come to you? Is she from this village? Tell us who torments you.
She makes me laugh at prayer.
She tells me to dance.
Can you see her?
gives me sweet things to drink.
Who is she?
She makes me to burn like fire.
You see it too. Who is it?
Can you see her?
Tell us who torments you.
Tituba! Tituba! Tituba!
Tituba! I see Tituba!
I see Sarah Good. Sarah Good.
Bridget Bishop. I see Bridget Bishop.
I see Rebecca Nurse. I see Elizabeth Proctor.
Elizabeth Proctor, you're under arrest. The charge is witchcraft. Sarah Good, I arrest you on the charge of witchcraft.
Grounds for suspicion of guilt is any mischief following anger between neighbors. Proof of guilt will be the finding of any witch's mark, any unnatural blemish on the body of the accused. And we are agreed to the doctrine that the devil cannot assume the shape of an innocent person. Thus, if one's shape is seen to do harm, then that one must be guilty.
Might we not use the water test?
Definitely not. It has been denounced by the Mathers in Boston as unchristian and mere superstition. Investigations must be concerned only with scientific proof.
Save your soul, Reverend. Confess.
I will not lie.
The General Court now convenes. His Excellency Deputy Governor William Stoughton presides. Bring forth the accused, Bridget Bishop.
Bridget Bishop, why do you afflict these children?
I do not afflict them.
Then who does?
How should I know?
You are here charged with witchcraft. How say ye?
I am a gospel woman.
Gospel witch.
Gospel witch. Gospel witch. Gospel witch. Gospel witch. Gospel witch.
If you are a gospel woman, why do you not attend meeting?
They hound me with spite and gossip because I run a tavern. But I read the scriptures. I am a gospel woman.
Tell how you go down on your knees to the devil!
Tell how you drink your own damnation!
Tell how you tempt us with pretty things.
Tell how you suckle the snake.
Tell.
You are liars! And God will stop the mouths of liars.
You are not to speak after this manner in this court.
I shall speak the truth for as long as I live.
That is what we are here.
Ever hear of a gift certificate that turns into a soft drink? Oh, it can happen this Halloween. When you give out McDonald's Halloween gift certificates, kids take them to McDonald's and they get a McDonald's soft drink. Oh, a book of 20 Halloween gift certificates costs only $1. And can turn into 20 regular soft drinks. It must be the magic of Halloween.
Get there with her! She whispers in her ear! Flies! She flies!
Bridget Bishop, how became ye a witch?
I don't even know what a witch is. Your Excellency, they are sporting.
Master Hobbs, give your evidence.
I always have admired Goody Bishop, especially since she was so kind to me when I had the smallpox. But later, when I began to talk with her down at the alehouse, these things began to happen.
Oh, William Hobbs.
And then I stopped. Well, my wife started to complain. Anyway, I stopped going to the alehouse. And now I be a decent husband and father. But Bridget, Goody Bishop, she began to fly into my window come night and sort of hang there at the foot of the bed.
calling me to her. But I wouldn't go. This happened many a night. Then my little boy gets the fever, and he dies.
I never afflicted no child. No one. Never in my life. I am innocent. Oh, God, help me.
Bridget Bishop, you are clearly guilty. Clear for all who have eyes to bear witness. On a day this court will name, you will be hanged by your neck until you are dead. Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live. May Almighty God have mercy on your soul. The trial proceeds according to law.
But there are no lawyers for the accused. We are not lawyers.
There is God's eternal law. You question my authority to administer it?
I question the evidence. The shapes that appear to some and not to others. Good Lord, for every vision there is some spite. Some debt between neighbors that was not paid. Some petty jealousy.
You believe the afflicted girls bear false witness?
I think they are girls. No longer children and not yet women. Thus open to much confusion.
And you do not see the devil in this at all?
I don't know.
You don't seem to understand what is happening here. Because of our shame, because of our sins, we are called upon to face the evil one and defeat him. It is what we stand for. This is the rock upon which our church is built. The afflicted girls do not lie. No. No. Be warned. If you deny the devil in this, you deny God.
All I know is, we have condemned a woman to death for little more than wearing scarlet and laces.
The devil is never more the prince of darkness than when he appears to be an angel of light.
And the devil, he said he would tell us that if the church would be overthrown, all would be well.
As in 1 Samuel, rebellion is as the sin of witchcraft.
And he promised us things.
What things?
He said there would be maypoles and celebrating Christmas and gaming. All kinds of gaming and cockfights, and he said there would be no more judgment and no more shame. And he said, the devil said, he promised that all men would be equal.
Reverend Burroughs, how came a minister of the faith to practice witchcraft?
I do not practice witchcraft.
I have here evidence from afflicted children and others that your shape appeared to them and did commit foul murders.
Murder? Who accuses me?
Turn there and face the children afflicted by your evil.
They come. Their shapes are all about me.
Who, girl? Who comes?
His dead wives, all bloody from the grave.
It is my sorrow 2 wives have died, leaving me children I myself must rear.
Murderer, murderer. My blood cries out to him. Murderer, 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 murderer.
You cannot stop me. I will speak. Put not your hands on me. I will speak. He takes me to his study. He takes me.
Who, girl? Who?
He. The dark minister when he lived in Salem village. His hands are on me. Cold like ice. And then a great wind comes. And he takes me on the wind to the top of a high mountain. And he tempts me. He shows me pretty things. He shows me the kingdoms of the earth. No, no. He tempts me. He tempts me. No, no. He tempts me. 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 He tempts me.
Do the condemned wish to speak? To cleanse themselves before God?
I did nothing. I swear. I'm innocent.
I would speak. Before God and man. Confess.
It was made clear to me, and I have seen it with others, that to confess to evil is to be set free, and to hold with innocence is to die. A strange justice that condemns the truth, yet sets free liars. I will not belie myself, not even to save my life. I stand in the truth of Christ and commend myself to his judgment. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven.
He makes no error.
He speaks the Lord's Prayer without stumbling.
The devil is there whispering the words in his ear.
No, no, it is fact. The devil himself cannot pray to the Lord.
Beware lest ye damn yourself.
For thine is the
The
kingdom
devil is never more evil than when he appears an angel of light.
and the glory forever.
Are you trying to make a fool of me all over Boston?
I fulfilled your order and God's law.
I'm months on the Canadian border in bloody war with savages. I'll come back to find half the colony in jail for witches and the other half at my door with petitions for their innocence.
I took action only to root out the devil.
How be it, then, that so many people in so small an area would so suddenly jump into the lap of the devil?
Sir William, your words cut more like a hatchet than a razor.
A hatchet, my educated friend, is more suitable to the wilderness than a razor.
I only meant...
I think you remind me that I, not long ago, was a ship's carpenter. You remind me, I think, that I speak not the Latin that you ministers use to preach gibberish. Damn you, Stoughton, I've been governor not yet a year, and your witchcraft madness has reached into my own house.
You ordered it disposed.
Disposed, yes. But your afflicted children, your possessed saints, cry out against ministers all over the colony. They cry out that your courts are filled with witches. Good Lord, man, these wenches have accused my wife.
Sir William, you know very well that that's ridiculous. It's a mistake.
Because I am the governor. If I am still ship's carpenter, who cries ridiculous? Who says mistake when a farmer is condemned?
Sir William, you know that...
How many have you hanged?
19.
There will be no more hangings. What are those still in jail?
Well, there are hundreds awaiting trial.
Release them.
All of them?
All of them. I will give the order.
But Your Excellency, such a total reversal will bring ill feeling upon the court.
The court is dismissed.
You will dishonor the judges.
The only dishonor will be in their own conscience. I will take no action against the judges. We will quietly dismiss the court.
For myself, I thank you.
It is not for you. It is for me. I was the one that appointed you. Now open the jails and release the prisoners. Good Lord, man, have you any idea how much it's costing to feed your horde of witches?
The witch hunt terror is over, and with it, the absolute power of the Puritans in the Massachusetts Bay Colony. A kind of skeptical common sense now emerged in the New World, and its voice would even be heard in the Puritan meeting house.
Let us look upon the true devils that are in man. The small spites and jealousies among neighbors.
The new minister of Salem Village,
Mindless fear of those
22 years old. He has played cards, drunk beer at the alehouse, and even hunted and fished on the Sabbath. He speaks less of theology and more of morality.
And let us look into our hearts, not for hatred, but for mercy and forgiveness. For these are God's greatest gifts to us in our struggle on the earth.
Church officials would no longer administer civil government. The literal interpretation of the Bible would no longer be considered civil law. An age of individual rights and rebellion against authority had begun. It would soon produce the American nation.
Welcome to our Halloween edition of Would You Believe? I'm sure every house in the country has had visits this evening from masked ghosts and goblins seeking help for Halloween parties. They might think that all that is a purely pagan festival, but actually is closely linked with Christianity. And here to tell us something of those connections is Father Sean O'Dinn, a Benedictine monk who came off from Glenstall, not on your broomstick, Sean. Sean, is there a sort of dancing at Lunasa about all this kind of thing? So the misty meeting between pagan and Christian worlds?
Yes, there certainly is. Samhain, Halloween, is a very significant date in the Celtic calendar because the Celts, as far as we know, divided their year into two halves. The dark half going from Samhain to Bealtaine, that's the 1st of May, and the bright half from Bealtaine to Samhain.
That's sort of the old year and the new.
Yes, yes. So that tonight is actually New Year's night. We begin the year tonight. And this is the reason why we have so much predictions. For instance, in the bar in Brack, you have the ring, and whoever gets the ring will be married within the year. Because it's at the beginning of the year that you predict, you want to know what's going to happen for the rest of the year. So this is really the new year.
So legitimately we can say in Ireland, Happy New Year today.
Yes, yes. And
the Tuatha Danann, what part do they play in all this?
Yes, the Tuatha Danann are, they're the supernatural people. I think that the basic idea is that in Ireland, traditionally, we have two population groups. We have the normal, the ordinary people on the surface of the land, and we have the supernatural people, the gods and goddesses of the Celts, also the Fomoric, and possibly also the dead, who are living in the sacred hills and sacred sites such as Bruna Boinga, Cunuggrania, Cunugglishi, all over the country. And these are very important because traditionally they've been believed to be responsible for the fertility of the land.
For years I've haunted the antique shops of Europe, searching for antiques to breathe life into the rooms of my own home. At last, here at the Antique Guild, I've found the largest selection of antiques at frightfully reasonable prices, arranged in beautiful room settings. Antique hunting is no longer an endless search through back alleys and dusty shops. You'll find true value at the Antique Guild. Prices that won't scare you.
And if you didn't?
And if you didn't, they could cause ill luck.
And is that to do with sort of giving fruit and giving nuts and so on, with the kids going from door to door?
It is. It seems to me that this procession of people from door to door collecting fruits and bread and money and so forth, this is the Tuatha Danann coming back from the other world, asking for their dues because they have given the harvest.
And now they want recognition. When did we Christianize all this then? When did the church get into it?
Yes. Well, our first knowledge of it really comes from about the 9th and 10th century. All Saints came first in the 9th century, and then at a later stage, about the 10th century, we have All Souls from the Benedict Monastery of Cluny in France. Curiously enough, it is quite near Lugdunum, the city of lions, which is really Lugdunum, the old Celtic god Lugh, from which lunacy comes.
So it's really the church is then borrowing Celtic codes.
Exactly. Yeah. See, both ideas are very much the same. The Celts were talking about the other world. At this particular time, the other world and this world came together. The barriers were broken down. Now, this corresponds to the Christian idea also. At these two feasts of the year, All Saints and All Souls, we're very conscious of the other world. And there are two divisions from the Christian point of view. The saints are in heaven, and the souls of the dead are in purgatory. And we saw the other world.
Now, the Americans, of course, do this now and recognises the pumpkin and so on in American films.
Yes.
So did we export all this?
Yes, all this was exported. Immigrants took it over. Originally, of course, in Ireland, it was a turnip, you know, with candle lighting inside it. And these are the two that are done coming back to collect their dues.
Father Sean, thanks very much.
Halloween. I think he'll come back.
Do science and religion have to be separate?
Halloween,
Man says he saw God. Do we
he came home.
A preacher or a psychiatrist to be cured? Or can we begin to really learn something about these things with the kind of technology and expertise that characterizes modern science? I think we can.
The exciting thing about the age in which we're living is that we are finally, through modern science, beginning to be able to understand the processes by which man is evolving or is able to evolve into higher states of consciousness.
For a long time, people have been saying that the East is East and the West is West, and ne'er the twain shall meet. That may have been true at one time, but perhaps it isn't true anymore, because biofeedback is changing the picture.
This combination of external fulfillment and inner fulfillment is what we seek today, a confluence of physical sciences and technology with the science and technology of man's inner life, which is religion.
ESP, healing, hypnosis, precognition, psychokinesis. Those are strange words. What do they mean? Well, for one thing, they all belong to the domain of parapsychology. I'm Thelma Moth, and I'm a parapsychologist, which means that I'm exploring the unseen dimensions of the human mind at its farthest reaches. And this is a moviola, where we're trying to assemble a film that will show you what's happening in our scientific laboratories today in these areas. For example, can you lower your temperature at will? Or have you ever felt so transported by a piece of beautiful music that you felt as if you were leaving your body? Or there are stories about a saint like Teresa, who when she became ecstatic, actually rose above the floor. Of course, a lot of people dismiss that as a superstition, but that's what parapsychologists are trying to explore. And one of the most interesting areas of all is that of healing. Now, there's been a long tradition in our history of remarkable men who had this power. Men like Jesus, who was supposedly able to heal a leper by the laying on of hands. And then there was Bernadette, who could cure with the waters at Lourdes incurable illnesses. And doctors like Mesmer, who used animal magnetism to cure hysterical illnesses. And in America, there's a tradition of healers, starting perhaps with Quimby, who cured Mary Baker Eddy of her chronic invalidism. And of course, it was she who founded the Christian Science Church. But there were those charlatans and quacks who made respectable scientists very skeptical of such healing arts. And yet, throughout, there have been humble and sincere people who have devoted their lives to healing the sick. Let me show you one such person. Let me turn out the lights here. And turn on the moviola. Now, there is Ma Su. She's an ancient little woman who lives in a remote southern community. Let's hear about healing from her and her pupil, Stipe McWhirter.
My interest in healing started in 1966 when a 7-ton truck backed across me and pulled off, and I lived. Of course, it was a little bit more interesting because I had an out-of-body experience. As I was lying on the roadway after the truck had pulled off of me, I looked back and saw what I looked like. Then after hospitalization and a lot of enforced idleness, I realized that this healing, this miracle that I lived through, needed to be told and taught. So I started to West Georgia College again in 1968. And there, my interest in learning and healing and healers became very, very vital to me. And through Dr. Stewart at the college at West Georgia, I heard about this lady, this 97-year-old lady, Ma Su. And she has been my best teacher since then. She's still teaching every time I give her a chance to. Well, Ma Su, do you think that people can learn to do this, to do what you do? You think that they can learn enough faith and learn how to do this?
Yes, if they would read the Bible, they'd learn them themselves, wouldn't they?
Yeah, if they just read it through,
Put up some scripture on them, make them read them, then they come right. They got to have confidence and faith in these things before you can teach them anything. You can take the Bible and show it to them and tell them how to read that. They get why then they'll notice of what you're talking about. He said, let not your heart be troubled.
Yeah, neither be afraid.
That's what I'm talking about.
Let not your heart be troubled. It's that inner peace, the untroubled heart, that Edgar Cayce talks so much about, too. Edgar Cayce, as you probably know, is America's most famous healer. And when he went into trance, he was able, literally, to diagnose and treat thousands of people they never even saw. Here we are now, at the Edgar Cayce Foundation in Virginia Beach, where research continues, trying to find out if Cayce's specific treatments are still valid today. Here's their Director of Education, Dr. Herbert Puryear.
So the heart of the teaching is not to read the Edgar Cayce readings, but that should awaken within us an awareness that we can draw from the inner self, especially as we attune to this, and that's through both physical preparation and balance and through the practice of meditation, that as we attune to the inner self, then we can gain that source of healing or source of knowledge that we need.
To tune within and learn to control one's own bodily processes. We call that biofeedback training. Let me tell you about it, it's very interesting. Suppose you're feeling very tense and anxious and your pulse is going a mile a minute. Well, we can put a meter around your wrist, and then every time your pulse goes too fast, a little bell will ring bing, 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 bing. And that'll tell you it's too high. Well, after a while, you get a sensation throughout your body, and you know how to keep the bell from ringing. That's called biofeedback training, and we can apply it to all sorts of bodily processes. Headaches, temperature, blood pressure, all sorts of things. That's the work of Dr. Elmer Green at the Menninger Foundation.
Biofeedback actually is the feedback of physiological signals to a person. It gives him information about himself that he didn't know about. And biofeedback training is doing something with this information. In essence, you might say it's the answer to psychosomatic disease. Through biofeedback training, people can come towards psychosomatic health. Psychosomatic self-regulation can begin with biofeedback training. And of course, all of this leads into what we might call a science of consciousness, because it's all done in consciousness. There isn't any such thing as biofeedback training. There's only training in internal existential cues. As for instance, in this workshop, we're training people in temperature control. We do this with thermistors, or actually yes, you might think of them as thermometers, attached to the forehead and to the hand. In this particular case, we're training people to warm up the hand.
Warmth is flowing into my hand. They are warm.
Dr. Green's wife and associate, Alice, is using almost hypnotic suggestion to reinforce the idea of warmth going into the hand.
I can feel the warmth flowing down my arms into my hands.
And as they go through the training program, they learn how to make the hands get warm, merely as a visualization of warmth in the hands, and along with that goes cooling in the head. Now, the cooling in the head isn't much, except in the case of, for instance, migraine patients, and we found that a lot of them, people who have migraine, can get the migraine under control merely through a simple program in controlling the temperature of the hands.
Curing a migraine headache by learning to control the body temperature. Isn't that a specific example of a person's mind controlling his body? And if you can do that, perhaps you can also use your mind to control something a little bit away from your body. In parapsychology, we call that psychokinesis, the influence of mind on matter, as in legend, Muhammad moved the mountain. A little bit further along, we talk about the influence of one mind on another mind, and that's called telepathy. Those two areas of research are being studied intensively now at the University of California in Davis by Dr. Charles Tart.
Can man's mind transcend what we think of are the limits of space and time? Can he reach out and have really intimate communication with others, direct mind to mind? These are the kind of things that have been occupying the attention of my laboratory for the past several years, and that we'll look at some of the research on in the next few minutes.
This device is for both testing and training a person's ability to directly influence matter with his mind alone, what's technically termed psychokinesis. The machine spins a silver dollar and the subject attempts to make it come up heads or tails. By getting immediate feedback on how his results come out, a person can theoretically gradually learn to do better and better at this sort of task. The experiment you're watching is part of a series on training ESP rather than testing ESP. I'm acting as the sender in the particular sequence you see, selecting numbers 1 to 10 by drawing cards and attempting to send it to the young lady who's acting as subject in a different room. You can see that I will pick a card, try to send it by turning on the appropriate button and concentrating on it, and then when the young lady thinks she has it, she pushes the button to signify her choice, and the light goes on telling her what the number actually was. The idea in this is to learn what kind of feelings go with being right and what kind with going wrong, so that when you have the wrong feelings you can wait and try some other ideas until you get the right ones. Research by myself and others so far indicates that we can train some people to use ESP reliably this way.
Trying to develop ESP in people, can it be done? We really don't know yet. And in fact, in life, a lot of times ESP is confused with coincidence. For example, how many times have you reached for the phone to call a friend, and just as you're reaching, the phone rings, and it's your friend? Is that coincidence or ESP? We don't know. More rarely than that, people can have a dream, as a friend of mine did not too long ago, a dream in which she saw her son driving a car on a freeway. And as she was watching in the dream, her son collided headlong with another car, and she woke up terrified because she thought her son had been badly injured. Well, in point of fact, at the very time she'd been having her dream, her son had been in an accident on the freeway. How much of that is coincidence? Or is it telepathy? A lot of parapsychologists have collected these anecdotes over a period of time, thousands of them, and we can't call them anything but anecdotes because we aren't there when the person has the dream. So what's our next step? Well, we try to reproduce the telepathic dream in the laboratory. And that's exactly what Dr. Ullman and Dr. Krippner at Maimonides Hospital have been doing for the past several years, working on the telepathic dream. Let's look at what Dr. Krippner has to say.
When ESP occurs in everyday life, it usually occurs in what we call an altered state of consciousness, such as hypnosis, dreams, or relaxation states. For this reason, when we started our investigations into ESP, we did work with the telepathic dream. In other words, we had one of our subjects sleeping in a soundproof room, trying to dream about a message that was being sent to him from a distant point. At that distant room, one of our psychologists spent most of the night looking at a picture, trying to project or transmit the image of that picture into the dreams of the sleeping subject. Back at the lab, we watched the electroencephalographic machine very closely to see what types of brain waves and what type of eye movements the subject was demonstrating. When he began to produce rapid eye movements, we knew that he was dreaming.
Michael, wake up. Can you tell me what's been going through your mind now?
Yeah. I was at a circus and was laughing at a clown in a big red suit. He was making me laugh. He was very jolly, and he was holding these 3 big red balloons. And it was a holiday. You get Christmas or the 4th of July. That's it. That's all I think.
Okay, thank you. You can go back to sleep now.
In the experiment that you just saw, the target picture was a scene in Honolulu of Santa Claus during a Christmas party on the beach. The dream report from the sleeping subject mentioned a circus and a clown in a big red suit, therefore showing some correspondence with the festive atmosphere of the Christmas beach party. Then when the subject went on to talk about red balloons and a fat and jolly man, he's capturing some of the color and some of the atmosphere which we associate with Santa Claus. Finally, the subject does specifically mention Christmas, therefore adding an additional correspondence to this particular picture. Recently, when I was in the Soviet Union, I learned about electrosleep, which is a therapeutic device used for people with anxiety and with insomnia. When I returned to the United States, I was able to obtain the Electrosone 50, a machine which induces electrosleep among subjects. We have been using the Electrosone 50 in an attempt to determine whether ESP is possible when somebody is in the state of consciousness we call electrosleep. Basically what happens is that a band goes around the subject's head and a weak electric...
Let's go! Quick, shut the airlock! The alien's locked out now! He has moved! Give up! Alien can't be beat! We'll zap him with the light! Storm, he'll destroy the spaceship! We've lost! Better find another ship! Let's try the kitchen! Another triumph for aliens!
Alien action figure, new from Kenner.
Yeah, it's beginning to flash now.
All right, does it feel comfortable at this point?
Fairly comfortable.
While the person is in the electrosleep device, we give him a sealed envelope, and we ask him to try to guess what picture is in the sealed envelope. One subject came through with a report of the image of 3 round balls, something very round, maybe halos. I think of saints and of the halos around their heads. When we opened up the sealed envelope and the second envelope containing the picture, we found it was the famous picture Madonna of the Chair. So this is what we would consider a very good or direct hit.
How is it possible to pick up a message in a dream, or any other way for that matter? Well, we all know that if we tune in on the right wavelength on a radio band, we can pick up a transmitting radio station. That's no problem. Is it possible for a person to get on the right wavelength to pick up somebody else's thoughts? We don't really know yet, but some facts about brainwave theory are clear. For example, we're always, our brains, sending out electrical signals. Sometimes when we're thinking hard, our brains are racing. We're sending out those signals at 50 to 60 cycles a second. That's a brain wave, and it's a beta brain wave. But when we slow down our thinking processes and relax, for example, just close your eyes and relax, your brain wave will then be sending out probably alpha rhythm, which is between 8 and 13 cycles a second. That slow alpha rhythm is what some parapsychologists believe might be the right wavelength for telepathic transmission. And in fact, there are several laboratories today that are working on exactly that problem. At the Psychic Research Foundation in North Carolina, William Roll and his associates are studying a gifted psychic when he's generating alpha rhythm than at other times. So far, this research shows that he does indeed make more correct choices when he's in alpha rhythm. This finding suggests that a gifted psychic may naturally generate alpha rhythm. Okay. If that's true, the next question is, could an ordinary person who has no known psychic ability at all be trained to generate his own alpha rhythm and then, perhaps, develop some ESP ability? It's a good question, and one that Dr. Stanley Krippner, again at Maimonides Hospital, is working on right now.
We have found in some of our earlier studies that there is a relationship between the alpha rhythm and ESP. In our current studies, we are trying to more closely define this type of relationship. Therefore, we have a subject in our soundproof room trying to produce alpha rays. Whenever he produces an alpha wave, he receives the pleasant buzzing tone. Now, while he is engaged in biofeedback training, he also holds a box in his hand called the Schmidt machine. The box will flash either a red light or a green light. It is the subject's job to predict which light will come up, as it is all arranged randomly, and he has no idea of the random order. Therefore, the subject is actually trying to do two things at once. He is trying to determine which of two lights is going to flash on. This is an ESP test, and he is trying to control his own brain waves. The records that we receive on the electroencephalograph machine are very helpful to us in determining not only what type of brain wave goes with ESP, but how brain wave training correlates with ESP. So far, it does seem to us that those subjects that can very quickly turn their alpha on or turn their alpha off are also those subjects that have the highest degree of ESP.
There's an even slower rhythm than alpha, between 6 and 8 cycles a second, called the theta rhythm. And it's that rhythm, theta, that's been discovered in the meditative states of Zen and yogic masters. We wonder now whether that theta rhythm might be linked to the religious or mystical experience. And it's that dimension of human experience that Dr. Elmer Greenback at Menninger Foundation is exploring today.
It's interesting that to a large extent people have become interested in alpha waves as representing something about states of consciousness. But what we're finding is that it isn't just alpha waves. They're connected with a state of internal awareness. You're alert, but your attention isn't focused on anything in particular. But the main waves of importance in our work are the theta waves. They're connected with the state of reverie in which hypnagogic images can come to the surface. And it's also interesting that material that is normally unconscious comes to the surface, whether it be Freudian or Jungian or some other kind of material.
Dr. Green's daughter, Judy, conducts the workshop in theta training.
And this is what we're working for. As you go toward sleep, that drowsy state in which you are awake, you'll be in the theta state. And it seems to be this level of consciousness in which creative imagery may come, creative thoughts. It seems the transpersonal aspects of our being can, in this state, become conscious. Unconscious things may come up into consciousness. Okay, so this is what we are aiming at
in the workshop. We're training people with a machine which allows them to hear when alpha and or theta waves are present in their brains. And we turn it usually to the condition so that they can hear both at the same time.
Now, as you close your eyes and relax, you may produce some alpha. If you do, this is the tone that you will hear. Yes. Now that's the high tone. That's the high tone. As you go deeper inside yourself, you may produce some theta. And this is the low tone. Okay? So alpha is the high tone, theta is the low tone. Okay, now you're ready to begin, so just close your eyes and begin to relax, and I will leave the room. Jackie, the time is up now. How are you feeling?
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Did you hear the feedback? Was it, And what did it seem to be associated with?
Well, a very, very joyous feeling.
Did I hear you
weeping?
And
yes, right.
I wasn't sure. I was listening at the door, and I thought, you weren't having unpleasant experiences.
No, very beautiful feelings of complete closeness with my Creator.
I see.
And, the God within.
Now, actually, in a training program that we have with college students, we train them to decrease the amount of alpha and increase the percentage of theta. And by the time they do this and can do it consciously, we find that they are much more aware of themselves as people. It's literally leading them into a consciousness of themselves.
Very joyous feeling. It makes me cry. To be conscious of oneself, one's innermost self. Hasn't that been the goal of mystics in meditation throughout the ages? And isn't it striking that a young man, just trying to learn to control his algorithm, seems to look as if he were deep in meditation? Of course, that's just the beginning of self-mastery. But those great souls who have learned how to transcend their personal egos sometimes are depicted as having lights emanating from their heads. Moses coming down from the mountains was supposed to have a head filled with light. And then there was Jesus, and Mary, and St. Francis, and the Buddha, and Mohammed. What is that halo? Just an artistic convention? Or could it be an invisible radiation that becomes visible under certain conditions? We don't know. But recently, in the Soviet Union, some people named Kirlian invented a new photographic technique that makes visible certain invisible radiations. And as a matter of fact, in our laboratory, here on the campus at UCLA, we have a similar photographic device which was invented by my colleague, Mr. Kendall Johnson. And with the photographs that we take, we also can see absolutely fascinating radiations emanating from plants and from people. Here's our lab, and there's our equipment, and as you can see, there's no camera and there's no lens. The way we take a picture is to put the finger directly on the film and send an electrical current through. Now, this is a research associate, Miriam, and we're taking her picture in its normal condition. And this time we've asked Miriam to keep her finger in some ice and ice water until it gets very cold and numb. At that point, we take a picture again. Now we can show you what those pictures look like when we have them enlarged. This first one is how our finger looks in its normal condition. And this one shows you what a finger looks like when it has been cold and the aura or the corona discharge gets much smaller and seems to condense around it. Now here we have a slightly different condition. Larry has volunteered to let himself get intoxicated. He's already had a couple of drinks and he's now getting his third. And we will take his picture progressively over time. Here we can show you what his picture looks like in a normal condition, and this is what it looks like under intoxication. There seems to be a difference. Here is another volunteer, Barry, who has the remarkable talent of being able to go into trance through hyperventilating at will. Now he's hooked up to the alpha conditioning machine, and we're going to be able to record his alpha rhythm as well. Now I'd like to show you what his pictures look like normally and when he's in trance, and there's a very dramatic difference. Here, his picture looks quite different from the usual normal picture. But when he goes into trance, you can see this. This is probably the most dramatic difference we've been able to record thus far. This photograph shows you a typically normal and presumably healthy finger with radiations, as you can see, predominantly in blue and yellow-white. We've come to believe that with anxiety or nervousness, the picture looks very different, with murky red blotches extending beyond the fingertip. Now here, we've taken one person's fingertip with 2 or 3 seconds exposure in between, so that on one film we've got 5 different fingerprints. And what's interesting here is those red dots in the center of the finger. They seem to come and go mysteriously and very quickly. We simply don't know what that means. We're going to see some slides that we've done of leaves. This is a geranium leaf, and we have a characteristic pattern for almost all the things that we've taken in color. The predominant colors are blue, white, and red, and variations thereof. As you can see here in this rather beautiful leaf, we get bubbles or beads. Depending on the character of the leaf, the pattern changes. Here, for example, we have a geranium leaf which is shown in several different exposure times, because the length of exposure will also change the color that we're going to see. For example, up in the left-hand corner, it was a very short exposure time, and we get predominantly a dark blue and lots of black. Everything in nature that we've photographed thus far has a radiation, whether animal, vegetable, or mineral. And what's more, every species has its own particular pattern of radiation. Just as there are no two fingerprints alike, similarly, there are no two radiations that we photograph that look alike. And yet, throughout, interpenetrating all of these objects, there seems to be one fundamental energy. What is this radiation? This new vision of an object that we see? Does it show us a different dimension that exists beyond what our eyes can see, but that's there all the time? We don't know. And that's true of so much that lies within us and still far beyond our reach. We may be at the threshold of a new age, about to enter into a new phase of our evolution, passing beyond the blindness of this life into a new and dazzling world of the mind.
Just try your luck. If Dracula's cape opens, you have to put your finger in his mouth and press the lever. If he leaves a mark on your finger, you have to start over again.
He didn't bite me!
If you can sneak all the way around Dracula's house, you'll win the game.
You're not supposed to bite people.
It's a Dracula game.
I bought to bite your finger from Hasbro.
Over the last 20 years, I have been a television and radio reporter in the Pacific Northwest. And during that period of time, I have passed along to the public hundreds of news stories from all portions of the world about the UFOs, the unidentified flying objects, the flying saucers. I have seen UFOs. But in all of those news stories, I've detected one missing fact, one incredible, glaring omission. Not one world public agency or scientific group has even offered a partial solution to this most amazing mystery of all time. No public authority has told us who are the overlords of the UFO and why are they here right now at this time. There is no Air Force defending any portion of this planet that can truthfully deny that the following documented incidents did take place and that similar incidents are taking place almost every day somewhere in the world. In the southeastern United States, military aircraft have disappeared, and UFOs have been connected with those disappearances. Near Pascagoula, Mississippi, 2 shipyard workers were taken aboard a UFO and given physical examinations. In 1976, in Kentucky, 3 women were taken aboard a UFO and terrorized while the humanoid crewman of the UFO gave them physical examinations. In Wyoming, in 1975, an oil exploration foreman, while elk hunting, was picked up by a UFO along with the elk and was medically examined and returned to the elk hunting area by the UFO crewman. In Arizona, in 1975, while working in open country, Travis Walton was zapped away for 5 days and kept aboard a UFO. A few weeks previously, near Alamogordo, New Mexico, a member of the U.S. military was examined by the humanoid crewman of a UFO. Rather than reveal that fact, the U.S. military found duty for Staff Sergeant Charles L. Moody in Western Europe. Before the kidnappers of the UFO, humans seem helpless. The largest circulation newspaper in the United States offers a $1 million reward for decisive UFO information. According to UFO contactees, this is what a UFO humanoid crewman looks like. This is the best UFO photograph in the world. The military took it years ago and kept it secret. NASA reveals its UFO policy. NASA astronauts have seen UFOs. You learn for the first time what the Air Force Academy teaches its cadet officers about the reality of the UFO. You learn UFO fact, not science fiction. In a surprise ending, you'll see the answers to this incredible worldwide UFO mystery. The origin of the alien intelligences who are the overlords of the UFO.
You know, Captain, I keep thinking about a real problem, and it's bugging me.
What's that?
Well, remember the TWA case when Captain Schemmel dived under a UFO and about a dozen passengers got hurt?
Boy, I sure do, yeah.
Ever think of what that would be like on a 747?
Well, I've thought about it, but I don't talk about it too much.
Well, we got 300 or 400 passengers and 20 stews moved around the cabin. Most of the passengers don't keep their seat belts fastened. Now, if a big UFO came on a collision course, and with a 747 cruising at over 600 miles an hour, we'd have just a couple of seconds to take an evasive action of some sort, a dive or a zoom. 300 people would be smashed around and a lot of them hurt. Some could be even killed. You couldn't tell what would happen in that cabin.
Probably panic.
Well, panic at the least, but, you know, even if you got control and got down okay, the airlines couldn't hide a thing like that. But the FAA doesn't want to hear about UFOs, and they don't tell us, that's for sure. Now, if we talk about UFOs to the news media, we somehow get blacklisted and our jobs are in jeopardy. As an airlines pilot, no matter how many UFOs I see in the air, I'm not telling anybody about it.
In the last half of this century, there has been one mind-boggling giant of a mystery, which has overridden the knowledge gathered by mankind through the ages. There seems to be no answer to the reason for the appearances of the unidentified flying objects, the UFOs. Public opinion pollster George Gallup reports that perhaps 15 million U.S. citizens, scientists, and other responsible observers have seen the so-called flying saucers, the UFOs. Who are the overlords of the UFO? What is their origin and their mission? On July 31st, 1952, in the Italian Alps north of Milan, engineer Gianpietro Mangusi took these pictures of the landing of a UFO on the rough ice of the Churchill Glacier. The UFO landing was only 3 minutes in duration. A humanoid in some kind of spacesuit with equipment on his back emerged from the UFO, walked partway around it, and then re-entered. And Mangusi had the pictures to prove it. Verification of the origin of these photographs was made for the producers of this motion picture by a Swiss researcher and niece of psychiatrist Dr. Carl Gustav Jung, Miss Lou Zinstag. Since that time, world newspapers have made note of UFO stories in all degrees, from casual mention to news of an all-out UFO invasion. The mental health of UFO observers was questioned. From 1951, another photograph of a UFO from Riverside, California, showing the very significant bell-shaped configuration with 3 spheres projecting from its underside. This is the most familiar type of UFO and has been seen and photographed worldwide by UFO researchers. Who are the alien intelligences behind this type of space travel device? Are the UFOs friend or foe? In 1973, another significant UFO picture shows not only the anti-gravity device operational, but also with it is a smaller degravitated sphere under the control of the alien intelligences of the UFO. Who are the overlords of the UFO? In the Mediterranean, on a Sicilian beach, 2 small UFOs in the act of materialization from another dimension are observed by excited local citizens. Materialization, a concept far beyond the understanding of modern science, but used by the alien intelligences of the UFO. A PhD in biochemistry on the faculty of the University of Oregon in Eugene took this picture of a UFO in the act of materialization from another dimension. 3 times during the shutter snap interval, the UFO appeared and disappeared, and here is the evidence. The scientist, fearful of the scorn of his fellows, kept his name secret. He had no desire to investigate one of the most incredible events of the science of the coming 21st century, to which he had been witness and to which he had photographic evidence. Kidnappings have occurred of military jets, people, and automobiles full of people. The military is helpless, and so are the police departments of the world. Where is the origin of the UFOs? UFO Quebec carried this sketch of a UFO humanoid crewman with a map of the star system in the vicinity of Zeta Reticuli, many light years away. This was indicated to UFO contactees Betty and Barney Hill. Is it truth, or is it a cover-up story? 2 UFOs over San Francisco, similar to UFO surveillance stories and photographs to come from every major city in the world. Iron Curtain scientists have stated publicly their feeling not only that UFOs are real, but that they have the same type of experiences which match those published in the Western world. We now reveal the facts of the UFO which couldn't be kept secret. The planet's most incredible unsolved mystery. Despite the cover-up efforts of world governments, a world silenced by fear, and a helpless world military, private scientific investigators all over the planet have contributed the UFO evidence which we now reveal. The UFO, the secret that couldn't be kept, that can no longer be covered up. Mount Rainier in the state of Washington was the area where private pilot businessman Ken Arnold, flying back to his Idaho home, first saw 9 disc-like flying objects on the sunny afternoon of 24 June 1947. They were moving at 1,500 miles an hour, a speed far exceeding anything we could put into the air at the time. When he landed his airplane at Pendleton, Oregon, he reported the sighting of inverted saucers moving at incredible speed. The next day, on the radio news broadcasts and in the newspapers, the story sensationalized the term flying saucers. The previous summer of 1946, a member of the U.S. military encountered a giant UFO in a near-miss aerial situation, and the Air Force kept the threat to air safety secret. This event happened on the first day of August 1946 to the man second in charge of flight safety, for the U.S. Tactical Air Command, Captain Jack E. Puckett. Captain Puckett's UFO encounter occurred about 30 miles from MacDill Air Force Base near Tampa, Florida, where his twin-engine C-47 airplane nearly collided with an airborne object about twice the size of a B-29 bomber, or about 300 feet long. His report further described the UFO as being cigar-shaped or cylindrical, and with what appeared to be glowing portholes. Governmental agencies have not responded to anxious questions from UFO observers. The Federal Aviation Administration has no UFO policy or opinion. The U.S. Air Force says it has aborted its UFO study program. No answer has been publicly given. UFOs still continue to be sighted worldwide. At the U.S. Air Force Academy in Colorado Springs, the cadets in training will become the officers who will police our airspace for the next crucial decade. While in the air, in the most complex airborne machines that our engineering science can design, they will encounter the far more sophisticated UFO, which worldwide research has now shown can disable the most reliable electrical and electronic systems of an airplane. The course of instruction at the U.S. Air Force Academy must contain some reliable information concerning the reality of the UFO. Of all government agencies questioned, the most responsive answer to that question has come from the Department of Physics at the Air Force Academy in a letter from its former director, Colonel Anthony J. Maione, who says in part, "In this text, an expanded section on UFOs and extraterrestrial life is included. The section attempts to provide a hopefully unbiased summary of UFO information and concludes, the best thing to do is to keep an open and skeptical mind and not take an extreme position on any side of the question." To further expand on the background we hope our graduates will have, we invited and had Dr. Stanton Friedman visit with us last April. During his visit, he presented 2 large audience lectures and 2 seminars, essentially in support of his subject, Flying Saucers Are Real. I hope you gather that we do make a continuing and real effort to provide our students with all views of current topics. They are expected to come to their own mature conclusions based upon the broadest foundation of knowledge and information that we can provide. Yours truly, Anthony J. Maione, Colonel, United States Air Force, Professor and Head of the Department of Physics. He tells of the text, Introductory Space Science, and reveals exactly what the cadets at the Academy are being taught about UFOs today. These are the men who will have to make crucial decisions while in the air when they encounter the incredible UFO. In the past, officers of the air forces of the world were given no instruction or any preparation whatsoever for this mind-chilling experience when they meet the spacecraft of the overlords of the UFO face to face. Nor have our astronauts been given proper instruction. From Introductory Space Science, Volume 2, page 466. We should not deny the possibility of alien control of UFOs on the basis of preconceived notions not established as related to the UFO. Our physics may not apply. From available information, the UFO phenomenon appears to have been global in nature for almost 50,000 years. Known witnesses have been reliable people. This leaves us with the possibility of alien-controlled UFOs by visitors to this planet from this solar system or other solar systems. The existence of at least 3 or possibly 4 different groups of aliens, possibly at different stages of development, which implies the existence of intelligent life on the planets in our solar system, or a surprisingly strong interest in Earth by members of other solar systems, the Air Force Academy text admonishes its officers in training to keep an open mind on the baffling subject of unidentified flying objects.
Maybe it's the honeymoon capital of this corner of the galaxy. Maybe
the lecturers selected by the U.S. Air Force Academy to establish for their officers in training that flying saucers are real was Stanton Friedman. He had been appearing on the lecture circuit in various U.S. colleges as a UFO analyst with a high level of scientific training. Friedman's academic background includes a bachelor's and master's degree in nuclear physics from the University of Chicago. His employment background included much high-level work in space science in the area of fusion rocket research and nuclear-powered aircraft. He was 14 years with such aerospace contractors as TRW Systems, Westinghouse, and General Electric. He says UFOs are the most challenging scientific problem of this or any other age. He made the following statements in public in Seattle, Washington, the home of one of the world's largest aerospace manufacturers, Boeing.
And the government has never really said what it's been credited as saying, that there are no flying saucers. They really word their press releases very carefully. The press takes it that last step. I think every government in the world has three major problems along these lines with regard to UFOs. One, they'd like themselves to figure out how it works, because it makes a great weapons delivery system. It makes anything we're flying look pretty naive by comparison. Two, you'd want to make sure that the other guy doesn't figure out how to duplicate their behavior, because then you have a defense problem. If he's got something that flies like these things, we got a problem because we can't handle it. And three, perhaps most important, a kind of philosophical political problem. As soon as it becomes obvious to the people on the planet and widely accepted that flying saucers are real and from off the Earth, there's going to be a push for a view of man as earthlings. The people on this planet, instead of I'm an American or Russian or Chinese, I'm an earthling. There is no government that wants its citizens to owe their primary allegiance to the planet as opposed to the country. Nobody wants to give up their power. And you know, all these jokes about take me to your leader, that's wishful thinking. What's funny about those is that there is no leader to be taken to. There's nobody who speaks for planet Earth. So there are enormous political problems with anybody saying, yes, there's somebody out there and he's coming here and he doesn't want to talk to me as a representative of the planet. How do we choose who speaks for the planet? I don't know.
Since the 1950s, it has been easy to point to the millions of suns in space and speculate that somewhere out there is the home of the UFO. That UFOs are spacecraft from some other Earth, orbiting some other sun, just like ours. From a visible sun in the visible universe. Perhaps so, perhaps not. But the UFOs could also be from an invisible dimension, in the invisible portion of the universe, which our science cannot easily detect. Perhaps one or possibly both of these concepts will one day be the explanation of the origin of the UFO. The Air Force Academy text on space science concedes that 2, 3, or even 4 levels of alien intelligences might be involved. NASA at the Johnson Space Flight Center near Houston, Texas, only concerns itself with the visible universe, with aerospace contracts administering the manufacturing of visible metal vehicles, making visibly televised trips in the Earth-Moon area, and with probes within the solar system by unmanned devices. NASA astronauts in their Skylab make a track across the nighttime sky, lit by millions of suns. The activities of the astronauts are minutely planned and carried out, but the framework is that of Earth science as we understand and engineer its application. There seems little room for productive scientific speculation, perhaps because of the $38 billion NASA space budget, which is highly criticized in many quarters. It is difficult to explain why the planners of NASA's space program would refuse to admit the spacecraft capabilities of the alien intelligences who built this device, first seen over the Korean battle area in 1952 and photographed by the U.S. military. This picture was available to NASA. Obviously, it is not a picture of anything manufactured by humans on this Earth. It was classified then and now as an unidentified flying object, a UFO. Can we now identify it? Is this actual photographic evidence that proves that alien intelligences use a spacecraft like this to travel from their dimension to our reality? Is a Watergate-type scientific cover-up involved? Let's now examine that possibility. NASA first had warnings of UFOs from the pilots of its own X-15 project. The X-15 is a rocket-powered airplane which is launched high over the desert test area in California. The B-29 bomber is the launch vehicle which takes off, flies to its highest possible altitude, and then launches the little rocket-powered airplane. The test pilot gives it power, and the airplane goes through its maneuvers. Various complex engineering problems are worked out by such testing. And the engineering flight test pilot is one busy man. But on May 30th, 1962, test pilot Joe Walton photographed 5 disc-like objects from the X-15 rocket test airplane. The UFOs were very similar to the disc-like objects seen over Mount Rainier 15 years earlier by Ken Arnold. NASA made no public mention of what the discs were, their origin, or any scientific speculation whatsoever about this observance of their X-15 project by intelligences of the UFO. On July 17th of that same year, this time at an altitude of about 58 miles, test pilot Bob White noted that he had UFO company and photographed unexplained objects even closer to his X-15. Across the nation, news headlines state that 26 astronauts have seen and photographed UFOs. The public is puzzled by NASA's silence on the subject. The producers of this motion picture were answered on 2 occasions by high public affairs administrators of NASA, who stated,
"It's not in our charter to investigate the UFO."
Inside the Skylab in zero gravity, the astronauts go through the day and night with their every minute carefully scheduled. The scientific experiments are in almost every instance planned, not to open new areas of the unknown in cosmic science, but to reinforce the ideas we already hold regarding the reality of the universe. Planners have left no time or leeway in which the UFO can be postulated, thought about, or examined. Certainly, few startling public announcements have been made of any new discoveries during space missions. No new theories have been advanced. Astronaut Jack Lausma in Skylab 3 saw a glowing red object making its way across the field of his vision. He photographed it from his little planetoid in space, the NASA Skylab. It could have been explained as a meteor glowing red in space, except that there is no atmosphere in space whose friction could heat a meteor to a red glow. Was it a UFO observing Skylab? NASA remains silent. Complex instrument packages such as Explorer 10 vanish in space. Launched on the 25th of March, 1961, it disappeared, although its life expectancy was over 100 years. Perhaps some alien intelligence is examining this complex NASA space device. NORAD cannot find it, and it is not transmitting. It just disappeared. What is the photographic evidence that UFOs are watching our every space move? Why is it so hard for the project managers of NASA to accept the reality of the UFO? Is there a high-level scientific cover-up? And if so, why? Governments are charged with upholding the law, and no law on Earth is more basic than the law of gravity. No wonder the obvious anti-gravity capability of the UFO makes governments uncomfortable. Bravely, some astronauts have stated that they believe in the reality of the UFO and the capability of the UFO to defy gravity while our giant rockets consume enormous amounts of fuel, putting a simple space capsule or Skylab in orbit. In the dark blue of space, in silence orbiting the Earth, the Skylab is the planetoid home of its crew. The crew is like the NASA test pilots in the X-15, busily occupied and concerned with the scientific work outlined for them by their NASA masters. Life support in Earth orbit is a scientific victory in itself, and a major achievement for Earthlings. But outside alien intelligences are again observing the progress of man from Earth. 2 UFOs are photographed by an astronaut during a spacewalk. The hatch is open. The astronaut is working his problem. Again, 2 UFOs flit by. Just moving lights, something that could be easily ignored unless we obtained other pictures and other explanations. Actual pictures which could identify the UFO as a solid object with a mission and under intelligent control.
One of the most remarkable instances of UFO photography took place in 1968, here above the Boeing Space Laboratory, south of Renton, Washington. Several photographs were taken of a UFO by then 14-year-old Scott Silty. It showed its anti-gravity capabilities as it hovered over the center in 2 locations. His efforts produced probably the only detailed shots of a UFO materializing to show configuration and portholes. His junior high school instructor, Jim Holm, was given the negatives to develop. Holm said he didn't know what to expect, but became a believer when he saw what the young Silty had apparently captured on film.
When they came in that morning and they said, hey, we got the pictures we were talking about, naturally, you know, junior high students, you're a little bit reluctant to believe everything they say. But then, you know, as things proceeded, what happened was I developed the pictures and we know the results now.
What is your impression of what that object is?
I'm always hesitant, but I would have to say that believing the students and the type of students they were, it almost definitely had to be some type of a flying object.
Right out there.
Right. And it's a little eerie. The thing that shook me up at first is I was reluctant to believe them. And when I printed or developed the film, I really couldn't see that much. But I was shocked. I have to admit, I was shocked when I put it in the enlarger. And through the enlarger, I could see a great deal more of what the object looked like.
Like the portholes.
Right. That was, I would say the portholes was the most shocking part, because then it looked different than just a glow in the sky in a certain form, like you always hear the thing, you know, swamp gas and that sort of thing. But no swamp gas is going to have portholes or a configuration geometric the way that was.
One man who has spent the last 25 years researching and keeping track of UFO sightings in the United States is Seattle fireman Robert Gribble. He has spent spare time gathering all data possible that will help him keep track of when and where they take place. The pins on this map indicate sightings in the U.S. for just 1 year. Over the past quarter century, he has come to some conclusions based on the number of sightings he has recorded.
We have received and reported some 30,000 sightings since 1955.
Have you noticed any particular patterns that develop in pinpointing the UFO sightings on these maps?
No, we have found no marked pattern, although we do believe that they are following 2 procedures. One, a surveillance of the land areas, a very close surveillance, and a close surveillance of the people, and it seems to fluctuate from one to the other.
Now, through all these years of research, you must have drawn some conclusions about what they are, what the UFOs are.
Well, we firmly believe that what the people are seeing and those objects which we have classified as unknown are actually vehicles not manufactured on this planet.
How can you draw that conclusion? How do you know?
Well, the vehicles have been seen in the United States, and there are good records of this for the last 200 years, and actually the records go back into history for some 3,000 years. The same things that were seen then are being seen today.
We understand that there are several hot spots in the United States, UFO sighting areas, and one of them happens to be in the southwestern United States in Utah.
There have been a tremendous amount of sightings in the southwest over the years, with a very large concentration in the Utah area.
The Canadian UFO Report was one of the initial UFO publications to headline the story of the possibility that much of the early Mormon history tells of a contact with an alien intelligence, the angel Moroni. It opens the possibility that the founder of Mormonism, their prophet Joseph Smith, may have been one of the greatest of UFO contactees. Dr. Frank D. Salisbury, on the faculty of the State University of Utah in Logan, and himself a Mormon, does not doubt that possibility. He has stated publicly that he believes that his UFO study has established the probability that the Earth is being visited by UFOs that seem to be using the isolated area of eastern Utah as an Earth base. In March of 1975, a national tabloid newspaper circulated the following story of a UFO kidnapping. The producers of this motion picture interviewed Carl Higdon, who furnished the artist's conception of the android crewman from the UFO who kidnapped him and took him aboard the UFO to elsewhere. Higdon was given a physical examination in a tower by a huge TV-like eye, rejected, and was returned to the elk hunting area in Wyoming, where he was picked up. While on his 8-hour UFO trip, he encountered a teenage boy, 2 young girls, and a man in his 60s, also guests of the UFO intelligences. Upon his return, he suffered radiation symptoms with itching skin and burning eyes. Area Sheriff Ogburn and his deputy Ed Tierney investigated the incident. So did Dr. Leo Sprinkle of the University of Wyoming, who gives us this professional opinion as to the truth of this verified UFO kidnapping.
To whom it may concern, my impression of Carl Higdon is that he's a man of integrity with average education, but a keen sense of curiosity about the world around him. He's an outdoors man and seems to have developed good skills of estimating size and distance. Although the sighting of a single UFO witness often is difficult to evaluate, the indirect evidence supports the tentative conclusion that Carl Higdon is reporting sincerely the events that he experienced. Hopefully, further statements from other persons can be obtained to support the basic statement. Respectfully submitted by R. Leo Sprinkle, Ph.D., the University of Wyoming in Laramie.
UFO traffic in the Rocky Mountain area of Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico reached a high level in the November, December, and January period of 1975 and 76, with police departments reporting large cigar-shaped UFOs and other UFO types of spacecraft hovering for days at a time over cities in this area. 5 witnesses working in the open country around Snowflake and Holbrook in northeast Arizona had the most incredible personal UFO experience story to tell and passed lie detector tests in their telling of it before police and psychiatrist witnesses. 22-year-old Travis Walton suddenly disappeared one morning as the group was working in the open country. Dwayne Smith, Kenneth Peterson, Alan Dalis, Mike Rogers, and John Golette were involved in the significant UFO kidnapping incident in which a greenish-blue light originating from a UFO overhead zapped Travis Walton into an invisible dimension from which he returned 5 days later. His brother tells of the incident.
He spent 5 days on a UFO, he thinks. Now, there is some small time loss in there. But for all intent and purposes, he spent 5 days on there. He did come in contact with some beings that are human-like, but they weren't human. And he had quite an experience. He said he doesn't remember anything about a blue light in the first encounter last Wednesday. The blue light that they saw, he said, at that instant, he felt like he got hit in the forehead with a baseball bat, and it knocked him out. And he woke up, he was aboard one of the craft. And they never spoke to him. They led him around by the hand. They wouldn't talk to him. They showed him this and that. And when they let him off, he woke up.
Did he say they were friendly creatures?
Smiled all the time, friendly, never harmed him. They were just as nice as they could be. But there was a total lack of communication, either verbal or mental.
And he said that's what made him so upset, that he couldn't speak with them.
That's what he was very, very disgusted about that, nervous and just plain disgust, the chance of a lifetime, and they wouldn't cooperate.
Obviously, Dwayne, you know your own brother probably better than anybody else. Do you believe the story?
I've never seen him play a practical joke in his adult life.
A psychiatrist tells of his examination of Travis.
Our conclusion, which is absolute, is that this young man is not lying. There's no collusion involved, no attempted hoax or collusion with the family or anyone else. There's a rumor around that there's contracts. There are no such contracts. No motivation for a lie.
Any possibility of lying or hoax as you see it?
None whatsoever.
As we have indicated, UFOs can create a tremendous spatial energy flow. One of the most startling examples of that occurred several years ago on Vashon Island,
which is located in the Pacific Northwest in Puget Sound, not far from Seattle, Washington. It was near the tiny town of Vashon that several UFO sightings had taken place in the late 1960s. So the fact that local residents had seen such phenomena was not startling. But the fact surrounding one of the incidents was unusual, to say the least.
So it was out in that area?
On the night of the 19th of February, 1968, Detective Lieutenant Terry Ullman was dispatched to an old gravel pit area west of town. Some young people had seen a UFO, and the King County Sheriff's Office was sent to investigate. The temperature was 50 degrees. Ullman tells of what he saw.
Well, there was a lot of ice. It really had no reason to actually be there. It wasn't that cold out.
And did it have a certain consistency or something unusual about it?
Well, it was an inch and a half thick and was rather milky and bubble.
Mm-hmm. And what was the impression that you had, or why did you have the impression that it was some strange phenomenon that created this?
Well, I can't be sure about that, except it was entirely too warm out to have ice like that. One of the other officers had responded to a UFO call at that same location the night before.
The UFO energy flow had apparently left a solid sheet of ice as it supercooled the area below the UFO as it took off. At the freezing temperature of 32 degrees, it would take some 113 hours to freeze the pond 50 feet in diameter with a sheet of ice 2 inches thick, and the weather had not been that cold. The UFO did it. Because of official concealment, denials, and just plain ordinary bureaucratic cover-up during the 1950s and 60s, many cases of UFOs establishing themselves as a menace to commercial airlines' safety of flight had been concealed. One night, 10 of 85 passengers aboard an American Airlines commercial flight were injured when their pilot, Captain Ed Bachner, took evasive action to avoid a UFO encounter. It happened to flight number 966 on the night of 17 July 1957 on a flight from El Paso to Dallas, just 50 miles east of El Paso over Salt Flats, Texas. The UFO continued along the Gulf Coast to Gulfport, Mississippi, where it turned north. Traffic control radar tracked the UFO, and the military was alerted. In the vicinity of Meridian, Mississippi, the Wing Intelligence RB-47 electronic surveillance airplane tuned in the UFO's emission on its ALA-5 pulse analyzer. As it moved west toward Dallas, Texas, the pulse train of the UFO was analyzed as having a 3,000 megacycle envelope, a duration of 2 millionths of a second, and a repetition rate of 600 times a second. This was identifiable electromagnetic emission from a UFO, which was also being tracked by military and Federal Aviation Agency radar. The UFO circled Dallas and Fort Worth, Texas, and headed north to Oklahoma City, and continued its track north, followed by the Wing Intelligence electronic surveillance aircraft. This was continued until the U.S. Air Force plane was to run low on fuel near Forbes Air Force Base. At 1:45 on the morning of April 3rd, 1975, some 20 or more law enforcement officers in 5 North Carolina counties pursued a bright, glowing, unidentified alien spacecraft. Newspaper headlines told of a major incident which was, in effect, kept secret from the rest of the nation. Newspapers, radio, and television all over the world remained silent on the stories because wire service editors did nothing to emphasize their significance. From police descriptions, the artist has been able to draw the lighted V-shaped UFO which appeared. No responsible agency gave to the public any scientifically supported explanation of the origin or mission of the alien space travel device. The story was much the same 2.5 years earlier in Pascagoula, Mississippi. The Pascagoula Press first headlined the story October 12, 1973, and told the nation about 2 shipyard workers
Calvin Parker and Charles Hickson, who had their fishing trip interrupted by a glowing, blue-lighted UFO which landed near them. 2 humanoids took them aboard for a physical examination, placing them under a large TV-like eye. Scientists were quoted as saying that the UFO report was true. NASA was supposed to probe, but didn't. Federal agencies were asked to investigate, but didn't. Hickson said the creatures from the UFO seemed friendly, but that they acted controlled, as if they had a specific thing to do, and did it. They were about 5 feet high, pale and ghost-like, with crab-like hands and rounded feet. As Hickson and Parker were taken aboard, they suddenly began to float on air, became weightless, and totally helpless. In the Gulf South, from Louisiana to Florida, hundreds of reports to police and sightings by police officers told of UFO activity that same night. No government agency concerned itself with this UFO kidnapping publicly. Luckily, Hickson and Parker were returned. But what of the kidnapped victims of the UFO intelligences who are not returned? Are the UFOs friend or foe? Or are they conducting a project in which humans become nothing more than guinea pigs? This is serious speculation. Kidnapped victims seem to end up on a missing persons list, and no agency on Earth can locate them. The alien intelligences of the UFO are from somewhere, either in our dimension or from another dimension, which is difficult for anyone to detect. Misunderstanding the complete dominance of man by the UFO intelligences led the city fathers of Ocean Springs on the Gulf Coast to seriously decide to solve the problem by passing a law prohibiting the landing of UFOs in that area. Alderman William F. Dale, Jr. thought the local police should be able to handle it. It almost became a law. But the mayor of Ocean Springs, Tom Stennis, broke the tie vote. He said, "Let's make them welcome." As yet, no world governmental agency has demonstrated the power either to make UFOs welcome or to combat their landings and possible kidnapping. It's obvious that humans are helpless.
Since 1966, the very competent scientific analysts of the British publication The Flying Saucer Review have been assembling all available information about alien intelligences who have made repeated UFO landings in the high Pyrenees Mountains between France and Spain. So have the defense authorities of both nations. The UMO intelligences claim they come from what we know as Star System Wolf 424, some 14.6 light years from Earth, 90 trillion miles. Near their home planet, their UFO space travel device enters a black hole in space. A giant energy whirlpool vortex which hurls their spacecraft into another dimension in which time hardly exists. From this, they emerge into our dimension, into our solar system, and proceed to their expeditionary target, Earth. Later, the UMOs were to tell the European investigators that the universe was at least a 10-dimension unity. Perhaps even more, they were not certain. But they knew of and used at least 10 dimensions of reality. Each reality was separate from each of the others. Each of the 10 realities had its own rules of energy manipulation. Even though there were 10 dimensions which were open to space travel, reckless energy misuse in one dimension can disturb the cosmic unity of another dimension and its inhabitants. Telepathy is used to receive knowledge during space travel. The mind, said the UMOs in the quiet areas of space, is especially open to pure cosmic knowledge received by telepathy. Any mentality can receive and benefit from knowledge received by telepathy. The more telepathic ability is exercised, the more valuable it becomes, the UMOs learned, as they learned many of the high scientific secrets of the solar systems they traveled through in their space exploration projects. Target Earth was to be another of their cosmic projects. The UMOs first learned of the planet Earth, with inhabitants of some intelligence, in the Earth year 1950. They landed and left 8 of their males and females in the area which had high mountains between France and Spain. Since that time, they have studied the new planet and the method of mental understanding used by its inhabitants. They found Earth science could not account for cosmic beings like themselves. They have carefully made themselves known to certain people of France and Spain, about 30 in all. They have tried to understand the limitations which exist in the mind of man. They find human knowledge inadequate and much inferior to the cosmic understanding, which permits space voyages between the UMO position in the universe and the Earth. At 800,000 miles, Jupiter looks to the Earth-developed eye like this. To the UMO, perhaps different. Jupiter's moon, Ganymede, is some 8,000 miles away and moves in its orbit. Its diameter, 3,000 miles. The UMO intelligences took a heat measurement of the Jupiter hotspot. They compared the measurements to that of the surface of their sun and found it about the same. The other Jupiter moons were identified: Europa, Amalthea, Callisto, as they were named by Earth astronomers. The spacecraft continued to the next solar system checkpoint, also at the same time slowing its rate of travel. Saturn was identified with its strange moon, Titan. Titan rolled along the equatorial plane of Saturn like a wheel on a road. The UMOs identified its atmosphere, methane. In the vicinity of Saturn, they tuned to the history and the totality of knowledge of the solar system, accumulated since the time the sun was born. Knowledge lost, and knowledge still used, and knowledge to be rediscovered. It was from this Saturn knowledge store that the UMO intelligences learned of humankind's achievements and failures. They learned, too, of the state of development of the plant and animal life and all details of Earth and the other planets. They continued their journey past Saturn, its bright rings shining a dark space blue in the Titan sky. The cosmic voyage continued to Mars. A close look at Mars revealed snow at the base of its mountains of Mitchell. On Mars, with its thin atmosphere and low water vapor content, the snow behaves differently than on mountain peaks on Earth. Leaving Mars, they passed scarcely 100 miles from Phobos, one of its 2 moons. 4,000 miles above the red storm-swept planet, Phobos is a dark clump, only 16 miles in length. Came now the moment to synchronize the UMO UFO's space travel time with the time of the expedition's target, Earth. By telepathic means, the UMO alien intelligences claim to have notified some 20 selected Earth people of various responsible backgrounds to expect the UMO UFO. These people lived in Spain, Horizonte. During the years since 1966, much of the UMO information has been investigated by competent people of England, France, and Spain. And to this date, such evidence as these UFO photographs appears to be factual. Dr. Claude Poer, Director of Scientific Programs in the French Center for Spatial Studies, stated publicly that a 2-year investigation resulted in staggering confirmation of statements made by the non-earthly intelligences. The French Minister of Defense, Jean-Claude Boré, in a nationwide radio broadcast, confirmed that the national police in France had a great number of statements on file from reliable witnesses who had reported over the last few years UFO appearances. He said he believed the reports tell of scientifically interesting events and that the top scientists of France were making a continuing study of reported UFO sightings. From those files comes this photograph of a UFO taken at night as it was tracked across France. This is known as the Valençol UFO. The device is emitting brilliantly colored radiation and seems solid. If so, it is obviously capable of defying gravity. The French defense minister says that this type of appearance is being studied seriously by French science. Not so in the United States, where even the anti-gravity capability of the UFO is being ignored by official science. As they said in Spain, the alien intelligences of the UFO may originate from a planet called UMO, 16 light years from Earth, and they may not have. If we are to understand the origin of the UFO, we must be ready to vision another dimension which penetrates our earthly reality. It is a higher energy dimension from which the UFO can materialize to our vision, our cameras, and our scientific instrumentation. It is back into this higher energy dimension that the UFO returns to report to those who sent it out. The crew of the UFO is an especially designed robot humanoid which was produced to do its job in both dimensions. Target Earth is a long-time intelligence and sample-gathering project of the aliens of the UFO. The incredible energy manipulation which enables UFOs to move between dimensions seems to occur underwater. The Puerto Rican Deep, which extends 30,000 feet under the sea, is one such area. Seawater covers 2/3 of the surface of the Earth, and in that water lives one of the Earth's most intelligent and environmentally adjusted creatures, the dolphin. The dolphin's brain is substantially more complex and in some ways superior to the brain of man. The dolphin's telepathic ability is highly developed, and with it he excels at communication with other dolphins. Today, the Canadian-edited UFO report and other such publications are the only other mediums which have carried stories which have filled the Venezuelan newspapers and tell of UFOs which emerge from under the sea off Puerto Rico and continue to the U.S., South America, and Europe. Undersea disturbances of a major nature have occurred in this area for many years. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's NOAA satellite had communications blacked out many times as it passed over the area, some 800 miles up in its orbit, reported Dr. Wayne Messigian of Longwood College in Farmville, Virginia. In 1945, the U.S. Navy lost 5 torpedo bombers and a large 4-motored flying boat searching for the lost Navy pilots. Commercial and private airplane pilots have seen their aircraft under this strange influence lose instrumentation and electrical control. Airlines issue denials and pilots are afraid to talk in public because of fear for their jobs. In March of 1973, a series of events near Caracas, Venezuela, a few hundred miles to the south, established what may be a link between the very deep ocean areas of the Caribbean and the UFO. On March 22nd, hundreds of people witnessed a pair of flying objects trailing blue smoke as they approached from out of the sea and then hung motionless near the Caracas airport. Then, with a shrieking sound and a burst of orange flame, separated and vanished, one to the east and one to the west. For the next 9 days, UFOs rose out of the sea, hung in the air, remained motionless, and in various manners cavorted over the metropolitan city of Caracas, Venezuela. The Caracas newspaper, Ultimas Noticias, carried the UFO stories and reached the conclusion that thousands of its readers are now convinced that by evidence of their own eyes, UFOs have an undersea base in the Caribbean. UFO traffic into and out of the sea was seen by hundreds of witnesses. Other water areas have also been the site of UFO traffic. Teleportation occurs in the vicinity of a UFO. In May 1968, a well-known Buenos Aires attorney, Dr. Gerardo Vidal, and his wife and children, in a Peugeot 403, were teleported 4,100 miles by a UFO and put down near Mexico City unharmed. This Ford was teleported hundreds of miles in South Africa because it was near to a UFO which degravitated it and transported it, says the Flying Saucer Review. The aliens of the UFO are energy manipulators of a very advanced nature, far beyond our science. In the search for the method of communication with alien intelligences of space, such as the overlords of the UFO, some of the most significant work in the world has been done by Dr. L.G. Lawrence, president of the Ecola Institute of San Bernardino, California, a research foundation. Dr. Lawrence is one of the world authorities on the use of biological sensors, such as that of the friendly laboratory philodendron, which senses the pain of Dr. Lawrence. As he purposely burns his thumb on his hot pipe bowl, the biological sensor, the plant, reacts with a squiggle of recognition of Dr. Lawrence's pain on the laboratory instrumentation. This is known as the Baxter effect. Dr. Lawrence developed his 3-ton stellatron for sensing biological messages which might be running free in the universe. He sets it up in remote areas, and it is shielded from all electromagnetic radiation, such as all radio and TV radiation, for instance. It can be influenced only by the etheric or bioplasmic pulses that influence plant and animal life. On October 29, 1971, and again in April 1972, on the Mojave Desert in California, intelligent communication from the direction of Ursa Major was received. One star of that system we know is the North Star. The intelligent character of the overall pulse train is implied by the discrete spacing patterns and the repetition of recognizable patterns. Again, for the first time in public, you now hear the modulated signals, a message as yet undeciphered, which originate in outer space. This has been brought to you by special permission of Dr. Lawrence, and it is a scientific first. Dr. Lawrence reminds us that radio telescopes, such as this giant multi-million-dollar installation in Puerto Rico, have had no results whatsoever in either sending or receiving messages in space. Radio telescopes seem useless in receiving cosmic messages, probably because they are looking and listening to the wrong possible sources. He recommends biological sensors instead. His low-cost equipment has resulted in a tape recording of interstellar communication, and it is on file with the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, D.C.
There is perhaps no more convincing witness to the UFO than the world-famous Israeli psychic Uri Geller, whose mind-boggling extrasensory powers have baffled millions of people all over the world. Geller believes that his powers are not unique to him, but are instead proof that energies exist in many different ways than those now known to science. Later, we will see Geller demonstrate his bioenergy powers before a live audience. Geller leaves little doubt about his feelings on the subject of UFOs.
Let me tell you, I've never seen an extraterrestrial being in my life. I wish I will, and I know I will one day. You know, maybe they're even around us, and we don't even know. Maybe they look like people. But I have seen UFOs. But other people, I'm sure if I'll ask who saw UFO here, some of you will raise your hands up because They exist. I shot pictures. As a matter of fact, I had a fight with my publisher because I wanted to publish the picture of the UFOs that I took in the book, and he said no because it cannot be, it will be against your credibility, and I did it in the end because I'm not going to back away from the truth. I once seen, 1 minute, I once drove in the Sinai Desert. Do we have another minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
I once drove in the Sinai Desert, and believe me, with a high colonel and his driver, me and a doctor, and suddenly, in mid-air, in Sinai Desert, it's clear, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, we saw this huge object that looked like a cigar shape, hanging in mid-air. And let me tell you, it was as big as 3 New York blocks, and it was dark. It didn't look like a flying saucer, it looked like a cigar shape. And I was shocked, and immediately, I get goosebumps when I talk about it. I told the driver, please, look what, and the colonel, and you know what? They didn't see it. And they said, what are you looking at? I said, my God, can't you see that thing in the sky? They couldn't see it. So I think sometimes, what is really going on? Is it really implanted in my mind? Is it really not out there and only, or is it there and only the people who believe in it can see it? I don't know. There are questions that I can't answer myself.
Some call him a magician. Others call him a sorcerer. Some even call him a messiah. But whatever they call him, the world has never seen anyone quite like Uri Geller. So when Geller recently toured the United States, it was no wonder the crowds turned out to greet him, to witness his powers, and to line up for autographs on the cover of his new book. They stood in line because they had just witnessed an extraordinary sight. Hundreds brought with them broken watches and clocks, many of which hadn't run for years. Then they sat back and watched the bioenergy of Uri Geller go to work.
You can see that the second hand, can the camera show the second hand?
That'd be a tough shot, I think.
I don't know how to show it, but it's not working. But tell me to... Do whatever, it's not digging.
He is working with. He's got a whole huge handful. How many there? Maybe 10.
I don't know. Let's go. This is what I want you all to do now, and I know it looks silly. I'm going to shout 1, 2, 3, and all of us are going to shout work. I mean, we're really loud and really talk to these watches because that's the way it works. 1, 2, 3, work! Listen a little louder. It's your watches, you know.
We may have blown out the transmitter, I think.
One more time. 1, 2, 3, work! Hold it for me for a second.
Okay.
Now what I do is I sort of finally put an energy into it, and I say work, and I just talk to these watches, and I'm sure most of them will...
And just clenching his fist. He's clenching his fist over and over, just above the watches.
It's working. This is working.
It is. Okay, here's a watch that's working.
Another one is working.
Hand them to me and I'll try and identify the watch. It's a very ornate...
This is also working.
Jewelry bracelet watch is working. The second hand is sweeping along on this...
It's working. It's working.
Here's another one.
Working.
This is a Timex. Here's a Coco watch.
Goodbye. Now wait a minute.
Then, while hundreds watched and thousands more listened on radio station KVI, the city of Seattle witnessed the power of biological energy in an even more convincing form.
This is what I want you to do. I'm holding these keys in my hand very, very gently. And what I want you to do, Ken, is put your hands on these keys, cover them, and start with, cover these ones. No, not very, very gently like that, and the other one. Now, this is what I do.
That's helping Uri has his hands covering the keys that are in the palms of Uri's hands.
And by the way, these keys are not mine. And I'm concentrating now, and I want something to happen. Can if you feel anything in any hand, tell me. If you feel any tingling sensation or heat or... Where do you feel this?
The keys are in Uri's hands. The little boy is holding his hands over the keys, but...
All right, now start concentrating, Ken. What you will have to do is you have to say, Ben, I hope you have enough feeling there because I don't know how long this will take.
Uri's hands are flat. His thumbs are up in the air where everybody can see them.
Something is happening here.
And he thinks something is happening. He has now discarded the keys in his left hand. The boy still is covering the keys in Uri's right hand. Uri, incidentally, is left-handed. Now lift your hand. Ken, lift your hand. Do you see any keys bending?
I see one. Oh, yes, this is bending.
One key
Wait a minute, I have to show this to the TV. Yeah, this key is going. Yeah, wait a minute.
Yes, definitely. It's a big, thick brass schlag or schlager type of key.
I don't know what this
just
key
like
is
the one he
for.
bent last night
So
for
you
us.
see what I'm doing is I'm stroking it very, very gently. And yeah, it's curling up more. I don't know
You see
how
that,
well
Ken?
you can see it.
It's really happening,
It's bending even more.
Yeah, this will curl up a little more here. You see, I'm putting an energy into it. Can you see this from the...
That's incredible.
There's absolutely no heat. Can touch the key, and you'll see the touch that is under. Or under where it's there. Do you feel any heat? There's absolutely no. You do feel. But there's really no heat. It's you touch it. I mean, you can see there's really heat on you.
No, it's just the body warmth. Body warmth, and it's continuing to bend.
Just want to show it to the camera.
Can you see that?
There goes another one.
The key that he has bent is fastened to a key cluster, and another key is beginning to bend on the cluster fastened below
this
it.
is going also now. But let me just talk to everybody because the TV camera is so...
To back up the biological energy demonstration, Geller called on others in the audience to check for keys which may also have responded to the presence of Geller's energy. The Seattle Post-Intelligencer told the story of hundreds of radio listeners whose keys mysteriously began bending right in their pocket. In the audience, there were others who found themselves a terminal for the newly demonstrated source of power.
Keys in the audience belonging to people here were bending, and we've seen keys, a couple of them have shown it, which are beginning to bend. Here's a lady who is gray-haired, and she's just handed him a key.
That is bent.
And it is beginning to bend, very slightly, but noticeably.
It's unreal, because you know what's unbelievable here? That usually the kids that are coming to me, that their keys bend, and usually it happens to children.
Why?
Because children are more open-minded to this. I mean, look, look at these keys are totally bent.
Would you say that it's necessary for a person to believe they can bend before they will bend?
You see, a child believes that he can bend the key because he's totally innocent to it. He totally believes that his key can bend, and it does. And it starts, and look, I mean, these keys are, I mean, you can't use these keys anymore.
The scene is in the southeastern United States, and the photographer, Todd Anthony, is out to take his first trial pictures with his new 8mm motion picture camera. He goes to his local airport to photograph the action of a commercial airliner making its landing. The airplane makes its approach, and following it comes the big surprise, a UFO. The UFO, exhibiting anti-gravity capabilities, follows the airliner right down to the surface of the Earth to its landing. The UFO is a bell-shaped type, which has been seen in photographs all over the world since the 1950s, from Australia to Western Europe to South Africa to Mount Palomar in California, where George Adamski made excellent still pictures, all with the same bell-shaped configuration with 3 spheres on the bottom. There are some very significant things about this UFO type. Under the bell-shaped hull are 3 spheres. It is these globes which, when excited by a high energy level, cause the UFO to become immune to gravity. At this point, the UFO begins to take on a glow. At a higher state of excitation, it is ready to move into its home dimension, a dimension which is not light years away, but right here, interpenetrating our reality. A significant amount of scientific research evidence now seems to confirm the amazing fact that UFOs such as this are interdimensional spacecraft. These same types of UFOs have been photographed, invisible to the human eye, by means of ultraviolet filters, and have been found to be trailing our commercial airlines flights at 35,000 feet, just as this flight was tailed by a UFO right to its landing. This time, it was visible. We have presented evidence that many times commercial flights near a UFO have lost electrical control and their aircraft instrumentation. Pilots have confirmed this fact. Passengers have been injured as pilots have taken evasive action when surprised by a UFO which to them seemed to be on a collision course. Yet no world scientific agency or government group has seriously studied the problems of UFO encounters, or kidnapping, or losses of aircraft due to the UFO. Is the UFO mystery truly a scientific Watergate, an incredible and dangerous cover-up? Understanding of the UFO may be beyond our science and political system, but it is not beyond the human mind. The alien intelligences of the UFO and the human earthlings are all common inhabitants of the cosmic energy intelligence continuum. Dr. Lawrence at Ecola Institute showed us with his stellatron that the alien intelligences of the UFO might be in cosmic communication by use of a high-level energy which we know as etheric, bioplasmic, orgone, or nearly 100 similar names. but it is unrecognized in our science and in our civilization, which runs and communicates on the energies of the electromagnetic spectrum. Uri Geller mentally directs his biological energy and that of other people, and they bend mental keys. In the vicinity of UFOs, aircraft lose electrical control and instrumentation, and without doubt their structural integrity is also affected by this energy which bends keys. Other more incredible things are happening. During a single year, for instance, nearly 10,000 head of farmers' livestock have been mutilated in an area from Texas to eastern Oregon and Washington. Police and agricultural scientists alike are helpless. No flying predator exists which mutilates an animal's tender parts or swallows it up completely, leaving behind a bare skeleton. UFOs can be blamed, says the University of Wyoming student newspaper. There is now striking evidence that the cause is not a configurated UFO spacecraft, but what is mistaken for a UFO is something just as new to science. Invisible flying predators, which can be photographed with the aid of an ultraviolet filter 18A and Ectacolor film. This was first accomplished by Trevor James Constable, a UFO researcher for a quarter of a century. Constable, in Southern California, builds equipment which gathers orgone energy, or etheric or biological energy. Years ago, he noted that his energy-gathering devices attracted invisible critters. He also photographed them at 35,000 feet through an ultraviolet filter near a commercial jet. They were invisible to the pilot. This is an artist's drawing by Don Dixon of one of the frames of the research camera's film showing the invisible flying critter. Apparently, the predator sought by farmers and county sheriffs nationwide is the animal killer. The invisible flying predator. There seems no other explanation of what has happened to the thousands of mutilated animals. Once again, a new scientific door is opened, and through it we see invisible animals which can fly by degravitating themselves and which seem to live off the biological energy of other land-bound animals. They may or may not have any connection with the spacecraft UFOs, but it seems they have been mistaken for configurated UFOs with their humanoid crewmen, bound on their separate mission of the study of the Earth's inhabitants by means of kidnappings and sample gathering of Earthman's devices. In the U.S., it is at Federal Aviation Administration flight centers that air traffic controllers are trained to handle the routing of aircraft in the nation's air lanes, so as to keep constant eyes on the safety of flight procedures. But what about the UFO? What about near misses where UFOs and passenger airplanes were involved? These near misses have occurred, and when the pilot takes evasive action, passengers have been injured. This we know to be fact. UFOs are conveniently ignored by all. This is the FAA interpretation. Air traffic controllers are just that, not UFO traffic controllers. UFOs are ignored in the FAA procedures, even though it can now be proven that not only have near misses occurred, but that aircraft have been lost in the powerful energy fields of the UFO. The UFO problem has not as yet been permitted to be properly studied. Truly, is this expensive and complex world air traffic control system really adequate? The evidence now indicates that not only the military, but also the civil bureaus of world governments have been engaged in an incredible and deep cover-up of the real menace of the stepped-up UFO invasion of their target, Earth. The police departments of the world are helpless before the kidnappers of the UFO. This, too, we now know to be fact. How is this nonfeasance possible? This is Joe Harrell. He runs the Flight Control Center near Seattle, Washington. His job is to run it and train air traffic controllers. What we wish to point out now by a question is how extremely expensive governmental bureaucracy is able to ignore an obvious peril to world citizens by simply non-admission of the existence of this mind-boggling problem.
To my knowledge, UFOs are not included in any of the training programs. We would, of course, provide instructions to our supervisors on how to handle the reports of UFOs. but it is not included in the training of a controller.
So I suppose the only way in which it would be included would be and I assume you admonish these people to be aware of any unusual circumstance.
That's right, and make the pilots aware of what they're aware of, and to this extent it would be included. But as far as specific procedures, no.
After $60-odd billion spent for manned spaceflight by NASA, it has been determined that man is truly confined to this Earth. The incredible secret concealed from the tax-paying public by both NASA and its congressional masters is that man cannot participate in long space expeditions. NASA has scientifically verified and kept very quiet the fact that the unstoppable cosmic rays to which every astronaut has been exposed destroys brain cells at the rate of 1% every 4 months. Since the neurons of the adult human brain do not reproduce, a space expedition represents irreparable brain damage and would reduce the crew to idiots in even the 8 years it would take to go to the nearest sun and return. NASA claims that the 13% loss of neurons would equal the brain damage sustained by an alcoholic, but NASA does not allow for increased intensity of cosmic ray bombardment as the astronaut moves in space. NASA must now admit that man cannot travel far in space because of significant brain damage which he will undergo. The main building of a graduate university of advanced study in Switzerland near Basel is Das Gotianum, acclaimed by architectural students and professional architects as being a spaceship of striking originality. Das Gotianum was founded in the early 1900s by Dr. Rudolf Steiner, whose philosophy of science deals with the influence of alien cosmic intelligences on the human mind. Dr. Steiner was a highly trained scientist and clairvoyant who could see to a higher etheric energy dimension. He could see a view of cosmic reality which is denied to normal human vision. In some 6,000 lectures attended by the best minds of Europe, he made his observations known to those who would profit from this higher knowledge. This information is now available.
Knowledge, the key to the secrets of the universe. Man's pursuit of the mysteries surrounding the UFO and the Etherians continues. And although many books have been written about the subject, the best available information is speculation. And what we have offered you is best available speculation. 2 questions. First, who are the Etherians? Notwithstanding their similarity to man, the Etherian's body is different from man. They live in their own dimension, so we see only their servants, the humanoids. The Etherian overlords of the UFO have thinking minds, feelings, emotions like we do. They have a strong sense of will, a strong sense of purpose, and they live in their own dimension, so they can't set foot in our material world, according to Dr. Steiner. Next, why are they here? Why are they interested in Earth humans? Maybe we are doing something here on Earth that is disturbing their world, their dimension. Maybe we are doing something here on Earth that is upsetting the balance of the universe. UFOs have been seen for centuries. Is this recent stepped-up activity over the last 30 years due to some recent disturbances within our dimension? Maybe we have sent giant shock waves throughout the universe, and the Etherians are here on Earth, trying to find out what they can do about this intrusion. One thing could well be the high harmony.
Lost souls and wandering spirits venture abroad as soon as the sun sets. It's the old Celtic Ihan Hamleisha, the night of mischief, when you uprooted your neighbour's cabbage plants and threw them at him, or stuffed wet rags down his chimney. The Druids lit fires to burn sacrificial offerings to the gods. Today's little devils pour petrol on bonfires, to the great dismay of the fire brigades. The 1st of November was New Year's Day in the ancient calendars, so, Afli and Friwasha, Happy New Year.
The search for new life forms extends to the invisible edge of the universe. While some scientists listen for signals of intelligence from beyond our galaxy, we're still discovering new evidence about life on Earth. Investigators are pursuing evidence of a man-ape that's still unclassified by science. Our quest for strange, undiscovered creatures takes us to the four corners of the globe and finally beyond the limits of the Earth. In the skies above Belgium, a high-speed UFO encounter leads to an extraordinary announcement. Is there really a possibility of extraterrestrial contact? More people believe it today than ever before. Join us on a journey of discovery as Reader's Digest's Mysteries of the Unexplained presents Strange Beings and UFOs. We begin with the hunt for a mysterious creature which may be our closest living relative, if it exists at all. This is a cast of its gigantic footprint. Jeff Meldrum, a private anatomist, is one of a handful of investigators around the world who's studying these extraordinary clues. From these tracks and some 1,500 recorded sightings comes a profile of what some call a monster and others a missing link. Its height is estimated at between 6 and 8 feet. Its weight between 280 and 700 pounds. The Indians of the Northwest call this creature Sasquatch. We call it Bigfoot.
People sometimes ask, could a Bigfoot track simply be a big human foot? And the answer is quite simply no, that there are very significant differences between the two. For example, the foot is basically much flatter than is a human footprint. There's no discernible arch as is found in a human footprint. There are also differences in the way in which the foot moves. In a more ape-like foot, there is greater flexibility through the instep. And I've seen this feature consistently demonstrated in a number of tracks from a number of different and very diverse situations.
New tracks have arrived at Meldrum's lab, along with a home video from a fishing guide named Rich Gear.
Okay, this one, we're going to cast that one. And there's another one right there that's been stepped on by a dog. There's another cast right there. We're headed towards the creek at the point.
A long-time tracker of Bigfoot, Gear had come well prepared. He made casts of the footprints before following them deeper into the woods.
Something moved, and then I looked. And there was another down log 30, 40 foot away on the side of the hill and staring me, sort of bent over, kind of like a linebacker in a football game. Head kind of hunched back, looking down around the corner at me, was this furry creature.
According to Gear, the creature then fled into the forest. As it did, it left behind a few strands of body hair.
Okay. How wild. This is unreal.
Gear has sent them along to Meldrum for analysis.
Right there by that footprint. He just pulled some more off.
Sasquatch hair samples have been found throughout the Northwest. Meldrum will have these examined at the university's lab.
Hello, is this Rich Gear? Yes, this is Jeff Meldrum calling. Yes, I received your package. Yes,
Meldrum will soon visit the heart of Bigfoot country to meet Rich Gear as the search for one of nature's most elusive creatures continues.
In fact, a colleague of mine and myself would like to come out and...
Centuries ago, the range of mythical animals that existed only by repute was rather different. They were believed to include true monsters that feasted on human blood, especially the blood of virgin girls. Strangest of all these fierce and fabled beasts was the griffin. With the head of an eagle and the body of a lion with wings, it was a creature that was designed to be terrifying. Were creatures like this purely inventions, or was there some kind of evidence for them? Researcher Adrian Mayer now believes that there was.
Legends of monsters often arise in fossil-rich areas. One good example from antiquity is the griffin. The legend began when Greeks made contact with nomads who mined for gold in the vast deserts of Central Asia.
By word of mouth, the myth traveled west along ancient caravan routes.
As more and more Greeks began to go east toward China over these caravan routes to trade for gold, they brought back more and more reports.
She points out that nomads were mining for gold in a region rich with fossil remains of dinosaurs. Centuries later, when fossil hunters journeyed to the Gobi Desert, they recovered 2,000 tons of fossils from one species alone, Protoceratops. It's easy to see how the bones of a real dinosaur could have inspired the fable of the griffin. The large nostril holes in the fossil skull of Protoceratops would be taken to be its eyes. The beak and claws of a dinosaur would be interpreted as wings and talons. It may be then that our ancestors' ideas of monsters were based on real evidence. What about the concrete evidence for Bigfoot?
Well, I've spoken to Rich Gere, who sent me the videotape and casts and other materials. He's found a camp for us here.
In Orleans, California, Jeff Meldrum is joined by Richard Greenwell of the International Society of Cryptozoology, Tucson, Arizona.
As a cryptozoologist, my job is to, well, first evaluate claims, reports of what we call unverified animals and see if we can verify them. And of course, right here in California, we look for Bigfoot. I'm hopeful that this is a real biological phenomenon, we could call it. It's going to be pretty significant for zoology as well as anthropology and as well as society, I think.
The team's first objective is to follow up Rich Gere's recent Bigfoot sighting. A seasoned forest guide, Gere will donate a few days of his time to help them search for new Bigfoot tracks.
Been doing a little scouting around here, and just not too far over the hill is where the actual Patterson sighting was, and there's a nice little sandbar there, and possibly, you know, we might see some things that might get exciting.
You filming your camera, Richard?
Yeah, let's
Hey.
If these investigators do find Bigfoot, it won't be the first time a myth has inspired the search and discovery of a real creature.
Here's an example of a bear paw, probably a black bear, a real big black bear. And we see the paw mark here, but we haven't seen the bear. And it's kind of the case with Bigfoot. You do see the footprints, but you don't see the Sasquatch itself. But we can see real clearly that.
When we return to the search for Bigfoot, Meldrum and Greenwell will visit a place where Sasquatch left more than a footprint. The search for living monsters has led explorers to the far corners of the world. In Asia, the dragon is a symbol of creation and destruction. But was it always just a metaphor, a sign? In this century, the word dragon would take on an entirely new dimension. In 1926, a wealthy American adventurer named W. Douglas Burden made a 15,000-mile journey to Indonesia. Burden was lured to a volcanic island called Komodo by native reports of large and ferocious lizards. As Burden pushed into unexplored jungles, the island of Komodo seemed like a lost world. After several days of exploration, he set up camp on a 2,000-foot plateau. It was there he encountered a monster, forgotten by time. These are the world's first images of the Komodo dragon. Burden could scarcely believe his eyes.
It is a real dragon, black as dead lava, whose every aspect speaks of infinite existence.
Human beings. Real. But photographic evidence alone is sometimes not enough. In fact, a few years later, a photograph triggered another monster controversy that's still going on. In 1934, an English surgeon named Robert Kenneth Wilson stunned the world with a picture taken from the shores of a lake in Scotland. For decades, people had reported seeing a giant beast swimming in the deep waters of Loch Ness. Wilson claimed to have captured an image of the monster in broad daylight. The photograph was a profile of a huge creature that looked like a dinosaur. Nicknamed Nessie, the Loch Ness monster provoked claims of fraud by some scientists, but was hailed as a breakthrough by believers. Recently, in a deathbed confession, a man who claimed to be part of the famous sighting insisted the entire episode was an elaborate hoax. He claimed the celebrated image captured not the likeness of a monster, but a small wooden model attached to a toy submarine. Wilson himself never recanted his claim. And there are still researchers out looking for proof of Nessie's existence. The old fear of mythical beasts extended beyond the land into the deep ocean. The surface of the sea hides an unknown continent below. Every voyage is a journey over a mystery. What else is down there with the fishes? The ocean's depths are still uncharted territory. There are chasms in the sea 5 miles deep, and we do not know what lives in those dark places. Creatures that can withstand enormous pressures and survive in a world of predators. Unknown monsters.
I think we need monsters. I think we need scary, uncontrollable creatures in the sea or out of the sea, for that matter, to give us the proper sense of humility, to demonstrate to us that we're not really in charge of this planet and we can't do whatever it is we want.
Richard Ellis is the author of several books on the search for new life forms in the sea, many illustrated with his own paintings.
The ocean is the largest single environment on the planet, and the largest part of that single environment is the deep ocean. 90% of that is 2 miles deep. So, every once in a while, some mysterious creature is found. Most of the time they're small, occasionally they're large, but there could be almost anything down there that we simply haven't seen.
Scientists thought the coelacanth had been extinct for 70 million years. Then in 1938, the fish was found. Here was a fossil suddenly brought to life. In 1982, a US naval research sub explored volcanic vents 1.5 miles deep in the Pacific. It discovered tube-like animals who thrive without oxygen or light in temperatures of 500 degrees Fahrenheit. If there can be life here, where is it not possible? While these new finds intrigue Richard Ellis, the monster that's captured his imagination remains elusive.
The giant squid is the most impressive creature on Earth, I think. The largest invertebrate in the world is a creature that gets to be 60 feet long, that has eyes the size of dinner plates, that has a beak, a gigantic beak shaped like that of a parrot. In addition to that, it is a gigantic animal that has never been seen alive by any human being. And that, I think, adds tremendously to its mystery.
Not seen by any human being who lived. Human survivors never saw much of their attacker. In 1873, a huge squid attacked 3 fishermen off the coast of Newfoundland. When the creature lashed out with a tentacle, one of the crewmen managed to hack it off with an axe. The fishermen not only escaped with their lives, they also got away with the squid's tentacle, absolute proof of the existence of a true monster of the sea. Recently, the dead body of this giant was hauled aboard an Australian fishing boat. If a beast like this attacked a diver, resistance would be futile. This creature's tentacles are nearly 40 feet long.
And the largest one ever measured was 57 feet long. It washed up in New Zealand in 1948. So we know they get to be that big. Do they get to be any bigger? Maybe.
So far, no one has captured a giant squid alive. But anyone who tries had best be well prepared. Dr. Hanlon studies squid here at the Marine Biological Laboratory on Cape Cod. These squid are only a fraction of the size of their giant cousins, but their stalking techniques are probably the same.
So you're 1,000 feet down, total darkness. You come into the range, the visual range of a giant squid. What happens?
It recognizes you as prey, it detects you, orients towards you, and all of a sudden out shoot these long tentacles. Whap! And it's got you.
Slow-motion photography can only hint at the horrors awaiting a diver confronted by a giant squid. Marine researchers hope to find and capture a giant squid in the near future. Until then, Richard Ellis will have to paint his monster from the imagination rather than life. Medford Taylor is a photographer for National Geographic magazine. 10 years ago, he crossed paths with another mysterious creature, one that haunts a world of stone and ice. It was 1985. The first joint Soviet-American mountain climbing expedition was in its second week. Americans and Russians were scaling a series of peaks in the Pamir Mountains of present-day Tajikistan. The story was covered by National Geographic, and Medford Taylor was sent to capture the adventure on film.
Up until this point, I was rather cynical about stories that I'd heard of Bigfoot and Nessie and other such monster stories. And after actually experiencing an incident like this, I began to question my own disbelief. It was during a lull between climbs that I hiked out from the camp some 2-3 kilometers alone to photograph flowers and fauna around the area. And in one of these valleys, late on an afternoon, I came upon this very large footprint, seemingly by a human of some sort, but not one of any size I'd ever encountered.
This is the first time Medford Taylor's photos of the footprint have been revealed to the world.
Not only did I photograph the footprint, but the more I looked at this footprint, the more I realized that I was seeing something strange, something I'd never seen before. This chill came over me. It was cold. It was always cold in that desolate valley, and there was always a slight wind blowing. But even beyond that, I felt this chill. There was obviously some other being around me in this place.
Taylor is certain he was not hoaxed. He had told no one in the base camp where he intended to hike that fateful day.
All I know is that I took the photographs, they're real, and I suppose when people don't understand the reason for something, they walk away from it. And so I suppose for that reason, I put the pictures away in my own file for the last 10 years, and there they've sat. But I still don't have an answer to this.
Unexplained footprints and sightings of ape-like creatures are not confined to Asia. Sightings have been reported in many North American states and Canadian provinces. The most frequent reports come from British Columbia, Washington, Oregon, and Northern California.
I get asked quite often if I believe in Sasquatch, in Bigfoot. And my answer is usually, and has to continue to be for now, is on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, I believe in Bigfoot. And on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays, I don't. And on Sundays, I rest.
Of all the alleged Bigfoot sightings in the Pacific Northwest, none have matched the incident at Bluff Creek, California. In 1967, two men, Roger Patterson and Bob Gimlin, were determined to bring back proof once and for all that Sasquatch existed. That October, they mounted an expedition to Bluff Creek, a site where scores of footprints had been reported. As they explored the creek bed for tracks, their horses were suddenly spooked. Gimlin stayed behind, but Patterson grabbed his Super 8 camera and raced towards an ape-like form squatting beside the creek. This is the actual scene Patterson shot in 1967. A few seconds of film of what he and Gimlin swore was a living and breathing Sasquatch. Jeff Meldrum believes that if the film is a hoax, it would have required a sophisticated knowledge of primate anatomy, something that Patterson did not possess.
The subject of the Patterson film, for example, walks with a very bent-kneed gait. He's walking very flat-footed. There's a lot of overlap in support between the two limbs.
Another feature that intrigues Meldrum is the way the creature swivels its entire upper body. It's the same way great apes with thick upper necks have to move when looking back in mid-stride.
So the fact that all of these features act in concert, and each time I see the film, new things sort of come to the surface, keeps bringing me back to the film to study it more and more.
Soon the team will break off their search for Bigfoot. Meldrum is anxious to return to Idaho to learn the results of the lab tests on the Bigfoot hair samples recovered by Rich Gere. In the meantime, they know that just beyond the firelight, the very creature they seek could be watching them. If the idea of large unknown creatures on Earth is disturbing, how much more disturbing is the idea of being watched from the sky? But wouldn't it be even more disturbing to know that the whole of the rest of the universe is simply dead? If the Earth is the only flicker of life, if the universe does not support life, what hope have we? Perhaps that's why there are so many people who believe they have encountered aliens. On every continent, people have reported strange objects in the skies. They're called unidentified flying objects because that's what they are, unidentified. Scientists who maintain that they cannot be alien craft are engaged in arguments just as bizarre as the believers.
This doesn't sound like the kind of thing that a smart alien intelligence would do.
Dr. Paul Horowitz is a Harvard physicist.
The cost of a round trip to the nearest star, using technology we could not conceive of actually building, but which is permitted by the laws of physics, would use $200 billion worth of fuel, would use the U.S. power consumption for 1 million years. I think perhaps the most diplomatic thing one can say is the laws of physics do not prohibit space travel, but the laws of economics, in some sense, really do.
That does, of course, assume that we know how alien life forms power their spaceships. All this is speculative. Photographs of UFOs provide endless material for argument and debate. And UFOs have been tracked by radar operators who should know the difference between weather phenomena and something solid. Richard Hall is chairman of the Fund for UFO Research, a group composed of PhDs from various scientific fields.
The United States does not take UFOs seriously currently. However, there are certain countries like France and China, mainland China, and particularly Belgium, that have had many sightings and do take the subject seriously. In 1990, there were a whole series of radar visual sightings over Belgium involving state-of-the-art jet interceptors, multiple radars. None of this could be explained.
In 1990, the Belgian Defense Ministry, through radar and visual observation, confirmed an outbreak of UFO sightings. At one point, Air Force fighters were sent to intercept the UFOs, which were simultaneously tracked by airborne and ground radars. The Belgian jets locked onto the objects for 5 seconds before the UFOs sped away at speeds that would have killed a human pilot.
It is impossible, even with a stealth aircraft, to accelerate within 1 second from 150 knots till 500 knots. That is for sure, because even the human body would not tolerate such an acceleration.
Thousands of witnesses, including the military and police, reported sighting the UFOs. Consistent drawings of triangular objects were made by people scattered across the region. The sketches were corroborated by eyewitness photos. During this extraordinary press conference, Air Force Colonel Wilfried de Brouwer confirmed the sighting of unidentified flying objects in Belgian airspace. It was the first time a Western government officially admitted that such an encounter had occurred. While military pilots, as well as US and Russian astronauts, have reported UFO sightings, many more have been made by civilians. These are usually much more detailed and much less corroborated.
There's a little sloop sailing north on the river.
Sam Gerard and his wife Alice live along the Hudson River just north of New York City.
The storm is brewing.
Gerard is a retired oceanographer and senior research associate of the Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory of Columbia University. Alice is a former school administrator.
I really didn't know anything about UFOs before this incident. I thought they were most unlikely, and I didn't really believe in people who said they'd seen them until I saw one myself.
As a scientist, I was a complete agnostic. If I were to see one, I could then believe in it, but just to hear accounts of their existence was not any scientific proof as far as I was concerned.
On March the 16th, 1996, the Gerards were driving east on Veterans Memorial Highway. At 5:45 p.m., they, and apparently only they, saw a low-flying object through the trees.
We slowed down enough to determine that it was probably neither a helicopter nor a light plane.
Sam and Alice followed the object to Lake Tapan, where they claim it hovered in one position high over the water. Sam made this sketch of a UFO covered with flashing lights.
you could see these lights even though it was a bright sun from the west and back of us.
It looked like a piece of junk jewelry because the lights didn't seem to be arranged regularly. They were sort of bright. They all seemed to me to be like electric light bulbs.
That were in the article in the paper that we...
Sam Gerard has designed instruments that were adapted for use during the Apollo project to the moon. He seems a reliable witness who believes his experience.
I can state unequivocally that this was not a conventional aircraft, nor was it powered by any system that is understood even by people with a high level of understanding of technology.
This pattern of responsible Americans describing incredible UFO sightings began shortly after the Second World War. Clustered around a 2-week period in the late 1940s, reports came in from every state of the Union.
The modern UFO era began in 1947 when Kenneth Arnold, a private pilot over Washington State, sighted a chain of objects skimming along over the mountaintops. And he said that they flew like a saucer does when you skip it across water. And that's the origin of the expression flying saucer.
That was also the year of the Roswell incident, now the most famous encounter in the history of UFO phenomena. In July of 1947, a rancher named Mac Brazel discovered fragments of metallic materials spread over a 1/4 square mile of his land. It looked like a crash site. The fragments were turned over to officials at the nearby Roswell Army Airfield, home of the 509th Bomber Group in New Mexico, the group that dropped atomic bombs on Japan. Roswell is now a civilian airfield, but for Air Corps veteran Walter G. Hort, it seems like only yesterday when he was summoned into the office of his commanding officer.
Well, that day of July the 8th, 1947, I was given information by Colonel William H. Blanchard, the commanding officer.
Hort, the base's public relations officer, was told by his boss that a flying saucer had crashed just outside of Roswell.
And the release that he wanted me to put out and hand deliver to the 4 local media, in essence, stated that we had in our possession a flying disc. It was being flown to higher headquarters, 8th Air Force in Fort Worth by Major Jesse Marcel, who was our base intelligence officer.
While admitting it had recovered a flying saucer, the military never made any mention of any aliens. But over the years, several airmen stationed on the base have claimed that alien remains were held under tight security in this hangar. A mortician who worked in this Roswell funeral home testified that base personnel inquired about the availability of 4 child-sized coffins. And a nurse at the base hospital apparently claimed to have witnessed surgeons performing an autopsy on beings that could not have been human. She was transferred overseas and has not been traced. Then just a day after the press release, the same officers from the Roswell base denied that any flying saucer had been recovered. According to the revised story, the wreckage found by Mac Brazel was from a weather balloon, not a flying saucer.
I was told by Colonel Blanchard, who I had all the faith in the world in, that we had in our possession a flying disc, and all of a sudden the general overrides it and says it wasn't. It was a weather balloon. I honestly, in my own mind, couldn't visualize Jesse Marcel, Major Marcel, the intelligence officer, making that big a blooper that he wouldn't know a weather balloon from something else, nor would Colonel Blanchard have not known that it was not a weather balloon. This was quite a revelation.
Nearly 50 years later, government officials insist no alien bodies were ever found and no wreckage ever recovered from a UFO crash. In 1994, a non-profit UFO group commissioned a detailed review of the Roswell incident using top-secret documents recently released by the US government. It It was prepared by Carl Flock, the former U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense. His report has shocked many who believe in Roswell.
The project that I believe was responsible for the debris that was discovered by rancher Mac Brazel, and which led to the announcement of the capture of a flying saucer, was a project codenamed Mogul. And it was classified top secret. It was very sensitive. It was a very high priority project. It was operated by a team from New York University.
Mogul was the code word for an experimental balloon designed to carry equipment high into the atmosphere. Its mission was to detect evidence of Soviet atom bomb tests. According to government records, Mogul balloons were being tested in New Mexico when one of them came down on Mac Brazel's cattle ranch. While Project Mogul explains the strange debris found on a cattle ranch, there is no explanation for the rumors of alien bodies. Carl Flock believes that there probably were bodies, though not necessarily alien ones, and that it's time for the American government to be honest about what really happened at Roswell. In Europe, UFO sightings have been as widespread as anywhere. But the idea of unknown creatures arriving from other planets seemed to take particular hold in the English countryside. Late in the 1970s, startling evidence of possible alien encounters emerged in the form of strange circular patterns on agricultural land. Every summer, more and more of these mysterious circles appeared on crop fields, overnight. Speculation grew that the circles were the result of nocturnal landings by UFOs. Scientists and the media descended on the countryside as the number of crop circles multiplied.
There's a flattening. They're actually lying flat on the ground, like this one here, and these along here, look. Yeah. They're flat on the ground while there's others growing up.
That's right, only in the rain.
Yes.
Over the years, the crop circles evolved from simple designs to elaborate glyph-like symbols. Some theorized that they were in fact extraterrestrial messages. A new branch of UFO study would seek to decipher their meaning. By 1993, the mystery had become a national obsession. But then two men stepped forward and admitted they were the perpetrators of an elaborate joke. Under cover of darkness, using the simplest of tools, they stomped their way into history with a spectacular hoax.
I'm Dave Chorley, this is Doug Barr, and we are the two people that have created the crop circles in 1978 through to today.
We started doing the patterns, and last year we did the first pictogram at the bottom of Cheesefoot Head, and that caused quite a sensation. And since then, the furor's got more and more and more. People from overseas coming over because it's something that's, even away from the circles, it's more and more important, you see. And they're just scratching their heads. They're still scratching their heads 13 years later.
The incident provided the world with some comic relief. But the latest wave of alleged UFO encounters are not so funny. These are sketches of alien abductors made by their victims. Most report being confronted by UFOs emanating bright and paralyzing lights. Others claim to have been abducted from their cars and homes. When they return, they're unable to account for their whereabouts for hours or even days. These people say they're often restrained and subjected to painful physical tests, invasive procedures focused on sexual organs. Some people who claim to have been abducted exhibit round depressions called scoop marks, as if a layer of cells had been surgically removed from their body. Others display long cuts and straight-line gashes. Bud Hopkins has written 2 books on abductions and has interviewed hundreds of abductees.
You get very, very few hoaxes because a person is calling you saying, I don't know what happened to me, I might be losing my mind, I don't want you to call back to my house because I don't want my wife to know that I've talked to you, I don't know what's happening, etc. And they insist on anonymity and so forth. There's hardly the motivation for a hoaxer in that. There's no way that you cover yourself with glory.
I never thought about UFOs. Never really occurred to me at all about even their possibility until I was 17 and it was in my face and there was no way to avoid it.
Chris Hinton is a 42-year-old assistant building contractor in Washington, D.C. He agreed to this interview because he says it might help other victims. Over the course of a week in the summer of 1972, Chris was helping his brother prepare for a driving test. Each night, they claimed to have seen several UFOs.
We see a bright light over the horizon just shoot across the sky at lightning speed and then stop suddenly on a dime. This voice explains, as this light projects off the side of the ship, we're hypnotizing you. And there's no need to be afraid, you just relax. And we are going to communicate telepathically.
Chris's teenage encounter triggered, he says, forgotten memories, replays of other alien abductions that stretched back to his childhood years.
When I was 4 years old, I had been lost in the woods for several hours. And 2 figures about my size came up, one on either side of me from behind. And they said, "Will you come with us, Chris?" All I saw was a ramp. It looked like a metallic ramp that entered a doorway, and they put me on this table, and they clamped my skull into like a vise of some sort. I remember I just couldn't move, and I saw this contraption. It was metallic, and they clamped it firm. I could not move. And they rammed something up the back of my head, and it hurt like the devil. I was screaming. And they packed me up and walked me out of the ship. And I'm running back home.
By 1992, stories like Chris's had become so widespread that a special conference was convened at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology to investigate reports of alien abductions. Sponsored by the Fund for UFO Research, it was attended by prominent scientists, people who claim to be abduction victims, and UFO researchers.
Studies have been conducted that show that abductees who don't know anything about the UFO subject, they don't know what other people have reported, still will come out with the identical story in exactly the same sequence.
But scientists at the conference wanted hard proof.
We hear tales of people being abducted. We hear heartfelt stories. These people are clearly affected by what they've imagined or seen or something, but we never get a real piece of evidence.
Bud Hopkins believes he's found the kind of evidence scientists are looking for, here in Salt Lake City, Utah. This woman and her son say that they've had an abduction experience. To protect their privacy, they requested we mask their identities.
I was kind of dumbfounded.
They say their ordeal began on a drive home from a family get-together.
And all of a sudden, we were hit by that bright light, just a bright light. It came from nowhere. I couldn't see the road. I knew I was moving. I looked over at him and I told him I can't see the road. And that's the last of my memory.
My recollection is my mother let go of the steering wheel, and at that point, I reached over and grabbed it.
I can't remember going home. I can't remember the next day.
As in many of these cases, memories of intrusive alien surgery began to haunt Joan. A year later, she suffered an accident.
I hit my head on the fireplace. and I was out unconscious for about 45 minutes. I woke up and made it to the phone and called my parents, and they came and took me to the hospital. And they x-rayed my head.
Suspecting, I suppose, a skull fracture,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, but there was no skull fracture, it was fine. But the doctor came running through ER yelling, "How did you get this metal in your head?" Well, I had no idea, neither did my parents. I've never had a head injury to where I could get metal in my brain.
The radiologist's report indicates an oval metallic object of unknown origin is lodged in the parasagittal region of the woman's brain. The official hospital report goes on to state, the appearance is unusual for an artifact, and certainly the pattern would be worthy of pursuit. Skeptics insist that reports of alien abductions are the product of some mass subconscious hysteria. The radiologist's report suggests that here, at least, something else may be going on. UFO researchers do share some common ground with the academic establishment. Just north of Boston, Massachusetts, the billion-channel Extraterrestrial Assay, or BETA project, is an ambitious scientific search for extraterrestrial intelligence. A joint project of Harvard University and the Planetary Society of Pasadena, California, this radio telescope is listening for a signal from outer space. Nearly all objects in space generate various kinds of random radio waves. These waves are monitored by BETA on 250 million channels and translated into red and green spikes. If alien cultures are trying to communicate with other civilizations, a strong radio beacon would be a logical way to say hello. Should BETA spot an unusually strong and steady signal, its powerful computer would peg it as an alien radio beacon. Dr. Paul Horowitz of Harvard University directs the project.
Life elsewhere in the universe, guaranteed. Life elsewhere in our galaxy of 400 billion stars, guaranteed. Intelligent life elsewhere in the universe, guaranteed. Intelligent life elsewhere in our galaxy, so overwhelmingly likely that I'd give you any odds you like. I think the tough part is the intelligent life interested in communicating? Are they sending messages by method that we can detect in our direction at a power level sufficient for us to detect?
Jeff Meldrum has returned from Bigfoot country to his lab in Idaho. He's back just in time. Preliminary tests on the Bigfoot hair sample have been completed with significant results. The hair strands from Northern California are strikingly similar to alleged Sasquatch samples from other states. DNA studies will soon compare the hair with samples taken from gorillas.
If in fact the DNA compares most closely to the living great apes, then it's strong evidence that that Bigfoot is in fact part of a very early ape lineage that gave rise to the modern living apes, such as chimps and gorillas.
The initial results of the DNA tests did confirm that the hair samples from Northern California are of animal, not human origin, and are not of any species known to exist in North America. Some believe we will never find Bigfoot because it doesn't exist. They tell us there are no more mysterious creatures to be found on Earth. And yet we keep finding them. In 1994, a new species of animal is captured in Vietnam. Called the Saula, it's the largest new mammal to have been discovered in the past 50 years. That same year, another deer-like creature, the giant muntjac, is found in nearby Laos. In Antarctica, scientists uncover a meteor from Mars. In 1996, they announced that evidence of long-dead Martian bacteria is embedded in its surface. Life takes many forms, and we are constantly surprised by new ones. There will be more surprises. That's guaranteed. What they will be, we can hardly guess. It's a matter of time and space.
Well, he's older. Old enough to be your father?
He's 48, and I'm 25.
Is he your teacher?
You're incredible. My husband is driving me crazy.
I see the devil card. He wants to dominate you like he's your king.
Exactly.
He tells you how to dress, how to talk, where you can go.
Yes. Wow. You're describing the situation perfectly.
I see the Empress. Is someone pregnant?
Wow. I wasn't going to tell you that, but...
But it's not your current girlfriend, is it?
No, it's not. It's my ex-girlfriend. This is amazing.
The King of Cups card shows a very faithful man, one who loves you deeply, by the way.
Well, I found out he's had about 10 times the number of past lovers that I've had.
Look, his past history is just that, history. Now all he wants is you.
Caution, a tarot card reading may be very personal and intense. Be prepared for amazing revelations. Call for your free tarot reading now.
Call 1-800-654-3128.
The amount of silly dabbling in the occult that goes on today scares me. These people think that they're doing something terribly clever and terribly with it, and it's all great fun. And what they don't understand is that they're invoking forces which they can't fathom, and they're making themselves a channel by which those forces can come through into the world.
The revival of public interest in witchcraft is one of those curious features of life today. But it's very difficult to get at the truth of what it's all about. On one estimate, there are 30,000 people practicing in witchcraft in this country alone. A more conservative figure would be 8,000. But even so, it's enough to make you think. Are there really dangers involved? Or is it all just a delusion? And if it is just a delusion, why do so many really quite intelligent people half believe in it? Just what has been going on in this country since the last of the witchcraft laws was repealed in 1951?
Witches certainly hit the headlines, often in conflict with the church. Our investigation in the end has led us to some pretty nasty evidence of blackmail, if not of black magic. But not all witches are ill-intentioned. One may pass them in the street without knowing it. They don't wear pointed hats and ride broomsticks. They look very like the rest of us and do the sort of jobs that we do.
I'm a secretary.
Well, I'm a restorer. I work in antiques in Portobello.
Oh, I've just left school. I haven't started yet.
Well, just spray painting most of the time.
Well, at the moment I work in a boutique, but I've been trained in the arts.
I'm a tower crane driver. What first drew them to witchcraft?
Well, I've been interested in witchcraft since I was 10. I got into it through fairy stories and things like that.
Coming from Africa, I suppose I've always had a basic interest in magic and witchcraft and that. When I came to England, I just sort of made a purposeful search for it, you know.
The word witch originally means wise one, and this is what people try to aspire to be. They try to learn the wisdom of nature. They try to learn the meaning behind things.
Molly Moncrief, lecturer in occult subjects.
I had to work and learn it the hard way by checking my findings with all the ancient writers on the occult from time immemorial. And I found that it tallies, it always does.
I'd say to a person who really wanted to know what was the spirit of witchcraft, that they'll learn more by, say, going out on the downs at midnight and listening to the wind in the trees and looking at the full moon. They'll learn more of the spirit of witchcraft, the real spirit of witchcraft in that way, than they will by reading any amount of books. Spirit of the old ritual, knowing that you were surrounded by cameras and technicians and things like that. But when the ritual was almost at an end, I began to feel the atmosphere building up, and I think other people did too. This is what the ritual really means. It isn't conjuring up a sort of pantomime demon or anything like that. It is something which affects your inner mind and works itself out in your life and in your feeling and thought. To the old ones, merry meet, merry part.
Witches often claim to put their powers to more specific use. Mrs. Eleanor Bone.
And we believe if we set our minds on a thing, we're going to get it. You know, Paracelsus said that the beginning of all magical operations is determined imagination. And this is what we set out to do. Get a mental picture of the thing we wish to achieve, and in that way concentrate on getting it.
And she and her coven concentrate mainly on the healing of the sick. She is herself a registered nurse.
Now, the work we're going to do tonight is for a friend of mine, Helena. She's recently had a slipped disc and she's still suffering with a lot of pain in her back. Now, when we concentrate at the end, I want you to picture her cycling around the country lanes on her bicycle, you know, full of energy and full of life and really fit and well again. When we dance round chanting, we start slowly and we get quicker and quicker. Now, doing this, we're releasing a great deal of energy. At the same time, the chanting is setting up vibrations.
Eco, eco, arida. Eco, eco, azara. Eco, eco, samara. Eco, eco,
without clothes, we're all equal. We came into the world with nothing, and so we're working that way. Of course, it's putting aside all worldly things in a purely spiritual act of worship.
Alex Sanders is another witch, well known on television, who initiated his wife, Maxine.
Blessed be thy womb, without which we would not be. Blessed be thy breast formed in beauty. Blessed be thy lips that she was to say.
They also claim to use their power these days exclusively for good, or it may rebound upon them adversely.
At the moment, I'm connected with research for a cancer cure with a very famous professor from Munich.
My first experience was with my mother. She was suffering from cancer of the throat, and Alex was visiting us, and he said, all right, we'll see what we can do about it. And we switched the light off and sat there for about 10 minutes in silence. And what appeared to be a ball of fire went across the room towards my mother. And later she said she experienced a feeling of being tilted backwards. But she got frightened and stopped it. But that was the first experience of physical fire, of being able to see it.
I have various spirits who help me with the work. The particular spirit who is helping me with the professor and with the cancer work is Michael, who is, I suppose, my familiar spirit. He helps me, been helping me now for 5-6 years. Very reliable.
The result of this cancer experiment is still to be published. But the view that today's suburban witches are the direct descendants of the witches who perished here and in Europe during the great witch persecutions is disputed by Keith Thomas, the historian and author of Religion and the Decline of Magic, who blames it all on a Scottish lady anthropologist, Miss Margaret Murray.
I can say in all candor that there is no basis for that view. But her views have been very influential, and they can be found in debased form on every station bookstall in the land. And so these suburban ladies and gentlemen who are acting out these fantasies are no doubt getting a good deal of healthy exercise, but I don't think they've got anything at all to do with the witches of the 16th and 17th centuries.
Yet, it was the claim of these earlier witches to contact the spirits and effect miraculous cures, which had brought them, like their modern counterparts, into collision with the Church. Though the Church in the Middle Ages was in the curious position of condemning witchcraft, when it was virtually in the business itself.
The medieval church had an elaborate repertoire of benedictions and consecrations designed to drive away evil spirits and give protection against fevers and floods and dangers of all kinds. And there were amulets, of course, for the individual Christian to wear. In addition, a great number of superstitions surrounded the sacraments of the church, in particular the miracle of the Mass. It was thought that a communicant who didn't swallow the bread but took it away in his mouth was in possession of a really impressive source of magical power. The church also proclaimed the existence of a devil and his attendant demons who were, so to speak, in rivalry to Christ and his saints. But the church said that they had holy water and the sign of the cross and exorcism which would drive away demons and give protection against them. Any miraculous effect achieved without the church's sanction was witchcraft, because it must somehow or other have involved the aid of the devil. The effect of the Reformation was to reaffirm the reality of the devil and evil spirits and witchcraft, but to say that the church's repertoire of protection was useless, that the sign of the cross and exorcism were powerless and indeed superstitious. In other words, the Protestants disarmed themselves in face of the old enemy. They also forbade counter-magic, popular charms against witches, and so they left the imaginary victim of witchcraft with no alternative but to prosecute the witch in the law courts. As far as the white witches were concerned, persecution was continuous and pretty ineffective, because I suppose there were probably as many white witches in 16th century England as there were parochial clergymen. As far as the black, maleficent witches are concerned, we don't quite know, because not all the records of the assizes survive. The usual estimate which is made is that perhaps 1,000 witches were executed.
This is said to be the skeleton of one of the witches of St. Osyth, executed at Chelmsford on July the 5th, 1589. Her body was nailed down to prevent her rising from the dead. Historically, the distinction between different kinds of witches, white and black, good and bad, has always been important.
First of all, there were the village wizards, the wise men, cunning women, healers, charmers, fortune tellers, who performed services for their clients, often for a fee, who helped them and were therefore, on the whole, rather popular in the villages and were regarded as white witches, and indeed often used some of the church's prayers as part of their ritual.
These survive in country districts to this day. Theo Brown, a research fellow in British folklore, prefers to call them charmers.
From Minehead down to Bodmin Moor, I've known about 17 charmers. It may be purely coincidental, they're nearly all men. They don't like reporters or anything like that. They usually talk very freely to me, surprisingly so. In fact, on one occasion, I went to see a charmer. I was a complete stranger to him. He invited me into his house, sat me down in his parlour, looked at me very hard, and said, "You can do it, can't you?"
William Painter is a Cornish bard, and his bardic name means searcher out of witchcraft.
Quite recently I gave a talk to some 60 children on Cornish folklore at the Liskeard Secondary Modern School. And at the end of my talk, during the discussion and questions, I was amazed when 4 children, each in turn, one said, "My grandfather can charm warts. My grandfather can charm ringworms in cattle. My grandfather can stop the flow of blood when anyone's badly cut. And the 4th, my grandfather can charm snakes."
I don't know exactly the procedure, except that they make a circle round the snake with an ash stick. And because of the formula of words they use, apparently, the snake cannot leave the circle. In fact, a man I met who has seen this done said the snake lashes round and round inside this invisible circle, is quite unable to break out of it.
Again, at one period, there was a great demand for charms in bags. And here is a charm I discovered in Cornwall, hanging over a mantelpiece. It is a charm against all terrors by night. It contains the wings of a bat.
The second category is black witchcraft.
the type, I suppose, we think of when a witch is mentioned, was the person who was suspected of having done harm to her neighbours by some supernatural means. The witch usually lived in the same village, and the most usual situation, I suppose, was that she'd come to the door to borrow some food or drink, or even to beg some money for some neighbour, to ask for some neighbourly help, and the neighbour had simply slammed the door in her face. A few days later, something goes wrong in the household, child is taken ill, somebody dies, the pigs are sick, and they turn around and blame the witch.
I think in the old days, people very often did put a curse on someone that worked, because you see, people were very much wronged, perhaps by, say, the local squire turned them out of their home and they had no redress at law or something like that. No human law could do anything for them. And when a person was really wronged and cursed someone from the marrow of their bones, believing in every word of it, then that sort of curse with justice behind it.
Known today.
I recently heard of a grey witch who blighted a neighbour's cattle over the hill, and a bishop went and remonstrated with her about this. He asked her, "Are you responsible for this?" And she said, "Oh yes." Openly boasted about this.
People often had their cattle ill-wished, bewitched, overlooked, and they were told to take the heart of the animal that had met with a mysterious end, pierce it with nails and pins and horseshoe nails, and put it in a chimney, and all would be well.
But even in rural witchcraft, all wasn't always well.
In 1945, on the slopes of Meehan Hill, an event took place which brought witchcraft into the national dailies. A particularly gruesome murder was committed, which soon became known as the Witchcraft murder. A hedge cutter in his 70s, his name was Charles Walton, was murdered on the 14th of February, St. Valentine's Day. He was battered to death with a stick. He was pinned to the ground with his own pitchfork, which was thrust on either side of his neck, through the neck. A sign of the cross was cut on his chest with his own billhook. One of the most remarkable features about the case was the seriousness with which the police treated the whole witchcraft theory. No less a person than Fabian of the Yard was called in to investigate it, and the police soon turned up some very curious pieces of local information. St. Valentine's Day in 1945 fell on Ash Wednesday, a day particularly rich in black magic associations. It was the day when the Druids were reported to have made sacrifice to the earth. They killed their victim with a knife and allowed his blood to drain away, to replenish the fertility of the soil. Charles Walton's case aroused the interest of Margaret Murray, the celebrated Egyptologist and archaeologist. She was then in her 90s, but she came down to the village to stay there and investigate the case personally. And she said that she was 95% certain that the killing was a witchcraft killing, that Walton had been murdered to replenish the earth. Well, why should this possibly be so? The theory that came out was that Walton himself was a witch, and he'd made barren the local land. The crops had been bad, they'd been late, and they hadn't really been very fruitful. He is said to have tied a toy plough to the leg of a pet toad and sent it scurrying across the local fields. In 1875, in Long Compton, a village only a little way away, an old woman had been killed under exactly the same circumstances. A pitchfork had been thrust into her throat, and the young man who did the crime confessed later in court that he had done it to rid the village of witchcraft.
This is a photo of old Walton, and his case demonstrates just how elusive witchcraft can be to the investigator.
With me now is the person who knew him most and best, his niece, Mrs. Good. Mrs. Good, Charles Walton was living with you at the time of the murder.
Yes.
Do you think that there was any chance that witchcraft played any part in his death at all?
No. I think the papers made a lot of it. And I lived with him all my life, and I've never known such things. I think it's ridiculous, really, the things that were said.
What did you think about the theories in the newspapers?
And, what the paper said was very disturbing, because none of it was true.
Warwickshire is supposed to be one of the great centres of witchcraft. Did you ever meet a witch or know anything about witchcraft?
No, never. I've never heard of it. I never remember them talking about witchcraft till this came along.
Coincidence can account for many things, and the easy explanation is often avoided. The vicar of Laniste in Cornwall, the Reverend R.F.G. Pierce, had this to say.
One Sunday I noticed that the church candles seemed to be burning down rather quickly, so I made a mark on them. The following Sunday I noticed that they had burnt down even more, so I went along to the police and said that I thought perhaps somebody was using the church during the week. I said that we would arrange to have the church locked, and to my amazement I saw a report in the newspaper the next day, Vicar asks police to solve altar candles mystery. For myself, I don't think that there is anything to do with witchcraft in the matter, although that was suggested in the report, because I think that witchcraft is the manipulation of one person by another. More probably it was a vagrant who was seeking shelter in the church.
But dating from ancient Babylon, there has been a third type of practitioner, considered to be even more sinister.
The intellectual wizard, the man who tried to get in touch with the spirit world by an elaborate ritual of conjuration, drawing circles and lighting candles and hallowing and so on. This was, as I say, a rather intellectual thing to do. It was very popular at the universities, and I suppose from the point of view of Jacobean undergraduates was rather the counterpart of modern drug-taking as the stock student temptation.
Take the case of the notorious Sir Francis Dashwood, who founded the Hellfire Club in the caves below West Wickham. It's difficult at this distance of time to know how much genuine Satanism played a part in their practices. It was rumoured that Dashwood and his companions had celebrated Black Mass both here and at Medmenham Abbey. Dashwood himself was an intensely religious man in some ways, and it was rumoured that there was a secret passage leading from the caves down here to the church on top of the hill, and that Dashwood's parson worshipped God above and Satan down here. On one occasion, the devil did in fact put in a personal appearance. He leapt across the table and seized Lord Sandwich by the throat. Sandwich collapsed in a nervous fit. The devil turned out to be an ape, equipped with false horns and a little black cloak. He'd been introduced into the assembly by John Wilkes. So it seems that among all their Satanism, there was a certain amount of jesting too. But not everyone has taken it as a jest. For many, Satanism promises a shortcut, a guarantee of power and pleasure in this world, and its adherents seriously believe that a demon or emissary of Satan can be called down to do their will. The myth of Satan and his human servants continues to the present day. This is the Church of Satan at San Francisco, where Anton LaVey, the high priest, says, "Live is evil spelt backwards." He therefore reverses everything in the Gospels. Hate your enemies, he says, and if someone smites you, smash him.
Hail Satan! Hail Satan!
Behold, saith Satan, I have a circle on whose hands stand the 12 kingdoms. 6 are the seats of living breath, the rest are as sharp sickles or the horns of death.
The actress, Jane Mansfield, was a participant in the rituals of his church. When she tried to break away, she met a violent death in a car crash soon afterwards. Many believed that the accident was controlled by LaVey's psychic power. And when Charles Manson and his satanic family were found guilty of horrible ritual murders, the public realized that the gap between fantasy and practice had narrowed alarmingly. Also, it's been coming nearer home. The desecration of this cemetery at Basingstoke last Easter could, of course, have been the work of hooligans. But since it seemed to require such frenetic energy, Satanists cannot be ruled out. Captain Barry Irons, Church Army Youth Councillor in Birmingham, could scarcely believe in this day and age what he found to be happening.
I'm told by a large number, and I do mean a large number of young people who've come to see me, that very often the first time they have been taken to a party, where witchcraft has been involved, they have been initiated, which largely means, of course, that they're laid on the altar and the sacred signs are made on their body with animals' blood. They do, of course, drink animals' blood too as part of the ceremony.
Daphne Reeves, a nurse, was once a member of a black magic group.
Well, I was working in London at the time, and I was sharing a flat with 3 other people, and 2 of them one night said, would you like to come to a meeting with us? I'm sure you'll find it interesting. And I did so. And it turned out to be a meeting of people who were practicing black magic. At first I was just an observer. It was very interesting, and I felt that I could perhaps learn something. I gradually became more and more involved.
The things I find the most horrifying, of course, are the vows which they're expected to take. And these are the things which hold people, of course, to the group long afterwards. One of the vows is, of course, first of all, that you promise to forward the work of our Lord Satan, Lord of Earth. The second thing is, of course, you vow to be loyal to the Abaddon, who is the leader of the coven. Another thing is that you must break the faith of a Christian. And this is interesting because a large number of the young people have been once members of the Christian church. And you do take a vow, which is a trophy, in fact, to break the faith of a Christian. And the last one, which is even more frightening and horrifying, that you will get a man of influence or responsibility into a compromising situation. And this largely means sexual activity, where through the photography and the taping of what goes on in a prearranged room, there is a hold on that person for blackmail. And in some sinister way, it is possible for certain people to have a hold on some of the decision-making of this country through such things as blackmail and witchcraft. There are many other practices, but I think these are the most horrifying. Now, this sounds a little bit unusual. It could be taken by many people as just not being on, but I'm afraid it is on. And once you start taking part in this as a young person, all this can be very mentally upsetting.
I became aware of the intensity of my thought, which could be very evil and very effective.
If you read old books and you imitate occult practices and you seek after the devil, there is a way in which you begin to think evil and be evil.
At Boscastle in Cornwall, on the quay where the witches used to whistle up the wind, there is a witch house full of curious objects, including a tableau depicting the Black Mass. Its owner is Cecil Hugh Williamson, who gives his own account of what goes on behind the scenes of a seemingly innocuous organization.
Today, we have got this very sound and practical system, which after all is the basis of all spy systems, and any Russian person running an intelligence service, or German or French, would recognize it at once. You've got the cell system, where the cell works, but it has its link man. So, you can imagine this scene. There's a local coven of a district, has its meetings every once in a while, and so what happens is that you find a group of people making tracks to the meeting place, but they don't all drive there and arrive and fill up a car park. No, for secrecy and security, what they'll do is they'll go in their Austin 1000s or what have you, and will gather at, if there's a lot of them, they may use 2 pubs, so that you have no more than 5, 6, 8 people meeting at a pub at the end of the thing. They'll leave some of the cars there and go off in 1 or 2 cars, and they will then drive off to this country house, or maybe a farmhouse. And in appearances, it's exactly what it is, a pleasant house, living in the country, possibly retired people, nicely kept gardens, cars will drive up. Any locals will say, oh, well, Mr. and Mrs. So-and-so are having a little cocktail party and get together. Eventually one of the people will come and say, well, quieten down everybody, he's arrived. By the word he, they refer, of course, to the man in black, the coven leader. Now, the coven leader sometimes is seen, but very rarely these days. The system is practically the same everywhere. Is that there's a door which is left open and leading into the room where the guests are assembled. People quieten down, shade the lights down a little bit to a quiet light. And a runner, which is the man in black's secretary or scribe, will make all the arrangements. He's like a major domo. And the major things they do is that when the preliminaries are done, they start about the business in hand today. Ever since the dawn of time, there have always been people that want things. They want somebody else's wife, they want health, they want youth, they want this, that, and the other. And the witch, as the word witchcraft says, they are in trade. It's a business. You pays your money and you get a result for it. And so with the witchcraft business and all the witches, they've always referred to their customers as wanters, because that is exactly what it is. If you can't get it in the shop down the street, if the law doesn't provide it for you, well, then you go to the witch.
I did a magic ritual in reverse, and within a year I owned a 26-room house. Within 2 years I was worth £250,000. Within 5 years I'd gone through nearly £750,000 by the use of black magic.
How do you join? Oh, that's probably the most common question that I'm asked. All sorts of people are dead keen to become witches and join witchcraft covens. Well, the short answer to that is you don't join. The witches select their replacements very, very carefully, and anybody with a little bit of common sense who sits down and gives it a little bit of thought will see why. After all, you're going into a most exclusive organization whose work, mostly for their wanters, is beyond the law. In fact, let's be blunt about it. You join a witchcraft coven and you may, are almost certain to at some time, be a murderer or a murderess.
The reason that I drew away from it was because the first person to help me with the ritual was my sister. She was involved with me in a shooting incident.
There are times in this world when people have said it, often in best of families, be better off if he was dead. That little sentence, if you think about it, is not an isolated or a rare thing. It's all too common. There are many, many women and men up and down the countryside who loathe and detest people. And they are the people who will go to the witches and ask for that very useful, expensive, and practical service, elimination.
I think a black magician like I was, if I'd gone on much further, I probably would have started to use human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, then human sacrifice, and probably degenerated and maybe committed suicide or been executed for murder, or whatever the penalty is for taking human life. Nowadays I try not so much to have a guilt complex about it, but try to make amends.
Once they try to come out of the group, tremendous pressures are put upon them. They don't let them go very easily. They know where they're working, for instance, they know where they're living, they even know who their boyfriend or girlfriend is.
I had been a member for 5 years, and the road back, I don't think anybody should underestimate how very difficult it is.
You stick pins in dolls, you know, and I'm like, no. No, actually I don't, but if I did, it would be to heal you. I remember a time when my mother took me to the 5 and 10. I was 7 years old, and she says to me, you can have anything you want in the store today. And what I wanted was a Buddha incense burner and incense. And my mother went home and she says, you know, I have to say there's something strange about the baby. My partner Carol and I wanted to bring more of the craft to the public. But we actually opened it up in dedication to the gods, so that we could bring forth their name and their laws and love, law of the land, loving the land. So it was actually opened up more as a dedication to the spiritual work that we have ahead of us.
Witches need implement tools to practice their craft. In order to do so, there are shops, jewelers, and craftsmen who provide these services.
It's not making a profit, I can guarantee you that. We basically break even, and that's about it. This is a religious supply store for all religions. It carries the accoutrements for Judaism, Christianity, all phases, and the old pagan religions. Nuns come in and buy Rose of Jericho flowers. Rabbis come in and buy copies of the Kabbalah. You know, little basic things like that. My function is that of a high priest, a spokesperson, anything that a priest, rabbi, or minister of any other religion would do. I am perfectly entitled to put a collar on, but most of the time I'm just in dungarees. Beam on us, O joyous greenwood, banish heavy-hearted hate. Accept our craft, O greatest mother. Let cheerful brightness be our fate. So motive be. May the gods preserve the craft. We have free training classes in any religions. You know, we've asked rabbis and ministers come down to and explain, you know, their religions to people that might have left those religions because of a misunderstanding with a particular person, not understanding what their religion really was. Because all religions are good as long as a person understands what their religion is.
It's a religion based on ecology. It's preserving Mother Earth. The word witchcraft was derived from the word Wicca. Originally, Wicca meant the word wise one or wise woman, and it later on became bastardized into being witch.
There are conservative Catholics who believe within their heart that the pagan community doesn't exist, that we're just superstitious. The Archdiocese of Brooklyn obviously believes we exist. They've hired me to teach in Roman Catholic schools and paid me, and issued releases to the Long Island Press saying the only difference, and this is quote, the only difference between modern-day witchcraft and Roman Catholicism is witches do not recognize the supreme deity of Christ.
We're a deeply religious people. Religious? With ruined churches. No ministers, no priests. And children dancing naked. Oh, what is all this? I mean, you've got fake biology, fake religion. Sir, have these children never had Jesus?
In the Wicca Man, there is a maypole ritual that is extremely accurate as to the one we do today. It represents a fertility dance, meaning the ribbons, all right, are connected to a large phallic symbol. And the children are weaving male to female in and out. And what they're actually doing is as they stoop, they're representing planting seeds into the ground and showing it to grow. All right, so it's imagery again, sympathetic magic.
Oh, God! Oh, Jesus Christ! No!
What happened in the Wicca Man was that they erected a huge image of a green man. Why? Because they wanted their apples to grow. And inside this green man, they created cages.
No! No!
In this way, the imagery is accurate, what we do today. We use sympathetic magic, but we found we no longer need the use of sacrifice anymore because that time has passed.
There's no human sacrifice, etc. Witches believe in reincarnation, and a witch would believe in karma, the threefold law. So it would be impossible for a witch to do anything negative and not suffer because of it.
Accept our sacrifice and make our blossoms fruit.
Witches received a lot of bad hype from Hollywood over the years. This representation has been so misled throughout several movies in Hollywood. Always the devil's daughter, the devil rides out, Satan's mistress, The Omen, and The Exorcist.
I have great difficulty in thinking back of any film that has truly and honestly described witchcraft in the way it really occurs or has occurred. What I have found, on the other hand, is a fantasy world pretty much buying wholesale what the medieval church has manufactured in the 13th century and what traditions have embellished.
The cruelty that happened during the Spanish Inquisition was pure evil. The fact that pregnant women were stripped, heads shaved, had alcohol poured on them, burnt alive, hung upside down, that's a horror. This is something that we still live with today. Rise. Rise high up into the heavens. As long as there are greater minds out there reaching for universal love, which is what witches are extending forth, we won't be hurt or driven underground again, but we will surface to the light and express our love. So be it ordained. The ritual is done.
My adversary is working overtime. But superior though he may be, he must recognize that I am still master of my own sphere.
My beloved sire, your powers are wondrous to behold.
The resurgence in Satanism in modern times is definitely connected with the impact of film and television as a unit. And the average guy is starting to think, well, this Satan is as real as Willie Mays.
Millions of women have adored me. Quite a guy with the ladies, huh? I'm a fascinating fellow. Look, Mark, playing around with dames is dynamite. But delightful dynamite, it is. Live fully while you may and reckon not the cost. Deny yourself nothing. Flame and blaze like a torch and toss the fire about you.
And we've had in recent times an American called Anton LaVey who formed a Satanist church in San Francisco and donned the costume of the typical satanic look with horns and so forth. LaVey says, thou shalt enjoy sex, thou shalt enjoy food, thou shalt have a happy life.
Come forward, those who have received the benediction of Satan and the blessings of hell. And what is your wish?
I would like Satan to arouse insatiable desire in the heart of that lovely young bank teller who's just moved into my neighborhood. He said his name was Roger.
Insatiable desire shall follow Roger, and he shall be summoned unto you, and lust shall reign supreme.
If we believe that Satan has power to grant you power, that may be a very strong reason why you should accept this idea. All that God or Christ or the angels can do for you is give you a pure and peaceful and happy life. Well, some people admittedly don't want that. You know, I've always said the golden rule, do unto thy neighbor as you would have done to yourself. How does that fit with a sadist or a masochist? You see, you've got to watch out.
I'm into the satanic philosophy because it works. It's cold-hearted. It's survivalism. Satan, Lord of the South, Kingdom of Fire, hear me. Lucifer, Lord of the East, Kingdom of Air, hear me. Belial, Lord of the North, Kingdom of Earth, hear me. Leviathan, Lord of the West, Kingdom of Water, hear me. In the name of Satan, the ruler of the earth, the king of the world, I command the forces of darkness to bestow their infernal power upon me. Oh, hear the names. Mammon, Beelzebub, Set.
Hail Satan, Rege Satanus.
By trade, I'm an English teacher. Not being certified in this country, I do private tutoring when I get the work. Otherwise, I take anything that comes my way. I've been fortunate in getting money because of the church and the fee I charge. It's a non-refundable $9 application fee, and which basically pays me for my trouble. We welcome a new member to our fold today. His name is John Stratton. John is tired of feeling that he should bow down to man-made gods when he himself is a god. This is only going to be the beginning of his new life. You're going to face a lot of backlash by wearing the badge of Satanist. Do you feel you're strong enough to do so? Yes. I've never been the type of person that believed in a god. I was kicked out of 9th grade in a Catholic school. I asked too many questions that the priest couldn't answer, and he kept saying, well, it's a mystery of the church. So I finally just dropped the Bible and said, bye. The chalice, not with the blood of some dead man-made god, but with quality alcohol. I've studied, of course, Christianity and gone the whole gamut, Zen, you name it. It's all based on not being strong enough to take your own life in your own hands. So I one day picked up Anton LaVey's Satanic Bible, and I read it, and I thought it was a damn good course in psychology, just basic common sense psychology. I liked his bit about the 1 part sensationalism, 9 parts social respectability. I'm into this for power, my own self-gratification, and I'm in it for the money. You know, I make good money when I get a lot of applicants, but I'm also serious about it. I'm nothing new. My organization is nothing new. People look at me as a clone of Anton LaVey's church. I am not. There are ways that I differ from Anton LaVey, but I have a healthy respect for the man.
Well, it had occurred to me for many, many years that there was a large gray area between psychiatry and religion that was untapped, and no religion had ever been based on man's carnal needs or his fleshly pursuits. All religions are based on abstinence rather than indulgence, and all religions, therefore, have to be based on fear. Well, we don't feel that fear is necessary to base a religion on.
Whereas Christianity says, love thy neighbor, love thy enemy. That's bullocks. You know, it's just garbage.
You can't do that. You cannot spread love so thin that it becomes this worthless veneer. You can't do it. John, I'm presenting you with the Baphomet. It is the symbol of Satanism, the sign of man's physical and mental fertility. I want you to read the 18th Enochian key that I've inscribed on the stone tablet.
O thou mighty light and burning flame of comfort, that unveilest the glory of Satan to the center of the earth, in whom the great secrets of truth have their abiding. That is called in thy kingdom strength through joy.
Satanism. Some of them are very arrogant, some of them are outright nasty. Those that I've encountered have always been negative or have never lasted in anything.
To be honest, many of the people that get into witchcraft are cowards. They can't face life on their own, and yet they somehow don't find their niche in Christianity or Judaism. So they get into this all-loving, all namby-pamby type of Wiccan way.
We fight Satanism by education. When somebody comes in and asks for a book, say the Satanic Bible, we give them the book. It's a book on psychic selfism. It's anti-narcotics. If somebody slaps you, slap them down, it says. And so does the Old Testament.
They like playing their little fantasies in the seclusion of their own home, walking around saying they're a witch, but when it comes to brass tacks and talking about their belief and just the debate type of forum, they don't like it. They want to run. My type of sex magic is, before I engage in intercourse with this person, we will talk about what we want to accomplish. We visualize the final product as being successful for everyone involved, primarily ourselves. You have to be selfish at times, especially in magic. So during intercourse, during the build-up towards the orgasm, you picture in steps what's going to go on. And then at the moment of orgasm, both parties focus on the outcome being successful. My getting thousands upon thousands of people in my church.
What we did, what I did, and what he focused on, it changed everything. I mean, it wasn't just making love, if you know what I mean.
Sexual freedom is something we feel is very important as a necessary requisite of the Satanic Church. It isn't the most important thing, but certainly it's an elective. We feel a person should be free to indulge in all of the so-called fetishes, all of the so-called admirations that they would so desire, as long as they don't hurt anyone that doesn't deserve or wish to be hurt. Scourge him. We bow down to the universal laws, which never had for man a special clause of cruelty or kindness, love or hate. The tigers burn with beauty and with might. By countless interactions interknit, lead him to his dead desire. And brothers of sad lives, they are so brief, a few short years must bring us all relief.
LaVey's Satanism of the 60s is no different than my Satanism. I've had people writing in. I mean, I've gotten over 100, just postcards saying, hey, I want information. 2 of them I had to say absolutely not. One gentleman had just gotten out of a unnamed state pen, and he was in for child molestation and other sexual charges, and that's not what I want. Oh, I want the sensationalism. I want the whole thing, but I'm drawing the line right now as far as letting anyone in just to get their money. People are going to misconstrue the label Satanist. You're going to be accused of being a devil worshiper, animal killer, baby mutilator, drug fiend, you name it, you're going to be called that. Don't be a closet Satanist. Say it with pride. You're the highest embodiment of life on earth. You are a survivor. This ritual is ended. John Stratton is now a member of the Church of Satanic Liberation.
The Christian fundamentalist needs Satan. It's part of his absolute structure to have an evil one, a corrupter, in contrast to Christ, to God, or else you might not have the conflict that for which faith is required.
Well, Ed and Lorraine, as you know, are Ed's a demonologist. Lorraine is a psychic and sensitive. They've taught demonology on a college level. They lecture all over the country. I am an investigator with them. And because of my background, my investigatory background, I'm the skeptic of the group.
We are going by, first of all, our religious beliefs, which are the beliefs of many millions of people out there in the world today, not just Catholics. When we go into a home and you tell me that the refrigerator, which weighs 400 pounds, moved across the room, I know we're not dealing with a human spirit. I know we're not even dealing with a demon. But we could be dealing with a devil.
We'll get a call. Ed and Lorraine will filter it out. You know, what are we dealing with here? And then we'll go out to the area or to the house or to the people, interview them, investigate the house, see what we're dealing with.
Many times we have called on angelic forces to aid us. Without them, we could not be sitting here today. There is no human being, no 100 human beings that could go up against the devil and win.
And I was like this. And it grabbed me here.
Behind like this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And pulled me over the stairs.
It turned you right around?
Yeah. Pulled me over near the stairs, maybe 3 or 4 stairs, and then threw me on my back and pulled me towards that door.
You are dealing with invisible, intangible, powerful forces. It takes equal forces to combat them, which would be a legion of angels.
In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to come to us here now. Say that.
In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to come here now.
In the name of the saints, I command you to come here now.
In the name of the saints, I command you to come here now.
In the name of Satan.
People are probably thinking to themselves now, what is it with this guy, you know? He's talking about angels, he's talking about devils. Well, what is he giving it, a Bible class here? If there's one thing I've learned in 40 years of investigations, devils exist, demons exist.
In the name of Jesus Christ.
In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to reveal yourself now.
Something's grabbed my leg. What? Something grabbed my leg. In the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to reveal your identity.
The devil, the demons, they have no gender, but they'll take on a gender for a particular reason. Let's go with an incubus, because that's the more popular one, which is the male demon going after a woman. She'll experience all the feelings of sexual intercourse. And in some cases, there can be semen.
People say to me, well, where do you draw the line between possession and a strong imagination? The film that we have of the only Catholic exorcism ever performed and filmed by a police officer who assists me in my work, by very credible people, show a split opening up in this man's head right before your very eyes, crosses appearing all over the body. They say psychosomatic. What is psychosomatic? Well, somebody please explain what psychosomatic is. They say, well, it's caused through the mind, that you cause it yourself. Has anybody ever proven that?
Tell me your name, in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. How many are you? Only one. Speak in the name of Almighty God, your Creator, and answer my question.
There's never been a scientist that I know of which has ever stopped the phenomenon from occurring. But you bring in a priest who's knowledgeable and pious, and they stop it immediately. Many of the things that you see here have been taken from case histories which I've been involved in. These items, since they were used for diabolical purposes, take on the opposite vibrations of the demonic. If you were to pick up that item, the aura of this inanimate object could sometimes bring about dire results. We know that what we're doing is dangerous work, but the public must be informed of this. I've had numerous people who are into satanic activity.
In 2 years, I was worth £250,000. Within 5 years, I'd gone through nearly £750,000 by the use of black magic.
How do you join? Oh, that's probably the most common question that I'm asked. All sorts of people are dead keen to become witches and join witchcraft covens. Well, the short answer to that is you don't join. The witches select their replacements very, very carefully. And anybody with a little bit of common sense who sits down and gives it a little bit of thought will see why. After all, you're going into a most exclusive organization whose work, mostly for their wanters, is beyond the law. In fact, let's be blunt about it. You join a witchcraft coven and you are almost certain to at some time be a murderer or a murderess.
The reason that I drew away from it was because the first person to help me with the ritual was my sister. She was involved with me in a shooting incident.
There are times in this world when people have said it, often in best of families, he'd be better off if he was dead. That little sentence, if you think about it, is not an isolated or a rare thing. It's all too common. There are many, many women and men up and down the countryside who loathe and detest people. And they are the people who go to the witches and ask for that very useful, expensive, and practical service, elimination.
I think a black magician like I was, if I'd gone on much further, I probably would have started to use human sacrifice, animal sacrifice, then human sacrifice, and probably degenerated and maybe committed suicide or been executed for murder, or whatever the penalty is for taking human life. Nowadays I try not so much to have a guilt complex about it, but try to make amends.
Once they try to come out of the group, tremendous pressures are put upon them. They don't let them go very easily. They know where they're working, for instance, they know where they're living, they even know who their boyfriend or girlfriend is.
I had been a member for 5 years, and the road back, I don't think anybody should underestimate how very difficult it is, you know, to do this.
Marijuana impairs judgment, often with frightening consequences. It causes certain individuals to become aggressive and belligerent. Still others, when deprived of marijuana after becoming psychologically dependent on it, can become so irrational that they become homicidal or suicidal. Actually, it is incorrect to say that marijuana will have any detrimental effects on everyone. Both dosage and individual responses are uncritical. There is no way to determine the potency of an illegal drug such as marijuana. It has not been proved that use of marijuana will lead to a need for heavier narcotics. But repeated research has shown that...
Well, I'm the soft drug of all. Why don't you just let it all hang out? Hey, look! Hey, we swing down together.
Wow, it's just the kid was a swinger.
I don't want to get hooked on pot. You won't get hooked. You can drop me anytime you like.
Over time, your body can be damaged by marijuana, and it can become a...
It's nothing new to those who battle drug lords and traffickers.
Throughout a number of years, most DEA field divisions have at one time or another been involved with the Santa Muerte, the statutes, and the rituals that relate to that.
If you're a cartel member, you can ask her that load of methamphetamines being shipped to D.C., Atlanta, or here close to home in Richmond makes safe passage.
So how prevalent is the devotion to death right here in Richmond? We found candles that can be burned in worship to the death saint in Latino markets all across the metro area. Store owners tell us these things are big sellers.
How popular are the Santa Muerte candles and the dolls?
Well, they're really popular. We sell them a lot. Like in a week, I'll set up like about 30, 40 candles.
The candles are often used to set up shrines.
Your body's like a spaceship. And drugs like booze and pot are enemy spacecraft out to destroy you. They're full of aliens, alien chemicals. Pot is stuffed with hundreds of dangerous chemicals, such as carbon monoxide, the guck that comes out of a car's exhaust pipe, tar, that sticky black glue they put all over the roads, cyanide, deadly chemical gas, and THC, the stuff in the marijuana plant that makes you dizzy. And the main thing, booze, is ethanol, a chemical that's so lethal it'll burst into flames if you put a match to it. Taking booze and pot is like leaving yourself open to all these alien chemicals, letting them wreck your spaceship. The command center, that's like your nervous system. controlling all your movements. The fuel supply. That's like your digestive system. The pumps. That are like your circulatory system, pumping your blood around. And the air ducts. That are like your respiratory system, breathing air in and out of your body. Once you let the aliens attack, you're in trouble. A spaceship only works when it's all systems go. If the systems get screwed up...
You may not have heard of her, but recently Santa Muerte began making international headlines amid reports of ritual human sacrifice just south of the U.S. border in Mexico. And as 8 News investigative reporter A.J. Legault uncovers, the worship of death is being practiced right here in the metro area.
This skeletal maiden with the empty eyes is a saint for sinners.
It's very scary. I don't like to deal with none of that. To me, it's kind of like worshiping Satan.
She goes by several names.
They call her the Grim Reaperess.
Officially, she's Santa Muerte, Saint Death.
All they that hate me love death. Love death. Love death.
Known as the Bony Lady, and her popularity is exploding.
She has millions of followers, devotees, both in the U.S. and in Mexico.
And many of those devotees are among the most violent criminals in the world.
She is the premier narco saint.
Dr. Andrew Chestnut is a religious studies professor at VCU. He literally wrote the book on Santa Muerte, Devoted to Death.
A lot of cartel members in Mexico count on her.
I've got you hooked. But you said you couldn't get hooked on fun. Oh, well, I forgot. Anyway, who cares?
Give me that headband.
Give me that headband!
Give me that headband! There's nothing you can do to get it back.
It's mine. I wanna keep it.
You'll never get it on your head. It's mine. I want to wear it.
I can't remember what I just said. Give me that headband! Give me that headband! Give me that headband! There's nothing you can do will get it back.
Yeah, you'll never use it. If you do, the smoke will leave your brain.
Yeah, go on and wear it. If you do, you'll find your stone cold sober again. Give me that headband. Give me that headband. Give me that headband.
There's nothing you can do to get it back.
Give me that headband.
Give me that headband. Over time, marijuana can become addictive.
What do you mean, man?
It means that if you smoke enough joints, you can get really messed up. It ruins your concentration, slows your reflexes, makes you lose your memory.
What's I gonna do to you tonight? Just follow my directions.
No way.
Hey, I'm used to living in this fog. Now, turn right. Go forward 4 steps.
Just leave me alone.
You never get out of here if you don't do what I say. Now, turn left. Go 3 steps.
The fog is getting even worse.
Hey, relax. Try the trip. This fog never lasts long.
Marijuana lodges itself in the fatty tissues of the brain. It means that a single joint can fog up your mind for as long as 3 weeks.
Go. Don't get so uptight, man.
I like you. What do I have to do to get away from you?
I don't resist you. Don't let me do you any harm.
I can't breathe with all the smoke.
Little smoke is gonna hurt you.
All smoking is dangerous for your health.
What?
Each cigarette you smoke shortens your life by 5 minutes.
Oh, well, yeah. Smoking a joint. It's like smoking a cigarette.
Sure isn't. Smoking one marijuana joint is like smoking half a dozen cigarettes. You can shorten your life by 6 times as much.
Oh. Half a dozen cigarettes.
Yeah. Marijuana has over 400 different chemicals, with even more poison than tobacco. Cosmo, is that you?
You're almost there.
Just one more step.
Cosmo's just behind this gate.
Alcohol and marijuana are gateway drugs.
What are you getting at?
Yeah. What are you getting at?
Both of you open the gate to even worse drugs. Anyone who hangs around with either of you for long enough ends up meeting your even more dangerous friends. Drug habits such as shooting heroin and snorting cocaine.
Come on, man, come on. You're gonna love this world. I mean, I've never imagined your life. Yeah, it's so hot, it's so cool.
We've been waiting for you.
I've been waiting for you. Come on, man, come on.
Yeah, come on, buddy. Come on, let's play. We're in love.
I bet you're gonna love it.
Wait, where are you going?
Well done. I'm proud of you. I always knew you'd make it through. Come down to Earth and spread the word. Tell the people what you've heard.
Wait, how do I say it? Wait! Wait! Who are you?
Cosmo.
You need some help?
Yeah. I'm looking for Cosmo. He was right over there where the light used to be. But I can't see him now.
You're lucky, pal. I'm just the guy you're looking for. I know this place like the back of my hand. Booze is the name. Shortcuts are my game.
Booze is alcohol, and alcohol is a drug. Who said that?
Don't listen. Just step this way. Yeah. Come on. Okay. Alcohol is not a drug.
Yes, it is. Look, there's a light where Cosmo was.
Just keep going.
Whoa! Oops.
Wonder how that happened.
How are we gonna get out of here?
Hey, never mind. We'll walk across this. The dear old cosmos. That's it. Easy does it. Just remember, safety first. So, why do you think alcohol's a drug, old pal?
A drug is any chemical substance that changes our mind or body.
Doesn't change my mind or body.
Yes, it does. It can strain your brain, your stomach, your liver.
So what? So long as it feels good.
Will not only wreck your body, ruin your balance. Cosmo, where's the light? Cosmo? You got me into this. You get me out.
Hey, go with me, old pal. I'll get you out of this.
After what you just tried to do to me, I'm not going near you. Cosmo? Cosmo! Is that you? It's you! Where's Cosmo?
Where's Cosmo? Don't worry about Cosmo. There's an easy way out of here. It'll solve all your problems.
I told you! I'm not going with you anymore.
That's the sound of a man being tortured. His abusers laugh at the adrenaline high it gives them. This was captured on a federal wiretap. Agents were working to bust a Mexican-based fake ID cartel that had strong ties to Richmond. A conference call was set up with cartel members to make an example out of one of their own caught stealing. The gang's leader says, "Now it's a torture, buddy."
He was restrained, he was duct taped, doused in water, and then had jumper cables attached to his chest.
Inside the home where the man was tortured is this shrine to Santa Muerte. We showed Professor Chestnut the picture federal agents snapped of the fake ID cartel's altar.
What really first strikes me is the black. We have a black Santa Muerte, black candles. In my own research in the past 3 years, I rarely come across an altar that has so much blood.
There's a house in a terraced street in Ponders End, North London, where the events of the past 2 months have baffled all who've heard about them and scared the life out of those who've been directly involved. This is the home of Mrs. Peggy Hodgson and her family. At the moment, the children are being looked after by relatives because Mrs. Hodgson is ill in bed. The sequence of bizarre happenings which unfolded round these children and their mother in September have made the walls of the house rattle with the impact of flying objects and the sound of mysterious knockings. Soon a second family was drawn into the action, the next-door neighbours, Peggy and Vic Nottingham.
We'd been sitting listening to the knocking, and the woman next door, she called me in. We couldn't make out what it was. I heard the knocking as I walked in the front door, but I went all over the house, checked it, checked the walls, checked everything. Just couldn't make out what it was. So in the end, I thought to myself, well, there's only one thing. I'll call the police.
One of the two police officers sent to investigate made the following remarkable statement about what they heard and saw in this living room. There were 4 distinct taps on the wall, and then silence. About 2 minutes later, I heard more tapping from a different wall. The other police constable checked the walls, attic, and pipes, but could find nothing to explain the knocking. The eldest son of the family pointed to a chair next to the sofa. I then saw the chair slide across the floor. It moved approximately 3 to 4 feet, and then came to rest. I checked the chair, but could find nothing to explain how it had moved.
The police definitely wanted to get out of the house.
How could you tell?
They was as frightened as I was. And then the second night we went back in there again, and we got the same reaction again. We got this knocking. And then this here Lego. I witnessed a box of Lego underneath the chair, but I walked into the room. As I walked into the room, the Lego began to fly. But where it was coming from, I don't know.
Coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his chosen from the 4 winds, from one end of heaven to the other.
The world's darkest period of tribulation and horror under the Antichrist will abruptly end with the dawning of the brightest dawn, as Jesus Christ himself returns to gather his children to be with him. Lightning, trumpets, thunder, earthquakes, and gigantic meteor showers will all herald this climactic event. God's children who have died throughout the ages will be resurrected in new miraculous bodies and will burst forth from their graves and ascend to meet Jesus in the air. Live Christians will be transformed and will rise from the earth, floating right up through ceilings and buildings and cars and right up into the clouds to meet the Lord. Such is the scenario depicted in the Bible of the second coming of Christ, as he snatches his children out of reach of their evil Antichrist persecutors and whisks them away to the grandest, most glorious and thrilling victory celebration that's ever been held, the great marriage supper of the Lamb in heaven. Meanwhile, down on earth, the horrible wrath of God is being poured out upon the Antichrist forces left behind. A time so terrible that the Bible says that men will seek death, but be unable to find it. Then, shortly after Jesus' second coming, down from the sky will come the great hosts of heaven, with Jesus in the lead, to destroy the Antichrist and his one-world empire in the awesome Battle of Armageddon. This great slaughter of the Antichrist and his armies will take place in and around the valley of Megiddo in northern Israel and all the way to Jerusalem. It will mark the end of man's cruel rule on earth, as Jesus, the King of Kings and Lord of Lords, and his heavenly forces forcibly take over the world to rule and reign and run it the way it should have been run if man had not disobeyed God and gone his own selfish way. So begins a period known as the Millennium, 1,000 years of peace and plenty on a greatly restored and improved earth. Well, to say the least, we're living in very exciting times, and there's soon to be some great global changes made. The curtains have been drawn aside on the last great scene of Earth's drama. The act has begun, and it cannot stop now. Like it or not, each one of our lives are going to be caught up in these great events. The countdown to Armageddon has begun.
There's 2 different communities that use this park. One is the pagan or occultic community, And the other community is, of course, the homosexual community. Interestingly enough, they go hand in hand. And so, well, see, here you go. Upon entering the park, I mean, you can see they've already got started. Okay. This is a pentacle. The interesting thing about this pentacle is it's an upright pentacle. This is not a satanic pentacle. Now, the reason why this pentacle would not be considered satanic is because it has one point up. Now, Satanists would reverse this star, or pentacle as it's called, and have 2 points up. Those represent the horns of Baphomet and or the horns of Satan. But now, right over here, I can see on a tree here, there's a inverted cross. Now, this is satanic. This is a very generic symbol. Let me see. It's actually fairly fresh too. This here, of course, is a bastardization of Christianity, and it's a very common symbol. Obviously, they probably had a party or a ritual here within the past night or two.
BC, the Persian philosopher Zoroaster changed everything. In his view, Ahura Mazda was the all-beneficial force. Opposing him on earth was an adversary called Ahriman. Now, the Hebrews at that time were captives in Persia, and the idea of this adversary appealed to them without its fully dualistic impact. Their Hebrew word for adversary was shaitan. When Christian theology came along, Christ was all perfect, all good. What therefore explained the presence of evil in the earth? This shaitan became Satan, capital S. In fact, the church created a department or a science of demonology, which was intended to structure Satan's forces. This way you could know which ones might be bothering you if you had an illness or if you had crazy sexual desires. With that, it was almost natural that some people out there were going to become fascinated by it. They were going to say, well, it's part of the Christian idea. Maybe Satan is the real God. If there's such a thing as a demon who can bring somebody wealth and riches even though he doesn't deserve them, maybe if you worked on it, that demon would bring them to you and let the chips fall where they may. Today, there is some of that. There is a need to experiment with drugs, with sex, and some people feel it's more fun to do it under the aegis of Satanism or black magic, sorcery, each to his own.
The very essence of Witchcraft, Wicca, or white witchcraft as it is sometimes called, is the phrase, "And it harm none, do what thou wilt," which is Old English. It simply says, you can do what you want so long as you don't harm another human being or animal. Let me first state this. The devil, which is the central figure of satanic beliefs, is the perversion of witchcraft, even to the point of taking the symbol of witchcraft, which is the five-pointed star, and turning it upside down. So the satanic groups, the devil worshippers, are to witchcraft what the atheist is to Roman Catholicism. Anathema, the opposite. Up to the middle of the 13th century, the old religion was practiced by the country people. Country people were called pagans, from the pagani in Latin, meaning simply people who live in the countryside. And it became apparent to the Pope at the time that the people who were worshipping in the old ways were worshipping an antichrist, a figure that the church created out of a combination of various elements from antiquity, such as Pan,
satanic
gave them the horns and
where
the
I have
flow.
criticized them during our lecture programs and so forth. Unfortunately, we've had problems at our own home, problems at the colleges where we do lecture, so that it is a threat to us.
There is the lunatic fringe. We're talking about kill the animals, kill the children, kill anyone else who gets in your way, kill them because you don't like the way they look, etc., etc. Then you have they're considered the medieval Satanists. Then there are those like myself.
I don't know how many different kinds there are. They're all culminate in one thing. They're worshiping the devil. Sooner or later, they end up worshiping the devil.
We look at it as a way of life, but also a way of survival, but not at the expense of others
If you play with mud, you know, you're bound to get dirty. And in these cases, it don't shower off too easy.
We know that Satanism is on the rise. There's no doubt about it. Our case histories alone are going into dozens of cases of people who are relating horrifying experiences from these people.
We perform human sacrifices by proxy, you might say, the destruction of human beings who would, let's say, create an antagonistic situation towards us in the form of curses and hexes. Not in actual blood rituals, because certainly the destruction of a human being physically is illegal. But we feel that the sacrifice should be a deserving one. We don't chop up babies or cut the heads off of cats.
As far as Anton LaVey is concerned, I'm sure there's a lot of people that follow him and consider him a serious Satanist, and I have interviewed a couple that do. But from what I can read on the occult books and the other Satanists that I have interviewed, they don't consider Anton LaVey that serious. He's a showman.
Judy and I heard about each other. I don't know if you heard about me or I heard about you.
Right.
But it was a natural relationship because we're both private investigators. I'm in Los Angeles, she's down in Long Beach. And as any good investigator would do, just to learn or hear about satanic cults isn't enough. You've got to jump into it and delve into it and develop sources and informants, which we both have done. I've been told by a woman who was born into the movement that, and was in it for more than 15 years, that there are several hundred satanic groups across the nation that practice human and animal sacrifice. In all walks of life, doctors, lawyers, airline pilots, educators. I have been told of one superintendent of schools who's a practicing Satanist.
It wasn't until about 4 years ago that I what we call breakthrough. I began to have these memories. Then I had to start putting my life together. One of the earliest memories that I had was a brick wall, and they took these babies and they nailed them by their heads in a circle on that wall, and then they had 3 crosses. And in the middle cross, they had a man hung up there. Now, that man had tried to save my twin sister and me, and unfortunately, they captured him. And so they hung him up there, and then they hung my twin sister on one cross, and they hung me on the other side on another cross. But they had this pile of bloody baby parts in front of them. And they stood there with my older sister, and they threw those parts at us as we hung up on the wall. They follow a religious calendar, similar to the Christians have a Christian calendar. And at one of their big times is at the crucifixion of Christ. And so what they were doing is they were playing out the crucifixion of Christ.
The younger the soul, the more innocent the soul, because they've had less chance to sin. So the more innocent the soul that they sacrifice, the more power in the sacrifice. And that was told to me, again, by a practicing Satanist. When they kill the child and they've brought them to total fear, if they eat the flesh, then they, of course, acquire the child's awareness, his uniqueness, his IQ, his courage, his whatever.
Well, the area I'm from, on the North Shore of Chicago, in the probably middle 1800s, I believe that that's about the time when this must have begun in that village, that the Satanists infiltrated. My grandfather, who was a very prominent Methodist minister in the Chicago area, I believe that he not only was the Methodist minister, but he was also into the satanic beliefs and practices. My father was corporate executive at Chicago Stockyards for 32 years, so he had easy access to a lot of things there at the stockyards that they could use in these kind of rituals. And we had 2 little grocery stores there with walk-in cold butcher units. And that's where they would hang these bodies, that they would use in the rituals. And they would hang me up there and tell me that this is what would happen to me if I opened my mouth and talked.
They also are very heavy into mind control, and they pass this on from generation to generation. In other words, they'll have a whole family that'll practice Satan worshiping. They take those kids and they raise them. It's like the mind control in Vietnam, but the communists have used in the past.
And then, of course, we've got all our adult survivors, and there's so many that it's frightening, actually. But they're coming forward, and they're saying, somebody stop it.
I was alone in the room at first. Then there were people that came in. They looked like priests. They had black suits on like a priest. They didn't have a white collar. They had black masks on. Then they began to chant. They brought the baby that was in the bucket. They pulled a baby up out of that bucket. And the baby was kind of whimpering like a baby, a newborn baby. They literally took the knife and went from the chest bone down and cut it wide open. They then took, everyone in that room took the guts of the baby, literally reached in, hand in, and took, with the baby, still moving, screaming, And apparently the baby then went limp, but they took the living guts of this baby out and ate it. My grandfather was doing the praying, and he began a prayer out of the book. As he held the baby over me, he said, "O Holy One of the world, we offer you this libation for strength and power in your name, Satan. We offer this child and girl as a living sacrifice for your power and glory, and we dedicate this Virgin of God and make her holy by fornication, molestation, incest, cannibalism, and torture." The baby was dead, the girl was dead, and I was just there, and these people were all around me, so I just assumed that I was going to get the same thing.
Bear in mind that they also incinerate. They have the cremators, and they destroy the bodies. There's no evidence.
Part of the proof that that happens, wasn't it somebody down in Texas, that wasn't Henry Lee Lucas, who actually said that he had gone to schools where they taught him how to kidnap a child?
Who trained you? The hands of death. We were trained in detail of what to do, what to look for. It's just like going out and going to school. It's type. We learn through books, through actual participation in killings.
Lucas claimed that he was trained to kill as a Satanist. Unless the FBI, law enforcement in general, looks at this seriously and does something about it, it's going to continue to expand. We're going to have a pyramid effect.
So often when we have tried to get protection from law enforcement, they don't believe us. I'm very careful. I'm very careful where I talk about this, and you know, I screen the people I'm around. They can do anything they want to. That means if they cared to kill you, they wouldn't think anything of it.
Somebody left 13 dead red roses and 13 dead chrysanthemums on my front lawn in Westwood, California.
I received 6 dead lizards and 6 dead birds in a pile on my porch.
I did not wait to see if it was a threat. I left town immediately.
But I did know who had left them there. So I just picked them up and drove up to where they lived and put them back on their porch.
In addition, I developed a considerable amount of information on 18 murders that were committed by the satanic cult people and members of their group. Some were drug-related, some weren't, some were sacrifices. And I have this information in sealed envelopes, in 12 sealed envelopes, and if anything happens to me, these envelopes with the names, dates, places will be mailed to some key people in the government, the news media, and other officials.
They've even at times tried to attack us ourselves. Lorraine was threatened a few times. This is why at lectures we keep a very close watch on her especially.
I was just told that if I did not get out of what I was into, and if I dared to shine a light on the New Haven occult community and mention them in general, that I would be dead before I was 31.
A whole bunch of groups got together and fought them off magically. If anybody wants to believe it or not, it was done in 1973 in Brooklyn Heights.
This was published in 1933. There were covens in Europe. That's what they're called, the congregation. Covens in Europe, in America, and in Australia, and they have one right here. That whole bunch. The parties with the singing and the flute and the chanting, those are espas or Sabbaths or whatever they're called.
Don't get excited, huh?
Read what they do, Guy. They use blood in their rituals, and the blood that has the most power is baby's blood.
When the movie came out, Rosemary's Baby, and the book came out, friends of mine who had heard my memories told me about it, and they said they weren't sure that it was safe for me to see that, because it sounded so much like what I had survived and what some other satanic survivors had survived. The whole thing of impregnating this woman, the ritual of them all standing around in the apartment while they laid this lady out, it was just like I'm watching the family scene all over again. How did they know?
She's awake, she sees.
She don't see. As long as she ate the mouse, she can't see nor hear. She's like dead now. Sing.
The concoction that the woman gave her and brought across the hall to the impregnated woman, and the woman got sicker and sicker, and she had excruciating pain. I know that I was fed poison many times. Somebody experienced that and put that together in a picture.
I believe that there are diabolical births, diabolical miracles, just as the Immaculate Conception came about. These people who are into Satanism actually will dedicate their children to Satan, to the devil.
is his father, not Guy. He came up from hell and begat a son of mortal woman. Hail, Satan!
Hail, Satan!
Satan is his father. Hail, Adrian! Hail, Satan! Hail, God is dead!
Hail, Satan
lives!
And suddenly people all over the country were saying, oh God, are there such things as these covens? Is there such a thing? And of course, the next step is to create it, you see, life again imitating art.
I enjoyed Rosemary's Baby. I thought that was incredible. That was great. Because it did not bring the devil across as being anything bad.
You see something in a film or on television which gives it great authority, and suddenly it becomes reality. The possession of a child by a demon becomes authenticated.
Is there proof? Oh, yes. He bears a birthmark. A sequence of sixes. So says the Bible to all the apostles of Satan.
People all over the country shaved their kids' head to see if he didn't have 3 sixes. I mean, by the thousands. And it got to be overwhelming that these people were shaving their kids' head. They go home and they look and they, this kid is the devil, especially out of, some people who really haven't got it all together. Omen was wonderful. It's the story of the Antichrist coming back as a kid. The whole illusion of the Omen is, was it so, or was Gregory Peck crazy?
We all come home from a day and say, you're not going to believe me what happened today. The dome drove me crazy. In his case, it did. It's coincidence for me. It's all coincidence. I don't believe in the peace. I believe in the coincidence that drove a man insane, because how else? Man had to be insane to get that if he thought that even came to him of killing a child. So to be driven to that, he was driven to insanity by circumstance.
Please, Daddy, no! No, Daddy, no!
God, help me! Please! Stop! Stop, or I'll fire!
I mean, a movie is a Rorschach. A movie like that. And it gives the audience the opportunity to see whatever they want to see within it. And hopefully there's enough conflict in those things that some people see one, some people another, so it is controversial, and it gives it enhances its success.
Take him.
And you sit in the theater and you get those vibes. These people believe what you did as actual. Now that has a responsibility. It has a responsibility in that a filmmaker should know his bounds as to how far to go and not to go because of that, because you do have that ability.
As a filmmaker, I just like to have whatever I make as a piece of entertainment. Omen was entertainment.
Let me say this, that most of what you see up on the screen there actually does take place.
I now command you to seek out and destroy the Nazarene child. Fail, and you will be condemned to a numbing eternity in the blessed bosom of Christ.
Most of the time, Satan is much more appealing in art and literature and the films, much more appealing than Christ. Maybe there is an instinct in people to want the bad guy sometimes to win, to want a very flamboyant, evil character to have power over good. You will always get some person who will organize a group, usually a man, an attractive person with strong public relations abilities and charisma, organize a group with the promise of some exotic and erotic activities.
The main focus.
Strange apparitions haunt the countryside of England. Spirits, it is said, lurk in the meadows that once rang with the sound of life. There are those who swear that the dead have risen. Some hear the sounds of ghostly horses hurtling up the stone stairs of a castle. Others bear witness to the cries of an African prince, outraged because he was buried on English soil. The ancient ghosts of England, it would seem, are the scariest spirits of all. Author-investigator Francis Hitching placed television equipment in a London cellar supposedly haunted by a 17th century cavalier. On a flickering black and white screen, he may have found the last vestiges, the final earthly remnants of a 300-year-old warrior.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanation, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
The English countryside has been populated by so many people for so long a time that it has acquired a rich legacy of spirits and ghosts. A 200-year-old monarch may pace the library of a great fortress.
Began to fly.
Henry VIII.
But where it was coming from, I don't know. One piece hit me on the arm, and
did it hurt?
Oh, it brought a lump up. It caught me on the elbow, and it brought a lump up. And as
What,
I
one
say,
tiny little piece?
One tiny little piece of Lego. Now, it's not much bigger than 3/4 inch. But it caught me on the elbow, and as I say, it brought a lump up.
In the absence of a law against chairs that move on their own, the police were powerless to act. So the neighbours called in the man from the Society for Psychical Research. Maurice Gross is an inventor who devotes his leisure to investigating the supernatural. Since coming on the case, he's made several recordings of what he says are unique examples of a poltergeist in action. Tapes can, of course, be faked, but in this one, recorded in a bedroom after the family had gone to bed, the reactions of the Hodgson children to some very strange occurrences seem totally genuine.
All the lights gone out. Oh. Wait. It's
throw the lamp
on the head.
right way across the room and pull it out of the socket.
Quick, turn the lamp off.
The light plug was pulled from the socket 3 times after that. Then, after a period of watching and waiting, something even stranger happened.
Who's that shaking the door? Oh. What's on there? Mum's laughing. Oh! What's that?
The slipper was thrown across the room, hit
Oh,
the door
not my one.
as I was holding the door.
My one.
The white slipper hit the door as I was holding the door.
He hit me on the leg. Where's the other one?
The other one's over here.
What sort of a case is this in your experience?
Well, I think this is probably the best case this century. In fact, as far as documentation is concerned, it may be the best case of all time.
What special aspects make it so?
Well, the entity itself has been very, very violent at times, and of course the witnesses and documentation have been excellent. The violent things I've seen happen are the furniture moving, the furniture being thrown upside down. In fact, one night I was standing here, there were about 11 or 12 people in the room, and I was standing talking to one of the members of the family, and I in front of the settee, and the settee went straight up in the air and turned upside down, right in front of me, no more than a foot away from me.
What particular tape stands out in your mind?
Well, I think one particular tape that stands out in my mind is the incident where I was communicating with it quite a long while, very seriously, and then something happened which was very funny indeed.
Knock. 1 for no and 2 for yes. Are you a male spirit? 1 for no and 2 for yes. There's 2. You are a male spirit. Did you used to live in this house? You did. Was it more than 50 years ago? Yes. Did you die in this house? Did you pass on? You did pass on in this house. Now, why are you here? Are you unhappy? You're not unhappy. But why are you here? Is it because you want to give us a special message? No. You don't want to give us a special message. Are you having a game with me? Oh, right. As I asked the question, are you having a game with me? It threw the cardboard box and the pillow right at my face. Well, thank you very much. That was a very good answer.
And we was all just standing in the kitchen, all of us together. And then all of a sudden a pool of water come from nowhere in the middle of the floor in the kitchen. And then we heard the toilet chain pull. And there was no one at all out in the toilet. We was all in the kitchen. And the door opened in the toilet, then the chain went, and as we walked out there, the toilet brush came from the thing what it was in, the container, and the brush just come up and settled on top of the toilet. Just like that, as if someone had just got in there, pulled the chain and then took the brush up and to wash the toilet. And the doors, well, and then the bathroom door opens, and the kitchen table has just tipped up. And there's Janet, one of the girls, she's been just sitting on a chair and she's been thrown completely across the room.
There's a child's chair, I suppose it weighs about 10 pounds, padded one with metal legs. And the child is sleeping in a single bed one side of the room, and I was sitting on a single bed the other side of the room, with his chair in the middle. The child went to sleep, and all of a sudden she got a little bit restless. Well, just after that, his chair was lifted off the ground, and it was thrown about 9 foot through the air, a good 9 foot. For no reason whatsoever. No one was on the end of it. Didn't touch no one. Just went a straight line down the room.
And what did you do?
I ran out the room again. You know, I mean, when you see these things, there's nothing on the end of them. You begin to shake.
The third family to be caught up in the story was John and Sylvia Burkham, who live a few doors away. John is Mrs. Hodgson's brother, and he and Sylvia have spent hours at the Hodgson's house, trying to help them through all the unexplained goings-on. But they've had plenty of shocks of their own.
Now, what happened in this bedroom?
Well, I heard a noise downstairs. I come up, and there was the eldest girl on the floor. But the other one's missing. So I look under this bed, I look under this one, and as I stand up, I see it. There she is, across this radio, one leg in the air, and her head hanging down. Just to prove that I wasn't mad, I yelled for my wife to come up to see what I have just seen. But she was asleep.
As a roof repairer, Vic Nottingham is used to tall stories. But he never thought he'd play a leading role in one like this.
I've got one chap at work, for instance, and he says to me, "How's your ghost getting on?" Now, I mean, it's no good talking to a chap like that, because he's got no reaction on it whatsoever. He thinks that I'm going around the bloody bend, like, you know what I mean? But,
do you think you are?
Well, I was straight. I mean, I'm 44, and I've never witnessed anything like it before in my life, but the only thing that worries me, see, being a roofer by trade, is beginning to get on top of you. Your nerves begin to shatter a little bit.
In every story of things that go bump in the night, there are two possibilities. One, that it's a hoax. Two, that there's something going on beyond the grasp of the human mind. If this is a hoax, it means that some of the 17 people who've seen things have been playing an elaborate and twisted joke on the others. If it isn't a hoax, it means that either those 17 people have all been having hallucinations, including the police, or this is the best documented ghost story of all time.
Can you tell me why you are upsetting this family? Is it because you enjoy doing it? You do enjoy doing it. Well, I suggest that now you've got... Now, what does that mean? Why have you done 3 knocks? Now, I ask you the question again. 2 knocks for yes, and 1 knock for no. Now, Yes, that's right, you understand. Now, do you enjoy upsetting this family? You do? Well, now, will you please go away? Because I think you've had enough of your jokes. You won't go away. But I would like you to go away, and go away because I think you've been upsetting this family long enough, and it's time you went away. You understand me? Please go away. Yes, you must go away. It's absolutely essential that you go away. No, you mustn't be obstinate. You must go away. Well, you must. I'm sorry, but you must stop annoying this family. You've had enough. You've had a good time. Now, please go away. All right? Please go away. I can't say any more to you now. Goodbye. Goodbye.
These teenage sisters believe they're haunted by a poltergeist.
I was going to ask the same question as I asked earlier. How many voices are there?
600.
600 the voices.
I know the joke.
How many really are there, Margaret?
I think so far we've had 10 sensible voices, but the rest of the names are absolute rubbish.
11-year-old Janet Hodgson appears to be the focus of many of the strange happenings in Green Street, but they also affect her 14-year-old sister Margaret and their younger brother Billy. One of the first manifestations was when Lego bricks began to fly at high speed around the living room.
How does it feel to be haunted by a poltergeist?
It's not haunted. Shut up.
Why isn't it haunted?
I don't know.
Does it frighten you, the things that happen here?
Oh, well, it did first, but now I've got more used to it, and you learn to accept the things that happen. It slung a cupboard at Mum, might eat it at Mum, slung a bookshelf at Margaret.
Have you tried telling it to go away?
Yes, many times.
And what does it reply?
No, it won't. It's staying another 6-7 years.
The local police could find no explanation for the knocking either. They were even more baffled when two of their beat constables reported seeing an armchair levitate across the Hodgsons' living room.
It came off the floor, or maybe a ½ inch, I should say, and I saw it slide off to the right, about 3.5 to 4 feet before it came to rest. I checked to see whether or not it could possibly have slid along the floor. I placed a marble on the floor to see whether or not the marble would go in the same direction as the chair did, and it didn't roll at all. I checked for wires under the cushion of the chair, and I could find no explanation at all.
Maurice Gross is an electronics engineer and an investigator for the Society for Psychical Research.
Over here was Janet, and over here, in this bed here, was Margaret.
It was in the same bedroom a month later, with all the family present, that Maurice Gross first challenged the poltergeist to talk.
And this was actually the result. You'll hear here the whistling first of all, and then the barking.
Here is this.
The barking here is quite extraordinary, actually.
We got a dog here.
I then said to it, as I said on the tape here, I then said to it, if you can whistle and bark and groan, then you can talk. And I asked it to actually say my name.
Well, just a minute. Right, we'll try again. I want you to call out my name. My complete name, Maurice Gross. See if you can do that. Very good. Let me hear you say my name again. Come on, let me hear you say my name. Hello, my name's Morris. Let me hear you say it.
Morris.
Now that was the first time we heard the voice, and since then we've been hearing it again and again, and it's been getting louder and louder.
What about the voices? When did the voices start?
December the 12th.
December the 12th?
Yes.
And how did they start?
Well, one night Mr. Grove was talking about it about 8:30. He said, all we need now is the voices to talk. And that night I went to bed, and I can't remember exactly what happened. And
What's that knocking?
yeah, that's, I can hear it now. I was doing that yesterday morning, and Peggy was on her own. So she come in to us, because it wasn't her, she come in. We sat together and we heard it. And I counted how many knocks, and there was 14 altogether. And it's doing it again now.
That was 3 knocks just now.
Yes, it goes in 3s and 2s. How we first got contacted, this was when Mr. Gross said, if there's anyone there, knock twice with yes, and if not, one for no.
I wonder if we did that now, whether it would answer. Is anybody there? Is anybody there? Nothing. No.
It doesn't always do it to order. No, it doesn't. It goes in spasms. Like we're talking now. It may not now, after you've said that, but it won't do it when you want it to, straight away. No.
What about the voices? They sometimes say things and make answers. Is that the voice now?
Yeah.
Is anybody there? How many voices are there?
Dirty Dick, Andrew Garner, and Stuart Thurton.
Dirty Dick, Andrew Gardner, and Stuart
Thurton.
Oh, has he ever spelt that for you?
No. Mr. Ghost asked him, but something distracted Mr. Ghost last night when he asked. Oh, some time ago.
And
Sorry,
what do you think these are? Are they people or are they just voices?
Could be spirits, oh, I don't know. No, I believe it's a form of a spirit speaking for us somehow. No. We don't get this at school, these voices though. Because I believe when we're all separate, it's not so strong.
Just when you come near each other?
Yeah, like here, or our aunts, we're all up there together, or in Peggy's next door.
And Janet's, your voice is stronger, isn't it? It seems to be the strongest.
Yeah.
When you hear the voice and it comes out, where does it come from? Here, your throat?
No.
Where do you feel it comes from?
Back of the neck. Back of the neck.
And so it must be as if it's somebody else speaking then, when you hear it?
Yeah, behind us.
And do you get the feeling when you hear the voice that there is a person there?
Yes.
Yeah. And do they tell you much about themselves?
Not really, no.
They just tend to growl and
play around and sort of joke and be silly. You know.
I wonder, do you think there's anyone there just now?
Yeah, I do.
Who's that?
What?
Who's that, Janet?
Pardon? Stuart Certain.
Stuart Certain, and he's one of the voices.
Yeah.
Why do you think he comes and speaks through you?
To annoy us.
Does he ever say anything nice?
Well, don't know really.
Shall we try and speak to him? No. We'll see if he'll speak to us.
Yeah.
Is anybody there?
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Doctor Who.
Doctor Who?
Goose Chasers here.
Mr. Gross, a lot of people, hearing these voices produced by the children, will simply say that they are very good ventriloquists and that this is all a hoax. How would you react to that?
Certainly not. They're certainly not very good ventriloquists. We have had tests on them to see whether they can ventriloquize. They can't. To keep up this particular type of voice for any length of time without damage to the vocal cords is absolutely impossible. I mean, there must be some hoarseness attached to it. But don't forget, these children don't do this for a couple of minutes or so. They do it for lengths of periods up to 3 hours, and without any hoarseness or sore throats whatsoever. Well, perhaps, Guy, perhaps you've got something to say to them.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how you make this noise without bashing Janet's vocal cords to pieces. If I do it for half a minute, I get a sore throat. Joe?
Guy Lyon Playfair is an author of books on the paranormal, with experience of poltergeist cases in Europe and Brazil.
How do you do it, mate?
God, they can hours.
Don't you ever get a sore throat, Janet?
No.
Sure.
Yeah.
You never get pain in the back of the neck or something?
No. Oh, what do you mean? I'm sorry, I'm not with you. What? I feel,
Oh, you with me now? With me?
Sensation in the back of the neck. Yeah.
Well, tell us about that.
I don't know.
No, tell me about that. You get it? Do you get it now? It's buzzing in the back of the neck.
Yeah.
Do you feel it vibrating as if it was sort of?
No, like someone.
Someone
got
what?
their hand on the back of my neck like that.
Poltergeists seem to thrive on an atmosphere of tension that is partly sexual. The fact that most of the focuses are adolescents seems to contribute to the mischievous nature of the effects, leading some to suggest that the kids are faking or enjoying a laugh at the expense of the investigators. But to create all the bizarre effects that went on in this house either involves a gigantic conspiracy with the neighbours or a disruption in our laws of mind and matter.
I'm invisible.
I'm invisible.
You're invisible? Why are you invisible? G-H-O-S-T.
Because I'm a G-H-O-S-T. Yes, he had quite a sense of humour. He also used to swear a lot as well. I'm Maurice Gross, and I'm one of Britain's leading psychic investigators. I'm 76 now, and still on the trail of ghosts and poltergeists. In 1977, I led a team which investigated what is now regarded as the world's most famous poltergeist case, the Enfield poltergeist. It became world headlines at the time, mainly because of the strange, gruff voice that came from a girl called Janet. Hollywood soon got in on the act, and the makers of several box office hits acknowledge a debt to my case in Enfield. I've never been able to forget that voice. He called himself many names, but mostly Bill or Fred. I still listen to the 180 hours of tapes I recorded during the investigation.
Bow, 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 the pump, check you down the street. Merrily, 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 lovely, got the train. Now f***ing now.
This voice is coming from an 11-year-old girl. Well, perhaps, Guy, perhaps you've got something to say to them.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how you make this noise without bashing Janet's vocal cords to pieces. If I do it for half a minute, I get a sore throat.
Goose Chasers here.
And we found that on analysis, the voice was not made by the larynx, the voice box, but by the false vocal fold, which is above the larynx. And you only use that when you lose your voice and you talk like that. Well, if you talk like that for more than a couple of minutes, you start getting a sore throat. Talk like that for
5 minutes or so and you're going to start doing damage to your throat. And yet this voice used to speak up to 3 hours at a time. Not continuously, of course, but up to 3 hours at a time without the girl showing any distress at all. Absolutely remarkable.
The voice was just part of it. The girl levitated, going from horizontal to vertical in a sixth of a second. Furniture was thrown around the rooms. The house was swarming with journalists. But after 4 days, they were baffled and frightened and called my team for help. A policewoman gave a sworn affidavit of the extraordinary activity she witnessed. Even the ghost chipped in. The death certificate confirmed the truth of what the ghost was saying. Many objects materialised out of thin air, spoons were bent, fires broke out spontaneously in the impoverished family's home. The family had to endure practically every known phenomena in a poltergeist case. They were traumatised. They didn't benefit financially and were ostracised by many of their local community. The Enfield poltergeist menaced that family for 18 months. It nearly destroyed their lives. I'm going back to see them for the first time in 20 years. Janet, the girl at the centre of it all, prefers to remain anonymous, but I spoke to her mother and sister. Well, here I am at this famous house in Enfield, and here you see Margaret and her mother, who were very, very involved in this case. You remember the day I first came?
Yes, I remember, Mr. Rose, and you was on the case ever since then, onwards, and you saw everything and took note and explained to us.
You remember when the reporters and journalists were here? How did they carry on?
I could see the fear in some of their faces also, and they probably could sense that we was dead scared and wanted to run out any minute. I know I did. My sister did, I know that.
I remember one of them came in and he explained to me that I'd got a poltergeist in the house.
And
I said, what on earth's that? And I nearly fainted when he told me. I didn't even know what it was. In fact, I don't think any of us did.
And we couldn't even say the word poltergeist until Mr. Rose from Psychical Research explained how to say poltergeist.
That's me.
and also what it actually meant in, was it German? Was it?
Yeah, poltergeist, noisy
spirit. In the meaning of it also,
yeah.
which he explained to us.
What do you say to people who say to you, with you children playing around, what do you say about that?
I say that's a matter of opinion. If you haven't experienced it, you're going to say that, but it did really happen.
It upsets me deep down to think that they can't give us an open mind, the ones that just put it down completely. But all I can say to them is I wish they can experience the same thing as what we went through. They certainly wouldn't say it was false or fake or it was child playing or anything of that kind.
The welfare of people at the centre of poltergeist activity is very important. I believe that most poltergeist activity is actually caused by very high levels of stress. Occasionally, you get paranormal entities interacting with this, and this is what I think happened at Enfield. I haven't spent all my years searching for the paranormal. Like everybody else, I had a normal life to lead. When I left school, I was a commercial artist. I did 2 years apprenticeship. You can see on the pictures on the wall, well, actually, they are my pictures that I have done. I turned into quite a good commercial artist, in fact. But then the war was looming, and I joined the Royal Artillery, super heavy guns. We had to make a hasty retreat back to Dunkirk, when, of course, thousands of other troops. And we were bombed and blitzed to hell there. It really was rough going. I suppose I was one of the reasonably lucky ones. I got off on a destroyer. I met Betty at a tea dance in Marble Arch. Always very taken with her, right from the word go. And it was on a Sunday, and I met her on the Sunday, proposed to her on the Thursday, and in 10 weeks we were married. Because everybody said at the time, oh, these war marriages, it would never last, it would never last. Well, I don't know, perhaps it won't. I mean, it's only 51 years now, so I suppose I think I can say it lasts. It's a turning point in my life. I decided to carry out serious research into the paranormal and join the Society for Psychical Research. This is now my psychic HQ. The Society is the world's leading centre for the scientific study of the paranormal. I'm the chairman of the Spontaneous Phenomena Committee. People write to us from all around the country with their strange cases, which we investigate on a non-fee-paying basis. Can you recap on who he said was psychologically disturbed?
He said
What
something
name? Who was it? Because there's so many
That's
names.
the covering
came up.
letter, isn't it?
Yeah, on the covering letter. There's so many people mentioned
Yes, I was
there.
wondering that.
Expert in the early 60s and a retired university lecturer.
Icons and candles come in a number of different colors, which all have different meanings. Red for romance, green for justice, white for purity or gratitude.
Black symbolizes harm, injury to others, and protection. So when I see all this black, it tells me that these people were probably up to nefarious purposes.
Around Richmond, we asked shop owners, which color is the biggest seller? What's the most popular?
I would say the black one.
While there is an undeniable tie between Santa Muerte and criminals,
A lot of people actually approach her for questions of health, love, finding a job.
she's considered a multitasking saint with followers who are the very picture of law-abiding.
And many of their requests are the same that people would take to the normal Catholic saints.
From Whittingham Hospital near Preston are to spend Halloween in one of Britain's most haunted houses. Organiser of the sponsored sleep-in, Mavis McAteer, said, "We're down-to-earth people, but can't help feeling a little apprehensive."
Chingle Hall, supposedly the most haunted house in Britain, was built in 1260. It was the birthplace of the Catholic martyr St. John Wall, who was executed in 1679 for his beliefs. But Chingle is perhaps more famous for the inexplicable happenings that have taken place there.
I sort of felt, again, the footsteps underneath, and then looking over there, I just caught an indefinable shape going around the back of the door.
I was a skeptic, but there comes a time when you've got to say, there is something else. And Chingle Hall is certainly something else.
Well, there we are. That's the tape made by the BBC 8 years ago. And interesting, really, because here's a chap who's gone away and he's done 6 ghost hunts and done 6 broadcasts and come up with nothing. And then somebody said, go to Chingle. And you've heard the product. Now, we're not going to tell you a lot of other things that may or may not happen. There are a whole host of things that can happen and that sometimes people do experience. What tonight's really about is for you to, if you like, conduct your own experiments. And we would suggest that quite a lot of things that happen you may find would be really quite subtle, not sort of obvious big bang things. If you're scared at all tonight, worried, anything like that, then do come and wake us up. That's what we're here for.
Jackie, why are you doing this? Why are you spending the night in a haunted house?
Really, to raise money for the hospital.
But why this way? I mean, why a haunted house?
Well, there must be easier ways to do it, but it was just suggested and it seemed a fun idea at the time.
Do you believe in ghosts?
I'm not sure. Maybe I shall know in the morning.
I think I'd like to experience something. That's...
Why? What would it?
Well, probably to show me that there's something after this. I think I'd probably feel that there's something after this if I do have any experiences. At the moment, I don't believe that there is, so we'll just see.
A lot of people might say that you were slightly balmy.
Well, I might agree with a lot of people.
There are more recorded apparitions seen in Great Britain and Ireland than in any other country in the world. I suppose I've always seen ghosts. For me, there's absolutely nothing unusual about it. I don't think there's anything to be frightened of. They've always been friendly. Well, we moved here in April 1979, and one of the first things we did was put central heating in. And because the cellar had an earth floor, my husband and son decided to lay a concrete floor so that the anthracite wouldn't sink into it. And Mac laid the last yard. And he picked up this object and he said, "What's this? It's so heavy." He washed it. And there was this, huge crucifix. We had various local people who were interested in archaeology, and we had the church people came, both sides, you know, and they were very divided. One lot said it was, or they thought it was, Victorian. The other said it was medieval. They were all certain it was made of iron and lead. They were all certain it had come off a tomb because there was a stone on the back of it. It hadn't been nailed anywhere. But as yet, we've still not found anyone that can give us any real information about it. I would like to know about it, because it was after finding that I first saw Dominic. I was washing up in the kitchen, and coming from right to left, underneath the kitchen window, was this hooded figure, and I thought it was Mike, my husband. But he didn't come in through the back door. I thought, that's rum, so I looked outside, nobody there. Came back, continued washing up. I saw him again, coming from the same direction, not going back. So I went out and peered round the corner of the kitchen. There's nobody there. And that's when I realised it wasn't Mike. And I realised, for some reason, it was a cow I'd seen.
Have you seen Dominic since?
Oh, yes, many times. Many, many times.
Where do you normally see him?
Well, usually, there's no specific place. I've not seen him outside again. He's usually he comes down the stairs and walks along through the living room, and if the kitchen door's open, he sort of walks into the kitchen and then just disappears. Or if it's closed, he'll walk through the door. He's got a thinnish moustache. His face is tan. His hands are tan, like to be Spanish or Italian.
Has he ever spoken to you?
Yes, once. He did a bit of a dance, and he said, 112 Alera. I said, don't be silly, Dominic. I don't know why I gave him the name Dominic, but I did. Anyway, don't be silly. It's 123 Alera. Isn't there a song, you know? 123 Alera. I saw Sister Sarah. Anyway, he said, no, 112 Alera. Now, I don't know what that means. He's got such merry expression, merry eyes that twinkle, and he always looks so as if life is one huge bowl of cherries, you know. He always makes me feel good. He doesn't droop when he moves, you know. Everything about him is alive. There's someone from out of the Inquisition, and then he's not. His cheeks are slightly hollow.
Is he a nice ghost?
Oh, yes. This is lovely. He's sweet.
He came striding out of the mist, raincoat flapping in the wind. Then I noticed there were no footprints in the snow and knew that he was a ghost.
I felt he was evil, and I was absolutely terrified. And I knew the only way to get out was to get past him. So I made a dash to get out, and as I went past, I could feel him pushing me down the stairs.
A mist started to rise up from the body, going to the ceiling, and we both watched it, absolutely petrified, as it seemed to form the shape of the body.
When we pass over, it is our essential selves that survive, our true personality, bearing our character as it was at the moment of death. However, there are those whose characters are vitally attached to earthly things, perhaps to a loved one or to some particular place that figured much in their lives or in the circumstances of their death. These spirits are reluctant to progress further into eternity and so become trapped between this world and the next. So when I hear of a haunting, I do deep research into the haunter and then find words and ceremony that the spirit will both understand and respond to.
Kate Babington was born in 1634, the daughter of the governor of Tynemouth. Not only was she a great beauty, but she was a deeply religious lady.
She was a Puritan with sympathies with the Covenanters, and during the long Parliament, she had the local vicar evicted from his pulpit by the son of her blacksmith, and installed her own minister. However, at the restoration of the monarchy, the vicar was reinstated, and he exacted his revenge by imprisoning her in her own tower at Harnham, where she remained for 2 years until she died. It is said that her ghost, for hundreds of years, has haunted the place. The present owner, a grand old man called John Wake, has invited me to go up and investigate. Is it true that a previous owner of this hall actually tried to shoot the ghost of Kate Babington?
Oh, yes, yes.
What did he do?
Oh, well, he thought that was the ghost, the dragon, you see.
Oh.
He thought that he shot it, you see.
I don't think Kate's ghost would frighten anybody, she was so beautiful.
No, I think she was more beautiful than the dragon.
Than the dragon?
He mistook the dragon. Dragon for the ghost, you see.
Yes.
And then he went up into the room and shot it up the stairs, this pellet, in the woodwalk up the stairs, where he shot up. But the first shot was at that glass eye, you see. And all these wealthy families, they all had a crest and a coat of arms.
Yes.
Aye, that's the Babington crest.
How vain is the help of man, Kate Babington. Omnia vanitas, all is vanity. June the 9th, 1670.
Yes, she wrote that when she was imprisoned in this room with her diamond ring. How vain is the help of man. That would include her own husband even. They hadn't helped her with her religion.
Well, she wrote this.
Yes.
Only 2 months before she died.
Yes.
In this room.
Yes, yes.
Why couldn't she escape from that window?
Oh, well, it's high out there, you know, you look down on the treetops. So she was a proper prisoner in here.
When she died, she was taken from this room. Where is she buried?
Oh, she's buried in a tomb in the garden, hewn out the solid rock. Her husband got hit. Yes, this is Dame Catherine's coffin. It's been here 300 years.
300 years?
Yes.
And what's this?
Oh, that's more or less the headstone. She wrote this poem when she was in prison. My time is past, as you may see. I viewed the dead as you do me. For long you lie as low as I, and some will look on me.
John, have you ever seen Kate's ghost?
Well, I haven't seen my ghost, but I know of her presence. It's like a Russian mighty wind, you know. You don't see it, but it's there. In the presence of our spirits here, it's really a haunted house.
John has told me that there is a presence here, and I feel that there really is a nice presence, and that as her remains have lain for all these years on unconsecrated ground, I feel that I would love to give her a blessing, and perhaps then her soul may rest in peace. We bless thy holy name, O Lord, for all thy servants departed this life in thy faith and fear, especially thy servant Kath.
He had a motorbike and he was coming down a road somewhere near where you live, Lancaster, and he saw this lady walking down, and she put her thumb up, and they didn't wear a crash helmets or anything, so he slowed down. So she got on and he went a little way, and where she'd said she wanted to go, he slowed down to let her get off. Turned around and she wasn't there. So he went back, and he drove up and down a couple of times, and he was really worried, and he decided he'd go into a pub and have a double whiskey. So he was talking to the barman, and he told him what had happened, and the barman said, well, you're not the first, it's happened once or twice on this stretch of the road.
One person in 10 will see a ghost in their lifetime. but not everyone will recognise it.
I've lived in Todmorden all my life, and that is 52 years. I spent quite a lot of time in my younger days with these two great aunts who brought my father up. They were in the 70s, 80s at the time. Ruth, yes, she was quite a lady, was Ruth. And when she was a young girl, she had an accident and she broke her shoulder. And that was how she got this deformed right shoulder. You couldn't mistake Ruth for anyone else. She always dressed in a navy blue French beret and a navy blue raincoat. And she had her black shoes on at weekend and her highly polished black clogs for work. She must have been only about 5 foot, very small, but very quiet and very reserved. Emma, she was a lovely person. She loved young people, and I just used to love to go up and spend time with her and to live together at the top of Bride Street. It was one of those lovely late summer days, but it was a day that I'm always going to remember. Something that really extraordinary happened. I was working on the buses at the time. I went home, it would be 9:15, and I decided to run my wife down into town, unless she was going shopping or something. And we were driving down Garden Street, and I suddenly saw this figure who I knew to be Ruth. And I drove past her and stopped, and I was just about to reverse to pick her up, and I looked over my left shoulder and I couldn't see her. And I said, well, she was there, where's she gone? And my wife said, are you sure it was Aunt Ruth? I said, yes. She said, Ruth's been dead for 2 years. Well, it floored me, because it's quite true, she had been dead for 2 years, and yet I saw Ruth as clear as I can see you today. My wife said, I wonder if Emma's all right. So I said, well, I'll take you down into town and I'll go back and see. The door was locked and I looked through the curtains, and there I could see Emma sat in this little chair in front of the fireplace. The fire was out. And anyway, when we got in, I found Emma had fallen the night before, and she'd managed to crawl back to this chair, and her knee was very badly swollen. And I took her off to hospital. And Emma said at the time that we got back, she'd wish Ruth were there, because Ruth would have known what to do, but Ruth would have been able to get some help. But Emma didn't know at that time that Ruth actually had helped her.
Children under 10 are more likely to see ghosts than people of any other age.
My mum died in October 1982. On anniversary of her death, on her birthday, Mother's Day, there's me and my children and my sister. We go to the crematorium where her ashes are. We read the Book of Remembrance, leave flowers. We go to the place where her ashes are buried, and there's a little plaque with a name, my dad's name, and a little bush. It's something we always do. It's habit with us now. It was a ritual sort of thing with us now. Well, we all thought the world of her. We all loved her very much, and she was always there if you ever needed her. Kids really loved her, especially our Nicola. She really loved her Grandma Ward. She was very close to her.
She'd always be there if you needed her, and she'd always be happy, go lucky type person. And, well, she just used to do, you know, just to keep us occupied and take us out and buy sweets and things like that. So, we got on really well.
First time Nicola saw the ghost of my mum about 2 years after she died, and she were home poorly from school. And I'd gone over to school to pick little boy up at home time.
I was reading a book in front of the fire, and I heard a noise. And I got up, and I turned round, and everyone was stood there. And I just jumped up, and I run.
She looked so short, she was white. I said, you look like you've seen a ghost. And she turned around and she said, I have.
I thought she was cracking some sort of joke, and I didn't find it funny. I said, because I have. Oh, yeah, of course you have. So you've seen a ghost. I said, I saw my grandma. Of course you saw her, yeah. It's a figment of your imagination. She didn't believe me then. I had to get out, going on at her all day, wasn't I?
Right until tea time, yeah. After tea time.
And then I told her what she had on. I thought it was a dress, because I don't know what a shroud looks like. So I thought it was a dress, and it was pink, and it was like quite a light shade of pink. Well, it wasn't really, it was like a fuchsia pink dress, and she had two crucifixes on her chest, and one was bigger than the other.
There was one that was on a chain round her neck, but one was just laid on her chest, and she said that she saw one hanging with nothing there. And there were only me and my sister who saw my mother the night before the funeral in Chapel Rest. So there's no way she knew, because we never even talked about it after. So that's what really convinced me. And the pink shroud. There's no way she knew about it at all.
She just keeps popping up, and I don't expect her to touch friends, but sometimes it really does scare me. The first time I saw her, I thought, I'm going crazy. I thought, something wrong here. Brain disorder.
First time I heard it, I thought, yeah, pull the other one. Because she's usually joking to me, is Nicola. And so, when she told me what she was wearing, I went down to ask my mum. And she said, yeah, we're true, and that convinced me.
Are you pleased to see her?
Yeah, I am. Because it just feels like it's like she's still alive, do you know what I mean? It's like she's still alive.
Caused by a strong emotional event which leaves a trace in the haunted area.
Ghosts are hallucinations, possibly caused by a telepathic link.
Every third person who sees a ghost will also have an out-of-the-body experience.
If you've ever been troubled by ghosts, then perhaps you should listen on. If you've ever thought you've had an experience with ghosts, then listen on. As I describe for you Eddie Burks, who calls himself a clairsentient, somebody who talks about being present at the execution of a 35-year-old Londoner and feeling the sensation of that terror waiting on the gallows. And then I have to tell you that experience took place in the 18th century. Eddie, perhaps you can explain that in a moment when you first told me what a clairsentient is and how do you use it?
A clairsentient is someone who is aware, not all the time, but part of the time, of a level of existence beyond the material and is aware of both sensations and very often entities in that realm. And how does one use it? Well, I use it myself in order to help release entities, people who have died and haven't progressed to the level they should have done and who are trapped near the earth.
But is it true that you can actually experience that terror, the sensation of the rope around the neck?
Yes, I went through the experience with him, not in its full intensity, but enough to know what he experienced and actually feel some of the pain that he experienced and the terror that went with this.
This isn't your profession, is it?
No, I have been and am a civil engineer. In fact, I'm the founder partner of a quite prosperous consulting civil engineering practice. And these things that I've been talking about happen in my so to speak, spare time.
Eddie, there's a lot of other questions I want to ask you. Let's just take a break for some more music.
Yes.
I'm talking with Eddie Burke, and as you've heard already, some very strange, perhaps bizarre experiences that he describes. And I gather that you're about to study one on an RAF station. Do you know very much about the circumstances?
No, all I know is that things have been happening on this airfield of a supernatural type, and I'm being asked to go and see what happens.
Just as I walked out of the door, a figure was stood just where you are, about 6 foot tall, quite broad-shouldered. It was a shadowy figure, and the figure just stayed there and then moved towards the left, towards the approach room door. And I was frightened to death, you know. I ran in and told my colleagues that I'd seen this figure, and they didn't believe me at first, you know. The next couple of nights, I actually came and stood in the landing waiting for this thing to come back, you know, and if I did see it, you know, I'd be able to say to people, look, it's here, you know. A couple of months later, I was coming down from local, coming down these stairs, and you know, I just walked past this door here, and this figure was stood there again.
The second time you saw it, did you feel equally fearful?
The second time I saw it, I wasn't as frightened as the first because I'd kind of got used to it, you know.
No, the reason I ask that is sometimes one feels the fear that the entity itself experienced, and sometimes that's the reason, or connected with the reason why it's stuck at this level.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm aware of some psychic atmosphere. It might be possible to get more closely involved in it, with it. I shall see in a moment. I wonder if I might do that. I'll sit on the stairs, I think, and see what happens. We'll see. I'll just go around here and sit down for a few minutes.
Does it affect you, us watching you?
No, I'll try not to let it. The feelings I'm getting at the moment are that this man that you've seen was killed. I think somewhere in this vicinity, out on the airfield. I think it was just an ordinary accident. I think he was run down by a vehicle at night. And his back was broken and he was in some considerable pain. He was put on a stretcher and I think he was brought into this building, at least temporarily. Oh, and he died here. There's a great weight on his mind that he'd not prepared himself or his family affairs for this sudden demise. And there's a great anxiety with him to put matters right. He doesn't understand, I think, that a lot of times past, This is why he's been here and why he appears. He's got unfinished business on his mind. Somebody's saying, thank you, Brenda. Thank you, Brenda, for playing your part in this, for helping to bring him to the attention of others. Your courage in coming back and waiting to make contact again has been very helpful to him. Thank you, Brenda. There's a wonderful feeling of light and lightness coming through now, and I feel I'm coming to the point where I can just hand over. I've done my bit. The team, to us, the invisible team of spirits on the other side are now taking him into their care. I say God bless him, and I leave him to their attentions, because now I know he will be quite safe. There's a great feeling of relief and joy coming through. Quite wonderful.
Right.
He won't be seen again.
Great. Well done. Congratulations.
Thanks. Thank you, dear.
Extraordinary experience. Must be a very satisfying feeling, I should think, Eddie, isn't it?
Oh, it is. I mean, it's like turning the key and letting someone out of prison. It's wonderful, really.
Is it? I mean, do you find it very physically exhausting, mentally exhausting?
I'm still carrying some of the. I've got a little of his dying pain. He got, after he was knocked down, his breath began to come very suddenly, and he was gasping for air. That was the feeling I was going through. And this wasn't. I don't think this was air. I don't think this was during the wartime at all. I think this has happened during peacetime. It'd be interesting to find out if there was an accident of this sort.
Okay, well, first of all, did anything happen?
I mean, I can remember Mavis saying, Jackie, you cold? And I said, no, I'm as warm as toast. And she said, I'm absolutely frozen.
And how long did it last for?
Oh, all night. But Jackie said it maybe the priest told her, maybe there's a draft coming.
Yeah, there's no, I mean, you've got to have a look afterwards.
I couldn't feel a draft,
So
but
this is
there was something, just, the cold was like nothing I've ever experienced, really.
Somebody mentioned a watch, something happened to a watch, because you know, we get an enormous amount of sort of cameras, things like that, play around with us.
Yes, yes, you do. It's wound up. When I looked at it this morning, it had stopped and it was 1 o'clock. And as you can see,
It's now 25 past, isn't it?
it's 25 past 1.
You just noticed
When I got it out to look what time it was.
this morning, it had stopped, so it's
And
been
it
stopped
was
for
1
6
o'clock
hours.
and it had stopped.
Now, Sandra, what as far as you're concerned?
I would like to know about 5 o'clock this morning. Who was knocking on all the doors?
5 o'clock this morning?
Who was knocking on all the doors? Was it somebody waking everybody up?
Not at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Was it between 5 and 5:30?
No. Did anybody else hear that?
In your sleep.
You sure about that? You weren't asleep?
No, I wasn't asleep.
Could you have been asleep?
No, I wasn't asleep.
How do you know you weren't asleep?
Because I was awake.
Putting it into context of Chingle, a very quiet night, but I think that one could say that from your point of view, I think quite interesting, because really, as I said, I think last night, it's very much a question of fairly minor things, things not to frighten you, but just to give you a message, if you like.
Mom tells us.
Yo le pido por mi familia.
I ask her for my family. I ask for my job. Most people think that she's a saint to ask her for bad things, but it's not like that.
Christina Castaneda shows us the Santa Muerte necklace.
And you have this with you all the time?
All the time.
Hanging around her neck.
Why?
Porque siento que está con...
I have her with me all the time because I feel like she is with me when I am wearing it, and I promised my husband I was never going to take it out.
We found, like many who believe in Santa Muerte.
Are you Catholic?
Sí.
Christina doesn't see herself as part of a cult.
Cuando yo voy a la iglesia,
God is first before everybody else. But I also believe in St. Jude, Virgin of Guadalupe, but I also have Santa Muerte, and I believe in her, and I just go to her because it's like any other saint.
They feared the Lord, and served their own gods. Unto this day, they fear not the Lord, neither do they after their statutes, or after their ordinances, or after the law and commandment which the Lord commanded the children Israel. The Lord had made a covenant, and charged them, saying, Ye shall not fear other gods, nor bow yourselves to them, nor serve them, nor sacrifice to them, but the Lord, who brought you up out of the land of Egypt with great power and a stretched out arm, him shall ye fear, and him shall ye worship, and to him shall ye do sacrifice. And the statutes, and the ordinances, and the law, and the commandment, which he wrote for you, ye shall observe to do for evermore, and ye shall not fear other gods. And the covenant that I have made with you, ye shall not forget, neither shall ye fear other gods. But the Lord your God ye shall fear, and he shall deliver you out of the hand of all your enemies. Howbeit they did not hearken, but they did after their former manner. So these nations feared the Lord, and served their graven images, both their children, and their children's children, as did their fathers, so do they unto this day.
Paradox. Leaders of the Richmond Diocese tell me they're just becoming aware of.
Has Santa Muerte come up? When did it really cross your radar at all?
I've seen fleeting references to it from time to time, but really had not seen a great focus on it until recently.
Unlike in Mexico, where she's been condemned as religious enemy #1, Catholic leadership in America has not addressed Santa Muerte. Father Ball, the pastor at St. Patrick's, says the church has the opportunity for what he calls a teachable moment.
Take them ultimately to what St. Paul writes in his second letter to Timothy, because he puts it very concisely there. He says, Christ destroyed death and brought life and immortality to light. Now that's about as concise as you get. Christ destroyed death. So do we believe that death is a personified reality? No. Do we believe that death has any real power at all? The answer is clearly no.
On the Atlantic coast of Nova Scotia, you may find an old lighthouse whose keeper a few years ago had strange reasons for being happy in his isolation. He heard these footsteps often, it was said, but was not afraid, because he knew they only came from the other keeper, who was swept off the rocks and drowned many years before. They kept him company. In times before the present century, many of Nova Scotia's people were isolated in small settlements along the coast. Storytelling was everybody's pastime in the evening. It became very quiet at night. In one lonely house, a sailor's wife, a cousin of hers, and her 2 boys were turning in one night, while the man of the house was away at sea. Next day, the neighbors came and heard a story that was not hard to understand for anyone raised on local folklore. They all knew there was a type of ghost called a forerunner, a ghost that came in the form of sound but not sight, and told of impending death. Well, any sailor's wife would know whose death to expect when her husband was away on the ocean. But this time she was wrong. It was one of her little boys who passed away a week later. But a forerunner could help a man if he understood what it was saying. On one of Nova Scotia's sailing vessels, there was a sailor who owed his life to a forerunner. When he came on board, everything was normal. The ship was sailing the next day. There was no question in his mind about what he had heard. The mast. He'd heard the main mast fall. must be a warning. A few days later came the news. The ship had gone down in a storm and all hands were lost. There are many different forms a ghost can take. Some appear before death, others after. Many of them appear at the moment of death to someone many miles away. And some of them are said to repeat over and over in the same place an event which must have happened there long ago. And yet a scene like this may have to wait for centuries before being witnessed by someone with a gift for seeing such things. What would you make of a ball of light that seemed to pick on someone to follow around? No one seemed to know. Like most ghosts, it seemed to be trying to say something, but no one ever got the message. Suppose you were out walking and came on a neat patch of flowers growing in the middle of nowhere. What would that mean? Well, if you'd been raised the right way, you'd know. The fellow it happened to knew what it meant. Buried treasure. No doubt about it. There was buried treasure under those flowers. When the flowers had vanished and could not be found again, even on the same day, that's where folklore was sort of stuck for an explanation. I mean, it had to be treasure. What else could it be? You see, pirates were some of the earliest explorers of the coves and islands along Nova Scotia shores, and later, after people had settled, some families would get rich suddenly. So there was good reason for everyone to be conscious of treasure. And that made the job of digging for it even harder than it might have been. You had to dig in secret, therefore at night, to avoid detection by your neighbors. But worst of all, you had to contend with the ghost of the man killed by the pirate captain, buried with the treasure to guard it. This ghost was said to have extraordinary powers, and whatever happened, You must not speak in its presence. That would offend it, and there was no telling then what it might do. Some people believed it had the power to make the treasure recede into the ground just to spite you. When somebody dies, it's common enough even today that something they treasured is buried with them. There used to be some strong beliefs to go with that. Leave 'em lay was the rule, and any man who broke it did it with bad feelings in his heart. Robbers were dead from the shock of seeing a ghost. And yet the lady, buried only for a few hours, did not behave like a ghost. She went home. Nobody could remember just how long it was that she stayed around after her return from the grave. But What they did remember was that she never smiled. Like all God-fearing people, most Nova Scotians observed the Sabbath the way they should. But a few of them didn't. And there was one group who thought Sunday was a time for gambling and drinking and the devil knows what else. So many stories known to so many people and so much talk about them. A ghost would always be a ghost to a true believer, even if he didn't pay too much heed to the Lord. So when a strange fellow appeared who was flesh and blood, could do things a normal person couldn't, well, maybe then all you could do was ask yourself why he came. The reason might have come from you.
In a very powerfully beautiful way about the pagan religions is that for women they say, look, you too are God.
Goddess worship is a larger concept than coven-based witchcraft, and its rituals are broader and more diverse. In Berkeley, California, the universal goddess finds a special place in a coven of feminists from which all men are excluded. Their leader is Hungarian-born Z. Budapest. Z calls this Dianic witchcraft.
Dianic witchcraft, in one word, is women's mysteries. That means women get together as women and devote themselves to a magical pursuit, and they take care of business, whatever the women in particular need.
You who circle the world with your oceans,
Another thing women's mysteries used to do is we used to judge. Women used to curse the enemies of peace and women. Women just used to have a blacklist, get out in front of the temple and tell the world that these people are bad, they should be curbed, they are warmongers, and they are bad for babies. And we did this until about the 4th century, when it was stopped. And when women's mysteries were stopped, women's rights stopped, women's any kind of significance stopped. And that's when this whole silly idea came about that the Christians fed everybody that women have no souls. In women's circles, I like to have a balance of lesbians and straight ladies. Lesbians bring in the affection. There's a lot of very nice, affectionate, open nature with accustomed to be affectionate with each other type of feeling. Straight ladies are totally free. They do not perform for men. They can be totally themselves. So when I mix them together, it makes a very good combination.
When I was a little girl, my mother used to send me to the Catholic Church, and she would tell me, baby, go ask Father Fitzpatrick for a little holy water, you know, and she'd send me with a jar. And I'd go get this holy water from the church, and she'd put it in the bucket with sugar and urine and a little perfume, and get a picture of one of the saints and mop the floors. And the whole time she was mopping the floors, she was telling the saint what she wanted to have happening, you know, in her house, you know. That's what I call being Louisiana Catholic.
Oh, yeah, Yam Star, Hetty, mother of the winds of change, queen of the transformers, oh, yeah, come dance with us, whirling woman.
I was very surprised when I got my first consultation and was told that I was going to be a priestess. It took me 12 years to get initiated because, you know, I always wanted to be a movie star.
What we remember here with the craft and in the women's movement and especially in the spirituality movement, the goddess movement, that they burned us systematically for about 600 to 700 years, not measly 15 years that Hitler was doing it. In the name of Christ, all denominations burned women, burned children. They used to spare children who were only under a year old, but the older ones, they used to strip naked in the name of Jesus, drive them around the bodies of their burning parents and flagellate them on top of it so that they won't forget the lesson. Europe suffered incredibly. They wiped out whole towns. And the born-again Christians are shaking the same tree that is exactly the same sentiment they are trying to sell. We are in the 20th century, but they are as dangerous as they ever was.
The book of Revelations, chapter 13, verse 18, tells us, "Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number, 666. Biblical scholars, who rarely agree on anything, do agree on the interpretation of this infamous number, 666, as an unmistakable reference to the Antichrist, Satan, or the beast. But why, as the Bible suggests, does it take understanding to count a series of 3 identical numbers? Simply reading the numbers, 666, requires no wisdom. Therefore, 666 must be a kind of code, hidden from us, yet somehow demanding to be discovered. One of the goals of this presentation is to reveal, through a greater understanding of God's Word, one example, one worldwide example, of the way the number 666, and all that this number implies, has found its way into our daily lives. Let's begin by examining the language of this passage more closely. As we know, the language of the Bible contains multiple layers of meaning. The word count, as it's used here, implies much more than simple arithmetic. For if the number 666 is a code, then it must be studied and deciphered, or if you will, counted by those of us who have or seek understanding. From the word counting, we can infer multiple thinking processes. Recognition and identification, as in picking out similar items within a group. Enumerating, assigning a number and value to these items. And yes, simple arithmetic, adding the numbers to produce a result. So it's through counting, a deciphering process, that we are shown a path to greater understanding and the revelation of truth. Before going any further, let's be clear on one central point. We do not mean to suggest that the Universal Product Code, or UPC, is the mark of Satan, the mark of the beast. But through a process of research and discovery, we will present factual evidence that the groundwork for an Antichrist monetary system is being laid today, and that the number 666 is one example of Revelation's prophecy coming true around the world and within your own home. Before we focus on the UPC issue, a little background study is called for, specifically on the subject of the mark of the beast, revealed in chapter 13 of Revelations. And I beheld another beast coming out of the earth, and he had 2 horns like a lamb, and he spake as a dragon, and he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand, or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Who is this second beast? Here Revelations refers to the false prophet, Satan's forerunner, endowed with power by Satan to perform horrific acts. And he doeth great wonders, so that he maketh fire come down from heaven on the earth in sight of men, and deceiveth them that dwell on the earth by the means of those miracles which he had power to do in sight of the first beast. Deception, miracles. The false prophet works with smoke and mirrors to create illusions that mask the truth. Look back to chapter 2 of Thessalonians. And the Antichrist deceives the whole world by Satan's power, signs, and lying wonders. We are shown a prophetic vision of the Antichrist in all his glory. A world of the future where Satan appears to be unstoppable. His very image depicted on TV, in magazines, newspapers, in public places, in your own homes. An image that speaks, demanding by his law that you bow and worship his image. The Antichrist of the future setting a stage today for those who would be deceived. The mark, the name, the number on your right hand or forehead. A chilling prophecy, especially frightening to those who would choose to live in the darkness of ignorance. Recall Hosea chapter 4 verse 6 when God says, "My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge." Is Revelation's prophecy coming true today? The evidence seems to suggest it. In the final days of this world order, is there any doubt that our buying and selling system will be conducted with a mark, with credit transactions rather than cash? Is it this path that leads to destruction? Revelation chapter 14 provides one answer. If any man or woman worships the beast and his image and receives his mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, those who do so shall be damned for eternity. The cashless society is fast approaching. Envision a world where cash transactions are virtually obsolete, where workers receive credits in place of dollars. If your job now pays you $5.35 an hour, that would translate to 5.35 hundredths of a credit an hour. A direct deposit system becomes mandatory for all payroll checks. Debit cards will replace credit cards. The very latest debit cards actually have a microcomputer chip built into them. Buying and selling transactions are done instantly. At the time of the transaction, when the card is scanned, the buyer's account is debited and the seller's account credited immediately. Can you see a connection between a debit card and the mark? Universal acceptance of the UPC is just one small example of our rapidly changing world economy. There is now new evidence to suggest that a marking system is being tested in new and different ways. In certain communities worldwide, there are eyewitness accounts of the mark seen on the hand and forehead being used today to transact business. For the purposes of this study, we will focus on the number 666 and its use in the Universal Product Code. Remember, the first step in counting the number 666 in the Universal Product Code is recognition and identification. In this design, which is used on 95% of all store products, breaking the code requires counting 4 sets of numbers. Our example here is an actual UPC taken from a grocery store package. Set number 1 represents the beginning, middle, and ending bar sets. Notice that, unlike the other bar sets, no numeral appears underneath them. There is a reason for this that we'll get to soon. The second set of numbers can be thought of as a category number. It tells the computer where the item is located in the computer banks, so it can process the item scanned. The number is found in the next set of bars, toward the middle, on either side. Remember, this is a separate number unto itself. The third set represents the manufacturer's identification number. All products under a given company's name will carry the same number in the set number 3 position. Once the manufacturer's ID is tabulated, the scanner looks to the right side of the code for the 4th set of numbers. This is the item number. Once the computer scans this number, it has recorded everything about the item and its history, including its price. The scan is complete and, in a matter of microseconds, the transaction made. We have broken the UPC down into its component parts, the first step in the counting process. Now we can examine how these parts are translated into single-digit numerals. Each UPC code uses 2 bar sets. Set number 1 translates into the numbers 0 through 9 and is used only on the left side of the UPC code. Look at the small 0 beside the 2 number 1s. Now look at the 2 bars above the 0. This bar set represents the number 0. Now look at the 5 bold numbers 1, 1, 2, 3, 0, then at bar set number 1. Examine how each of the numerals corresponds to a given bar set. Set number 2. A distinctly different set of bar designs also translates into the numbers 0 through 9, but is used only on the right side of the UPC design. Look at the numbers 80101 and follow the lines drawn from the numbers in bar set number 2 to the UPC below. Remember, UPC scanners first look for a string of numbers before the scan can begin. We are seeing 4 sets of numbers, but the first set is always the same number. It never changes. It's always there. That number is 666. This UPC design, with 5 bold numbers on either side, appears on 95% of all supermarket products. Other designs are also used, some with hyphens between numbers, but 666 appears on all of them. Look at the UPC codes on the products you have at home. You will quickly see that the number 6, derived from the second bar set, is used at the beginning, middle, and end of your sample UPC. Are all barcodes UPCs? Not necessarily. Inventory control codes, for example, do not use 666. And the reason is simple. Inventory control does not directly involve buying and selling. Remember, looks can be deceiving. You can use this decoding process on virtually any product sold today. Learn to count the number 666 and teach the method to your friends. Then inform as many people as you can. Family, friends, even your skeptical next-door neighbor. Help them increase their awareness of the Antichrist system. Help them protect themselves from deception. Chapter 4, verse 6 of Hosea sums it up best. My people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee.
Such a silly so-called religion.
He have completely sold himself to the devil. He have no part of God. Everything he do over there is no part of God. Nothing God had anything to do with. It's something he created in his own mind.
I think they're nuts. No, they come in, you know, they're nice doctors and
they went to bed perfectly normally, having said goodnight to each other. And what happened next, no one knows for certain, but it was obviously absolutely horrifying. My grandmother rushed down the corridor to see what was happening. As she opened the door, she thought she caught a glance of something so horrible that she nearly fainted. But it disappeared almost immediately. The worst thing was that when she looked at the bed, her sister had stopped screaming and she was just lying there dead. I hate it as a story, and I wish she'd never told me, really, because I still have nightmares about it, and I'm sure I feel something that poor girl went through when I've slept in that room.
In most hauntings, sounds are more common than sightings, and ghostly rituals are usually performed by a single figure. But in our next dramatization, both sights and sounds occur, and two 18th century Englishmen are locked together for eternity.
Robin Wordsworth owns Bag Lake House and keeps alive the story of the double tragedy that took place in 1759.
There was a man who lived here once called Squire William Light, and he had the front of this house built onto an older house in 1719. This we know for a fact. The rest of the story is really legend. The idea is that Squire Light came home from hunting, perhaps a little drunk.
The water was shallow, but deep enough to drown a drunken squire. The squire's groom went searching for his long overdue master. Groom's wife found him near the pond. He told her his monstrous tale, then died.
That's the story, and it's still believed in the village. People don't care to walk past this house at night, the younger people. And during the 40 years I've been here, quite a number of level-headed people have felt disturbances of various kinds and seen things, heard footsteps, which can't be accounted for.
After years of horrible, unexplained sounds, the local priest attempted to exorcise both Squire Light and the groom from the household. His efforts were partially successful. Local citizens believe that the squire is now confined to the chimney and moans complainingly when the wind blows. The groom, however, lingers outside and faithfully calls his master. Those who share the squire's taste for whiskey claim that they see his specter rising from the pond when the moon is full. As we shall learn in our next story, they should be thankful that he doesn't scream. Most castles are haunted by murky, intangible apparitions. In Marshwood Vale, however, Bettiscombe Manor is haunted by a very tangible human skull that refuses to be buried. When provoked, the skull's angry screams reverberate for miles. Michael Pinney, the current owner of Beddiscombe Manor, is a direct descendant of Azariah Pinney, who was exiled to the West Indies in 1685. While there, he purchased a slave and inadvertently acquired a haunt.
The legend of the Screaming Skull of Beddiscombe is the legend of a Negro slave. There's no doubt about that. And that is how it first grew up. It was the legend of a prince from Africa who was exported, went through the horror of the slave trade, became a slave, came back as a body servant, and he then said to his master, the restitution you've got to see is that I am buried in my own land, not here. I'm a prince in my own country. Well, the legend says that he wasn't buried in his own land. He was taken and buried in Beddiscombe churchyard.
Once buried, horrible screams rose from the grave. Louder and louder they grew until the skull, according to legend, worked its way to the surface. Every attempt to dispose of the skull has brought misfortune to those living in Beddiscombe Manor. As recently as 1914, local witnesses claimed that it has sweated blood. Today, it resides on an attic shelf in silence. At least for now.
The ghosts of England are not restricted to drafty castles and lonely country estates. In the very heart of London, the 17th century cavalier, replete with plumed hat and pantaloons, resides, in of all places, a wine cellar.
In some form, a tavern has operated here for at least 3 centuries. Currently, it is called the George Inn. Bill Grundy is a documentary filmmaker for the British Broadcasting Corporation.
It was the summer of 1975. I'd just finished making a series of television films about the ghosts of London. And I came in here for a drink, and the landlord came over to me, and he said, like the films, pity you didn't do our ghost. I said, you got one here in the George Inn? He said, yes, we have. I said, do you believe in ghosts? He said, no, but my wife does. I asked him to explain. He said, well, we've been here for years, and there'd been no trouble at all. But one day, between 10 and 11 in the morning, anyway, before we opened, he said, my wife went downstairs into the cellar and she came rushing back up, all white and trembling, and said, I'm never going in the cellar again. She said, it's the fellow down there. I said, we're not open yet. There can't be a man down there. And she said, no, this isn't an ordinary fella. He's dressed like a cavalier, and he's standing in the corner.
In this red light, just
my wife still doesn't go down that cellar.
Like a devil, I would say. And one silhouette,
Grundy
a big
contacted
one,
Francis Hitching, an author and investigator of strange phenomena. Hitching placed a camera and a videotape recorder in the supposedly haunted cellar.
Who don't know anything about it or him. I mean, I've met people who say, oh, you live next door to the man who believes in the devil, you know, and they get all excited and think there's, you know, some horrible goings on.
Definitely, I think that Christian churches, they should be maybe active somehow. They should do something about it.
Well, of course, this is not the first time that this sort of thing has been apparent in the history of the Christian church. From the very beginning, in the fourth gospel, this conflict of good and evil is brought forth very pointedly by a contrast between light and darkness. And the quotation from St. John's Gospel is, for men love darkness rather than light, because their deeds are evil. I would not want to dignify this work out here by calling it a church. It certainly doesn't have the ethical content that I think the Christian church has. And we certainly should keep our ethics high, and I think that this sort of thing that goes on here is anything but that.
Myself, I have naturally many of the same problems, the trials and tribulations of any regular minister, of any other church. The only thing that really presents a difference is the fact that I cannot perhaps be sanctimonious about things, but I can do anything that I want to. I can pursue any kind of lustful desires that I might feel. I can engage in any activities that are so-called sinful activities and not really worry about any ecumenical councils making it right for me to do these things.
Okay, now for me to stand up and say, this is wrong, you shouldn't be there, everything you're doing is morally wrong and legally wrong, then I'm denying him his right. I'm denying him his right to say that he believes in the Satanic Church, that he stands up for what he believes in. You know, and this is his own prerogative. I mean, if he wants to do it, let him do it. And I think more power to him that he has the courage to stand up to quite a few bigoted people.
And they think of it as an evil kind of philosophy until I begin to discuss the philosophy of Satanism with them from the standpoint of view of being opposed to hypocrisy.
Well, that's the conception that most people have, is that they're really evil.
Yeah.
The concept that the Christian Church has of Satan.
Exactly.
Just the opposite of the Christian philosophy is, as most people would think of it. The Christian philosophy would put forth a great love theme, and we would be the opposite. We would just hate everyone.
It's like saying that you have to only hate to be a Satanist. You cannot love. It's like saying that people that aren't Satanists only love and can't practice hate. Therefore, Satanists must practice hate. But that's like saying that just because somebody drinks coffee, they can never drink tea. And people like to believe that, though, because they always talk very much about a curse that's been conjured successfully. It even makes the newspapers. But any kind of a blessing that will save someone or pull somebody through a financial bind, nobody ever talks about that. And it shows that we are right in our judgment as far as human nature and what it represents. Sexual freedom is something we feel is very important. As a necessary requisite of the Satanic Church. It isn't the most important thing, but certainly it's an elective. We feel a person should be free to indulge in all of the so-called fetishes, all of the so-called aberrations that they would so desire, as long as they don't hurt anyone that doesn't deserve or wish to be hurt. I think it should be brought out that we not only condone, but we encourage all types of what would be called sexual perversities and deviations, because we feel that in a few short years it'll be established that everyone is a sexual deviant, pervert, fetishist, or something or other, and that the person that isn't is the exception rather than the rule.
And we'll be on the ground floor.
We'll be on the ground floor. We feel that too much emphasis has been placed on so-called sexual freedom in quotes, meaning everybody take their clothes off and
you
be
ring a
reduced
bell
to...
and you say strip, and then you know.
A daisy chain and your anchor man.
And this is really working at sexual freedom, we feel. That to really have sexual freedom, you should take what are already your hang-ups, as they call them, and have fun with them.
While you're talking about sexual freedom, let's put it this way. There has been very few people that are against it, whether they belong to the Satanic Church or not.
They just don't want to admit it.
They won't admit it.
So,
Yeah,
that's right.
just as much. And
Well, it's another one of those IOUs.
And this is practiced very freely by other groups, other than there. Here it's an individualist. It's individual desire. If you want to do this sort of thing, well, that's up to you. If you don't want to do this thing, you're not required to do this, in this church.
Even at
You're not looked down upon if you don't want to participate in this sort of thing, nor are you looked down upon if you do. Whatever your hang-up, it's your own business.
So we have homosexuals in the group.
But they're accepted. That's
But they're
the
accepted.
point. They're accepted. No one makes any fun of them. And
There's no tolerance, in other words, of homosexuals. We don't feel as though we have to tolerate them.
No.
We just simply accept them just as much as we would accept ourselves or the person next to us that would think exactly the way we would sexually.
The attitude is, who cares?
Well, I think
It's their business.
this is Satanism, actually. The acceptance without tolerance, as Anton said, is just a natural acceptance of people as they really are. And when you come right down to the essence of Satanism, isn't this really what Satanism is?
It's the only normal.
We're not patronizing.
That's
for
right.
a
It's not tolerance.
Actually, we're perfectly normal.
It's knowledge and acceptance of people as they really are. It's reality. It's practicality.
I don't really find it that logical. I find it for someone who wants to enjoy life while they're here, but not worry about what's actually in the afterlife. We believe in a pre-existence. We ask the questions, where did we come from, why are we here, and where are we going? We know we had a pre-existence. We're on the earth to be tried and to gain a mortal body. And after we die, we go to a spirit world, and then we're judged and sent to one of the three kingdoms, celestial, terrestrial, or telestial. That's how we feel, and it's stated in the Bible. And we do believe very firmly and strictly in the Bible. This is our basic belief. We believe that there is a God, but he had a son, Jesus Christ. He was the first. And then Satan was one that was cast out because of his selfishness.
I guess the two most popular reasons that people join the church is because either they're just disgusted or they're just fed up with the sanctimonious pussyfooting around that other religions have given them, and they're just tired of saying one thing and practicing another, and they like to at least get together with other people. And after all, man is a social animal, and no different than any other animal, except he's probably the most vicious of all animals. And he wants to get together with other people that feel the same way he does. And why not belong to a religion or to a group of people that at least believe in the same philosophy?
I met Anton at a party, and there was an immediate sympathy between us. So we exchanged cards and talked to each other over the telephone. And Anton said, I know you're a witch, and you must come to our Valpurgis night, which is now about 3 or 4 years ago, isn't it, Diane? And from then on, I became more and more interested. Of course, I was interested in witchcraft to begin with, and that is connected with Satan, as we all know.
It wasn't actually that I was interested in Satanism. It was that I was interested in witchcraft. And I always had been, and I happened to read an advertisement for Witches' Charm School with lectures by Anton LaVey. And I wanted very badly to go, and finally I called and asked what time it started. I came. So I learned about love potions and charms, and but mostly I guess the charm school was how to attract a man.
Do you think it's worked for you?
Well, I think it's worked.
What?
But I'm not out to get any particular man. There's a difference, you know? I mean, I'm not out to get one for keeps, you know? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
I look at it this way. She might be somebody's daughter or somebody's sister, and I wouldn't want somebody to take my sister out and to use her before she was married, because this is something that we teach in our church. And I think that she should really wait for her husband. And by taking advantage of a girl, I would be doing something to someone's sister.
I've been investigating ghosts and other related phenomena for a number of years now, and this sounds to me a particularly good and typical example of a ghost. That's to say, we're here in a very old building, one of the oldest basements in London, certainly part of the old London. Up there is the street itself, and I dare say you can hear some noises which come across it from time to time. And the stories that we've heard, the two people, the witnesses, talking about somebody in Stuart costume, this is typical of the kind of appearance that you get. Somebody in costume appearing in an old building, sometimes at the same time, sometimes not. And I feel that it's one that's worth investigating with modern equipment.
Hitching sealed the doors from the inside and remained alone in the cellar throughout the night. He focused his camera on a dark pillar in the middle of the room.
Much to my surprise, we have found something. I'd like you to have a look at it. It's a very surprising image which is coming on the screen in just a few moments. Now, I was here at the time that this was taken, and I saw nothing myself. I think I was looking at the pillar at the time that it was there, but look, coming up on the screen is a most extraordinary something. What is it, a light? It may be, if it's a ghost, is that what a ghost looks like? As I say, I think I was looking at the pillar at the time, but there it is emerging on there. Nobody else was here, and it's not an earthly thing. It's nothing that could be created with a torch. It's got curious images which goes up like that. I think it's one of the most remarkable ghostly manifestations that's happened in my experience looking for them. Whether or not it's something that can be the same ghost that's gone away now, whether or not it's the same ghost as they saw, whether it's one of these manifestations that happen sometimes when people go out trying to look for things, and instead of specifically what they're looking for, some other thing appears out of the fabric of the building, I just don't know. Until today, my theory was that under conditions of extreme emotion, that's to say great pain, great anguish, even great happiness, that somehow this emotion imprinted itself in the solid fabric of buildings, and people were able to recognize it, and it came out in the same way that clairvoyants and psychometrists, dowsers, can pick hold of a solid object and tell you a lot of things about the people who were last there. That's until today. But today I've seen this thing, and I can't explain it. And so my explanation yesterday has been torn away. What I believe tomorrow, I just don't know. I'll have to look at that again and again, and perhaps one day I'll find out.
What are ghosts? And why do they keep repeating the same actions over and over again? One theory is that a haunting is a violent release of energy, somehow frozen in space and time. When weather conditions are exactly right, the action is played back, like a recording. Impossible? So were Xeroxing and holography just a few short years ago. In fact, so were videotape replays, like the one you're watching right now. People have been seeing and hearing ghosts for thousands of years. Soon, we may know how and why. What a tremendous gain that would be for science, and what a tremendous loss for storytelling.
We're discussing Satanism and the occult this morning and some of the dangers that are lurking about. And with me in the studio is the Dark Lord Blood, who is a 7th-generation satanic worshiper. I mean, are all your friends Satanists?
No, I don't have any friends, but my acquaintances are, yeah.
For the purposes of this study, we will focus on the number 666 and its use in the Universal Product Code.
Most people don't realize that 80% of all toys on the market have occultic influence, and these are the most popular.
It says here that it actually makes the wings move, so let me, look at that. Isn't that amazing?
And do you remember those verses in the book of Revelation about the flying beast with the riders on them?
This could actually be taken from Revelations.
Sure, it looks like it.
I dealt with a boy, to abbreviate it, who wanted to kill me. The name of the demon that was inside the young man was named Azrael. I later found out that Azrael was Lucifer's personal death angel. Not only that, but I also found out that that was the same name as the cat on the Smurfs. And what is his primary objective? Is to catch those Smurfs and kill them for Gargamel.
And this kind of knife is being sold for that reason. There's something called an FDM.
But it's also being sold for healthy reasons.
Man, what's healthy about selling a knife that's
Vicky.
Snake Mountain. It's got an interesting little feature here. I'm going to turn it on. It can actually transform your voice from your regular voice to that of an occultic hero. Is that correct? So let's get a Skeletor type of voice. Let me turn this on here. I think I'm getting it too loud. Skeletor, the master of the universe.
At length he paused, a black mass in the gloom, a tower that merged into the heavy sky. Around the huddled stones of grave and tomb, some old god's acre, now corruption's sty. He murmured to himself with dull despair, here lust died, poisoned by this charnel air. The hours are heavy on him, and the days, the burden of the months he scarce can bear, and often in his secret soul he prays to sleep through barren periods unaware, arousing at some longed-for date of pleasure, which having passed and yielded him small treasure, he would outsleep another term of care. Prepare him. And now at last authentic word I bring, witnessed by every dead and living thing, good tidings of great joy for you, for all. There is no God, no fiend with names divine made us and tortures us. If we must pine, it is to satiate no being's gall. Scourge him. We bow down to the universal laws, which never had for man a special clause of cruelty or kindness, love or hate. If toads and vultures are obscene to sight, if tigers burn with beauty and with might, is it by favor or by wrath of fate? All substance lives and struggles evermore through countless shapes, continually at war, by countless interactions interknit. If one is born a certain day on earth, all times and forces tended to that birth. Not all the world could change or hinder it. I find no hint throughout the universe of good or ill, of blessing or of curse. I find alone necessity supreme. with infinite mystery, abysmal dark, unlighted ever by the faintest spark, for us the flitting shadows of a dream. Lead him to his dead desire. Brothers of sad lives, they are so brief, a few short years must bring us all relief. Can we not bear these years of laboring breath? But if you would not this poor life fulfill, lo, you are free to end it when you will, without the fear of waking after death. Some of these rituals consist of recreations of old ceremonies that have been practiced for centuries. We recreate the ceremonies of the Knights Templars, a noble group of gentlemen who, because of social pressures, made it very obvious that they were the standard bearers of Christianity. We feel that in the light of what society has shown us in the last year or two, we have pretty much exemplified what the Knights Templars were doing, except we, of course, climate-wise, don't have to worry about calling ourselves Christians. We call ourselves Satanists. We recreate many of these ceremonies. We also recreate many of the ceremonies of the West Indian Voodoo religion. And we've also utilized Norse ritual, the casting of the runes, calling upon of Wotan and Thor and Loki and all of the gods and demigods of the northern regions.
Carla, have you ever seen any of the services?
No, they don't let me go. It's unfit for my eyes. They don't let it corrupt my mind.
You're never back from Carousel or Fillmore Auditorium in time enough for the session.
But whenever I am, so you get upstairs, you get upstairs. Because then when other kids, you know, yell at their parents, you know, saying, well, she can be there, why can't I be there? And so I can understand it, so I don't feel too bad about it.
Well, now,
because I can imagine what goes on anyway.
See, he doesn't want her to get mixed in that. But he's leading other people the wrong way, you know, the ones that follow him and all.
We feel that the so-called carnal side of man, or the carnal nature of man, is the most important. We feel the soul is just a pittance. It's something that's sort of wrung out. Like if you squeeze an orange, you get a few drops of juice out of it. And certainly this can be the essence. But this doesn't mean that the orange is any less important, simply because the juice comes out of it. We feel that the body of man, the carnal symbolism of man, is by far the most important. We feel true transcendentalism is to rise above the inventions, the puerile inventions of man for his own masochistic needs, perhaps, in the way of spiritual or soul guidance, and recognize his baser instincts, his carnal existence, as the end byproduct and as the epitome, the height of all great creation. In other words, this is the opposite. It's the very opposite, very adverse of all other religions. And it's high time a religion was born that recognized the fleshly existence of man.
We lead a normal, abnormal life. In other words, we eat regular meals and sleep semi-regular hours, but life is much more interesting, I think, than for most people. And naturally, we are involved in topics that are abnormal. I don't know, I guess they take great delight in paralleling us to, like, the Addams Family or something.
This is Mr. LeVay's second wife, and he acquired the pet lion, I believe, before she married him, and I thought that it was rather interesting. I mean, I could see that if you were married to a man already and he owned a lion, you know, you just take it as one of those things. But I thought it would took a special type of young lady to marry a man with a pet lion.
It's really kind of strange because, like, she's old enough to be my sister, and yet she can boss me around and I have to do it. It's kind of nice, though, having a mother, you know, same age pretty much, because she understands things. I suppose I'm as happy here as I would be anyplace else. I've never been anyplace else. Don't know. I mean, our house, we don't live in a little Santa Rosa suburban home or anything, you know. Well, inside the house, it's normal. Except for, like, my father, he isn't around very much because he's always real busy. My parents are busier than most parents, I think. And so we sort of have to take care of ourselves more.
I think it's easier raising a family with a moral code that is flexible. I think that that virtues should not be based on this standard, hackneyed, trite moral code that we've been forced to live by. I think that virtues should be things like, you know, kindness and courtesy and understanding and do unto others as they do unto you. If you do unto others as you would have them do unto you, that's fine. But if they just keep doing unto you badly in return, then, you know, it's ridiculous to treat them with any kind of consideration. But I think that you just give children sort of the laws of the jungle to live by. But I think we're maybe more normal than normal people, because once we close the door to our house, it's our castle, and we do anything we want to inside, and we don't concern ourselves with what other people think. And we just get anything out of our system that might serve to, if it were repressed, be harmful to us.
The only discord that came was when he had the lion. About a year ago, well, no, about 3 or 4 years ago, he acquired a baby lion. And initially, everyone thought, gee, how cute, or, you know, how different, because he was only about the size of a large cat initially. But then he got to be 3 years old, and about, I'm not sure, about 500 pounds of lion, and that's quite different than having a little kitty cat for a neighbor. And the lion, being a nocturnal animal, would sleep during the daytime, and then at night he would roar. And I mean, you'd get up in the middle of the night and you would think that you were near Mount Kilimanjaro or something.
I don't know. They say he makes too much noise. I never really hear him. Oh, I heard him. He does make a little noise. I heard him one time when I was walking past, but I don't really think he's that noisy or something like that.
I'm hard of hearing, and the lion didn't bother me at all. But it bothered the neighbors to such an extent that they were positive it must bother me, and they were ringing me up to do something about it.
Here in San Francisco, there's a statute preventing ownership of horses, rabbits, I believe, and other domesticated animals that you usually find on the farm. However, naturally, our city fathers had not anticipated that anyone would keep a lion, so there was nothing on the books against keeping a lion, and Mr. LeVay was entirely within his rights.
But when he interfered with the entire neighborhood, it became our business. And that's when we had him arrested, and he got fined $50 and 3 months in jail, suspended, and a year's probation.
He lived with us for about 3 years, and he was always very rough, and of course we had to take a great deal of precautions with the children, because just playing he could kill one of them. So naturally we didn't let him in the room with the children, although he did sleep in our bedroom at night. But he was so sweet and so well trained that he used to wrap his mouth around Anton's leg and just sort of hold it for security. And if he started to bear down a little too hard, Anton would just say, "No bite, Togar," and Togar would release it.
I was in love with Togar. I never got tired of watching him. He had the most beautiful head, the most beautiful eyes. And one night I wanted to pet him, and I did pet him, but he wanted to play with me. So he grabbed my wrist. And my dogs do that quite often, and I didn't think about it until his fangs were going down into my wrist. And then I just stood there like I was petrified, and Diane said, "He's biting you, isn't he?" And I said, "Yes, he is." But I didn't know what to do. If I had known it, I would just have said, "No, no." You know, I knew that if I tried to take my hand back again, I probably wouldn't have had a hand left. So I can brag about being one of the few people who's been bitten by a lion, which I'm very proud of.
Oh, well, I can remember when he had the satanic wedding, the kids were sneaking up in the house and pulling open the curtains to see if there really was a nude girl on the altar. And when the police came to break the crowd up, the little kids ran up to him and said, hey, mister, there's a nude lady on the altar. And, of course, you know, the policeman thought, oh, yeah, sure, right. Walked into the house. Not only did they see the lion, but they saw the nude lady. And you've never seen so many men with such a shocked expression on their face in your life.
I heard something else, but I don't know too much. No, really. But
no, please.
No, really.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry. Just what else did you hear?
Well, I'll tell you if you turn off the camera first, and I'll tell you. Well, you remember when I told you that I met Mr. Weber? Well, Mr. Weber, and I don't know too much about these things, but Mr. Weber told me that, I'm pretty sure it was Mr. Weber, that told me that when they had the lion, and I believe he's a male lion, that he took part in some of their sexual activities, and I didn't quite figure out how it worked or anything, but this is something that I did hear.
I don't know. Well, when the lion got loose over there, he did tear the house up, you know, and they said it was due to sex, that he was wanted to mate, and he went to the bedroom where his wife was, which his wife do have a scar on her left shoulder where the lion attacked her. I saw that in court right there, because she was sitting next to me. When she pulled her blouse down, you could see where the lion had struck her on the shoulder. So now he would train him up to that, you know. He's the baby. He had him from a club, so he could have actually trained him on that.
He was babysitting this jaguar for a friend, and he had the jaguar downstairs. And the lion evidently smelled the jaguar down below, became jealous and enraged, and went on a rampage, started tearing up all the pipes on the porch. And they couldn't call a plumber very well, because not very many plumbers are going to go in. So anyway, and then Mr. LeVay brought the lion inside, and he did quite a bit of damage, according to the papers, to Mr. LeVay's own personal effects. You know, drapes and a leather coat I read in the paper, and a few other things. And still Mr. LeVay didn't donate the lion to the zoo, but then on the following day he did some more damage. He did damage 2 days in a row, and then at this time he did decide to donate the animal to the zoo. And at that time he bit, I think, a man from the SPCA, and one of the policemen, too, was nipped, I think, too.
It was really very sad that we had to take him to the zoo. We didn't want to, naturally, and never would have unless we had really been forced to do it. We put a generalized curse on all those who helped to get rid of Togar, and they've either, a curse will do one of two things. It will either destroy or rehabilitate, and that's exactly what's happened.
We perform human sacrifices, by proxy, you might say, the destruction of human beings who would, let's say, create an antagonistic situation towards us in the form of curses and hexes. Not in actual blood rituals, because certainly the destruction of a human being physically is illegal, but we feel that the sacrifice should be a deserving one. We don't chop up babies or cut the heads off of cats or chickens or goats. We feel that this is another example of the sanctimonious hypocrisy of those who call themselves witches, warlocks, white magicians, who have practiced these things for centuries.
Well, his one neighbor, when we was in court, that he testified that he had put a spell on his little girl. He said that his little girl was sick, and it was due to Mr. LeVay had a spell on him.
Well, it always works. There's no doubt in my mind that it's not going to work. I mean, we just say, make something happen, it happens.
They say he charged from $200 to $300 for this. But if it's good luck, he put it on you, and if it's spell, if he get mad, he can turn it into a spell.
They claim to cause the cliff house, which was being wrecked, to burn up. But that is after the event. No, I'm not afraid that he's put any hex on me. I've put one on him, though. And my hex on him is that I hope he begins to believe himself. If he does, sooner or later he'll be pinned up.
Well, I don't know too much about it, but I have seen boa constrictors. In fact, I'm really a little leery of snakes, but I think I touched one at a junior museum once. And there were, in fact, I thought it was kind of, they called this particular one Julia's Squeezer. And, you know, they're really kind of harmless. So, I mean, if, you know, if she wants a boa constrictor around her, that's all right.
The paintings are a collection of, most of them are my own, and many of them are given to me as gifts by other people who thought that they were not good enough for their own houses, or at least they'd frighten their neighbors or something. So they passed them on to me. I've got a lot of rejects, white elephants of other people's. And so naturally I'm very appreciative, because most of the things other people wouldn't have in their homes are the things that I seem to wind up with in mine. Most of the objects of art in the paintings are gifts or things that have been donated along the line, but the paintings that I've done are inspired pretty much through either articles, stories that I've read, fascinating dreams that I've had, nightmare visions, and my own ideas for plots, for perhaps situations and events. So you might say they do have stories, they're not just purely abstract. I would say these things like the skulls, the tombstones, the coffins, any of these various objects of art are memento moris, are just symbols of death. These do not imply in any way that we're the least bit eager to die or have any sort of Freudian death wish. On the contrary, these are constant reminders that death is around the corner, and death doesn't present a better than what we have now world. Death presents a negation of many of the pleasures of the flesh, and certainly most of them. And so we feel that the more things that can remind us of this, the more inspired we are to live each day to its fullest. And as far as the torture implements go, these things, we must remember, at one time were not simply torture implements, they were evangelical persuaders. And most of these things are from the Inquisition, and this type of device was known as a holy water sprinkler at one time, and also called a morning star. And so these things represent man's inhumanity to man, but also represent something to the Satanist much more important than that, that right is based on might, and the victor, whether they're right or whether they're wrong idealistically, is always considered right. The tombstone was a gift from a mortician, a man in the mortuary profession, and it's quite old. It serves as a coffee table. The dental chair and barber chair combination was also a gift, of course used during the period when dentists and barbers were pretty much one and the same. The reproduction of the outer lid of the sarcophagus of King Tut was given to me. It was made by a member of the congregation and given to me for the purposes of enhancing rituals that would be of an Egyptian nature or origin. The altar is a living slab of flesh in the personification or in the person of a nude young woman. The altar stone, or the mantle which holds the altar, was made from cobblestones from the San Francisco streets that were broken up in the 1906 earthquake. Little did it, I'm sure, become aware to the stonemason that it would be used for the purposes that it is today.
Probably some of the clergy are jealous of him. There is the memorable incident of the redhead on the altar, sans clothing and so forth. He was not the first one to think of this. A clergyman in New York, in Greenwich Village, had a blonde on the altar. And there remains for some enterprising soul to think of a brunette.
What's it feel like when you're up on the altar during ceremony?
Oh, during a ritual? Well, the power starts building up. I guess power sounds like a real corny word, but it's an adrenaline energy that starts building up in you. Don't ask me just why. I suppose it's you could call it a satanic ecstasy. And you feel like you're the universe, not just a part of it, you feel like you're the whole thing. And sometimes your body just feels like it's just going to, fly apart. Sometimes I just get so charged up that I don't think they can make a battery comparable. And, well, I don't know, it's completely exhilarating. I don't know whether people on pot or LSD feel this way or not. If they don't, I'm sorry for them.
How old are you, Mama?
Oh, really now? Well, let's see. Would you believe 53?
How old do you feel?
At the moment? Oh, I guess about 18.
What would your parents say about that?
If I got up on the altar?
Yeah.
I think I'd die, but I'd love to do it. Isn't that terrible?
Fantastic.
I'm glad that's not happening.
I think if there was a need for it, I mean, I'm not the type. I don't look like the type for a nude altar. I mean, usually their nude altars are usually, like, they like to have them light-haired and voluptuous and big and fat. And I mean, that just isn't me.
My girlfriend is built. I mean, she has an unbelievable figure. In fact, she does not look good in clothes. She's a little bit too well endowed. And one of the priests that he has keeps offering her, you know, a job at the altar. And every time she gets, we go down to this, every time she gets a little loaded, she keeps saying, you know, I want to do it. Let me do it.
I think every home should have its own altar. Really. Everyone needs a satanic altar.
Well, I think my altar days are over.
Two on top of that. He was really talking about me. I think masturbation has been really a taboo subject of all time, and I think we should mention it a little. Lenore, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, I taught my son to masturbate.
Night games, huh?
Well,
games not to play. Well, mostly because he was getting pimples, and we started talking about it, and I told him why he was having pimples and this type of thing. Well, at first he didn't go along with the idea. He insisted that I buy him these patent things, you know, that you rub on your face, and they weren't doing any good. And I told him if he continued to pop the pimples, that's what he called the pop pimples, then he'd end up with acne scars and girls wouldn't like him. And so I refused absolutely to buy him these concoctions he wanted to put on his face. And I told him that if he didn't start masturbating and doing it regularly, he was just going to have to put up with the pimples. And he didn't say anything about it. He didn't say yes or no, but the pimples are gone.
This is quite a switch, because in my day, this is a thing that caused pimples.
I have nothing to do with your day.
I guess things change, you know.
And then there was
masturbating.
the night that Lenore brought her son to a party,
Yeah.
which was sort of open to, you know, family, the church. And he was being kind of a bad boy or something. I don't know what he was doing, being sassy or irritable or something. And she said, "What's the matter, Pericles? Haven't you masturbated today?"
Well, the magical rituals are performed by so-called white magicians, and have been performed for centuries in magical circles where they chop the heads off chickens or sacrifice goats and all this sort of thing. This is considered the most secret of secret sacrifices, the most violent of all sacrifices, that of the blood sacrifice. The blood sacrifice is really just a lesser version of a much eviler sacrifice, which in some of the old grimoires on witchcraft and ceremonial magic are hinted at, only enough so that you know, reading very thoroughly, that the greatest of all secret sacrifices during a ceremonial ritual is, of course, the spilling of the seed on the ground. And so, rather than just masturbate in the eyes of their Jehovah, these so-called magicians would kill an innocent animal just for its blood-throw agony to be put out into the atmosphere, which to me is one of the true blasphemies, which, of course, is white magic, too.
Doesn't the Holy Rollers operate more or less on the masturbation principle, even though they won't admit to this? I went to 2 or 3 of these things, and I noticed that the women and the men both were getting sexually excited, and it looked like they were having an orgasm. So.
Yeah.
You mean
they were rolling over the floor and they were becoming
really
very excited? Yeah,
Oh, sure. This happens in a lot of ecstatic kinds of
I got the
rituals.
impression that they were having an orgasm.
Crowley used to do
Would that be masturbation, though?
He would in one ritual masturbate.
They don't call it that.
That's Subu. It's the same thing.
Huh?
That's Subu.
Well, eroticism.
But women can masturbate without using their hand, you know. That's no one now.
Why would I know? I've been knowing about boys a long time. I use boys.
When did you find boys?
They used to put boys in straight jackets to keep them.
What age did you find out they were boys?
About 10.
Did you ever read this accounting of the old days when they had the sweatshops and the women would all work these hand these foot machine every so often. Yeah, we'll give up with a scream and turn red, and wham, she got it right then and there. I mean,
Really?
Yes, really. This is really
Imagine getting your kicks in a sweatshop.
Well, you didn't get paid money, you had to get some thrill
The
out of it.
diamond industry was founded on that type of thing.
Masturbating by finger.
I'm in league with the devil as much as any mortal can possibly be.
I would say I'm in league with the dark side of nature.
I don't think he's ever really been down there anyway, because according to our religionists, he walks the earth as a man, and he's supposed to take charge of carnal or mundane pursuits.
Satan was the son of Christ, a son of God. He was the one who wanted to come to the earth and take upon himself the pride and the things that he would gain here upon the earth and not give the honor to his Father. And Satan truly is a devil. He has power over us if we let him, if we let down our guard, as I've said. But if we have faith in our Father in heaven, and we pray to him often, and we honor his Son, Jesus Christ, we'll be able to overcome this factor.
Devil? Maybe he is. The thing he is doing is devilish, definitely, because it is against the God.
The idea of the devil and of Satan as an individual which he can communicate with is a fantasy in his own head, or an imagination of his own. The hell that is supposed to be controlled by the devil is what the individual makes for himself.
If he's not in league with the devil, then his entire church, his entire religion's a farce. And then it would be a racket, then it would be a religion.
What do you think it is?
I hope it's a religion. I hope that because of all the services he has, the speeches that he makes, and the people that he does convince that this is a true religion, I hope he's not deceiving them. I hope that he really believes.
I'd be more inclined to think that this is just a means of personal aggrandizement and enhancement.
He could work as anybody else, you know. We are working people who make our living a decent way, you know. But probably it was too much. So he tried to get easiest way. So he sits home, he doesn't do anything, you know. He has all kind of things in his house, secret passages and all kind of lights, you know. It makes effects, you know, it affects people.
I have no doubt that he is out purely for publicity.
One of the most objectionable things to me is when a person asks, well, what do you have to collect money for? What do you have to charge for this religion for? Why don't you just have it a free will thing where it doesn't cost to belong to this religion? And they accuse me of just being a money-making racketeer, a con man of some sort. When every other religion on the face of the earth hasn't seemed to object to taking money from their parishioners. They've built large cathedrals in the midst of people living in squalor. They've constantly garnished people's wages, in a sense, by having so much percentage subscribed to churches, and yet no one has ever criticized this that is in the position usually to criticize me for conducting a continence game of any kind. I feel the money spent to be poured into the Satanic Church, and I say poured into it, if possible, to be used for, and would be used for, much more worthwhile purposes than the building of edifices and cathedrals where the people who live in squalor, in many cases around them, can simply go into the church, beat their chests, and say, I am not worthy. At least when you give the devil his due, he smiles upon you for at least expecting a little payment in return.
No, he's not shocked. He really believes in it, and what he does, he practices what he preaches, and what he preaches is really living and eating good and loving good, drinking good, just living good as much as you can. You know.
It seems that most religions now are buying oats for a dead horse. We feel that all religions are coming around to Satanism. We're in the very throes of a new satanic age. The evidence is all around us. All we have to do is look at it. There's a new title for Christians called Christian atheists. And, of course, many movements such as the Unitarian Church have existed for a while in what would amount to a form of atheism in evening clothes. And we feel that there's no reason why these people shouldn't just flip the coin completely over and simply call themselves what religion has called them for many, many years. Call them devil worshippers, or disciples of evil, or Satanists. Of course, it's very hard for a person to hang an uncomplimentary label on themselves, and for this reason, for many years, there will be people practicing Satanism as good Christians or other religions, and they will instinctively pursue the very same things that we are, as they always have. Satan is simply a word, simply means the dissenter.
Do you think the Satanic Church is a threat to Christianity? Do I think it's a threat? Well, 6,000 people against millions is a small threat. It's like communism creeping up. But I think the Satanic Church has its own views, and I think that each person should have the opportunity to express their views, freedom of speech. And if people have these beliefs, it's up to them. And if they really do believe these things, it's really up to them. But would you like to, you know, urge them to read the Bible and to pray about these things before they enter into these things? And remember, just as Mr. Neville said, he said that they don't want people to join the church because of carnal reasons, that they want them to join because they do believe in the religion. And I think that a lot of the people are going to join for carnal reasons, and that this is a bad part of it.
You find this morally wrong then?
Yes, I do.
Blessed are the strong, for they shall possess the earth. Cursed are the weak, for they shall inherit the yoke. Blessed are the powerful, for they shall be reverenced among men. Cursed are the feeble, for they shall be blotted out. Blessed are the bold, for they shall be masters of the world. Cursed are the righteously humble, for they shall be trodden under cloven hoofs. Blessed are the victorious, for victory is the basis of right. Cursed are the vanquished, for they shall be vassals forever. Blessed are the iron-handed, the unfit shall flee before them. Cursed are the poor in spirit, they shall be spat upon. Cursed are the God adorers, they shall be as shorn sheep. Cursed are the lambs of God, they shall be bled whiter than snow. Blessed is the man who has a sprinkling of enemies, they shall make him a hero. Thrice cursed are the weak whose insecurity makes them vile, for they shall serve and suffer. The angel of self-deceit is camped in the souls of the righteous. The eternal flame of power through joy dwelleth within the flesh of the Satanist. Shemham Farash.
Shemham Farash.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Come forward. Disrobe and prepare to fill the font of ecstasy.
Archangel the Michael blessed, Virgin ever Mary blessed, beseech therefore I, most grievous, most my through fault, my through deed and word, thought and exceedingly sin, have I, that brother unto you and saints, the all to Paul and Peter apostles, Holy Dietrich Baptist, to John blessed, to Archangel the Michael blessed, to Virgin ever Mary blessed, to God Almighty to confess, I.
The waters of heaven shall reigneth, and the earth shall be soaked in the wine of ecstasy. Fill the font of unholiness. The spirits of the fourth angle and nine, mighty in the firmament of waters, from whom the first hath planted, a torment to the wicked and a garland to the righteous, giving unto them fiery darts to fan the earth. Therefore hearken unto my voice, and the voice of the reign of heaven and hell. I have talked of you, and I moved you in power and presence, whose works shall be a song of honor, and the praise of your God Satan in your creation.
come from us deliver, but temptation into not us lead, and us against trespass. Who those forgave we, as trespassers us our forgive. And bread daily our day this us give. Heaven in is it, as earth undone be will thy come kingdom. Thy name, thy be hallowed, heaven in art, who Father our. Thee of resurrection, thee to forward look, and sins of remission, thee for baptism one confess I. Church apostolic and Catholic, holy one and prophets, thee through spoke, who glorified and adored. His Son, thee, and Father, thee, with together, whose Son, thee, and Father, thee, from proceeds, whose life have given, and Lord, the Spirit, holy thee, in an end. Thee and sits in heavens, thee to ascended, and scriptures, thee to according day, third, thee on again rose, and buried was, and suffered, and Pontius Pilate under us for crucified was, and man became, and Mary Virgin, thee and Spirit holy, thee from incarnate was, and heaven from down came salvation, our of because, and men ourselves because, who existence and do came things all, whom through Father thee with substance, one of made, not begotten, God true from God, true light from light, ages all before Father, thee from begotten, God of Son, begotten only the Christ, Jesus Lord, one in invisible and visible things, all of earth and heaven, of Maker Almighty Father, thee God, one in, believe I.
A mighty guard of fire with two-edged swords flaming, which have 8 vials of wrath for 2 times and a half, whose wings are of wormwood and of the marrow of salt, have set their feet in the west, and are measured with their 9,996 ministers. These gather up the moss of the earth, as the rich man doth his treasure. Cursed are they whose iniquities they are, and their eyes are millstones greater than the earth, and from their mouths run seas of blood. Their heads are covered with diamonds, and upon their heads are marble stones. Happy is he on whom they frown not. For why the Lord of righteousness rejoices in them. Come forward, those who have received the benediction of Satan and the blessings of hell. And what is your wish?
I would like Satan to arouse insatiable desire in the heart of that lovely young bank teller who's just moved into my neighborhood. He said his name was Roger.
Insatiable desire shall follow Roger, and he shall be summoned unto you. And his through-thrusting fire, the shaft of his flesh, shall permeate the atmosphere, and shall be grasped by your eager flesh, and lust shall reign supreme. Roger shall hear this and come to you. In the night, henceforth, this day shall end. So it shall be. Shamham Parash.
Shamham Parash.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
And you, what is your desire?
I desire the powers of darkness should bestow upon a certain section of my anatomy attributes that will enable it to perform its duties better to my satisfaction and its own. I desire the power of Satan and the fiery lust of Lucifer, the erectness of Belial and the glistening moistness of Leviathan, that these demons should grant to me the ability to satisfy myself and as many of those as I choose to do so.
So it has been stated, and so this virile member shall prosper, and shall ride forth as the beast of abominations hath ridden, and shall come forth as the behemoth, and shall enjoy itself in all the carnal pleasures of the flesh and its minions. So you shall reap the rewards of desire, and all your lustful thoughts will bear fruition. The scourge of flesh, the rod of bone, the shaft of sinew shall be yours to have and to hold. Shamham Parash.
Shamham Parash.
Hail Satan.
Hail Satan.
Infamy. infamy. Bestow the oscularum infame, the devil's kiss. In the name of Satan I command that all be blessed who would rise on our behalf, and all be cursed who would destroy us in any way. So it is done.
I understand he was tremendously busy during Halloween.
Jacket, a note put on your typewriter, a cat's heart or testicles found in your jacket pocket, all these things which break down your moral resistance, a person standing outside the gates of your factory asking you to come to another party or telling you when the next large meeting of the witches is, the offering you of drugs, because largely you will have an appetite for certain soft drugs. The other thing is that it seems, and I cannot understand how it works, that they do seem to be able to know what each other are thinking. There is a kind of a telepathy, a thought wave from the abundant to the person. I can't understand this. I still find it hard to believe.
Their power is great, and they have a very long arm, and I think that I don't think one can experience this and come away unscathed. I think something is bound to be left, you're bound to have scars.
How do they eliminate a person? Well, broadly speaking, there are two methods. One is that you use the practical things which are already on this earth. By that I mean you can poison a person or such like things. On the other, which is more interesting and actually the one they prefer to use, you make use of the spirit forces. Now that may sound a very tall order to you, but it comes in the category of mesmerizing a person, influencing their mind and controlling them. I'll give you an example. Shall we say there's a wife wants to get rid of a awkward, we use the word caddish husband, a blackguard. Well, he works in some place like most people. He has a car, probably on the way home he has a drink with the boys, and so the witch, having once received her commission, will get one of her runners to watch all his movements, and she finds that he goes into the Black Dog at such and such a time, and he has a drink there, and then he drives home, or he goes off to the house of his mistress or what have you. So the procedure is quite simple, is that arrangements are made for the witch to go to the pub, and she will be in the bar there, be quite close to the target, as you might say, and she can either speak to him direct, get to know him, or she can actually do it with her back turned to him. And what she does is she gives her particular spirit, and I ask you to believe this because when you're talking about witchcraft you do step into the world beyond, which the average person knows very little about, but it's so real. And she will instruct this spirit force to latch onto this fellow, and the instructions to it are very simple. She just says, make this man go to sleep in 15 minutes, or half an hour, whatever it may be, knowing full well that he'll finish his drink up, And he'll go out to the car park and get in his car and start to drive home, and he will black out.
Well, a lot of young people don't believe there is a power when they get involved in satanic or black magic practices. They go for the drugs, they go for the fun of it, they go for the adventure. But many young people, although they don't believe it at first, by involving themselves in occult practices and satanic worship, they open themselves to spirit possession.
Well, really, it's the power of the church in reverse. Very powerful, very frightening.
And since the Reformation, the Church's use of exorcism has been creeping back. The Bishop of Exeter set up a study group to look into it. John Richards was the secretary.
Our study group and its findings made quite clear that there is a great difference between the mentally sick and those whose illness is primarily spiritual. We have on our study group doctors and psychiatrists. The New Testament view of demonic possession, in my experience in recent years, I've had to now come to accept this. The manner of Christian exorcism is very varied. It could be done quite informally and extemporally.
The first one took place on a Sunday afternoon at 3 o'clock after I'd invited a young girl who had been a witch for about 4 years to come and see me. The day before I had found out a lot about her. I found that she had rejected the Christian faith. She had now a satanic name. She was an Ephonite, which is a kind of a second order witch, and she had taken the vows and was very guilt-ridden about all that she had done, and she wanted help. I found also she had taken drugs. I found a lot about her family, and I was pretty convinced that she was possessed of something which was evil, and I felt compelled to do something for the girl. And what I did for her, I've done for many others since, in fact over 142. And she begins to say, "What are you doing to me?" And I say, "I don't know what I'm doing to you, but I think I'm blocking the Armageddon insofar as I'm picking up something of what he's trying to say to you." And while the girl is in this almost state of transit, it is very important then to make contact with her. And I always kneel down by the person and put my hands on her hands, which of course she pulls away, but I hold them.
I think the best and the only real antidote is prayer. It is a very powerful weapon, as these people themselves realize, of course, and are frightened of.
And as I say the Lord's Prayer, nothing seems to happen until I come to and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. And when that happens, I'm frightened to death in many cases, because by this time the girl is pulling away and saying, "No, no, no." And at the same time, I'm very, very hot or cold, and my heart is really bumping very fast, and the whole room seems to be alive. And as soon as I said the Lord's Prayer, I then say, by the authority given to me in the Lord Jesus Christ, I command the powers of evil within you to cease, and I give you back your Christian name. And then I give the girl her Christian names as they used to be, and I sign you with the sign of the cross in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. And it's a great act of triumph, you know. But the other thing is, it's never over there, because the person always leaps up into the air and has a kind of an epileptic fit, or runs down the stairs and collapses. And the horrifying thing is that they're very often unconscious for nearly half an hour. But the beautiful thing is, when they awake, it's over. It is really over.
I bind all evil forces and all evil influences, so that they never more disturb, distort the soul of thy servant Frank.
Here is another exorcist, the Reverend Christopher Neil Smith, at work on the case of an American who felt that he had been bewitched.
And of the Son and of the Holy Ghost. Let all witchcraft, sorcerer, and black magic fly from hence.
The man believes that his mother, when she was pregnant, was given a witchcraft potion.
And I exorcise thee, every unclean spirit, by the true God, the living God, the holy God, that they may never more hold tyranny over thy soul, and give place to Christ, his power, his pardon, and his peace. The blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost be upon you and remain with you this day and always.
The man said afterwards it was as if a 1,000-pound weight had been lifted from his shoulders. What then are we to conclude? Are witchcraft beliefs basically of the same order as Christian beliefs? Or are the witches practicing the oldest religion in the world, inheritors of a fertility cult dating back to man's first days on Earth? Is there really a supernatural witchcraft power, something basic to the human race, which the modern world has lost? Or is it all self-delusion, hysteria, a kind of madness stemming from man's confused understanding of himself? Freud said of demons, "We speak as if they invade us from the outside, but demons are our bad desires, which have been repressed." Here is Irene Champagnat, a Jungian psychotherapist.
Well, I'm very dubious about the word witch. Could mean anything. I mean, sometimes people call me a witch if I have a hunch about something that's going to happen or something that they didn't think I knew, which is just purely an intuitive woman.
Everybody's born with power. I think it's if they have the awareness. I think everybody can use this power, but they have to be aware of it or want to use it.
I think there's really a feeling that there's a mysterious, spiritual side to life that can't be explained in scientific terms, and that they really are on the search for God, really. And I have a great respect for them, but in the search for God, they've tumbled on the devil quite often. And he gets in through the collective, just in the same way as God can get through the collective.
Well, when I was a child, I always felt much closer to a great life force when I was out of doors, far closer than when I was in the four walls of any church.
Well, the thing that makes people turn to witchcraft is primarily they're dissatisfied with their religions. They're looking for something. I suppose they're looking for evidence more than anything else, spiritual evidence, psychic forces.
The point about witchcraft is that it's a self-confirming system. If you believe in it, nothing can happen to weaken that belief. If I believe that magical healers can cure me and go to a magical healer, well, if I recover, then I've been cured. If I don't recover, then I go to another healer. And if he can't cure me either, then it must mean that I'm bewitched, and so on it goes.
Much depends on what the healing process is, and nobody seems to know very much about that. What I'm quite certain is it's nothing whatever to do with magic.
I have had some experience in another country where witchcraft was supposed to be rampant, but it did seem to me that it was a psychological thing, and that if the people had not been told that they had been bewitched, nothing would have happened.
Well, I should say avoid certain kinds of groups. Certain kinds of groups. Of course, I know people are lonely, and they want to get together, and they want to share radically at a deep level. And this is what starts it. And they want to be real, these encounter groups. But I would say to them, still stick to your very simple practicalities. Just the ordinary human life and human personal relationships.
Anyone who sets out to play God with other people's lives, I think, is doing something very wrong and very foolish.
When I look back on those 5 years and realise just how very evil they were, I hope I never go back.
I would never go back on the black path again. I've still got money in the bank from those days, over £137,000. I will never touch it.
The danger at the moment is that many young people have rejected the Christian God and are seeking out old gods which are false, which are dangerous, and really will resort.
Viele auf schaurigen Halloween-Partys herumgetrieben haben, waren im düsteren Wald von Beckum echte Druiden am Werk. Für sie war nicht Halloween, sondern Samhain, ein keltisches Totenfest. Der bekannteste Druide der Welt ist ja Miraculix, der von Asterix. Ob die Druiden bei uns in NRW auch Zaubertränke brauen können, Michael Bayer hat sie beobachtet.
Samhain, der Wächter der Toten, heißt der Gott, dem die Druiden in dieser Nacht huldigen. Im Kuhhorn dieser modernen Druiden kein Zaubertrank, sondern Apfelzidre. Und auch den Beckumer Wald lassen die Naturfans relativ unverhext.
Das ist eigentlich nichts anderes, was eigentlich jeder Christ auch macht. Nur geht er in ein Gebäude und wir brauchen kein Gebäude, um unsere Dings. Wir gehen in die Natur.
Doch bevor gefeiert wird, gibt's auch für Druiden einen Alltag. Mama Michaela macht schnell noch Hausaufgaben mit den Kindern, während Papa Sebastian töpferne Krüge, Kuhhorn und Sichel in die sogenannte Kiepe packt. Ritualutensilien für das Totenfest im Wald. Aus dem Bergischen Land kommen die Druidenlehrlinge zu der Enninger Meisterfamilie, um das Samhain-Fest zu feiern. In der gutbürgerlichen Siedlung wird schnell noch etwas Salbei geschnitten, nicht als Wegzehrung, sondern als Opfergabe für die Verstorbenen. Ein fast 3000 Jahre altes Steingrab, abgelegen im Wald, wird Schauplatz für das unheimliche Ritual. Die Druiden rufen ihre Toten.
Wir rufen die Ahnen.
Die Verstorbenen steigen empor.
Eine Art Abendmahl mit Honig aus dem Kelch und Apfelzidre getrunken aus einem Kuhhorn soll die Gemeinschaft fördern und die Verstorbenen einladen. Computerspezialistin Katharina Kolokowski findet das nächtliche Treiben völlig normal.
Ich sitze den ganzen Tag vorm Rechner, ich telefoniere den ganzen Tag, habe den ganzen Tag mit den neuesten Medien zu tun und in meiner Freizeit brauche ich halt diesen Ausgleich.
Jeder Teilnehmer hat einen Gegenstand mitgebracht, der ihn an eine verstorbene Person erinnert. Durch Ablegen auf dem Altar wird der Kontakt ins Totenreich hergestellt. Muss man als Druide eigentlich ein bisschen abgedreht sein?
Ja, da wird in der katholischen Kirche, die stehen auf, die knien sich hin, die machen dieses und jenes. Und das ist aus meiner Sicht eben halt abgedreht. Deswegen meine ich, dass ich eben halt nicht abgedreht bin.
So denken immerhin 2500 Druiden allein in NRW. Wer jetzt glaubt, er stehe im Wald, der kann sich zur Wintersonnenwende in der Nacht zum 22. Dezember dem Kreis anschließen.
Keine Angst vor...
Dusk. As sunlight departs and the cold of night falls upon the grey graveyard stones, who knows what lingers in the shadows? Is it here that departed souls gather? And is it from a place like this that one or two wander abroad, coming amongst us, seen only by a very few? From time immemorial, people in all four corners of the world have told of ghosts or phantasms, spirits of the departed who most of the time trouble us hardly at all. Where would you go to look for a ghost? An overgrown Victorian cemetery? A fortress like that of the man in the Iron Mask? Among the ruined stones of a medieval castle? But the real thing does not always appear where you might expect. Behind these ordinary curtains dwelt the Enfield poltergeist. These figures appeared in a Spanish bedroom. Who were they? This woman smiles for the camera in Austria, but she wasn't there at the time. Are there ghosts in the gatehouse? And what do they want? And what did this man see in the honeymoon suite? Most people's views on ghosts are based on stories and legends, and Pevensey Castle in Sussex is a fitting place to find a ghost. Lady Joan Pelham, wife of one of the castle's constables, was in command whilst Pevensey withstood a siege at the end of the 14th century. Her anxious ghost still paces the battlements, awaiting her husband's return. The picture book Red Brick Castle at Hurstmonceux has several ghosts. One is of a giant drummer who paces the battlements. Another is of a young girl who appears in the courtyard. The third is of a cloaked horseman who rides into the moat and disappears. Mickleham Priory, parts of which date back to 1229, is just the kind of place you would expect to be haunted.
Well, here at Mickleham, we've got several ghosts, but one that I think is 100% genuine. And that is of a lady wearing a grey or greyish blue gown. She was seen to approach the gatehouse here behind me with a dog. And there were two people waiting to pay. The custodian in the kiosk stopped the couple saying, "Excuse me a moment," and turned to the lady with the dog and said, "Sorry, no dogs allowed." She turned round, came back to where we're standing at the moment, and vanished. At that point, one of the potential visitors collapsed in a fit of hysteria and fainted, and first aid had to be applied, and she was sent home.
Naturally, an old building like Mickleham Priory, once a monastery of Augustinian monks, has many tales attached to it.
I just walked in by the door, and this same feeling came over me again. This arm came round my waist, and I thought, actually, it was my husband. I thought he was behind me, and I turned round quickly to call him a few silly words, you know, messing about, but there was no Donald.
It was November, some years ago. I found myself entirely alone on the site. Before I left, I went down to the great barn to make sure that the doors were secure. On my way past the front of the house, that top right-hand window suddenly opened. I heard a thud, which made me look up, and there was the window opening with no hand in sight, opening it from the inside. The problem was that it was behind 3 locked doors. The room hadn't been used for some 3 months at least, and it really made my hair stand on end. Fortunately, as I was getting the keys, the chairman came back from his trip into town and accompanied me upstairs. We opened the doors and finally got to that window, which was wide open, and there was no visible means of it having been opened by human touch.
Evidently, many people have experienced ghosts at the old priory at Mickleham. But what exactly is a ghost?
A ghost, I suppose, is an apparition which defies explanation, so that it's not something which is material, but a ghost may be male, female, animal, human, big, small, opaque or transparent. A ghost can be many things, but it's basically something that defies some sort of scientific explanation.
In my opinion, a ghost is a form of electromagnetic energy, according to the experts, between 380 and 440 millimicrons of the infrared portion of the light spectrum. In other words, it is a form of energy that cannot normally be seen by a human eye, can perhaps be seen by clairvoyance, that we don't know, but it is merely a form of electromagnetic energy. You can't do anything, you can't talk to it, and it doesn't come back. Either it is there or it isn't.
And it seems to me that, there are a number of different types of ghosts. You have the sort of a ghost of somebody who, that you know and you see, and it comes back perhaps bringing you a message of some sort. Then you have a ghost, which sometimes in parapsychology we refer to as a place image. It's like a photograph that is there, but it doesn't seem to do anything apart from appear to certain people and they can see it. And that's interesting in itself. That's the place image ghost. And then possibly we have a ghost which we could refer to as a crisis apparition. That is, it is only seen, this sort of ghost, when something dramatic or traumatic has occurred. I think one could say that possibly these are the 3 most frequently experienced types of ghosts.
I was once celebrating a Requiem Mass in a house where the family had seen a ghost, and different members of the family, without telling each other, had the same experience. And then they discovered that the people who'd lived in the house before had moved because they had seen the same ghost. And then when they described the ghost, it was fairly plainly someone who'd lived in the house before and had committed suicide there. And so we had a Requiem Mass. We started praying for the soul of the person who died, and with that they appeared. And in fact, we simply carried on with the service, and halfway through, when the point at which we believe the bread and wine become the body and blood of Christ, the person smiled and disappeared, and hasn't been seen since.
Deep in the heart of the New Forest is Bignell Wood. Now lived in by psychiatrist Dr. Kenneth McCall, the house was formerly owned by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, author of the Sherlock Holmes stories, and an enthusiastic spiritualist.
There are some things left in this house of his, like his bookcase, the stag that he shot in Scotland. There's a garden table. There are some broken up pottery gnomes that he had in the garden. And the previous inhabitants said, oh, well, that wing of the house is haunted, don't sleep there. I thought this was rubbish. I thought rats or owls, probably on the flat roof. So on purpose I put my children to sleep in this end of the house. And they are 5 children they were 6 to 18 at that time, and they started complaining that this man came and trod on their toys, and he got in the way, big sloppy bedroom slippers, but he didn't hurt anything or knock them over. And he would walk in through a closed door, and he went round the corner and must have gone out the window, but the window wasn't even open. And they chatted this as being quite a frequent and ordinary occurrence, but felt that he was a nuisance. The postman, milkman, these people would never come down the drive because they said it was like a cold chill and they're going to be interfered with in some way. So they always left things at the front gate. The crux came when my eldest daughter, who was now secretary, came down for Christmas from London, and at breakfast time she suddenly said, I had a most interesting night. I've been talking to Conan Doyle. Then she put her hand over her mouth and said, good gracious, yesterday I told you that you were all talking absolute rubbish. But I've seen him and I've heard him, and I woke up and I sat up, and he was in the attic up above me, walking around, and he said, I'm sorry, Elizabeth, I woke you up. I must find my diary. It's black leather with an elastic band round it, and I cannot find it, and it's got to be found so that I can write my memoirs. I'm so glad that you children have come to enjoy this house, because this is where I had all my children, and I want you to lie down and go to sleep again, and I won't to disturb you again. At this point I thought, now that's had it. I'm going to the local vicar, and you jolly well come and do something. So he came into this room, and he sat here, and he did a service of some kind. I don't even recall what he said or did, but the next day, Conan Doyle's eldest daughter phoned us from London to say he's going to tell us what's going on. We've all gone peaceful. He's never appeared or interfered anywhere that we know of again.
Well, one cause of a haunting that we've come across seems to be related to unfinished business. Sometimes they seem to be coming back with some kind of message or some kind of need to complete some sort of action. For example, in the movie Ghost, the entity was coming back because he was concerned that his girlfriend was in danger, so he had to complete the action of resolving that issue before he could move on. We've had cases involving people hiding things. A mother hid her jewelry in one case in the wall in the house, and she kept coming back trying to get her family members to go find the jewelry, but most of them just kept getting frightened when she would appear. And so she couldn't really complete the action, but eventually one of them realized what she was trying to do, and she literally led that person to a place in the wall and told him to start digging through there, and he did, and he found the jewels. And once the jewelry was discovered, the haunting ended immediately. So we think that this is a basic category of the kinds of experiences we come across, where some unfinished business needs to be completed.
Yes, I was once called to a house where the night before the family had woken up thinking they were being burgled. And when the father opened the bedroom door, he found a group of people coming out of a wall, walking along the landing and disappearing out of another wall. And he said they were in old-fashioned dress and were carrying what looked like brown paper parcels. And he got the family out into the street and called the police. The police sent a van with a sergeant, a cadet, and a dog. And the dog refused to go into the house. So the sergeant turned to the cadet and said, right, lad, in you go, see what's happening. And he went up the stairs, not knowing what to expect, and saw exactly what the family had described, a group of people in groups of 2s or 3s, carrying what looked like these brown paper parcels and walking along the landing. When I got talking to the local priest, he said that they had a lot of problems with those houses in that particular area of the parish, and then he told me it was all built over a plague pit. And when I got talking to the family, I discovered that 3 months earlier they'd had a cot death, and that was the first night when the children, the other children, the 2 children, had been moved back into their own bedroom from their parents' bedroom. And so it seemed to me that this was really a place memory, that they'd sparked off a memory from the past of people bringing their dead children to be buried.
In the summer of 1969, we were both on holiday with our two children in a little place called Altafulla. It was a medieval village in Spain about 7 miles north of Tarragona. And we were not staying actually in the village itself. We were just on the outside edge of it. It was a sort of walled medieval village, and we were staying just outside the wall in modern chalets. And after a normal day's holiday, we were sound asleep. Very hot, so we're not wearing any night clothes. I think we just got a sheet over us. And the first thing I knew was I had a dig in the ribs for my wife, so she better tell you why she woke me up.
It's one of those occasions where you're very deeply asleep, and something woke me, and I think it was whispering, but I can't even be sure. Just something woke me, and I looked, and right at the end of the bed, there were two men standing, looking straight at us, and clearly discussing us. You know, how people have their eyes sort of looking like that, but they're talking to each other. And I thought, gracious me, and I grabbed the bedclothes and hauled them up around my neck. That was the first instinctive thing, not to jump out of bed, but to actually cover myself up. And I banged Jerry in the ribs, you see, and he woke up.
Well, as I woke up, I looked up, and there, looking down at us, were two people, two men. They were standing fairly high up, as though they might have been standing on a table. And I usually wake up fairly promptly. I'm pretty clear when I wake up, and I could see them peering down, but I can only remember vividly their heads. I took in the rest of it, a sort of peripheral vision, and I tried to actually do a picture of this for you when I knew you were coming down. And I found in trying to do it, I could remember it as well as I could at the time. It was a long time ago, but I still got the same vision. But as soon as I started trying to make a picture of it, I was aware that the only thing I could really be clear about was the two heads. I wasn't really sure exactly what they were wearing, and we talked about it afterwards, and neither of us were, but we both had a strong feeling they were in some sort of medieval costume. It had that feeling of a period costume. They were looking down at us, talking. I didn't hear anything they said, but within a second or two it faded.
Were these two figures a place memory? Or since they appear to be whispering about what they saw, were they lost souls? Parts of a Bell Hotel overlooking the graveyard in Thetford date back to the 15th century. Guests and staff have many times reported seeing a young girl who suddenly disappears, and one story goes that a woman named Betty Radcliffe killed herself here because of the pain of unrequited love, but another tells that she was murdered and that her daughter, distraught with grief, hurled herself from an upper window. This room, number 10, now the honeymoon suite, has always had a reputation for being haunted. This man, who does not wish to be identified, spent his honeymoon in room 10.
Yeah, the first night we went downstairs to dinner, came back up, and there was a cold spot outside the door. As we came into the room, the door felt as if it was being pushed from the inside. It was rather, it was openable, but it was difficult to open it. And then came into the room, went to bed. We were lying there, and my wife pointed out there was a glow in the far corner of the mural on the wall, and she drew my attention to it. So I sort of fobbed it off, nothing, you know. And then we went back to sleep. I should think it was around about 3 to 4 a.m. and we heard footsteps running up and down the corridor outside the room. And then the footsteps came inside the room and were walking around at the bottom of the bed area. Later on that night, or later on that morning, a young girl appeared in the middle of the room, walked towards the window, and disappeared. We then went back to a rather late sleep, and as I was laying there early in the morning, the sheets were lifted up over my face, which I then put back down. And then it was done about 3 or 4 times. I thought it was my wife, which it wasn't, because there was nobody there to do it. And it just happened. Next morning we got up, and there was a handprint on the inside of the glass that covers the mural on the room wall. On the Sunday we came back from a day out, and I went in the bathroom, had a bath, and the whole room went cold. My wife then told me that the room, the actual bedroom, had gone cold as well. I came out of the bath and sat on the bed watching the television. She went into the bathroom, and the brass knocker on the wardrobe started to knock. At the same time, the aerial lead moved. We then heard the footsteps again. The footsteps were inside the room. We had there was an increase in temperature in the room, which was rather frightening. It was the worst bit of the experience, I think. It went up terrifically, and it was very difficult to breathe. We both got out. I think we had a drink of water, went back to bed, and then later on that night, I woke up and the girl was sitting on the side of the bed where I'd been sleeping. She got up, looked at me, kept a gaze on me, went round the end of the bed and disappeared near the window. The whole point of the story was that I didn't ever believe in anything like this. I've never experienced anything like it in my life. My wife doesn't believe in ghosts. Neither of us are religious. As for the girl, she looked completely normal. She was not transparent. The only effect I think she had on us, or myself, was surprise. The fright came when she disappeared.
From this house in Grimsby, Robin Furman leads a team who specialise in interacting with ghosts.
But our Ghostbuster team came about from a general interest, and in fact from a very considerable demand. And we do have fun, you know. And in fact we've been castigated for that, as if we ought to be sort of po-faced about it. But why should we be? But we are perfectly serious in what we do. We certainly help people. I think you can, as people have done, spoken to any of the people that called us in, they're all happy, virtually 100% of them. So it's a good thing. We have fun, it's an interesting hobby, and we help people at the same time. Well, our car, you know, I mean, it's certainly not just a joke. We have great fun with it, but we need a big car. You see, it takes 3 very powerful batteries, and it's got enough room for probably 12 people, so we can get Ben, our big ghost hunting dog, in with all the team and, of course, all our equipment. We have the equipment takes up room as well as the batteries, you see. So it's a very valid piece of machinery. Well, the team consists, of course, myself. I'm the parapsychologist, the team leader. There's my son Andrew, who is an engineer. Janice Pattison, who coordinates the team, keeps us organised, and she's a microbiologist by profession, and Rodney Mitchell, who is a physicist and computer scientist, and he developed some of our most elaborate machinery, such as it is our Robo-Ghost, which has been written about in Micro User magazine, amongst other places. And we're all enthusiastic paranormalists, you might say. People sometimes ask us about Ben, our Newfoundland dog, which is our sort of, it's a mascot for the team, but also he's useful. He found the secret staircase at Grange Farm, after all. He drew our attention to this sort of area behind the wall. So he's useful as well as a mascot. And, you know, dogs are notoriously sensitive to psychical effects, so we like taking him along. On another occasion, I was told by some students that they'd had some frightening effects at an empty church. Well, a church which is still consecrated, a place called Skidbrook in Lincolnshire, which is a beautiful old church. Sadly, it has been vandalised, but the thing is, it's empty but consecrated. We went out there after they told us that they thought something nasty had been happening. Until they told me about it, I wasn't even aware that there was a church at Skidbrook. We got there to discover broken windows, black candles on the inside, emblems frequently associated with sort of demonic worship, inverted pentagrams and things like this. So there was certainly much activity of a sort of an unfortunate type going on out at that particular place. As the light began to fade whilst we were out here at the church, Rodney was outside, as I remember, with a torch, and he noticed that there were some disturbed tombstones. We turned the torches off. We didn't want to attract attention to ourselves from anything that might have existed or anybody that might be around at this stage, but we saw mist coming from the tombstones. Before we had a chance to examine this completely, Janice, who was waiting in the doorway of the church, told us the instruments were going wild. There were variations, wild variations in temperature. Looking back, we were horrified to see this mist arising from this very part. It blew towards us. We had to do something about it quickly. This is when we used the electron beam. It was the most dramatic effect we have ever had from it. We fired the light into the mist, which seemed to shatter into billions of glittering lights, and with a whoosh, it rushed somehow out of the open doors which were over there. We were left in a completely empty and freezing cold building. After that, there was absolute silence. There was nothing to hear and nothing to see at all.
Well, the most interesting case we ever had was eventually made into a film called The Entity. And we experienced a plethora of phenomena during that investigation. Things kept happening every time we went back to the house. I was standing in the kitchen one night and a lower cabinet door slammed open. A pan came flying out. The trajectory of the pan was elliptical. It landed about 4 feet from the cabinet. I was standing right there. And a little later in our investigation, lights started appearing on the wall, big, bright lights. They would get bigger and brighter and brighter. And eventually, they pulled off the wall into the middle of our room and started spinning and twisting in different directions. They had full parallax. We could see them from all sides. I had 9 professional photographers in the room at the time. We were shooting it from every angle. It was very much like a laser light show. It was absolutely extraordinary. We'd sealed off the doors. We'd sealed off the windows. We were shooting in the dark, yet this light was lighting up the room. Quite often she reported seeing something when we didn't, but many other times we were seeing balls of light at the same time that everybody else was. In fact, we had over 30 witnesses seeing these balls of light moving across the room. At one point, the ball of light coalesced into a head, and then shoulders started to form, and it extended down to the ground, and we were all practically in shock as this figure was forming. And the moment it formed, it just went out, just like that, as if somebody pulled the plug or something. The energy just disappeared. Well, all the phenomena was directed at her. She claimed that she was attacked and raped by this entity, and she described the entity. We were never present when she was attacked, but there were big black and blue marks all over her body. There were bite marks on her neck and bite marks on her breast. She was severely attacked, but as to what attacked her, I was never there, so I don't know. During the entity case, we were witnessing a plethora of phenomena. Lights were flying all over the room, and when we would come back to the university and tell our colleagues about this, they would tell us we were hallucinating. So we would, of course, try to photograph these lights, and we finally were able to get a photograph of a light moving across the room. We shot in total darkness without flash, and here's the picture. And as you can see, there's a tail behind it and a light moving across the frame. This was shot without flash. The frame should be completely dark. We have another picture that we shot without flash in total darkness again. This whole picture should be black, but clearly some kind of light has exposed our film, and this was the light we were seeing moving across the room. Now this picture is the most important picture to me. What you see in this picture are reverse arcs of light. Right here you see one arc going this way, and over here you see another arc going the opposite way. And underneath this arc is the woman who claimed that she was being attacked in this house. And as you can see, she's ducking down in this picture, because what we were experiencing at this time were flying, spinning, swirling balls of light moving across the room. They didn't look like arcs, they looked like fully dimensional balls of light. Now if you look closely at this arc, it's floating in space. How do we know that? Well, if it were on the wall, her head would block out part of the arc, but it doesn't. And if you look at the other arc, it's also floating in space. If it were on the wall, it would be bent, because these two walls are perpendicular here. The arc isn't bent, it's floating in space. Now why is this important to us as researchers? Because the skeptic always says somebody in the room is faking it. If they were projecting light, they would have to project it onto a flat surface like a wall. But this is dimensional light floating in space, and it's very difficult to fake something like that. You would need a very sophisticated, high-powered laser system to fake something like this.
A photograph of a little girl in a bush was found when a man came to photograph the hunt in the New Forest. And when he developed it, there's a little girl about 8-10 years old standing in a bush, extending her arms out as though she's asking for help, and she's dressed, we decided, in a 1820 costume. This was brought to me by the vicar. I said, well, we know nothing about her. We'll have to have a service for her. She's obviously lost, or she wouldn't appear. And so we had a Eucharist of this nature, Requiem Mass, or whatever we like to call it, and she's never appeared since, and any photos that have been tried.
This photograph was sent to us by a woman who had a photograph taken on the London Underground, and when it came out, at the back of the photograph, in the window, is a picture of a man in an electric chair. Well, this was quite astounding, because at first we thought it might be a poster, but it was taken in the tunnel, so it couldn't be a poster. And what is more, it is up against the glass, because you can see the sparks, and the actual upright, the wooden upright, appears to overlap the sparks. So it must be right up against the window, so it couldn't be a poster. When I went to see the woman and questioned her, I asked her about her interests, and she said her interest was criminology. So I thought perhaps we had some thoughtography going on here of transferring thoughts onto photographs. But we eventually found that this man at the back sitting in an electric chair was the man who was electrocuted for the kidnapping of the Limburg child. And that model, as we see it here, is actually in Madame Tussauds, which is a very famous waxworks. And Madame Tussauds is actually built on top of the Bakerloo line, the underground line, where this photograph was taken. The negative is interesting here. It's taken on a 110 camera, and they're very small, as you see the negatives, and it's the third one down. So if it was a question of any question of faking, it would be almost impossible to fake on a negative strip. And anyway, if anybody was really up to it, would they fake on a 110, such a small negative anyway? Here we have a photograph taken by a lady in a private wood in England, and one photograph is of the couple standing together. The other photograph is the couple standing apart, taken almost immediately after one another. And here, quite clearly, you can see a partial apparition of a person encircling the girl. We have the negative for that as well, also on a strip, not been interfered with. This is a photograph of a small child taken by its father in Covent Garden. There was nothing remarkable about just the photograph itself until we looked into the corner. And there in the corner here appears to be a figure floating across without any legs. Here you see a blow-up of that particular part of it. Here again, it is part of the strip of a negative, so there's no question of any faking going on. It has been asked whether the girl was just running, but if she's running, she must be running very, very fast, right in front of the mother and because that's the mother and the child in the background there. The mother says that there was nobody running across there, but even assume that somebody had, she would have been seen, and she must be running very fast, but there's a chain across there at the back, so the figure must have had to sort of come round in a circle and out. And at that speed, running forward with the hands in pockets is very, very unlikely situation. Besides, what's happened to the legs? Here we have probably the most incredible photograph of the lot, also on a strip of negative, not interfered with. This is a particularly interesting story attached to this one, is that a party of people were on holiday in the Austrian Tyrol, and their last night they decided they would have a meal together, and at the end of the meal they were in the hotel, there was some entertainment going on. One of the party said, "I'll take a photograph of us all." So he put the camera on automatic in a table in front of their table, went back to his seat and waited for the camera to flash. Well, the camera went off, but it didn't flash. So he immediately got up, went back to the camera to see why it hadn't flashed, couldn't find anything wrong, reset it to a 10-second interval, went back to the table, sat down, and the photograph flashed, the camera flashed. They then, when the holiday was over, they had a look through, didn't notice anything particular, put the photographs away. About a month later, one of the other ones at the party came along, had said, "Can I have a look at the photographs you took on the holiday?" He said yes. And she was looking through them, and she suddenly said, "Well, who's that?" Well, who's that was this. This is the second photograph taken with the flash, and you can see that's a perfectly normal photograph. This is the first photograph taken without the flash, and in the centre there, you'll see quite clearly an extra person. Seen through the glasses, it's not a double exposure. There's nothing that has not been interfered with at all. It's been looked at very, very carefully. There is no explanation for that photograph whatsoever. It appears to be, and I would say, it's an apparition. Well, we believe that there are lots of photographs like this around, but people just dismiss them as aberrations, don't take very much notice of them. It's only when they can come to us for analysis that we can really look at them carefully.
But a photograph will never be proof. We don't consider what we're doing as proof of anything going on. We consider it just gathering evidence. We're just investigating the phenomenon and doing our best to provide evidence that something objective was going on, that it wasn't just mere hallucination, illusion, or fraud, but that rather something is real out there in the environment, and we're trying to document it with whatever physical equipment we can use.
Back at the Bell in Thetford, Howard Wilkinson, physicist and psychic researcher, sets up his equipment to detect a paranormal presence.
Well, the box of tricks is really a glorified burglar alarm, split into two parts, if you like. Like any burglar alarm, it has things attached to it that sense the environment for movement, and in this particular instance, temperature change and so on. And if anything is detected as changing in the environment, then it switches to record mode. Basically, the machine is controlled by a small computer. That allows me to put different programs into, depending on the environment, the area that we're working in. The printer here records the data when there is an event. The audio recorder there, that's used for programming the machine and for recording sound, obviously. And I have here some odd devices like magnetic sensors, because there is some evidence that perhaps the geomagnetic field may have some influence on the happenings in a room like this. There's a device for taking the temperature of the environment. So I have 4 sensors that I can spread around the room on long wires. Then moving to the recording side, really, there's a video camera on a stand there. We have a couple of 35mm cameras, only one of which is shown, which is behind me here. And I have also got rigged up an acoustic device which detects movement, or can be used to record sound, or rather detect sound, so that it would switch on and act like a voice switch, if you like.
With the equipment in place, Howard's colleague, parapsychologist Tony Cornell, settles down to pass the night in the haunted room. An image-intensifying lens allows the camera to see in the dark.
In the past, we'd been to these haunted houses, been along with a notebook and a camera, thermometer, and half of us have gone to sleep at 4 o'clock because nothing happens. Most of us go along to these houses and there's been the ghost seen the day before, and the day before that we go, nothing happens. Here's a psychic researcher begging to see a ghost and saying, look, come, my friend, whatever they want, I'll photograph you, I'll help you, whatever, and they don't turn up. The proof that I would like would be for a cooperative ghost to stand in, say, that corner every Wednesday night at exactly 10 o'clock, and we could come in and we could measure it with all our normal 5 senses. If we ever get it on film, I'm quite sure somebody will say, how did you fake it? Well, I think one of the nearest experiences I've had of seeing a ghost was when a lady rang me up and said, would you come and look at a ghost in my house? And I said, yes. I have to bring an undergraduate with me. She said, okay, and we made an appointment. The undergraduate, in actual fact, couldn't come at the time. Neither he nor I knew exactly what the ghost was until we got there. I got there, the lady gave me tea, she said that sure enough the ghost would appear. It did for her, but I didn't see it. She was giving me a description and she said, oh, Mr. Cornell, you must be able to see it. I couldn't see a thing. Then I heard her suddenly say, oh, hello, and I thought she was probably seeing another ghost, but it wasn't. It was the undergraduate who'd come to the house, knocked on the front door, no answer, saw us talking at the bottom of the hall, walked down the hall, hesitated, and then thought, well, okay, I better go on, because he saw a man with a pipe calling like this. When he got to the door, he pushed through between the lady and myself, and I said, my God, to him, you know, your manners are pretty bad. She'd gone off and said she'd get another cup of tea. boiled down to the fact that she had given me a description of the ghost when he was something like about 10 miles away, 9 or 10 miles away, so he couldn't have known anything about it. She told me that the ghost had ginger hair, wore a green smoking jacket, grey flannel trousers, and had a pipe in his hand. Now, this lad, when I got him out in the garden and said, look, what was all this? He was saying, where was the husband? I said, what do you mean, the husband? He said, the husband, the man with the ginger hair and the green smoking jacket. You see? Now, that's fascinating, because she sees it, I don't see it, and he comes without any knowledge at all and sees the ghost.
Meanwhile, in Lincolnshire, at Pump Cottage, recording equipment is being installed by the Grimsby Ghostbusters at the site of a particularly baffling case.
It came to a high spot, I suppose, over a period of 2 to 3 months, but it really culminated in the one evening. It was just gone midnight, and we'd just settled down to go to bed, and the children were in bed, and I say it was just past midnight, and then all of a sudden there was a loud crash of a door. Now, this is the bedroom that's the smaller of the 2 windows on the roof. I got up, my wife was petrified, under the covers, didn't want to know. But I got out of bed. The elder of the 2 children was screaming. He couldn't make any sense of anything he was saying. He was just screaming in bed. I went in, and as soon as I opened the door, he stopped. He turned to me and looked and laughed and started laughing. It was very unnerving. The crash of the door had split the door, not from top to bottom, but maybe 2/3 of the way down, and completely ripped the latch off the inside of the door. The night before we rang the vicar was most probably the most terrifying night I've ever spent anywhere in my life. Again, it was early hours of the morning, I don't know the exact time, but the whole room was as though there was an electric charge. Everything was just swirling round our heads. It was, you knew there was something there, but you couldn't touch it, it was very uncanny, very frightening. No, I've never been frightened. So it got to a point right at the end where my wife wouldn't go anywhere in the house on her own, even to the toilet. There had to be someone stood just outside the door. We had the 2 dogs. When we first moved in, they were fine. After a period of months, they became thin, nervy, dirty indoors. We had to get rid because they were just going crazy. Since then, we've had another one, and this one is going exactly the same way. This is our bedroom where we've had the sighting, which appeared from this side of the room, as though to come through the window, along the bed, and out through that wall. That's the only sighting we've had. No problems, no scares, nothing. It was just a figure.
We just had a quite impressive change on the computer of light and heat intensity, which normally we don't get. It's quite a thing really, because it shows something's going on today. We've got good results. We're quite pleased with them. And we're going to run the computer some more and see what we can get, because it's impressive stuff, The computer's showing changes immediately, and many different kinds. Normally it's not quite this quick on reacting, So it shows there is something powerful going on.
Yeah, it stopped again. This is very strange, because it's getting a strange variety of problems and error messages coming out. There's nothing consistent or normal about this.
When you were discussing the computer, Jill came up the stairs and mentioned about the smoke that she could smell. I didn't personally smell it then, but
no smell of smoke or burning in here, was there?
It's the aromatic, like I was telling you, Andrew, the aromatic smell.
We've just been discussing that fact, and the computer played up, and Jill came upstairs.
Yeah.
And so she could smell the smoke.
Janice smelled it.
It's synchronicity.
Did she?
Downstairs. Well, what we've seen this afternoon is very interesting, isn't it? Because when we came out to investigate and do some recorded evidence about it, we didn't particularly expect that anything would occur. We expected perhaps late at night, when things are very quiet and things happen. But no, the computer has recorded some very interesting anomalous effects you don't expect to find, and they were particularly interesting. As we noticed early on, they were associated with an effect noticed by Jill downstairs and Janice of the team, that they smelt smoke, which has been reported in this house. And when they came up, we hadn't smelt it here, but the computer had recorded an effect. So I think we have something very significant here.
Poltergeist, we are fairly certain, is a purely psychological phenomena, but it's a very frightening phenomena. It begins normally with raps and knockings and footsteps, and then builds up into interference with electricity, and then into objects disappearing and reappearing, and then to objects flying around. So it can be a very violent activity. But we believe that it's not caused by an evil spirit that is coming and throwing things around, but is caused by a disturbed person, often a teenager, but not always, a disturbed person who's crying out for help, so all the anger and aggression and guilt inside them is building up and finding its outlet in causing this energy, which we call psychokinesis, that makes things move. Some psychiatrists say that it's really an alternative to a nervous breakdown.
And then you have a poltergeist of a different sort. That is a poltergeist that we cannot find associated with anybody in particular. So we don't know whose mind, if it's from anybody's mind, that poltergeist is associated with.
A poltergeist seems to be mischievous children who are on the other side, who are getting a bit annoyed that no one has recognized them, and they'll throw something and saying, well, if you don't believe I'm here, listen to this or look at that.
It's violent, it throws things around. The interesting thing about it is that it never causes any really serious physical damage.
And also on one occasion I had a person who was quite good at controlling it. She began to come to terms with the fact that this was her and not anything evil, and that when she was particularly upset that this kind of activity would take place. So I arranged for her to see a counsellor. And when we first went to visit the counsellor, the parking meters outside had been changed from 10 pence pieces to 20 pence pieces, and we didn't have a 20 pence piece. And she said, don't worry. And she just looked at the parking meter, and just by looking at it moved the needle and gave us 2 hours on the clock.
In 1977, Maurice Gross and journalist Guy Playfair investigated one of the most celebrated poltergeist cases of recent times in Enfield, North London.
It was interesting from the point of view that the media and various other people like police and council employees had already been called in, and they were unable to give any explanation as to what was happening in that house. And when eventually the Daily Mirror rang the Society and asked us to come in and try and sort it all out, that I was sent to the case by the secretary because I'd been asking for a case. And when I got there, I realised we had a real case on our hands. The case started, as far as I know, in August the 31st, 1977, when the mother actually experienced furniture moving around and knocking.
Came home from work one evening and the wife said to me, when you finish your supper, go down to your sister's, her furniture's moving. I carried on eating my supper, thinking to myself, there's got to be a joke here somewhere in this statement. And when I'd finished, the wife said, well, are you going down or not? I said, you serious? She said, yes. And I got up thinking, silly cows on the booze. And I walked down the road, saw my sister, said, you got a problem? She said, yes, come with me. Took me upstairs and she showed me this very, shall we say, large, old type sideboard. She said, it moves. And I could see she was worried, and I had to say something. And I said, oh, it's vibration. We came downstairs, and she said, so you reckon it's vibration? And she pointed to the ceiling and said, is that vibration? And it was the sound of like a squad of Coldstream Guards marching on parade. I said, yes, girl, don't worry about it. I come out, and I thought, weird.
And I started to investigate, and as time went on, I experienced psychokinetic activity, that's things flying around, small things, later on, heavy furniture. Later on, we had fires. Small fires broke out, and then water phenomena, that is water appearing from nowhere. We had writing on the walls. We had various things that usually happen in poltergeist cases, but not all together. In this case, they happened all together.
I think the only thing that didn't get smashed was the television, but everything else did. And mind you, it is a bit off-putting when you see your first settee float up the wall and hover under the ceiling, and you think to yourself, bloody hell, that's a good trick. I wonder how that's done. But a little later you realise it ain't a trick because you see so many things like this happen.
The case surrounded the mother, 2 daughters and 2 sons. The daughters were 12 and 11 and the sons were 10 and 7. The second daughter we considered to be the epicentre of the whole case. In other words, she was the one that most of the activity surrounded.
Leaving the room one night, Janet was on the settee, and suddenly she moved. She came up about 12 inches, and she was literally thrown at me in the doorway. I went up one way, she went the other. I laid on the floor thinking, Christ, they're never going to believe this in casualty. Got up, thinking of Janet, thinking she'd been hurt, but she was still asleep. And we put her back on the settee.
Levitation was something that was hotly discussed in the case, because here we had two independent witnesses outside in the street who actually saw Janet floating round the room, followed by various things, books and pillows, floating round after her.
My brother-in-law turned up and said, "What's all this rubbish about Peggy and her bleeding poltergeist?" I said, "Come with me." We goes down to my sister's. She was in the house. I said, "Look, Peg, David, can I bring him in?" She said, "Yeah, come, everybody else is here, you bring him in." We walked in the room. Everything was tipped over the floor, total chaos. And he went, "Oh my God, what's all this?" And sitting in the chair was one of her children. And suddenly the chair moves with a child on it. Well, poor Dave, he just couldn't believe what he was seeing. He just backed off. And the funny thing was that when he backed off, he goes to open the living room door, and the door handle broke. Now, to this day, I don't know what frightened him more, the child moving to the chair or the door handle breaking his hand. He'd come out, poor bloke was petrified.
The mother and the girls had told us time and time again that when they were in bed at night, very often, the bedclothes used to fly up off the bed on the wall. We actually have a photograph of the bedclothes going up the wall near the window and the curtain billowing out into the room. And you can see them drop down again, and Janet's just lying in bed there with her hands across her stomach, and Margaret's in a separate bed. They're not doing anything.
And when I went there, I only had 14 hours, but I went with Alan Gould. We both got a bit of experience in the field. And all we could see were three children taking the researchers for a ride. Now, we were never allowed into the bedroom. We had to stand outside outside the door. And there's all hell let loose. So you go in and there's a girl saying, "It happened again," with smiles all over her face.
And then, of course, came the most controversial part of the whole case, where the voice spoke through the girl.
Stop! 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 Mr. Clyford, Mr. Fedley, Mr. Dogface.
Now, this girl used to speak up to 3 hours at a time, not continuously, of course, up to 3 hours at a time, without once clearing her throat.
Days before I died, I went blind. Then I had an hemorrhage, and I fell asleep, and I died in a chair in the corner downstairs.
I think that probably in the early days there may well have been a genuine poltergeist outbreak there.
Skeptics, yes, I've had plenty of trouble with skeptics, but as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't worry me. Their skepticism doesn't mean anything, because we know what we experienced, and that's the end of the story as far as we're concerned.
Getting rid of ghosts is a serious business.
An exorcism is really only appropriate with people, and then only appropriate in very few cases. Those of us in the Church of England who are involved in this work say that it's about 1 case in 500 where we would carry out an exorcism, because most people need counselling or forgiveness, or they need to be blessed or healed. They perhaps don't need to be exorcised.
Very eminent exorcists say that it can very often make it worse, and I've heard of many cases where it has made it worse.
Every bishop appoints specialists in the paranormal, people who are used to dealing with unusual problems about ghosts or possession, or people who've been involved in the occult, and they will normally have authorised priests with some sort of psychological training to deal with this ministry. So most people who are troubled end up by going to see their local priest, and the local priest will then investigate the case and report it to the bishop, and the bishop will then appoint another priest to follow it up. So help is always available.
Dr. Kenneth McCall is convinced that we are often haunted by the ghosts of our ancestors who remain unblessed. By drawing up a family tree and holding a religious service, he believes he can liberate their souls from their tormented state and bring peace to the living.
Satan, who, according to the books, was Lucifer, who came out from heaven. He tried to usurp God's place and brought millions of angels along with him, that they do try to interfere and do sometimes imitate lost souls to annoy us. But I find that in exorcism that they're very easily dealt with, because the Lord's Prayer itself is an adequate exorcism, and they can't stand any of the phrases of the Lord's Prayer. They just turn and buzz off.
There are a lot of people, I think, who won't believe until they can see or touch or feel or hear for themselves. And I can understand that, because my own, that's where I come from. I mean, I don't easily believe. I tend to need a fair bit of proof before I'm prepared to accept what's going on. And it's simply in dealing with hundreds of these cases, or thousands of these cases, that I've come to acknowledge that the paranormal really does exist, and that extraordinary things do happen.
Whatever the evidence, there will always be those who believe in ghosts and those who don't. Maybe it's here we will all find out the truth about ghosts.
Our final story tonight centres on a computer like this. This is a BBC Model B dating back to 1984. Today, of course, we use our computers to send email messages or to communicate with each other via the internet. But 12 years ago, such technology was still a thing of the future. Now, machines like these couldn't be connected to a network, and to store information from them, you had to use a floppy disk like this. So, when Ken, an economics teacher, and his girlfriend Debbie said that messages were appearing on their BBC computer at home, there seemed to be no conventional explanation. Even more so when the writer of the messages claimed to be living in another time. Ken and Debbie have helped with the making of this film, although they chose not to appear, so we've dramatised their story. It's in 2 parts, with the conclusion next week.
Ken, come here.
How strangely you speak. Though I must confess that I've also been badly educated. You're a worthy man who has a fanciful woman, and you live in my house. Since your half-witted fool ripped my house apart, I've had trouble sleeping. It was a great shame that you stole my house.
Ken!
Lucas.
When did you type this?
I haven't touched it.
Well, I certainly didn't. What's it supposed to mean?
Well, it's a school computer. There could be anything on it.
But I'm sure this was empty.
Looks like Shakespeare. Oh, come on, we'll look at it tomorrow. I haven't got a clue where it came from. Unless somebody broke in and typed it.
Well, anything missing?
No. He left more than he took.
Yeah. Well, at first glance, I would say it was Middle English.
Chaucer?
Don't recognise it.
Well, is it definitely medieval?
Well, I could always check the vocabulary in the OED, I suppose.
Oh, that'd be great. Thanks, Peter.
Why don't you leave them a message? Try and catch them out.
Come on then, what else shall I type?
Ask him who the king is. Ask him how old the king is. Ask him how does he write to us.
Okay. Look.
The king, of course, is Henry VIII, who is 46 years old.
46. Born in 1500. That means Lucas is writing from 1546.
What is this strange box of lights that makes the writing?
Quite a correspondence you're having with this Lucas. Somebody's pulling a hoax. They're doing a damn good job. The language is spot on for 1546.
Can you be that accurate?
If you're a good linguist, yeah. Mind you, he's making some historical errors. He says he went to Jesus College, Oxford. Well, Jesus College didn't exist in 1546. It was founded 30 years later.
Well, thank God for that. So it is a hoax?
And what's all this about a tiger?
Oh, he means my jag. I left a picture of it by the computer. The bugger's nicked it.
Maybe you've got a poltergeist, Ken. You get them a lot in old houses where there's been building work, especially if there's a sensitive young woman in the house and it's on a ley line. Are you on a ley line, Ken?
I don't know. So are we on a ley line or not?
Right smack on top of one, actually.
You're really beginning to believe in Lucas, aren't you?
Well, I guess so. We could have an open line to somebody living 400 years ago. I know how that sounds, but just think about it for a moment.
Wonder if he'd like a cup of tea. Bloody hell.
My friend, pray what strange demon are you? I'm so confused. I feel you are good, but your lies frighten me. You said you're alive, but this is not so. If you were alive, you would say you know not of Jesus College. My college was Brasenose, from whence I was expelled for not deleting the Pope's name. If you don't explain your ignorance to me, then I must make an end to my words with you. This would cause me much despair. Lucas.
We didn't challenge him about Jesus College. He was testing us. He thinks we are the hoaxers.
Peter, morning. Are you okay?
Yeah.
So what happens next?
Peter, do you believe in ghosts?
Oh, I've never seen one.
You're still checking out the Oxford connection, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm going to see the librarian at Brasenose tomorrow. And you could check the Society for Psychical Research. I doubt whether they've come across a computer haunting before.
I'll start by checking the names on the roll for that period and see if I can find you your Lucas.
Intriguing, isn't it? I'm pretty sure the language and content are completely authentic. Mind you, if you spot any anachronisms, I'd be grateful for the details.
I have your phone number. Oh, by the way, if you hear from him again, ask him if he's got any overdue library books.
I did see a fair maid who came suddenly to me. I was surely frightened to see her so appear. She briefly caught my sight, her gaze admitting love. What do you want? Asked she. My lips could not respond. Her beauty had stolen my breath away. But then, as she had come, she went, and I was left in that dim firelight, with naught save her golden memory.
Thomas Hutton, Dean of Brasenose, 1536. Expelled for failure to expunge the Pope's name.
Lucas says he's been using an alias. He says he's afraid for his soul if he uses his real name, which is Thomas?
Thomas Harden.
Well done, Robin.
Hang on, there's more. He says the sheriff will take him to trial and execution within 7 days unless he can explain the Leam's voice, that's the box of lights, that's appeared in his house. They must think he's been dabbling in witchcraft.
If they think he's a witch, they'll burn him at the stake, won't they?
He hasn't finished yet. Jesus, I don't believe this. He says, you say you're from 1985. I thought you were from 2109, like your friend who bought me my box of lights.
2109? Dear God, you mean he's getting messages from our future?
That seems to be what it means.
Peter, send them a message.
I don't think that's a very good idea.
We can't help Thomas. Perhaps they can. If you won't do it, I will.
Well, I'm sorry we didn't get any messages from either the past or the future. That's about par for the course.
Doesn't the SBR ever find anything?
I wouldn't say that. We quite often detect an obvious fraud, but when nothing at all happens, there's not much we can do. Perhaps they burned your Lucas.
We have to be careful. You know, science says this is simply not possible. I didn't say it was possible. I just said it happened. I can't believe he's dead.
If Thomas was in prison, he wouldn't be able to communicate, would he?
That's a good point. There must be something we can do.
You've changed your tune.
Maybe I have.
And 2109?
No, I can't say I'm sorry not to hear from them. Oh, come on. Let's go to the pub.
Ken,
What?
there's a message, a long one.
Ken, Deb, Peter.
Thomas, he's alive.
I don't know. I think it's from 2109.
You have two choices. One, that we explain this experiment, but cause what should not be to happen. Or two, understand that you have a purpose that shall change the face of history. We, 2109, must not affect you directly, but guide you and allow room for your own destiny.
That's bullshit.
Calm down.
Calm down? Thomas is in trouble. Might even be dead. We've got a computer that's doing Star Trek impressions. I don't believe in destiny and all that crap.
It makes a kind of sense. We are Thomas's future, they're our future.
They? Who are they?
What is our name? Too perfect that we make mistakes. As we must have character. A movement that casts no shadows. Thought without chemical reaction. Love without passion. Hate without anger. Wars without lives lost. How can we have a name? We are many, but no more than one at a time to come.
You know the last message we thought was from Thomas? You mean it's not? A man called Falshurst. Falshurst? Who's he? Remember the sheriff? It's him. Here's the translation.
Lucas didn't cry for mercy before the court. Instead, he said the box of lights could only have come from God. But I ask you, are you demons?
You checked him out? Absolutely. According to the records, Falshurst was involved in some kind of conspiracy against the king. And he's still the sheriff? Well, they don't know about it yet. But if they did, he'd be dropped right in it, wouldn't he? You do it, Peter. You're better at the lingo than I am.
He's answered.
My most noble Peter, if you swear not to use your power, then I shall free Lucas within the hour.
Peter did it. It worked.
I beg your forgiveness, but I meant him no harm. I shall do this, for you are my friends.
What a creep.
My good friends, I do weep so much that I can be with my friends again. It's a pity that I can't hold you to my breast. I know you as well as my own family since your time opened up to me. But I must move on soon. It's best, since the people of Dawdleston know fear me. Thomas.
Without knowledge, you have fear. With fear, you create your own nightmares.
Dad?
2109.
Leave us alone!
We are not in control of poltergeist activity. We are not here to play games. We are tactics. We watch and react accordingly in the vertical plane. The flower reaches too high and withers in the burning light. Safe are the bodies of the silent world. We are stopping the communication with Thomas.
Babe, you will stay with Thomas all night. I have a new mattress and new blankets on my bed. Come. Sit here with me, pretty Debbie. Don't be affrighted. be cold. Your perfume haunts my house. Your hand is softer than any fair hand. You'd be unreal. Not only for your unnatural beauty, but also that you make me 400 years too old for you, mate. One day, Debbie will know Thomas as nothing but history. Am I to live knowing nothing else? Forgive me, Debbie. I am but foolish.
Come on, Thomas. Before you could run, you could walk.
I'm fascinated that 2109 claims to be composed entirely of tachyons.
Whatever they are.
Well, they're theoretical, or rather conjectural, particles without mass. They can travel faster than the speed of light.
Yes, so?
Well, if they can travel faster than the speed of light, they can travel through time.
I've set up the new test. I've typed in a list of questions for 2109, which only I know. We'll seal the kitchen for 1 hour, then I'll erase the questions, okay? If you get an answer, then you'll have some proof.
So what can we do?
I want all three of you to stay in here where we can see you, please.
You still think we're having you on?
Deb.
John, certain words from that time are only used at certain places and at certain times. It takes me weeks to cross-check the language on one of these, and they come every day. It'd take months to compose one of these from scratch. How can it be a hoax?
We have a routine to follow.
Or does it answer the questions or not?
Your 2109 obviously knew what the questions were. I think we'd like you to send them another message.
So they're a bit less smug about it than they were then, are they?
Not before time. John's asked us to ask them another question. The solution to Fermat's last theorem.
What's that?
It's a complicated mathematical puzzle. Never been solved. I left it on the screen for you.
We wonder how much David would like the answer to this question if he knew the consequences. We know your deepest fear. Before we tell you, do you swear to grant us a wish?
And I wrote that back. If it be in our power so to do, and that we do not lose our bodies, minds and souls to you.
Is that it? Did you drag us down here for this?
Then let the man who is willing to lose these step forward.
No death.
Come on, John. You've never believed any of it anyway. You do it.
My true fellows and sweet maid, I go now to Oxford to write my book about my brothers and maid, and of our love for each other. I shall not go to my God until it is written. I write this in the hope that my dear friends will one day find this book. For on that day our lands may not be so distant, and we shall all be truly embraced across the centuries. Thomas.
It's a fascinating tale. Dr. Richard Wiseman went to see Ken, Debbie and Peter Trinder to try to find some answers.
This case is impressive because we have some hard evidence to examine. Between 200 and 300 messages apparently written by a man in 1546. Clearly there are only two options. Either the messages are genuine or they're not. And if they're not, then it's a hoax. I spoke to Ken and Debbie about the events which took place in Meadow Cottage 10 years ago. Since then, they've made new lives for themselves and don't wish to be identified.
Do you think there could be a normal explanation for what was going on?
I'm sure there will be a normal explanation, but not currently, no. I mean, I'm as puzzled as the next person as to what was happening. All I managed to do was to record what happened.
Was there one particular event that convinced you it was paranormal?
Although lots of people find the poltergeist activity interesting, what was meaningful to me was the messages, which were over 16 months, and the communication with a real person.
Ken's friend, Peter Trinder, was checking the messages' authenticity.
If somebody was doing this as a hoax, they would have had to do one hell of a lot of research to organise this. All right, it could have been done. Somebody spent a long time doing this in advance. But what for?
Could it have been a kind of inside job? Because yourself, Ken and Debbie had access to this information. Maybe one of the three of you was hoaxing it.
Well, if it were me, of course, yes, it would have been done. But I would know. There would be no point in the whole thing. I can honestly say it wasn't me. I mean, but you believe or you don't believe. I knew that it wasn't me. And I did not believe that it could be Ken. Of course, always from the start. That was the assumption I started with when he first gave me this strange piece of paper over the school dinner table one day and said, "Do you understand this?" And I said, "Well, let me take it home and have a look at it," knowing I got the dictionary. And I thought, well, now, this dictionary will soon prove that this is a bit of silly nonsense. But of course it didn't.
Peter has examined the words which make up the messages, but I wanted to find out if other aspects of the language might provide important clues.
Looking at the verb structure, there are things which Lucas says that would not have been said in 1546. It's true that individuals can make up individual words, but we don't make up our verbs. It's possible, or it was possible in England in 1546 to say I do, thou dost, he, she or it doth, he, she or it does. But it wasn't possible to say I doth, or he, she or it dost. Now, all the way through Lucas's messages, he mixes and messes up these suffixes with the wrong subject.
Do you think it's some kind of hoax or forgery?
Well, it's certainly, if it's meant to look like early modern English writing, it doesn't even look close.
So do you think it's a sophisticated hoax by somebody who has a background in modern English?
No, if somebody had a background in early modern English writings, their hoax would look a lot better than this. I mean, they would get their verbal inflections correct. They wouldn't choose vocabulary that came from a period long before the period that this is supposed to have been written in. They'd do it a lot better.
We've had the Lucas's messages analysed by two experts. They have said that these are definitely not from the 16th century. They are like 20th century hoaxes. They don't have the right feel about them grammatically to be from the 16th century. What would you say to that?
I'd be interested to see the detail of it. This is, of course, what you, in a way, in many ways, you'd expect this sort of reaction. I suppose there's an academic in the land who would say, this is real. Not anybody wanted to keep their position.
This is a BBC Model B, like the one that Ken and Debbie used. I used to have one myself in the 80s, and so I know what they can and cannot do. When you switch them off, all of the information in the memory is wiped, and so it seems unlikely that somebody would have planted the messages on the computer before Ken brought it home from school.
With the messages, were there any occasions when it couldn't have been Ken and yourself, that somebody looked at the computer, then walked out, shut the room, kept an eye on Ken and yourself, walked back in and saw a message?
Obviously, in the beginning, we wanted to eliminate ourselves. Ken would go miles and miles away. He may be with friends. I would sit with various people. Some people I'd only met once. And they put a question on the computer, and a message came. And all the time, I was in one room, never entering the room where the computer was at any time, always in view. And also, with Ken being clearly not there, it eliminated him as well.
So who could have been planting these messages? Dr. Wright suggested one way in which the language might help us find out. She compared the messages from Lucas with the descriptive passages from Ken's book. She took a 500-word sample from both Lucas and Ken and looked at how many times they used an adjective in front of a noun. Ken used one 26.6% of the time, Lucas 26% of the time. And that's not just the percentage for everyone writing around the time Ken wrote his book, 1986. She checked that by looking at some journalism and also a romantic novel, both written then. They both used adjectives in front of nouns around 32 to 35% of the time.
We've always really rather hoped for some constructive comments about it. And in the light of something I've heard today about language and about its construction being possibly similar to my own construction, this is particularly remarkable since I wasn't in the building, as I say, for something like 4/5 of the occasions when messages are appeared.
It was very real, that's all I'm saying, Richard. It was very close, the kind of thing that you could not doubt. But all the time one was aware of the possibility of hoax. But if it was a hoax, by golly, it was brilliant.
It's a strange sort of question. Did you hoax it yourselves? Because we were the only people with the opportunity. But to be honest, this phenomenon has a built-in endpoint. Simply that if somebody comes across and finds Thomas's book, if somebody finds that, well, these sorts of discussions become irrelevant, and I'm really quite happy to wait until that point to sort all the finer detail out.
Richard also spoke to the two investigators from the Society for Psychical Research who chose not to appear on camera. They too thought it was a hoax.
Fires on Samhain night, plucked a lady goddess fair.
Rekindling the flames of a tradition which died out centuries ago. In ancient Ireland, tonight is the festival of Samhain, the beginning of the new year. With the arrival of Christianity, it became the eve of All Hallows, Halloween. What started here was then exported around the world with the Irish famine. But before that, tonight was one, if not the most important festival. Fires were lit by the Druids here at Lochta, now known as the Hill of Ward in County Meath.
All fires had to be extinguished at Halloween because fire could attract evil spirits. So the Druids here had to settle the spirits and carry out the ceremony that made all well for the coming year. And when they had completed, they lit a fire to symbol that all was well.
Tonight's ceremony brought out a small but dedicated group of Druids and curious onlookers.
The site we're about to visit is the original Samhain site for Ireland. So it's kind of the authentic place to be at this night. That's why I'm here.
We come here every year just for the fun. It's safer here than it is out there with all the fireworks. It's a bit of fun.
For most, it's simply Happy Halloween. But for those who follow the ancient ways, it's Happy New Year. Richard Dowling, RT News, Slough.
363 days of the year to be wandering the highways and byways of Ireland. But the other 2 days belong to the good people. Those 2 days, of course, are Yaltana, May Day, and Iha Hauna, November Eve. Any person that would be cut out on those 2 nights must be either very brave or very foolish. On those 2 nights, the good people are travelling between their homes for their winter and for their summer holidays. And if they'll meet a human being on the path from one fort to another, that person will either be injured or, worse again, carried into one of those forts by the good people. Now, in County Clare, near a place called Queen, the townland was Corbelly. There was a brave enough man, I'll say, Brian O'Brien, living. And as to being near a fort, he couldn't help it, because just across from his house, in the nearest hill, was a mighty ring fort called Corbelly Fort. Brian O'Brien, he was from Cashel-Connell in County Limerick originally, but he bought a farm in that place, Corbelly, and came there to live, and he was there a good number of years, well-respected man. Every November night, he used to hear from that fort, up on the hill of Corbelly, the sweetest music, like music from bagpipes. Year after year, around 12 o'clock on that night, he'd hear the music, and he often wondered to himself, where could it be coming from? This night, he was inside with a neighbour of his, John Gorman, and they were inside in Brian O'Brien's kitchen, and at 12 the music started. God knows, says Brian, I'm sick and tired of hearing that year after year. I'll go up this night myself and find who's making it, and is it coming from the fort. Do not, says John Gorman. My father and my grandfather before me told me that nobody should interfere on this night above all other nights of the year. You'll come to know good. I'm going anyway, says Brian. I couldn't be putting up with this. He went out. Are you coming, John? I'll go so far with you, but no further. They went up the hill, and when they came to the bank of the fort, with the white thorn bushes growing up around it, and it was a moonlit night now, Brian O'Brien looked in between the bushes, and sure enough, inside, he thought he saw a faint light shining up from the ground. Come on, says he. John, we'll see what 'tis. No, I'll stay here, says John, and John crouched down outside the bank of the fort. All right, I'll go myself. In went Brian O'Brien over the bank and crept to the middle of the fort where the light was. And sure enough, wasn't there a tunnel there? And this light, faint light shining up. He was a curious man and he says, I'll go in. He did. Down the tunnel he went and he crept in carefully and was getting brighter all the time. And he turned the corner of the tunnel and there in front of him was a door. And he had voices and he stopped and he pushed back against the wall, edged up to the door and listened. And sure enough, inside in the room were two old women and a big fire blazing in the hearth, under the ground now, and a table in the middle of the floor. And one of the old ladies says, they'll be here now in about a half an hour and then we'll have the dancing. And tell me, says the other one, are they bringing her with them? Of course they are, says the first lady. They have her tonight above any night. Oh, good, says the lady on the right-hand side. My old bones are stiff for the want of a good dance. Tell me this, said the other lady. Where'll they be coming up? Oh, by the gap below you, the white thorn tree, says the second lady. Where else will they come up? Isn't that the way they'll bring her? And come here, where did I get her? I know no more about it, says the other lady, but they'll be bringing her and she'll be on the white horse. Are the rest of them on the red horses as usual? They are, says the first lady. They are. Oh, their own horses. Brian was listening to all this, and he reckoned now from what they were saying that they were talking about some person that the fairies had carried. Faith, says he to himself, they won't have her, I'll have her. And back along the tunnel he went, crept out, across the fort, over the bank. John, says he, come on quick, down to the gap. We have company. They were hardly at the gap and waiting, hidden inside in the bushes, when they heard the horses coming. And they looked out and saw the most beautifully dressed group of ladies and gentlemen that they had ever seen in their lives. Gold cloth, silks and satins. Oh, man, style. Huh. And after that, didn't they see the other horse, the white horse, standing out in the darkness? And she was up on the horse, the girl that the old ladies had talked of, a few steps back from the rest of these fine ladies and gentlemen. All the rest of them passed. And when Brian O'Brien saw the girl passing on the horse, he jumped out, grabbed her round the waist and pulled her off of the horse, and down she came without ever a sound. The minute she touched the ground, the other one stopped, and they looked back with cold eyes on John Gorman and Brian O'Brien. But do you think them two boys waited? Down they went to Brian O'Brien's house, hell for leather across the fields, and never a word all that time. When they came in the door, they shut the door and waited. Would anything happen? Nothing happened. And dawn came, and they started talking to the girl and says, "Hiya, who are you and where do you come from?" Never a word from her. She was dumb. Good Lord, says Brian O'Brien, what is this? Between that and November Eve the following year, they tried every way in their power to make that girl talk, and no way would she talk for them. Brian O'Brien says to John Gorman, coming up to November Eve the following year, "I'll go up this very night again if the music is in it, and I'll find out what's the matter with that girl." He did. Up he went, and John Gorman with him, found the tunnel, and down they went, this time the two of them together. Down they crept until they came to the door, and they stopped when they heard the voices. Brian O'Brien peeped in around the door. Sure enough, there by the hearth was one old woman and the other. And the first lady says, "Oh, that thief Brian O'Brien. We had no Cayley last year because he took our girl from us." "Oh, well, I know it," says the second lady. "My old bones are creaking." "God knows how," says the first one. "'Tis little good he'll have from her, because she'll never speak a word to him." "Are you telling me," says the second lady. "Ha, it's no harm indeed. But little does he realise," says the first lady, "that if she had 3 sups from that bowl there on the table, she'd be all right and she'd talk enough for him." She had hardly the words out of her mouth when Brian O'Brien jumped into the middle of the floor, grabbed the bowl into his hands, run John, says he, and out the tunnel they went, stampeding, and out of the fort and down into his house. Nobody followed them. They waited till dawn, and at dawn, Brian O'Brien says, "John, go up there in the room and knock at the door and call her down." John Gorman did that. She came down in her nightgown, and Brian O'Brien says to her, "Here, take a sup out of this bowl." She did. Took a sup out of it, and the minute she had it drank, she smiled at him. "Here," says he, "take another sup out of it." And that's what she did. Back she left it, and she gave another smile at him. "Take the 3rd drop," says Brian. And with the 3rd drop, she laughed, and she threw her hands around him, and she says, "Brian O'Brien, You're my saviour, and I know you. You're from Cashel-Connell. I'm in touch from the same place myself, and my father is still below in Cashel-Connell. And a look of sadness came over her face now when she said that. Oh, by my father and me, we used to go to all the hunts together. He even bought me a special little horse of my own for it. And when I died in Cashel-Connell, Brian jumped back. No, I'm not dead, says she. I didn't die, but they think I'm dead. The fairies carried me, and as you know, when they carry a person, they leave a changeling behind them. That's what was buried in Cashel-Connell, and my father thinks I'm dead now. But I want to see him again. But if I go home, sure, couldn't I frighten the life out of him? And if you were to go down and tell him, he wouldn't believe you. He thinks I'm dead. Wait a minute now, says Brian. Oh, Brian, I think I can help you. Wait and I'll see. He thought, if I went down and took a job with your father and brought him here, would you think he might believe you then? Because, you know, says she, the one way you'll bring him here is take the horse, and he'll follow that horse to the ends of the world, because the horse reminds him of me. He wouldn't give it away for all of Ireland. Bring the horse here, and he'll come after you. That's what Brian O'Brien did. Went down, Maria, looking for a job, was hired by her father, and in no time at all, he was such a good workman, the father told him all the story about his daughter. Took him out to the stable, showed him the horse, and said, I wouldn't sell that horse for all the gold in Ireland. Brian said nothing, but a few nights later he went out to the stable with his reins and bridle, took the horse out, let him out to the yard, tackled him up on the back, and home with him to Corbally. 'Twasn't so long after that, until the father, raging now, found where the horse was gone and followed on himself to Corbally, and he was coming up the Boreen into Brian's house, ready for vengeance, when he looked in the window, and who should he see inside? Only his daughter sitting at the table, eating. The poor man, he fell away in a dead faint, naturally. And they ran out and they revived him, and the first thing he saw was his daughter with her hands around his neck, giving him kisses, and she said, Dada, we're back together again. He praised Brian O'Brien when he heard that he was the reason for bringing his daughter back from the fairies, and he said, if she'll marry you, Brian, you're welcome to marry her. They did. A short time after that, and the three counties, Clare, Galway and Tipperary, were at the wedding to wish them joy, prosperity and happiness.
A boring lot today, apart from a few deep-frozen yachtsmen. It was, by general opinion, a day for getting a few self-righteous breaths of fresh air before heading for more comfortable entertainment. A soft seat in the stalls, perhaps. But down in the housing estates, something was stirring. The children were providing their annual entertainment, a cross between carol singing and mugging, and of course their industry was well rewarded. For the moment at least, they're happy to work for peanuts. Elsewhere, others were getting ready for tonight's big burn-up. Secret caches of scrap timber guarded from the meddling hands of authority, and indeed from the hands of other bonfire makers, were dragged out to be stacked up. The Fire Brigade and Gardaí have both been busy lately trying to keep the bonfires from being built in places where they might cause a problem. Someone's little monster. To the adult eye, perhaps the zeal of these happy little firebugs is incredible, but the kids are happy. Even if at times they do resemble a lot of junior inquisitors getting ready to barbecue a heretic. Despite the general ban on fireworks, secret banger running has ensured that the holiday won't be a damp squib. And tonight, with the cat locked up and the dog sedated, all around the country the bonfires are blazing. And weeks of covert preparation are going very happily up in smoke.
In the plane you died. Do you remember that? Yes. But look up. And don't be afraid. Let go of the earth.
What the fuck was that?
Let go of the earth. You
Sorry,
understand?
I swear to fuck.
You don't belong here.
Somebody's gone there 2 seconds ago.
Yes. Look up.
Oh,
Upwards.
I'm sorry. Joining my guest, Geoffrey Dickens, and Michael Buckley, is Patricia Crowther, and Pat is the High Priestess of Sheffield?
Of the Sheffield Coven, yes.
Of the Sheffield
yes.
Coven. Pat, tell me how you first got involved in this. I mean, why did you first take up witchcraft?
Well, I was always looking for a mother figure, and I studied the subject. And, of course, I found people who were willing to initiate me, in particular Dr. Gerald Brazeau Gardner. He brought me into the craft. He was a great friend of my late husband, Arnold Crowther. And since that time, of course, that's 25 years ago, by the way.
25 years ago?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
But since that time, I have opened covens of my own, and have my own coven, of course, as well.
What do you feel about people like Geoffrey here who have been, I'm giving your craft, I suppose, quite a lot of bad publicity
Yes, I think I must dissociate myself from the horrific allegations of Mr. Dickens. because the people in the craft today are very marvellous people. They are people you find everywhere, in every walk of life.
But
and not only here, but in America, in Australia, in Europe, everywhere. Many, many thousands of people.
Yeah, but are there people, do you think, who are using the craft perhaps as a front for other things?
Not the genuine craft, no, because the person is 2 years before they're initiated, easily, and
No,
they
but
are sort of looked at.
What I'm saying is that there are
Yes.
people, aren't there, who have done some pretty unspeakable things. It's been documented, and I'll come over to Michael Buckley as well, because there's some people from the church who've been involved in some pretty sordid things recently, they've been in the newspapers, who are using religion and various other things as a front. Would you accept that?
Not really, not the craft.
Not the
anyway,
craft.
Not the craft. But I do think that all these allegations have been put across onto the occult, onto the old religion, because there's so many priests of the Christian church being found guilty of child abuse over the last 2 years, and also through the last few months, actually. And yesterday there was about 4 in the paper.
Let me just calm down. Let me just go and ask Geoffrey if he thinks that perhaps this is talk about child abuse, which is what you're really keen on, and stopping people doing this, obviously. I mean, do you think that the people like Patricia here, I don't think she's into anything like that at all. A charming lady, a lovely lady.
I worship the goddess.
Don't you think you're in danger perhaps of blackening everybody?
I don't think so, because when Vickers got up to nonsense, I went to Lambeth Palace and was just as angry about my own faith interfering with children. And I have absolute concrete evidence that these things are happening. And all I will say...
But you don't pick on people like Patricia more
no,
than
I
you
don't.
pick on somebody if you knew.
She has nothing to fear from me.
I'm not
by
frightened
some
of
of
you
the,
anyway.
well, maybe not.
Thank you very much.
And I'm certainly not frightened of you.
No.
But I must say this, that she has nothing to fear from me, and nor do the genuine pagans. I don't approve of them because they're not in my religion. But that's a different thing altogether, not approving.
No,
it's not. No, I
there's
disapprove.
hundreds of religions in the world, and
Maybe.
of course there's lots of
Okay,
religions
maybe.
in England.
But may I say this? You see, we've seen a...
Let's go and join Pat Crowther again. She's going to show us an occultist ceremony. She's outside. Let's have a look at this.
I invoke thee and call upon thee, mighty mother of us all, bringer of all fruitfulness, by seed and root, by stem and bud, by leaf and flower and fruit, by life and love, do we invoke thee. Holiest receiver, deign to bless and to consecrate this wine of life. So mote it be.
So mote it be. To the old ones, merry meet, merry part, and merry meet again. From me to thee, so mote it be.
To the old ones, merry meet and merry part, and merry meet again.
Well, here we go. Right, we're back. That was Patricia blessing the wine. I don't suppose you have anything to say about that, really, Michael, do you?
I'm a bit horrified by that.
You are a bit horrified about that. We'll take some more calls.
Theatricals.
Susan.
For people to believe in, really. I mean, everyone's going to have their own beliefs. I mean,
Yeah? You don't find it offensive in any way or upsetting in any way? You just look at it as if it's another religion?
really, I tend to not follow religion really at all.
Yeah? Okay, well, thank you very much indeed, Richard. John from Grantham. Hello, John.
Hi, how are you?
I'm very well. There we are. Pat's bringing the wine into us at the moment.
Yeah, I'm watching on TV at the moment.
What do you think about this then, John?
Right, well, two questions firstly.
Yeah.
Okay, right. My wife recently has been involved with clairvoyance, mediums, etc. And, okay, I presume that they are on the white side of magic, and I presume that voodoo is on the black side of magic. I appreciate your guests are probably more on the black side than the white side. How does the white side affect them?
How does the white side affect them? Okay, Pat, please do sit down. We have a drink, perhaps afterwards we'll get stuck into it. How does, I mean, are you a black witch or a white witch? Is there a distinction or not?
No, they're only white witches, because if you're initiated, you are a white witch, and there's only one way to get into the craft, and that is to be initiated.
So what are black witches? I mean, these people who are supposed to be bad and evil.
Well, I don't know who they are, but they're just people who use the craft, use the name of the craft, call themselves witches, you see. And they're nothing to do with it, really.
Okay, right, thank you, John. That's answered, hopefully, you. Chris from Derby, hello.
Hello, James.
Yes, Chris.
I've noticed that most of these questions are child abuse orientated, and my question is no different. What I'd really like to know is, if and when these occultists that are child molesting are caught, do they get jail sentences like any other criminal, or do they get specialist treatment because of their beliefs?
Okay, well, that's a rather strange question, I must admit. Do they get special treatment? I suppose we'll ask Geoffrey, because he'll know what happens. I mean, anybody convicted of child abuse will get the same sort of treatment.
Oh,
won't they?
absolutely. I mean, there's no offence to be a witch these days. I mean, it is an offence to abuse a child, and there are very stiff sentences applied to that, and that's what they're sentenced for.
What's worrying me, you see, Geoffrey, is really we're half talking about child abuse here when we were going to do a programme on the occult, and I think we're perhaps confusing people quite a lot, aren't we, really? That what you're saying is that a number of people under the guise of occultism are being involved in child abuse, as some have been involved perhaps under the guise of religion.
Well, I'd go further than that, because our friend here with her chalice has just admitted, by her own admission, that many people use her occult for black magic and black witchcraft and everything else.
The craft.
The craft. Use your craft, and that's just my point. What's the point I'm making?
We can't do anything about that, because the craft is autonomous.
Why do you get so upset, Patricia, when he says the occult and you want to call it the craft?
Because it is the craft, it's a religion. Okay, but we do not have children in the craft anyway. Nobody's admitted under the age of 25.
Okay. Can we get some more calls, Donna? Do you want to go and bring me some more calls in? Because I think we'll take some more calls. There are loads of calls coming in. And may I say that if you would like to write in, you know the address now, if you've got any views on this, we'll be coming back to the subject in a couple of weeks. Or if you have any kind of suggestions for subjects you'd like to see us deal with on the programme. Now, you gave me a present. I've got to open this before we go anywhere. Tell me, what is this?
It's a present for... being so nice on the radio, really.
Oh, is it really?
I've listened to you for about 4 years.
That's very, very nice. It's not. I thought it was.
Sometimes when I'm lonely, I've been listening to you.
Isn't that sweet? I can put all my little things down in here, if you'll excuse the expression. All right. Okay. Jerry is there. Hello, Jerry.
Oh.
Hi, Jerry. You're from Southport. What's your point? No point. Right. Okay. Sandy or Susan? Hello.
Hello.
Who are you?
I'm Susan from Nottingham.
You're Susan from Nottingham?
Yes, I am.
Quickly, Susan. What
right
can we do
then.
for you?
I would like to ask the guy from the church.
The guy from the church? Michael Buckley, over here.
If it's so strong, why do people, does he think, are turning to the occult?
If the church is so strong and so good, why is it people are turning to the craft?
Well, I feel, I said earlier, James, about this programme, that it grieved me that we kept it, we confined it to child abuse. I think it's much deeper. Well, it's much wider than that. I think the church has lost out a lot, and lost out on the mysterious, and lost out on what is within people.
You know
the
why?
Mystery of self.
You know why? It's because the church haven't got any glamorous people like Pat here. You know, you want a few, perhaps that's what it is.
Well, now that they're having women bishops, the Anglican Church, perhaps they're going to survive that deficiency. I
Do you
don't
think,
know.
is that good or bad?
I don't know. I'm not going to say that. But
I don't see any difference, really, between flying through the air on a broomstick and walking on water.
Je voudrais vous demander une chose. Est-ce que vous croyez aux fantômes?
Je ne sais pas, c'est une question difficile. Est-ce qu'on demande d'abord à un fantôme s'il croit aux fantômes? Ici, le fantôme, c'est moi. Dès lors qu'on me demande de jouer mon propre rôle dans un scénario filmique plus ou moins improvisé, j'ai l'impression de laisser parler un fantôme à ma place. Paradoxalement, au lieu de jouer mon propre rôle, je laisse, à mon insu, un fantôme me ventriloquer, c'est-à-dire parler à ma place. Et c'est ça qui est peut-être le plus amusant. Le cinéma est un art, une fantomachie, si vous voulez. Et je crois que le cinéma, quand on ne s'y ennuie pas, c'est ça. C'est un art de laisser revenir les fantômes. Alors c'est ce que nous faisons ici. Donc, si je suis un fantôme, c'est-à-dire si actuellement, croyant parler de ma voix, précisément parce que je crois parler de ma voix, je la laisse parasiter par la voix de l'autre, pas de n'importe quel autre, mais de mes propres fantômes, si on peut dire, à ce moment-là, il y a des fantômes. Et ce sont eux qui vont vous répondre, qui vous ont peut-être déjà répondu. Tout ça, aujourd'hui, ça doit se traiter, me semble-t-il, dans un échange entre l'art du cinéma, dans ce qu'il a de plus inouï, de plus inédit finalement, et quelque chose de la psychanalyse. Je crois que cinéma plus psychanalyse égale science du fantôme. Vous savez, Freud, toute sa vie, a eu affaire au problème du fantôme. Voilà, le téléphone, c'est le fantôme. Je vais... Allô? Yes? 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 Yes, yes. There will be a small seminar tomorrow afternoon. It's a kind of closed seminar, but you may come if you want, at 15 past 4 p.m., Salle des Résistants. And there will be another seminar on next Wednesday at 5 p.m. Yes, yes. Okay, I'll be very glad to meet you. Goodbye. Alors, ça c'était une voix fantomatique, c'est quelqu'un que je ne connais pas, qui aurait pu me raconter n'importe quelle histoire, qui venait des États-Unis, bon, se présentant de la part d'un ami, etc., etc., etc. Bon, ce que Kafka dit de la correspondance, des lettres, enfin, de la relation épistolaire, ça vaut aussi pour la relation téléphonique. Et je crois qu'aujourd'hui, tout le développement de la technologie des télécommunications, au lieu de restreindre l'espace des fantômes, comme on pourrait le penser, on pourrait penser que la science, aujourd'hui la technique, laisse derrière eux l'époque des fantômes, qui était l'époque des manoirs, d'une certaine technologie de fruste, enfin d'une certaine époque périmée, alors que je crois au contraire que l'avenir est aux fantômes et que la technologie moderne de l'image, de la cinématographie, de la télécommunication décuple le pouvoir des fantômes, le retour des fantômes. C'est au fond pour tenter les fantômes que j'ai accepté de figurer dans un film en me disant que peut-être on aurait les uns et les autres la chance de laisser venir à nous des fantômes. Fantômes de Marx, fantômes de Freud, fantômes de Kafka, fantômes de cet Américain. Vous, moi je vous connais depuis ce matin, mais déjà vous êtes traversé pour moi par toutes sortes de figures fantomatiques. Donc, je ne sais pas si je crois ou si je ne crois pas aux fantômes, mais je dis, vive les fantômes. Et vous, est-ce que vous y croyez aux fantômes?
Oui, certainement. Oui, absolument. Maintenant, absolument.
Save you, yes. Yes, we're here to save you. Tell us. I can hear you, yes. Tell us what happened here. Tell us what happened. Fire. Yeah. The plane caught fire and it crashed. Yes. Where did it crash? Do you remember? Near here. Church? Near the church? Yes. All right, we got that. Dusty Miller. Dusty Miller. Pat Sullivan. Yes. Jerry Arnold. Jerry Arnold. Help us, what can we do? Well, you know, can you hear me? You know you've left the earth behind. In the plane you died. Do you remember that? Yes. But look up. Don't be afraid. Let go of the earth. Let go of the earth. You understand? You don't belong here. Yes. Look up. Ask for help. Upwards. And go towards the light. But you're holding yourself down. Tell that to Jerry. To Dusty. And to Pat Sullivan.
Halloween will soon be here. That's when we can all go trick-or-treating. I'm going dressed as a cat. There are some important things to remember about trick-or-treating so we can all have a safe and happy Halloween. First, go trick-or-treating while it's still light. Take a flashlight and wear reflective strips on your costume just in case you get back home a little late. If you wear a mask instead of costume makeup, be sure you can see clearly at all times. Wear a light-colored costume, short enough so you won't trip. Stay in your own neighborhood and visit only the homes of people you know. Accept only wrapped or packaged candy and have Mom or Dad look at your treats before you eat any of them. Hey, watch, there's a cat here. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Be sure to watch for traffic. Follow Garfield's safety tips and you'll enjoy Halloween. I'm going to get ready to go trick-or-treating right now. Well, after I take a nap.
A Halloween safety message from the National Safety Council.
Worthless.
He's waking up now.
Oh, the phone woke him up. Don't answer. They'll know who you are.
You're a waste of space.
Why are you so stupid?
A waste of our time.
Stupid. So stupid. Worthless. We hate you.
He's gonna pick up the phone.
They'll know if you lie.
Rain! It's
Something
rain.
wrong. Weather.
Now to get pizza.
Poison.
Coming for you. Pizza.
He's hanging up.
Do you hear me?
Don't eat. Out to get you.
Poison.
They know about you.
Poison. Rolling when the armed gunmen entered the convenience store on 14th Street. The suspects were described as medium in stature with a slightly youthful demeanor. Anyone with information about this incident is urged to contact
They know. They know about you.
And in other news, officials have closed the northbound
Time for
lane
meds. Don't do that.
due to a water main break. Repair crews are on the scene. Now here's a story out of Chicago from last night. Two men posing as maintenance workers nearly made it out of the Quick Bite convenience store with the store's ATM machine.
Make a
The
list.
suspects
Make a
pulled up in
longer
van,
list.
entered the store, asked for
You
customers
are
to not use the
ungrateful.
machine because
You're a
before the
waste of
problem.
space.
They
A
told
waste
the
of our
clerk that they were
time.
going to take the machine back to the
Getting
shop
coffee
and
now.
Don't drink it.
Sensing something
Stupid.
suspicious,
So
the clerk
stupid.
That smells
called
awful.
authorities.
Don't drink that coffee.
When the clerk told the men he had called police, the pair took off and left the machine.
Why are you so worthless?
So, Sky, tell us how this weekend's weather is.
Weather. Something wrong.
You know what, Chuck? There's just no stopping the weekend weather. You hear that, worthless? Weather's coming to get you.
Something wrong. Weather.
And what are you going to do about it, huh?
Something wrong. You have to stop it.
You're just going to sit around with your stupid mouth open and do nothing?
You have to stop it. It's the weather. It's here for us.
Now he has to answer the door.
It's here for us. Do something. Stay in. Stay away from the door.
Stop the weather. Protect us.
You didn't order anything. No. Don't answer.
Years later, and they still have no idea what you're about.
You're stupid to open that door. He has to open the door now.
Tell me in a sentence who you are.
Nobody. Here you go. Don't do it.
You'll be in trouble. Poison.
This is for you.
This is for you. He's working with them. He's part of the plot. This is for you. Shut the door. Shut it. Don't eat it. Poison. You're stupid to open it. I hate you. We
Here's
hate
some
you.
items on today's activities calendar.
And you need some activities. Much. Stop staring at me.
I know what you're thinking.
He knows. You can stop
They're
it.
coming for you. You know that.
Part of the plot. Use your mind.
It's because you're so ungrateful.
Don't eat it. Poison.
No. Don't open
He
it.
has to open the box.
This is entirely your fault.
Don't eat it. Don't eat it. Poison. Poison.
They're here, and it's all your fault.
Oh.
No.
They know it's you. You're in
Don't
control.
open the door.
You hear that?
No. Don't open it. Don't open it.
They're here, and it's all your fault.
You did it.
You should have used your mind to stop it.
Stop it. You have to take control.
Stop the door.
Hey, you all right in here? I called you. Why didn't you answer? I was like screaming, "It's Lorraine! It's Lorraine!" into the phone at the top of my lungs.
What were you watching? Do you even remember?
Did the pizza what happened here? Did you forget to take your medicine this morning? Well, you know it's not good to miss a dose. Well, it's not too late to take it now. Let's get back on track. And why are you standing here in the dark? It's a beautiful day outside. That's some sunlighting.
Rayovac is providing free personal kid-size flashlights for use when trick-or-treating Halloween night. These flashlights will light the way to safer rounds of the neighborhoods. To get your flashlight, just come to any Madison Burger King on October 30th and ask for one. No purchase is necessary, and Burger King will give you a special treat bag and a coupon good for the soft drink of your choice. But the supply is limited, so get to Burger King early. And remember, be safe this Halloween. Wear light-colored costumes, be extra careful crossing streets, and ask your parents to check your treats and throw out any unwrapped ones just to be safe.
Anytime. Ever use an ice pick?
No, sir.
You struck Miss Lamp with a sledgehammer. Do you recall the sledgehammer which was introduced?
Yes, sir, I recall it.
If I wanted to kill somebody, I'd take this book and beat you to death with it, and I wouldn't feel a thing. It'd be just like walking to the drugstore.
Do you feel blame? Are you mad? Do you feel like Wolves about right friends? Get friends,
Lawrence Whitaker, with an IQ of 138, dragged high school girls into his van, then murdered them by twisting a coat hanger around their throat with a pair of pliers. When his tape recording of one murder was played in court, people rushed outside and vomited.
They touched Miss Ledford on the breast with cold metal pliers. And if you listen to the tape, you'll hear those pliers being replaced in the toolbox a few seconds later.
Oh, what did you touch her on the breast for with a pair of pliers?
To shock her with the cold metal.
Bexhill-on-Sea, a small English resort town. Alex Sanders lives here. Among occultists, he's internationally renowned as the king of the witches. Approaching 70, he believes he can still summon magical forces. In particular, an Aztec fire spirit.
Right, doesn't mean she doesn't it? The things that have happened over the years. It's sacrificial. Make sure it's central. In the old days, he used to throw his spears and his knives and cause fires.
Cut it down more further one side and we have the other. Oh, that's pretty well.
The feathered being, the Aztec, he arrived about 12 years ago and started to manifest through me. And when he started to take over, I'm a trance medium. And the moment I put the mask on, I start to change. I don't particularly like to do it. I'm already beginning to go.
Closed.
I don't know whether I can stand up. It's changing. Second time, and the third is the sacred rite of sex. And she took me through that, and a few months later, she was dead.
Sanders' reputation spread rapidly to America. He's important enough to have had an entire tradition named after him, Alexandrian witchcraft. So how, one may ask, does it feel to be a witch in the computer age?
Being a modern contemporary witch in the world of computers, fantastic. I'll kill the bastard who stole my computer. I was getting everything worked out astrologically on 144 cassettes. And he walked in and took it. So much for magic.
Mem ơi, Mem. Đây nè, đây Mem. Đây nè, mày đi bộ Mất hẳn cái cổ nó đi lên. Mit den Scheißkassen und war mit allem Scheiß. Und dann muss den Gott bekannt. Wie. Oder soll er schneiden?
Three seconds around.
So, dass an die meisten Leute rankommen. Kapiert? Maul. Wie soll am Maul halten? Die Schwester müsse in ihre Ordenskleidung gehen.
Noch mehr.
Nein.
Noch mehr.
Das muss im Volk bewusst gemacht werden. Für uns geht kein Glück. Nie. In alle Ewigkeit.
It's a night of spooky surprises.
Oh, Halloween.
For America's favorite fat cat. Don't bat your eyes. Garfield's Halloween adventure will have you shaking in your boots Monday.
Witchcraft is growing in this country, and there are so many black covens. I am issuing a challenge to the others. Come out and fight me for my throne. Only then will I step down from my title. Until then, I am Witch Queen of this country, and I will stay as thus. I am the only person, and my husband is the only high priest in this country, that people can turn to seek answers for witchcraft. If they have had pishoks worked against them, then they come to us. So far, we're the only people that have stood up and helped them. And therefore, I...
Husband Stuart Farrer, age 61, from Walthamstow, East London. A writer by trade. He served as a journalist with Reuter and Rivali, wrote scripts for British Pathé and a variety of television dramas. Notably Dr. Finlay's Casebook and Emergency Ward 10, Special Branch and Crossroads, and many radio dramas. He's the author of 9 books, mainly fiction. The theme of his most recent work is Witchcraft, written with his wife as collaborator. But how does one become a witch?
You become a witch by being initiated by another witch, by a high priest or high priestess. If you're a man, you're initiated by a woman. If you're a woman, you're initiated by a man. This has always been traditional, except parents and children.
And what does that do for you? What happens after that? Spiritually and physically, anything?
Very much the same as deciding to become a Christian or a Jew or a Muslim or what have you.
A childhood friend who I've known for many years became interested in the occult, and my first instinct, quite honestly, was devil worship, orgies, sex, drugs. So I went along with her, absolutely determined to save her soul. In the end, she lost interest in it. It just wasn't for her, and I stayed. I loved it so much. It was the first religion I've ever come across that to me meant something, made me actually feel that there was something personal about it.
They have been very, very friendly and kind to us.
Do you think that people are still nevertheless afraid of you because you were a declared witch?
Well, 1 or 2 are, but they're not round the Ferns area. I mean, there is one woman we know of who thinks we sacrifice animals and children, and nothing we said would make any difference, despite the fact that, as you've seen today, we surround ourselves with animals.
Would it be difficult for you to initiate me?
I'd have to know a lot about you first. Whether you were sincere, one thing, whether your wife was interested. For the simple reason, it works better if you have a working group of partners, people who are in tune with each other. And if I thought you were going behind your wife's back, then I would be very, very wary of initiating you, unless I knew her, and she got on with the group, and she'd met them and liked them.
As it exists at present, it is a revival movement, and modern witches are modern citizens. They live in an ordinary world, but they're trying at the same time to get back to their natural roots.
Well, when you say natural roots, do you mean also back to nature? Is there a lot of nudity involved in coven meetings?
Ritual nudity, yes. A lot of covens practice it, but this is very old and traditional. It is psychologically helpful. It helps you. You're trying to be yourself, and there's nothing so image-forming as clothes. And get rid of those, and you're halfway to
because of the
discovering what you are yourself.
Do you think that it might attract the wrong sort of person?
It does attract them, and this is the lovely thing about it, that once they come and they find that there are no sex orgies, they very quickly lose interest.
We find that if somebody is interested in witchcraft as a religion, wants to join the group, we always say to them, well, if you want to wear a robe, please do. You know, we have them for you. And usually we find that halfway through the first circle they just feel silly, and they want to take it off and be like everyone else. And you find after 1 or 2 meetings it just seems perfectly natural. It's our son.
The kind of people that come to your own coven, from what walks of life do they belong?
We have had policemen, doctors, nurses, building site labourers, housewives, television cameraman, and even once an Indian prince.
What's the significance of things like this? Knives, for example. They look, you know, quite lethal, and one usually associates knives with pain.
Ah, well, not in witchcraft, because knives are a symbol of fire. The altar is laid out in symbols of air, earth, fire, and water. It's rather like in Christianity, St. Michael, the slayer of dragons, the slayer of evil, and the devil. This is the true witch's weapon, the athame, the magical weapon of the witch. Each witch has his own personal athame, or black-handled knife, with which he uses the power to cast circles and to conjure the spirits that come to our circles, the angels and the good spirits. It's very much like the symbol of St. Michael. It's a fiery thing to defend the circle and defend the honour of God who created us. And as such, it is never used to draw blood. And no witch may use his athame in any other purpose except for peacefully and ritually.
She is a natural clairvoyant, and you know, things just come to her like that out of the blue, and again it's amazing how spot on they are.
In one case I wished ill on a man, not deliberately. I told him to shut up. I put so much vehemence in it he lost his voice for about 48 hours.
A sudden draft from a window that was supposed to have been closed. A chill at the back of the neck. Groans, creaks, and bumps in the night. Man has always been frightened by the dark, troubled by noises just beyond the reach of lights, occurrences just beyond the reach of understanding.
A very dark, hooded, evil presence came from the hall. I didn't even have to see her distinctly. I just knew this is trouble, you know, and I've got to do something about it.
A ghostly apparition in the dark of night. What was it? And why did it come? An astonishing event occurred on a still summer night in a Maine fishing village. An event witnessed by the latest occupants of a house with a long history. An event which prompts tonight's search.
This series presents information based in part on theory and conjecture. The producer's purpose is to suggest some possible explanation, but not necessarily the only ones, to the mysteries we will examine.
There are stories of ghosts and of hauntings to suit every taste, from the playful to the macabre. But those who have studied ghosts claim to have discerned patterns in their behavior, what might be set down as rules of the haunt. For example, a ghost might be thought of as the spirit of someone who died in emotional turmoil. Further, it seems the spirit remains close to the place associated with the turmoil. Finally, it appears that the ghost wanders in its restless limbo until relieved of whatever its burden is. The best way to learn more about ghosts is to consult a ghost hunter.
Hans Holzer understands the rules of ghostly behavior perhaps better than anyone else. It is his business to investigate hauntings. Holzer is a doctor of parapsychology and has written dozens of books on ghosts.
Over the years, I've developed some pretty foolproof methods to explore the phenomena scientifically. I've used highly sensitive cameras and even more sensitive people, psychics, to get information which will lead to the discovery of a ghost. But in all my years of ghost hunting, I have never been afraid. After all, a ghost is only a fellow human being in trouble.
Holzer may not be frightened by ghosts, but most of the people who call on him for help are. Perhaps this is because it is all so strange, because people instinctively fear what they do not understand.
Ghosts are the surviving emotional memories of people who've died tragically and cannot leave the spot of their passing. They keep reliving their final moments over and over again, like a phonograph needle stuck in the final groove. You see, ghosts are not aware that they're dead.
Ichabod Crane and the Headless Horseman came to life in the home and the work of Washington Irving. Some who care for the author's retreat think Irving may still be around himself. Holzer was asked to find out.
It looked a part of a haunted house, all right, but the more I looked for hard evidence of a ghost, the more doubtful I became.
Holzer had to pin down what had actually occurred in the old house.
Well, I thought it was rather unusual one day. Our former librarian was reading Irving's will in the basement, and all the interpreters were down there, and we suddenly heard a crash upstairs. We ran up. It sounded like someone had fallen down the steps, and when we got upstairs, there was an iron sitting in the middle of the laundry, fallen from the table.
Ghosts have been known to do such things, but Holzer feels there must be a suitable motive. He talked to Joseph Butler, curator of the Irving Museum and Library.
During your years here, have you ever heard of any legends alleging that ghosts or uncanny happenings abound here?
Well, of course, Irving himself said that when he died, he was sure that he would return to haunt Sunnyside as a friendly ghost.
Irving's whimsical warning that he might return as a playful ghost didn't square with Holzer's experience, his knowledge of ghost behavior.
The ghost at Washington Irving's cottage had no substance after all. But in the little fishing village of Port Clyde, I found a different kind of story.
Port Clyde is a fishing village wedged in a rocky enclave of the Maine coast. Indians fished these waters long before the Europeans came. Then, for a time, the Yankee whalers held sway here. They were strong, practical men. Men steeled for long voyages in search of whale. They were replaced in time by fleets of cod fishermen, the same practical Yankee breed. Now it's lobster that lures the men of Port Clyde, but little else has changed. Making a living from the sea still demands courage and skill, and there's little time for frivolous pursuits and wild imaginings. Carl Schwab has fished Port Clyde's waters for years, a spiritual descendant of the Yankee whalers. He and his family once lived in a house that some in Port Clyde say is haunted. But had Schwab ever seen or heard anything unusual at the old house?
Not unusual, not for winds here in the wintertime. But I don't know much history of the house, other than what this has come up.
So you'd be perfectly happy to... This is the ghost Carl Schwab was talking about. I first heard about it from brother and sister, Carol Schulte and Bob Olivieri.
Carol and Bob had spent lazy summers with their parents in the Port Clyde house Carl Schwab once lived in. It was a fine retreat for the young people. A wonderful old house full of nooks and crannies and creaking wood. It was weather-worn, but comfortable. There was a night in the summer of 1972, however, which was not comfortable at all. It was the night Bob Olivieri became aware of a presence in his bedroom.
One night, I was awakened by a noise in the
hallway, like a pacing of footsteps. I had no idea what it was. I got up, and the sound stopped. And as soon as I got back in bed, I heard the noise again, these footsteps. I got up again, I came to the same spot, and it stopped. And so then I checked my parents' room, and they were sound asleep. I thought maybe it was my 3-year-old nephew. I went down the hallway, and I checked in his room, and he was sound asleep in a crib, and my sister was sound asleep. So then I came back in bed again. And while I was in bed, I got in bed, I heard the footsteps again. And they were coming up the hall, and they stopped. It seemed like it was at the edge of the hallway. And a few minutes later, I could feel something on my sheets, like a pressing, like someone pressing down. And there was nothing near, but I could see the sheets being indented. And it kept on coming up my body till finally at the end, something pulled my hair. And I was just scared for the rest of the night. I couldn't get to sleep.
Carol, what exactly happened to you in this house when you slept here one night?
Okay, first of all, I was sleeping in this bedroom in here, which is generally my mother's and father's bedroom, but I just happened to be sleeping here that night. And I was in a deep sleep, and my girlfriend was sleeping in that room with her animals. Now, one of her animals, a Siamese cat, came in and woke me up, or tried to wake me up several times, and I finally did wake up. I lay there and I thought, well, it'll go away, you know, and then it just kept rubbing against, like, my face and everything. So I was like this, and I sat up to turn this light on. I said, this is the only way I'm going to get rid of this cat, by turning the light on. And I sat up to do that, and I never got the light turned on because I sat up. I realized that there was a light there, and the cat, who was still here, was also looking at, you know, this light, which was right at this window. At first, I saw a little figure. It was female, and she had her hands up to her mouth as though she wasn't quite sure whether or not she wanted to do this. She was very shy, you know, going like this. And, of course, all this happened in a matter of split seconds. She got larger, and I realized that definitely it was a female figure with a white, the brightest white I'd ever seen, nightgown on, and very small shoulders, you know, slender. And I said, Marion? Marion?
Carol awakened me in the middle of the night by calling out my name quite urgently, and I woke up, and the first time I heard my name, I didn't want to respond to it because it frightened me. And then she screamed out my name louder again, so
I blinked my eyes again, and I realized that I could see through her, and I realized then that it wasn't Marion. And she right away started communicating to me through her hands. Now, her hands started to go through washing movements, and she got larger as she came to me. Now, as I got scared in direct proportion to her approach, and I knew that she wanted me to do something. She was desperate in a way. And at that point, I really was scared, and I ducked under the covers, so to speak, and I just called Marion.
And then she screamed out my name louder, and there was quite a note of urgency in her voice, so I got out of bed, and I went running across the hall to the room in which she was sleeping. And she clutched at me and said, Marion, I have just seen a ghost. And I believed her because it was very real. Past my fear, I sensed that there was something evil. There was an evil presence.
If Bob, Marion, and Carol truly experienced a ghostly visit, then Hans Holzer must determine whose ghost was abroad that night and find a way to put it to rest. Hans Holzer is convinced there is merit to the eyewitness accounts of a haunting at Port Clyde. He has enlisted the help of psychic Ingrid Beckman for the next phase of his investigation. Ingrid works as a book designer for a New York publisher. She became aware of her psychic abilities, her special sensitivities to emanations 5 years ago, and has worked with Holzer on a number of similar investigations. She knows nothing about Port Clyde, the former occupants of the old house, or the circumstances of the haunting.
Hans, immediately I feel the presence of a woman.
What about this room?
Well, this presence comes from another house that was on this property, so that I don't feel it in any particular room, but I do feel that I should go upstairs because I think there'll be more up there.
Hans depends on Ingrid's sensitivity to impressions of the past that may remain in the structure. and to any non-visible emanations she may detect.
As I go through this house, I can see in my mind's eye the house that was on the property before. And in my mind, I sense a field back in this direction. And there was land that went with this.
Now we're upstairs. I want you to look at every room and give me your impressions of it.
Well, the upstairs is the most active. I sense a woman who is waiting. And I have an impression now of a storm that she is very upset about, a gale of some kind. It seems to be November. I also feel that she has looked out of not this very same window, but windows in this direction of the house. And I just got an impression where she says she, meaning a schooner, was built on the Kennebec River. It seems to be a, I think it's a double-masted schooner. And it seems to be her husband who's on this.
Ship registries of the 19th century confirm that a whaler named Catherine sailed from these waters. Records of her crew, however, are lost.
What does she look like?
I see a tall woman who's rather thin and frail with dark hair, and it appears to be a white gown. Could be a nightgown I see her in. Looks like a nightgown to me, with a little embroidery on the front. Hand done.
Let us see if she cares to make contact with us.
We'll go back into that first room then.
If the entity is present and wishes to talk to us, we've come as friends.
She's very unhappy here, Hans. She says her family hails from England. I get her name is Margaret.
Margaret what?
Something like H or something of that sort. I'm not getting the whole name.
What period are we in now?
This is, now she says 1843. She's very unhappy because she wanted to settle in Kennebunk. She does not like it here. She doesn't like the responsibilities of the house.
How did you get here?
Her husband liked it in this fishing village. She was very unhappy about his choice.
Now, is she here?
She calls Kennebunk the city. That to her is the center.
Why is she still here?
She's left with all this responsibility. Her husband went on a ship. Her husband had a commission.
What kind of a commission?
On a whaling ship.
What was the name of the ship?
St. Catherine or St. Catherine's.
The ship didn't come back?
No.
Where did they get married? In what church?
Lutheran.
Does she remember the name of the minister?
Thorpe. Thomas Thorpe.
When they were married, was that in this town?
No.
What town was it in?
Long way away. Some kind of a province of a place.
And they came right here after that?
Went into Saco.
And then where did they move to?
Clyde. Port Clyde.
Es la última batería que me queda. ¿Qué tienes que flipar,
Como la cámara, tío, de aquí no hay.
Mira. Este tío, yo qué sé, tío, se llaman plumas, tío. Imagino. Toma, tío, ya veo si se me sube. Desde hace rato que se me sube. Que sí, que sí, tía.
Two children.
What were their names?
Philip. But he went to sea.
And the other one?
Francis.
Did he go to sea too?
No.
What happened to him?
I think Francis died.
What did he die of?
I get cholera.
What?
Cholera.
And
he was 17.
Ingrid has come up with some hard information about the ghost. The family name Hatton, the time they lived in Port Clyde, and a ship named Catherine. Holzer would eventually seek out the town historian, Colonel Albert Smaley, for corroboration.
Now, to the best of your knowledge, does the name Samuel and Hatton mean anything in connection with this area?
Yes, Samuel Hatton lived at Port Clyde prior to 1850. That I'm sure about.
What profession did he have?
Sailor.
Was there a ship called the St. Catherine in this
Yes,
part?
there was.
And would it have been built at the Kennebec River? Or connected with it in some way?
As I recall, it was, and I believe it was built in the Sewell Yard in the Kennebec River.
Do you know the area of Port Clyde where the Leah Davis house now stands? Prior to this house, were there any houses in the immediate area?
I've always been told that there was a house there. The Davis that owned it told me that he built on an old cellar.
And how far back would that go?
The new house was built around 1870.
And there was one before that?
And there was one before that.
A sailor's wife, living alone for months at a time, in a town she didn't like, with the burden of her duties weighing heavily on her. Heavily enough, Holzer thinks, to have kept her long past her time. The problem is clear. Free her if he can.
And she's alone now?
Yes, she is.
Is she aware of her passing?
No, she's very concerned over the flocks. She says it's now come April, and it's time for shearing.
Is she aware of the people in the house now?
She wants to communicate.
What does she want them to do for her?
She wants for them to help her with the farm. She says it's too much, and the soil is all rocky, and she can't get labor from the town. She's having a terrible time.
Can you see her?
Yes, I do see her.
Can she see you?
Yes.
Tell her that this is 1976 and that much time has passed. Does she understand this?
She just keeps complaining she has no one to write letters to.
Does she understand that her husband has passed on, that she herself is a spirit? She's free to go. Does she
said to Kennebunk?
Any place she wishes, to the city, or better to join her husband on the other side of life.
She said, oh, what I would do for a townhouse.
Ask her to call out to her husband to take her away. He's waiting for her.
She's wanting to turn on the lights. She's talking about the oil lamps. She wants them all lit.
Tell her the people here will take good care of her.
When I'm done, can we get our fries? Yeah. What? I just turned off the lights, that's all. Who was that? What are you doing? Oh, what, Nanny? Look at me. What are you scared of? The fish? Oh, the fish died. Angel's sleeping already. It's raining, girls. Nanny, are you almost done eating? Look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Turn around. But you gotta listen to me. Turn around. Look at me. What's the matter?
And she's saying no tallow for the kitchen.
Not to worry.
And the root cellar is empty.
Does she see him?
Yes.
Are they going off together?
Only time will tell if Hans Holzer was successful.
We've learned some things from Hans Holzer's ghost hunt at Port Clyde. Learned, for example, that if we accept the possibility that ghosts exist, we can begin to study their behavior in a systematic way. The study of ghosts is more than just a fascinating mental exercise, however. If Professor Holzer is right about ghosts being nothing more than people in trouble, it is our responsibility to help them. It would be nice to think that help would be available to us if our lives went awry, if our spirits were to move restlessly in the night. Lost civilizations, extraterrestrials, myths and monsters, missing persons, magic and witchcraft, unexplained phenomena. In Search of Cameras are traveling the world, seeking out these great mysteries. This program was the result of the work of scientists, researchers, and a group of highly skilled technicians.
Halloween doesn't have to be spooky. Not with Easter Seal Safe Halloween coupons. The safe treat that gives treatment. Safe Halloween coupons are good for treats at stores and restaurants. Give them to trick-or-treaters or treat yourself. Give Easter Seal Safe Halloween coupons because Halloween should be warm and friendly.
Available at participating.
Obrazo do rei, Iton was a Gatisad, Giratan el Pireti, Dasto el Quo Khan, el Tahoaz of the Nazon, Od Kumimahe Tan of the Lohaz of the Inn, Sobata Hio, Ginona Peter Regialadi, Gospel Rede, Obo Lehe, Gialesam, Asarem Ohorela Kaba Pire, Das Zodin Nuris Saji Kab, Erem Yaganahe, Ilahe, Farezodim, Zodin Zoda, Adana Gonoya Datiel, Das Omidsohe, Sobai Panu, Tane, Das Sobala Lepe to the Meda Plama, Odbujera Ai, Tapiate, Yamael, Zoda Karieka, Odo Damiranu, Odo Kitale Kaha, Zodo Reje, Latte Zodia Redo Nako Mada, Watahe,
in the country in the last 20 years?
Lack of faith by the patient in his doctor.
Do you find that your relationship is as friendly as it used to be?
It is definitely not. Not as friendly.
Can you instance some of the differences?
In the old days, 20 years ago, we were welcomed, asked to stay tea. We'd been through confinement. We were invited to the christening party afterwards. Patients would come in and even curtsy.
What about perhaps the most serious charge that is levelled against public schools, that they produce snobs, that they're the privilege of an exclusive class, that they perpetuate all that is worst in the class system?
The
public schools are part of the whole social setup in this country. And if there is class snobbery in this country, it's due to the setup as a whole and not to the public schools or any other schools in particular. If you think it is, then I think you've got the whole relationship between education and society wrong.
But I do think that many people feel that if a stupid public school boy and a brilliant grammar school boy went for the same job, the public school privilege is so strong that it would be the public school boy with his upper-class accent who would get the job.
Yes, I know a lot of people think that, and it's a difficult one to answer. I just don't think it's true.
I don't believe that as a country we're tourist minded at all. In fact, I think most of us regard tourists as a nuisance. And I blame these advertisements for giving a completely false picture of England. One in particular, which deals with English cooking. This claims, now you can eat like a king in Britain. Delectable oysters, magnificent wildfowl, and opulent desserts await you in Britain's inns today. Now, is this really your experience? I found that my meals, particularly outside London, usually start off not with delectable oysters, but with brown Windsor soup. Magnificent wildfowl would almost certainly be off, and instead there would be cut off the joint, a slice of cabbage, and boiled potatoes looking at one reproachfully with their dark brown eyes from a pool of water.
Did I scare you? Well, if you really want to be frightened, call me at 1-900-909-3344. I'll tell you a different spooky story every day. When you call, you'll find out how to get one of these gruesome little whoppy creatures, and part of your $2.35 two-minute call will go to Special Olympics. So get your parents' permission and call me at 1-900-909-3344, unless you're afraid of monsters, vampires, and ghosts.
Hello. Hello, this is Russell. Russell Boo. I thought I would just have a few words with you. We're here tonight in Barry's house. Well, it's not Barry's house as well, but I think you're coming tomorrow. Or in a few hours' time. I'm not sure, but that doesn't matter. Because you're coming to talk to us tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. Could you just turn that up just a little bit, please? That's all, otherwise we might get worried. The music's on. Well, I hope that you'll enjoy coming to see us tomorrow. Hello, Morris. Be nice to talk to you again. It won't be listening with Morris, will it? And actually, it's a long time since I've spoken to you. I'm really looking forward to coming again. I've got another Alan coming as well. Alan. I haven't met you before.
One of Alexander's followers was an attractive young witch, Janet Farrer. She's since become the high priestess of a coven in Ireland.
Hold out your hand. Did that hurt? No. And this is another thing that is so mistaken about witchcraft, that this is really a symbol of the severity of the high priestess. There are times when you are going to suffer to learn, and when I tell you off, you jump. Well, cousin, I want the furniture moved back, I want the temple tidied up, and I want this lot cleaned. And I am going to get robed.
Okay.
Here we go. Fire, please, as well.
It is a very difficult role to be a high priestess. You have to be everything from mother to teacher to philosopher to sometimes almost a butcher.
Do you think Francis will make it as a witch?
He's very intelligent and is sensitive to love. Janet has been a witch since she was 16 and has a strong commitment to modern paganism. She's married to the coven's high priest Stuart, a science fiction writer.
Witchcraft is very much a spiritual path for people who are interested in the true sense of the word spirit. In many ways, you can understand Christian's statement when Christ said to his divine Father, basically, why me? You don't ask for it, it happens to you. And you are constantly asking that question of your divine mother and father. Why am I doing this? Why do I have to do it? And why can't I just be an ordinary person in the street? Why can I never find the holes to put these things through?
What do you mean?
I tell you what, you get behind me and take my hair out.
Yeah.
I was just saying how cold it's going to be.
Oh, I know it's going to be freezing.
Francis! I think we ought to start greasing him up in a second.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't be a bad idea.
Are you sure this couldn't wait till summer?
I'm positive. The purpose of becoming a witch is to make yourself a whole human being. It's only one path amongst many. But for the person who feels drawn towards witchcraft, it is a very strict, rigorous discipline, which integrates you as a total human being. I told you it was necessary to suffer to learn. You're about to suffer. And whether you learn anything is a different question.
I thought the object of the greasing was to reduce the suffering.
Don't bet on it. My hands are freezing.
If there's one thing the craft emphasizes, it teaches men and women to be themselves, to shed the comforting image behind which they shelter.
Is that cold?
The ordeal is part of the process of coming to terms with yourself and finding out who yourself is. This is one of the reasons for ritual nudity, incidentally. It is very difficult to maintain an image when you are naked. There's nothing so image-forming as clothes, so it's a great symbolic step in the direction of finding out who you are.
I want you as yourself, nothing else. Exactly the way nature made you.
It is the day of the winter solstice, and Francis is led away to be initiated. Like a traditional Celtic warrior, he will have to pass through the ordeal of the 4 elements: earth, water, air, and fire. Only if he succeeds in his quest will he be accepted as a witch.
All right, now take the wellies off.
All right, you can be binding his ankles while I take his clothes off and tie his...
Yeah.
Tie his wrists.
Tie his wrists.
Then we lay him down and disappear.
When becoming a witch, the candidate's earthly name is replaced by a magical one. For Francis, it will be Usna, and his first ordeal is of earth.
Usna! Usna! The earth is your mother. From her you came. To her you will return. Know this, and you will pass the ordeal of earth. Your feet are free to walk upon the earth. Usna! Usna!
Now all that's left is his flag.
No, blindfold's all that's left.
Oh, blindfold it.
This is not funny.
Usna! You must brave the ordeal of water. Water is the element of your heart, of love and compassion. Your lips are unbound, so you may speak what is in your heart. You must brave the ordeal of air. Air is the element of the mind, of the wild things that haunt your dreams. Your hands are free to grasp them. Finally, Usna, you must brave the ordeal of fire. Fire is the element of your will, of your courage. Your eyes are open, so you may see what you fear.
Welcome to the Brotherhood of the Wise. And now, pay your homage to the representative of the great goddess.
Céad míle fáilte Usna. Accept the tokens of the Brotherhood.
As the athame is to the male, so the cup is to the female, and conjoined they bring blessedness.
Merry meet.
Merry meet.
To the old ones. So mote it be.
So mote it be.
Farewell, O sun, ever-returning light, the hidden God who ever yet remains, who now departs to the land of youth, through the gates of death, to dwell enthroned, the judge of gods and men, the horned leader of the hosts of air. Yet even as he stands unseen about the circle, so dwelleth he within the sacred seas. Ye lords of the watchtowers of the south, I summon, stir, and call ye up, to witness the rites and to guard the circle.
As a rule, they say to me, "Are you a witch?" And I say yes. And that kills the mystery for them. Then when I start talking to them, because I know they want to know more, they begin to treat me with the utmost respect because they realize I'm not quite like other men, that I have got something real, and I can convince them because of my sincerity.
In what way are you different from other men?
I have a force which I'm fully capable of using at any given moment. I can heal deliberately. I can see into the future. I can destroy light if necessary by a touch. In fact, I can do quite a number of things. Within the magic circle, I can materialize spirits.
Darksome night, shining moon, east, it is there. South, where I am, west, then north, hearken to the witch's rune. There we count
44. See? Don't move in there. No, there's a motorcycle. See?
I don't see nothing down there. Can't be the motorcycles, honey. There's no car. You see what I'm saying?
Who's that? Now. Right there. See it? Look. Is it those trees?
Can't be. Not up in the trees.
Kelly Savalas. But before we start, let's begin with a subject many of us are quite interested in. Contact with extraterrestrials and their civilizations. They can make their ships sail through endless space and reach a planet, reach a man on that planet, and through Edward Meyer, reach all of us. Could they also make their minds reach us somehow, some way? Tonight we're going to find out what happens when we give our attention to whatever or whoever may be trying to communicate with us. But first, let's look at a few people who are able to be channels for these communications from other realms beyond ours. Watch this.
Jamie, we understand you channeled two entities, an extraterrestrial calling herself Leah and another entity calling himself the Tibetan. Can you tell us how all this channeling began for you?
Well, trans-channeling actually started happening around 3 years ago. I was sitting in the backyard, everyone else was inside, and I was looking at the sky, and all these clouds started going across, and then one wasn't moving. And I knew for sure that there was something behind the cloud. And so I just screamed mentally, "Why are you hiding from me?" All of a sudden, telepathically, I could hear the voice, now we know it was Leah, and she would instruct me on what to do. And it was almost like an enormous...
Is that they're the product of an arrangement or an agreement that is made prior to the physical life between the person that's going to do the channeling and the being that is going to be channeled.
Daryl Anka, born in Ottawa, Canada, now living in Los Angeles. 3 years ago, while bicycling with some friends in broad daylight, he spotted a triangular-shaped UFO. But something more unusual happened afterward.
On 2 different occasions within the span of the same week, with 4 friends with me the first time and 2 friends with me the second time, we actually had bright, broad daylight, physical, close sightings of Bashar spacecraft over Los Angeles. Now, what I didn't understand at that time, and what I understand now, is that that physical sighting was his way of kicking me in the subconscious memory to start learning what I needed to learn to fulfill the agreement I had made. Bashar and his people made contact, and as soon as the mental connection was there, the memory of having made the agreement came back, who they were, who I was to them, what the ship sighting was about, dream encounters I had had with them that I totally blocked up to that point all came back in that one memory, and along with it was the first message that they had for me mentally, which was, okay, now this is the time to start doing this if you still want to. Do you still want to? Obviously I said yes, and that was just a little over 3.5 years ago, so that's how it sort of began for me.
Day of your time as you create time to exist. Allow us to begin with an interaction on the idea of miracles. In this way, recognize that what you often consider in your civilization to be miracles, you consider to be out of the ordinary, above and beyond the mainstream reality that you are used to experiencing in your day-to-day world. But recognize, what you typically call a miracle is, in actual fact, a recognition of the fundamental workings of the universe. So if you wish your life to become, as you think, more miraculous, and for life to become more and more effortless expression of that level of creativity, then all you need to do is allow your life to revert back to its natural state, to the zero rest balance point, to allow the things in your life to be there that need to be there, rather than thinking you must make or force or push those ideas into creation. Desire, determination, those are tools that can allow you to allow your reality to work, but desire and determination do not have to be expressed in a struggle type of mode. Desire is the activation key that will bring to you anything you believe to be possible to experience in your life. And when you allow your desire, your excitement, which is your indication of your connection to the primal energy out of which all is created, when you allow your desire to bring those things into your life, then your life will be effortless, will be miraculous, day to day to day. You follow along?
We're doing this documentary for public awareness. Do you have anything to say regarding this?
What we will say is to extend from us an appreciation and a thank you to your civilization for being willing to come to the point in its conscious conception of itself wherein it is willing to discuss these ideas and expand in many different ways. The exploration of your consciousness will be discovered to be the key to any idea you wish to understand. The universe does not do extraneous and pointless things. Everything works, and there is a reason for everything. Explore and expand your curiosity. Become fascinated with the interplay of all ideas as they interact and interrelate, and you will discover that everything is an orchestration, and a flawless one at that.
Bashar, thank you very much.
We thank you for your endeavor. We thank you for your sharing and your willingness to participate and create an opportunity for others to participate in the growing expansion of awareness, of remembering that you are all made in the image of the infinite creator, and what that means is you are all infinite creators. We thank you.
But what does the academic establishment have to say?
Do you see channeling as a subject that is going to be more and more popular, or just something that's going to fade into the background from your perspective as a psychologist?
Well, I think at the moment, Shirley MacLaine has drawn more importance to it, drawn attention to it anyway, and I think it really depends on the people that do become interested, how influential the people who are drawn to it are. I think this is not something new. This is something that's been with us through the ages. I think it's really more a question of how long can we go on denying it.
People describe channeling as feeling another energy come through them, yet you yourself, as an electrical engineer, often go to these channelings. How do you rectify such a contradictory situation?
Well, I think it ties in very nicely in the fact that the human body is a conductor of energy, and what you're bringing through is energy. All electronics deals with energy. I mean, it's got to move an electron from point A to point B, and basically all we're doing as channels is bringing the energy of the universe, of these other entities, the spirits, through the body, through the back of the brain here, into the vocal mechanism, and the information comes out. Everybody acknowledges that the atoms that make up every piece of mass in the universe have electrons that spin around a nucleus, and those electrons are negatively charged, and they move. They can be moved from electron to electron. That's how energy flows. Why can't that be done with the human body, which is very conductive of energy?
I think every one of us acts as a channel every day.
Dr. David Froning, scientist for the past 20 years for a major aerospace corporation. He has been experimenting with theories on interstellar travel.
As scientists and engineers, we do tend to be more skeptical, and we like to see well-documented proof, and we like to see the thing repeatable time after time after time. And that's probably one reason why things such as UFO and psychic phenomena are still not popular in scientific and engineering circles, because it's not something we've been able to really get our hand on and explain with readily conventional theories. Every day we either take in thoughts or shut them out with our mentality. So even though all of us aren't channels as a performance or a service, I think whether we want to or not, every one of us is a channel. In fact, I know of at least one or possibly two scientists and engineers who actually use channeling to get technical information to help them in their projects.
But our own government search for extraterrestrial life in outer space has not turned up any results. Or has it? Be communicated with beside the obvious evidence, the unobvious. The non-physical is often just as real. Jack Purcell, insurance executive on a trip away from home, sits down in his hotel room and decides to meditate.
To my awareness, I fell asleep because I just everything kind of went fuzzy and black and was gone, until the next moment I opened my eyes apologizing, gosh, I'm sorry I fell asleep. At which time Penny explained that no, I hadn't really fallen asleep, that 2 hours had transpired, by golly it had, and that this experience had happened, and she had written down as much as she possibly could of this entity named Lazarus, who had communicated through me. Penny and Lazarus made a tape recording, and that's when it hit me like, this is very, very strange and very weird. And I was very skeptical. I mean, I'm stubborn, no. About 6 months before I thought, okay, maybe there's something that I should pay attention to here. And that's pretty much how it began.
We'd be very much interested in talking to Lazarus now. Would that be possible?
Sure. Yeah, it takes about 30 to 45 seconds, and outwardly it will look like I'm just sitting here with my eyes closed, and then he'll come through and, I'm sure he'll like to talk to you. To go into trance is a very simple process. I visualize myself with a number of other things. The final visualization is spinning backwards in larger and larger concentric circles. And at a certain point... All right, fine. Well, indeed, a pleasure to be talking with you. And, well, shall we begin where you'd like to begin?
Yes, Lazarus, we'd like to ask you, for everybody watching, could you tell us who you are?
Well, that's a difficulty indeed. We're opening to figuring that out ourselves, aren't we? Just as you in your approach are looking for that particular question, that is perhaps the question of all time. Who are you and who are we indeed? We describe ourselves perhaps as a spark of consciousness, a spark of love. For we have no body, and we never have. That somehow disturbs people from time to time, in terms of the assumption that any growing consciousness must at some time in its life do service, perhaps in the physical form, on the earth, most preferably, but acceptably on other levels indeed. But indeed, we've never done that, when the question was put, do you want to grow? You answered and we answered both, yes. And when the question was put, do you want to do that physically? You said yes, we said no. And therein lies our difference. Now, the problem here is people look out there, yes? They're looking all over the place as though God was somehow outside of them. It's within. Every spiritual reference, be it fundamental or be it avant-garde, speaks of that spirit within, and we would suggest here that it's there. And therefore, your task in this physical lifetime really isn't to find God, because God's everywhere. God is all that is everything. It's all over the place. Your task in any physical incarnation is to find yourself.
When I was about 18 years old, I was meditating, learning how to relax to work within my everyday world. And I challenged concepts of metaphysics, of religion, of everyday life. And I demanded an answer. And I laid back on the bed and just listened. And Mina, a spiritual entity, manifested in my bedroom.
What do you mean, manifested?
She physically formed. It was a material manifestation. And I closed my eyes, laid back down, opened my eyes. She was still there.
Can you tell us what she looked like?
She appeared tall. She appeared to be 6 to 7 foot tall. And at that moment, I was looking all around the room. And as I would gaze back at her, because I was lying down, I would say between 6 and 7 foot tall. She appeared to have clothing on, but at the same time was glowing with light. And there was an essence of darkness for hair. I couldn't actually say I saw hair, but I saw the image of that, a visual image.
What did the face look like?
The face looked almost ageless, probably within 30s or 40s, very soft and serene. Then it took me a process of going into an altered state of consciousness that would take 2 to 3 hours in the beginning, of intense relaxation, meditation techniques. And at that time, through the process of having an outside individual asking questions, we maintained connection, but it was more of a sensation of hearing her telepathically and then telling you what I heard. During that time, I would say I was a conscious channel, and I had the option to edit what she was saying if I didn't like it. And it wasn't until about 7 or 8 years ago that I decided to be an unconscious channel and let her have full reign. And I do not recall anything that's happening in channeling anymore.
My name is Mina, and we thank you for inviting us to this occasion, my dear sweet child.
The first question, Mina, could you tell us who you are and where you're from?
To be basic, we are from the dimension of the universe, universal mind, or from which some call God. For your finite terms, you are more interested in where we came from in our physical dimension, we are sure. And we have been upon the planet from the essence of its beginning, thousands of years ago. We, 4 of us, were seeded from other dimensions within the universe. The most interesting lifetimes for you children of the media is in regard to Egyptian life.
We interviewed a man called Brian Myers who was able, with your assistance, to go out into the desert and find something quite interesting.
We started this about 2 years ago when we first got our information from Mina, and she had located the area on the map to us, telling us that this was a location of good mineralization, gold and silver. So we came out here, actually found the area on the ground, and then went about standard geological testing procedure. The driller came out here, and the driller thought we were crazy, because the driller has drilled up east of us, he's drilled west of us, so he didn't think there was a chance at all. We took surface tests, did assays, and it showed that there was gold and silver here. So at this point, we've gotten nothing but positive results and confirmation on the information from that Mina has given us. And again, we found not only traces of gold and silver, but actually visible gold flakes that you could see to the eye.
Do you have any idea how much gold might be found out here eventually?
With these type of values, if you are, and you do have a economic process to extrapolate these type of values, you're talking many millions of dollars worth of material that's out here on this land.
But if we're to examine channeling in this program, we have to mention this lady, Jane Roberts, and the more than 15 books channeled through her by an entity calling itself Seth, which have sold more than 1 million copies and were written 15 years ago when channeling was too frightening a concept for most people to consider. In a rare audio recording, let's listen in on Seth speaking through Jane Roberts.
I've said this many times. I say it 1,000,000 times. Here in this class and in my books. You form your reality. Then what is the you that forms this spectacular reality that you know? When will you be willing to admit the greatness that is within each of you and not cower? And not say in this realm of reality it is not possible, but encounter the greatness within yourselves.
Rick Stack, teacher of the Seth philosophy in Manhattan.
Clearly, the main message that Seth is trying to say is that people are gods in training, that the physical reality is a training system, and that we are learning here that we create our own reality, totally. Everything that happens to us, we create. And we are learning through trial and error to become responsible co-creators with all that is.
New Age thoughts. Some are very ancient concepts, giving new twists. But are they making any impact? A recent USA Weekend poll stated that 1 person in 4 believes they have lived before. That means we're not actually Americans or Russians or 6 feet tall and a certain weight, but spiritual beings agreeing to be here with each other at this time to learn what we feel we must. The energy being channeled through the crystals in your television sets right now. Entities from another time or from our future, unknown to us. But can we communicate with beings from the past that we do know about? How all this began.
When I was 13 years old, they had a meeting home. We used to get together and pray together. And my father used to teach us spiritualism, metaphysics, reincarnation, and many things. In one of these meetings, I felt myself totally involved by a strange force, and I got paralyzed. And because of this, my mother felt that I was going in a sort of trance. So she decided to go with me in a psychic meeting.
Extraordinary personality. Lynn Margula, New York artist living in the artistic community of Soho in New York City. We asked her how long she has been an artist and what she thought of the Gasparetto tape you have just seen.
I've been painting for 20 years. A normal artist would have to study for many years to be able to make those kind of decisions and to make them over a period of time, like, let's say, at least a few hours. And that artist would stand back and look at the work and then come forward and work and then go back. And here Luis is doing this and just instantaneously making the decisions. It's just astounding. He feels the energy, the artist's energy come through emotionally. He must. I mean, because he uses so many techniques, and that's not just a mind operation.
To get our attention. It cannot be perceived by the mind, because they're meant to be understood with the heart. This is such a time.
After you stop screaming, you'll start talking about it. Rated R.
This is the movie that Rex Reed called the most horrifying motion picture I have ever seen. This film is positively ruthless in its attempt to drive you right out of your mind.
Sally, I hear something. Stop! Stop!
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre. From New Line Cinema, rated R.
In 1968, George Romero brought us Night of the Living Dead. It became the classic horror film of its time. Now, George Romero brings us the most intensely shocking motion picture experience for all times. Dawn of the Dead. Night of the Living Dead has ended. Dawn of the Dead is here.
It gets up and kills. The people it kills get up and kill.
They must be destroyed on sight. When there is no more room in hell, the dead will walk the earth. Dawn of the Dead. This picture contains scenes of violence that may be considered shocking. No one under 17 will be admitted.
What began as a vacation ended as a nightmare. The hills have eyes.
That was a bad mistake.
The hills have eyes. The story of an American family who lost everything except the will to survive. The hills have eyes.
Igor, go and get me what I crave. Evening, Igor.
If you want a better orange soda, made with more natural orange flavor than ever before, try Shasta. It's got the bright color, the sweet smell, and the great taste of oranges. Shasta, it's the orange soda that can make anybody happy.
Dear Dick, you're probably not going to believe this, but...
Everybody's heading for Woolworth and Woolco to get set for Halloween. There's costumes of TV favorites like Wonder Woman and the Hulk. There's popular characters from Star Wars. And there's superheroes like Spider-Man, Batman, Superman, and many more at bare bones prices. $2.38 to $4.17. And there's spook sticks, face pops, Hello Witches, wrapped candy of every kind, all at the
Henry VIII, we are told, still drags his gout-ridden foot through broken cloisters and cobwebbed passages. Long-dead prisoners plead for mercy in empty dungeons. Ancient druids still haunt Stonehenge. Guillotine victims ride across the rolling plains carrying their severed heads. Every generation has added its ghostly collection of vampires, phantoms, and monsters of the netherworld. Today, a roll call of specters stretches the length of the kingdom. Perhaps it is the willingness of its citizens to believe in the supernatural. Whatever the cause, Great Britain, wrote one expert, is the most haunted place on Earth.
Ghosts have a tendency to stay in one place, usually the location of their demise. Since most English castles were built many centuries ago, the apparitions that haunt them have had enough time to scare enough people to become legends. The people who own these castles continue to live in them. Strange sights and hideous noises are considered part of the bargain, along with poor plumbing and drafty rooms.
Ghosts are accepted as eccentric members of the family, and in many cases they were just that before they died. At Wolverton Manor, for example, we encounter the very rowdy ghost of Lord Thomas Trenchard. His story is told by his descendant, Captain Thimbleby.
In the early 18th century, Thomas Trenchard, after, no doubt, a very good dinner party, with a lot of port in his belly, had a wager with his friend that he could take a horse and carriage up the great stairs, which he indeed did. And in fact, some of the stairs have been repaired where the edges have been chipped off. How on earth he got down again, one doesn't know, but he won his wager, and we hear him going up the stairs every now and again over the years.
The strange part of Wolverton Manor's ghostly carriage is that it has never been known to return down the stairs. So much for noisy apparitions.
Authentic English ghosts are not known to physically attack people. On numerous occasions, however, they have frightened someone to death. This happened on a lovely country estate in Dorset, and the story is told to us by Emma Leavesley.
My family had owned this house for more than 400 years, I think, and there were legends that something monstrous appeared in the middle of the night and was so frightening that two of my ancestors had actually gone mad after they'd seen it. I hated sleeping there. I used to dread going to bed because I would always have nightmares there, and I'd wake up in the middle of the night and think they were real, and there was definitely something horrible about it. Anyway, one night when my grandmother was a very little girl, which was about 1880 or 1890, she and her sister were living in this house, my grandmother at one end of a corridor, and her sister at the other end, probably the same room that I was in, maybe even the same bed. one night, they went to bed.
When it is late in October, many fields in Mexico are filled with yellow flowers. Wild marigold, the cempasúchil. In Mexico, both the season and the flower are symbols of death. But the attributes of death which the cempasúchil represents are for most Mexicans neither morbid nor sentimental. In Mexico, an intimate acceptance of death extends far back into pre-Hispanic times. In the Aztec culture which preceded the coming of the Spaniard, death shows itself again and again, a familiar image. These ancient things of this land were joined over the centuries with the Spanish celebration of All Souls. Together they form a universal festival of many facets and many dimensions, the Day of the Dead. The skulls of this Aztec codex are not unlike the sugar ones that appear in each Mexican marketplace toward the end of October, in preparation for the day when the dead return and are welcomed by the living. The changing moods of a town's marketplace anticipate each coming holiday. The Day of the Dead is preceded by its own rich flood of special objects. The form can change from state to state, from small village to large city. The interpretation of the celebration will not be the same among Indians as it is among those of Spanish descent. But through all these changes runs a strong, consistent thread. The aim of this film is to recall this thread through the objects that are part of the celebration, by showing the way they are made, sold, and used. It is a rich folk art, and the people that produce it are the same as the people that will buy and use it. Their homes are the same, and they have the same personal involvement in the celebration itself.
The sugar skulls and muertitos are for the children, who by eating them will show themselves more a compadre of death than afraid of it. The animales, the deer, the frogs, we will put on the ofrendas and on the graves. They will help the departed on the journey to the land of the dead, to Mixtlan. It will be through forests and rivers, so the animales can help make this journey safe.
Here, in the marketplace, the amount and variety of material is bizarre. The skeleton, or calavera, is everywhere. Printed calaveras, not too gently, remind us, sooner or later, famous or obscure, we all will become dead ones. These classic calaveras are the work of the great Posada. The caped and plumed and guitarred skeletons are calaveras of Don Juan Tenorio, the swashbuckling hero of Jose Sorilla's play, traditionally performed each year at this season, complete. To this home, friends bring flowers. The stones before the door are well marked with cempasúchil, so that the spirit of a beautiful young girl can find its way home. She has been dead only 5 months. There is no sign of sadness, no superficial gaiety, nor any hint that struggling emotions are being held in check. It is a dedicated preparation for a good party, which the Angelita will enjoy and in which she will take part. Every detail and movement of the preparation speaks of complete involvement. There is conviction and precision in the way each object becomes a part of the altar, the ofrenda. The party costs a large part of this family's annual income, and to them it will be well worth it. After the ofrenda is built, the father fires rockets to help guide the angel back home. In the kitchen, new atole and tamales are being prepared to give the guests. An orchestra plays, people dance and pray.
Tears are shed for the living. We never shed tears for the dead. We must be very careful that no tears drop on this day, because it would make the roads slippery and dangerous for the souls on their journey to Mixtlan. We must provide food and flowers and light and things they need most.
Es una festividad religiosa en conmemoración de los difuntos. Estas calaveras de dulce se ponen a la venta.
Of course, will eat it, but much of it will be missing because they will have taken
El
the
Día
flavor,
de Todos los
the
Santos
essence,
es una
sometimes
combinación
even the
de
weight.
Halloween y el 30 de mayo. Parte del día se pasa en el cementerio, visitando las tumbas de la familia que días antes se mandan reparar. Las tumbas se cubren con hermosas coronas de flores, atadas con cintas de color morado.
The children eat special cakes and cookies in the shape of skulls and skeletons to celebrate the Day of the Dead. For birthdays and during the Christmas festival, the children have piñata parties. They try, while blindfolded, to break the piñata. The piñata is loaded with candy and fruit, and when finally broken, the prizes spill forth for all.
The creation of floral designs is an exquisite native art. Blooms and blossoms woven into patterns of sumptuous ornament and sweet fragrance.
It is a warm companion.
Pattern and perfume of flowers. Ah, but there are darker thoughts.